reporting of frustration with the inability to get a lift from the economic agenda under Freeland. The same sorts of things you heard about complaints from the Prime Minister's office about the inability of their fiscal plan, their spending and their budgets to give them any kind of a bounce or traction with Canadians, going back to Bill Morneau. And, you know, you'll remember that summer of sort of persistent leaks about Morneau that ultimately led to him to leave to go seek the leadership of the OECD and now return to private sector life. Freeland doing this, though, on the day of the fall economic statement suggests that she was unhappy with the fiscal direction, unhappy with what her role would be in cabinet. I know you need to respond to the renewed challenges that come from President-elect Donald Trump. The target date, I am told by multiple senior Liberals, was they wanted to get a cabinet shuffle done by Wednesday. If they couldn't, it would be done in early January. The idea being is that you would have your team in place with enough time to prepare for the swearing in of the Trump administration at the inauguration on the 20th of January, so that you could be prepared to meet with all of your counterparts and respond to whatever he puts on the table between now and then.
So again, coming back to exactly what you said, acknowledging what the media reports have said of late, for the past number of weeks, you and I have found ourselves at odds about the best path forward for Canada. So bringing this right into public viewing today. David, just a little bit of reporting that we're getting both from Megan Fitzpatrick as she covers the Premier's meeting in Mississauga, and from Janice. Pierre Poilievre, the official opposition leader, has delayed what was supposed to be a 10 o'clock news conference ahead of the fall economic statement, just to sort of take stock of where we are now. And also Doug Ford, the Ontario Premier, the chair of the Council of the Federation, he is not going to be making any public comment until 2 p.m., which was set as the 2 p.m. closing news conference for the Premiers, as they themselves tackle how best to respond to the Donald Trump tariff threats of 25% on Canadian goods. I want to bring in, David, just one more question before I let you go, and then Rosemary Barton, our chief political correspondent, is also in Ottawa, and David and Rosemary will be hosting special coverage in just 15 minutes. Just before I quickly let you go, when she says, David, in this extraordinary statement, inevitably our time in government will come to an end. What do you make of that? Janice was bringing that as, I mean, obviously the polls indicate one thing, but to have her verbalize it in this way, in those words, how do you see it?
Well, look, all governments eventually end in democracies. That is not an untrue statement. But coming on a day where Sean Fraser has also announced that he is not running again, and coming on a day where there are now 6, 7, 8, it just keeps climbing, cabinet posts that are open, a fall economic statement and a cabinet shuffle meant to put them on, you know, whatever kind of a footing they can find to fight the next election. This is devastating, Heather. I can't think of any other way to describe this. I mean, they have had 2 years of terrible polls. They've lost 2 by-elections in Toronto and in Montreal. They're likely to lose the by-election tonight in Langley, Cloverdale, out in British Columbia, which was a tough one for them to win in the first place. Through it all, the Prime Minister and his team have endured and said they are staying on and that he is going to lead them into the next election. Shuffling this cabinet was part of that effort to build a team that can respond to Donald Trump and present a clear vision to Canadians to be that team that would seek re-election at some point in 2025. They've just lost their Minister of Finance and the highest ranking female politician in this government throughout its tenure. And, you know, they tried to shuffle the cabinets in the past to give themselves a bump and a lift to reverse their political fortunes. That led to the departures of Carolyn Bennett and Marc Garneau. Both of their seats went up for grabs. They had lost both of those. Now you have another attempt at shuffling the cabinet, leading to the resignation and departure of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance on the day she was set to deliver the government's fall economic statement and financial agenda in the House of Commons.
It is stunning.
You cannot underline the significance of this enough.
David, thank you. Thank you for all of that time and your, of course, particular expertise. You're going to be part of special ongoing coverage as of 10 o'clock Eastern. And David is going to be joining our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, in doing that. So, David, thank you. And I want to bring Rosemary in, who very kindly has jumped to our chair to be part of our program. Rosemary, just again, if anyone's joining us, just that key line from the letter that the finance minister, former finance minister, Minister has sent to the Prime Minister. On Friday, you told me you no longer want me to serve as your Finance Minister and offered me another position in the Cabinet. Upon reflection, I have concluded that the only honest and viable path is for me to resign from the Cabinet. To be effective, a minister must speak on behalf of the Prime Minister and with his full confidence. In making your decision, you made it clear that I no longer credibly enjoy that confidence and possess the authority that comes with it. Rosemary, you make sense of this for us today, if you would.
Yeah, I mean, as David laid out for you pretty clearly there, Heather, this is a hugely significant moment for this government and for Justin Trudeau. I think a couple of questions that I have immediately is, if she was offered a different position, does that mean that Mark Carney was offered her job and that he is now or was preparing to enter cabinet as an unelected cabinet minister? That would be the first question I have. The second question is whether the fall economic statement will go ahead today, because it's our understanding that this came as a surprise to the Prime Minister's office as well. So very unclear whether that statement goes forward, given this reality, or who would even present the statement. And I guess the third thing that we have to start wondering about immediately is whether Justin Trudeau can survive this. And I am not sure that he can. This is a devastating blow to his leadership. The letter itself, while respectful from Chrystia Freeland, is also damning in its approach that the Prime Minister's office and he have taken to this fall economic statement and to the economy. And I think it will become very problematic for the Prime Minister to hang on in these coming days.
You know, we have not raised that yet, Rosemary. You're the first to bring that forward, so let's just ponder that. We do expect him to be speaking at some point. He was to have talked at around 9:30, so we're about 20 minutes past that. Would you expect to hear from him this morning, or is that well, I guess everything is up in the air now, but will he have to respond in the short term to what has happened?
Yeah, I mean, he will have to say something today. I think it would be a big mistake for him not to come out today, given that the statement, we don't know what's happening with the statement. That could throw the economy into some disarray, let's be honest, because of the instability of that. There is a by-election in British Columbia tonight that the Liberals fully expected to lose, but that is also out there. And he's got a cabinet now that frankly doesn't know what's going on. And has lost his Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister because of a disagreement and because he was shifting her to a different position, which I imagine Chrystia Freeland saw in some way as a demotion. And I think it's worth casting our minds back to a similar episode that happened with this Prime Minister and Jody Wilson-Raybould, who, while the two of them had been at odds over SNC-Lavalin for months, so slightly different circumstances, of course, he tried to keep her in cabinet and offered her a demotion, and that's what led to her quitting. It is not something that a Prime Minister would want to repeat, and losing a strong and powerful woman in your cabinet, the strongest and most powerful woman in your cabinet, is a devastating political blow.
On the day that Housing Minister Sean Fraser announced he too was not going to serve in cabinet, as he was no longer going to put himself forward for re-election too. I don't know if that was part of the equation in terms of the cabinet shuffle, what portfolio that may be created for Chrystia Freeland. When you talk about how damning this was in her indictment of the Prime Minister himself and his question of this survivability, the lines that really come forward are when she talks about having to keep our fiscal powder dry, and she writes that means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we ill afford and which make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. And then she goes on to say they know when we are working for them, and they equally know when we are focused on ourselves. Are those the lines that you're pointing to, Rosemary, being particularly indicting the Prime Minister?
Yeah, I mean, the two policy perspectives that she's talking about there, the GST holiday that started on Saturday, the $250 rebate check that did not have, at this point, any support from an opposition party, and it fully seemed, Heather, like the government was going to have to walk away from that promise. Those two measures have been, roundly criticized by economists as being ineffective and not smart policy measures for Canadians at this time. And it seems that Chrystia Freeland agreed with that and tried to make that case to the Prime Minister's office and lost the battle, clearly. So I think, though, reading into this and the timing of things, if the Prime Minister had kept her as finance minister. I'm not sure she would have quit over those two policy measures. But moving her out of the role, or suggesting he was going to move her out of the role after this update or whenever the shuffle is supposedly going to happen, I think probably was the straw that broke the camel's back. It's one thing to have disagreements on policy issues with the finance department. In fact, it is completely normal for that to happen. It is another thing to say to your finance minister, this is the last update that you'll be putting forward in this role, and I'm moving you out for someone else.
Rosemary, and she indicates that she's not stepping down totally. She's not leaving politics. She indicates that she will continue on as Liberal Member of Parliament and this is what she says in the letter, I am committed to running again for my seat in Toronto in the next federal election. I mean, is that possible?
It's possible, and it would become even more possible if this does throw Justin Trudeau's leadership into play. It is no secret to anyone in Ottawa that Chrystia Freeland has long held some ambition to have the top job, to run to be the leader of the party. A lot of that ambition had been put on the shelf because the Prime Minister has insisted that he plans to stay on. That may change given the events today. I mean, we will see what the response is, but I would imagine that this has shaken the confidence of many Liberal MPs and cabinet ministers, the fact that this has happened. And if that job opens up, I could well imagine a future where Chrystia Freeland not only remains as Member of Parliament, but wants to run to become the leader of the party.
Rosemary, just stay with me for a moment, if you will, because I'm going to bring David back, and I hope I'm not encroaching on your time, because you're about to take over with special coverage. But between now and 10 o'clock, when the studio is yours, I'd like to bring both of you back for some thoughts on this, because you both have just told us how extraordinary this is and how stunning the moment is, what was not expected at all. Sorry, David, you're joining me now, David Cochrane. Sorry about that. And Rosemary, I know we both have everybody here, and I'm also keeping a watch on the hallway because, of course, ministers are arriving, and we were to have heard from Prime Minister Trudeau. Here's the hallway shot. We've already heard from Transport Minister Anita Anand, very emotional as she responded to the breaking news that Chrystia Freeland is no longer going to be serving in cabinet and will not be finance minister. But again, as we bring you both back, David, maybe just a thought or two. We have 5 minutes before you take over as hosting of special coverage on CBC News Network. This perilous moment for Canada. At this time, Donald Trump about to take over as the President of the United States, talking about a 51st state, but most importantly and concretely a 25% tariff on all Canadian goods, and the seriousness of the response required by this country to that threat, a country now without a finance minister. Where does this leave Canada?
Well, right now, there is a void that the Prime Minister's office somehow needs to fill by 4 o'clock p.m. if they intend to go ahead with the fall economic statement. I have no idea what's going to happen with that. We're supposed to be in a technical briefing for that right now, finding out exactly what the financial situation of the country is and what the economic plan of this government is. Right now, we are looking at a moment of absolute political crisis for them, having lost someone who, for whatever political and communication deficiencies people feel Chrystia Freeland has, she has been a loyal and industrious minister for this government in multiple portfolios, leading the Canada-U.S. response during the first Trump presidency, being the finance minister, now and coming out of COVID and preparing to deal with the return of Trump to the White House, which was something that everybody in this government pointed to as an example of their competence and capacity to respond to Trump 2.0. Now she is leaving because she doesn't want to leave the finance job, and making it very clear that she does not support some of the measures that would be in this fall economic statement. And all of my early indications are, Heather, and I don't know if Rosie has mentioned this already, but that the Prime Minister's office was absolutely blindsided by this. They didn't necessarily see it coming. Freeland has endured a lot of reporting and leaks about the desire to replace her, about attempts to replace her. And finally, on Friday, the Prime Minister said to her, I want to replace you. It's unclear where she would go. I can't imagine she would have lost the Prime Minister's title, but what portfolio she would have added in return for giving up finance is unclear. It's unclear who would replace her, though there have been persistent efforts to recruit the former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney. All of that has now blown up in the government's face with this absolutely withering resignation letter from the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, who has been asked repeatedly, time and time again in public places, to respond to anonymous leaks about her viability in this job. She's made it very clear what her priorities for the financial direction of the country are, and made also clear that they do not obviously align with the priorities of the Prime Minister's office. How Justin Trudeau responds to this and what he says today will be important, but a government, Heather, that is already in a very vulnerable and weak political position, this is an absolute blindside and devastating move by the Finance Minister.
David, thank you. I just want to bring this in. Thank you very much, David Cochrane, who's going to be part of special coverage starting at 10 o'clock. But just as I bring Rosemary Barton back, our chief political correspondent, for one more moment, reporting from our colleagues at Radio-Canada, Christian Noël, and some of our other colleagues working in the comparable parliamentary bureau, finance department saying our team is really determining what's going to happen, what the way forward is, because as far as the economic the economic statement, Rosemary. So it is possible that it won't be presented today, or it is possible that someone else will deliver it. This is reporting. This is from our colleague Kat Tunney, who's in that lockup, as we call it, where the briefings occur prior to the release of these moments, budgets and mini budgets. So at the moment, they are trying to decide what happens. At the moment, we are still waiting for the Prime Minister. He was to have commented at 9:30 or have spoken to reporters at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. That has not happened. We can tell you that the opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, had a briefing set for 10 o'clock to anticipate the fall economic statement. That has now been put off as he, too, absorbs what this means and the consequences and ramifications. And Doug Ford is going to wait until 2 p.m. Eastern as he leads the premiers as they meet on the tariff threat in Mississauga, Ontario, just outside Toronto. We won't hear from them until 2 p.m. as far as reaction. But we're watching market reaction. You're getting some on the screen in terms of some of the social media reaction. Finally, Rosemary, just your final thoughts before you begin to host this special. Again, on the moment for Canada, on the day of the fall economic statement, question mark about who will deliver it, question mark for the Prime Minister's future, and where we are right now.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot emphasize how dramatic and consequential what has happened this morning is, not just, as we said, for Chrystia Freeland and the state of the country's finances, which are now, at least the update, is very much up in the air, but for the state of the Liberal Party. To have two cabinet ministers leaving cabinet for two very different reasons is a comment, I think, on where we are at in Justin Trudeau's leadership run, and this in spite of the fact that he has maintained he plans to stay. But to try and orchestrate a cabinet shuffle days before a fall economic statement and have it lead to the resignation of your finance minister and deputy prime minister, the consequences of this are real, and this is going to unfold very quickly through the next couple of days. Okay, I'm going to go to David Cochrane. I'm Rosemary Barton, chief political correspondent. I'll go to David Cochrane, who has some news for us right now. David?
Yeah, Rosie, I'm supposed to be in the fall economic statement lockup briefing right now, but things happen, and we are trying to see clarity on what is going on, and the reporters, our colleagues who are in there, we have just been told, they've just done a shout out in the lockup saying that the fall economic statement documents are on hold in light of new information as they wait to find out exactly what the finance minister's resignation on the day of the fall economic statement means procedurally. Never mind politically, never mind financially, never mind economically. They're trying to figure out how to proceed now. Because as you know, Rosie, and for the people at home, a day like this, people like me and other reporters and producers, we go into a briefing in Old City Hall on Sussex Drive in Ottawa, where we are given the documents in advance under a strict embargo on what we call a lockup, and we're able to read these things and speak to finance officials to get an explanation and some technical clarity on what the measures in the fall economic statement actually mean. That all then leads to about 4 o'clock when the finance minister rises in Parliament, tables the document, and then gives a speech justifying it, and shortly after that we'll come and do interviews with people like me and you to talk about the plan going forward. Well, you won't be surprised to learn that Chrystia Freeland has canceled her interview with me on Power and Politics today, which was due to start about 15 minutes after the show began. And, well, it's obvious why. I mean, this resignation letter, Rosie, is pretty withering in its criticism of the government, a pretty blunt repudiation of some of the measures that were announced in the weeks leading up to it, including, most particularly, I would say, that $250 check they wanted to give to people that would roll out either in March or in April. But also it reveals that Chrystia Freeland was asked to leave the Ministry of Finance by the Prime Minister on Friday. As we've been reporting, they are trying to shuffle the cabinet in advance of the Christmas break. The target day is to get it done on Wednesday. The idea is that if they don't get it done by then, it would happen sometime in early January. The idea is to build a team that they think can fight the next election, but also to respond to the persistent and, let's say, dramatic threat posed by the return of President-elect Donald Trump to the White House. Chrystia Freeland was a massive part of that the first time round in the negotiations of renegotiations of NAFTA. She was obviously going to be a big part of it this time, but Rosie, we don't know what she was offered. We don't know where they wanted her to go. We do know she's not going to be part of that response to deal with the new president on January 20th, and we have no idea who will deliver the fall economic statement today or if we'll even get one based on Chrystia Freeland's resignation today.
Yeah, David, let's just bring viewers up to date in case they have not been tuned in to this over the past hour or so. What has happened this morning is while we were watching, in fact, Cabinet Minister Sean Fraser, the Minister responsible for housing, announced that he would not be running again, that he was leaving Cabinet to spend more time with his family, and he gave a compelling argument as to why that was needed. As that happened, Chrystia Freeland tweeted out or put on X on social media that she was also leaving Cabinet, that she has had too many disagreements with the Prime Minister about the direction of this fall economic statement today, pointing, as David said there, to some of the measures around affordability, especially in the face of Donald Trump and the threat of 25% tariffs, that she had been offered a new job on Friday, and after some consideration decided that she could not take that job and no longer remain in Cabinet. These are the dramatic events that have happened over the past not even hour, David, and as you say, we are not sure what's happening with the fall economic statement. There's some suggestion to me that it will still go ahead, given that it is done and ready to go. Whether anyone presents that inside the House of Commons, I think, is an entirely different story. I think there's some questions about whether a cabinet shuffle happens. Obviously, they're going to need to put people in place, but you've got fewer players on the board right now. There are certainly questions about, I think, whether Mark Carney actually did accept a job, and that is what pushed Chrystia Freeland out of the finance portfolio. But maybe talk to me about what you make of the timing of all of this, because I certainly find it curious that the Prime Minister's office would attempt a cabinet shuffle that would displace the finance minister days before an economic statement. I mean, there must have been some notion that this would not be acceptable to Chrystia Freeland.
I'm puzzled. Like, you know, you look at what is happening now, and you look at the last time they did a big cabinet shuffle, Rosie. It was you know, to build sort of this front bench team where, you know, you had Freeland in finance, and you have Jolie in Melanie Jolie in foreign affairs. Initially, for a period of time, they had Anita Anand in defense, though she was later moved to Treasury Board. And you know, they sort of put this team forward. They had a shuffle that lost them Carolyn Bennett and lost them Marc Garneau, that led to resignations, that led to by-elections, that led to defeats to the Conservatives and to the Bloc Québécois. I don't understand. I can't explain the persistent infatuation with Mark Carney. I don't know Mark Carney very well. He's obviously a very accomplished individual, as the only person to ever lead the central banks of two G7 countries, and brings a seriousness and a resume to the table that eclipses anything else that exists in the current cabinet. And I don't say that to insult the current cabinet. I say that to praise the accomplishments of Mark Carney. But you also have Chrystia Freeland, who has been in cabinet since day one and has taken on difficult jobs for this government. You know, the Canada-U.S. file in the first term of the government, the finance portfolio through COVID and coming out of COVID and the rebuilding and through the high inflationary period, and also taking on a lot of the leadership work on the response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, certainly coming up with financial measures that the international community could get behind to deal with Russia in ways that weren't just offering military hardware and support to Ukraine on the battlefield. So throughout that, all of that, though, Rosie, there have been these stories and been these leaks about a dissatisfaction with communication skills, communication style, political skills, political style. And certainly that is not something that is not a belief that is shared exclusively within the Prime Minister's office. There have been some grumblings about that they could have been more responsive and proactive on responding to the affordability challenges caused by the hyperinflation period coming out of COVID and these sorts of things, at least from a messaging, fashion that responded directly to individual Canadians when the focus was largely more on international comparisons and macroeconomic indicators. But throughout all of that, no matter how many times she was asked and how deeply personal the questions were phrased, Freeland stayed loyal. She endured. Yes. She persisted in saying that it is my honor to be in this job. It is a tremendous opportunity to be in this job. I am grateful to be in this job and loyal to the Prime Minister. And whatever happened in the run-up to this fall economic statement and in that conversation they had on Friday, that was the breaking point. The straw, it was the last straw on the camel's back, and today Canada doesn't have a Minister of Finance in a time of enormous economic anxiety in this country because of what's happening in the United States.
Yeah, and it is hard, I think, David, to not see how that impacts Justin Trudeau's leadership. Obviously, we're just in the first hours of this, but if the finance minister quits on a day like this and the future of the economic statement is uncertain, it is hard, I think it would be hard for other cabinet ministers to be there and not start to wonder why the heck Justin Trudeau is so adamant on staying, given that he couldn't keep Chrystia Freeland in the job, and given, as I suggested there, that the strange timing of the way this has unfolded.
Look at the timeline since June, right? Yeah. They lose Toronto St. Paul's. They lose Le Salle-Mart. Throughout that interregnum period where they refused to have a national meeting of the caucus started mobilizing and organizing and going and balkanizing into little tiny groups to start pushing for a national caucus meeting to at least clear the air about their concerns and frustrations with the Prime Minister's leadership. That then metastasized throughout the summer and got to the caucus meeting in Nanaimo, where a lot of the caucus members I spoke with, and you remember that period of time, I was on the phone constantly with Liberal MPs, just saying they felt managed and handled at caucus and not really given the opportunity to sort of clear the air about their frustrations. And that was in the run-up to the Le Salle-Mart by-election, where they lost the seat in Montreal. One caused by the shuffling out of David Lametti from Justice in another cabinet shuffle designed to give new life to the government. From there, they started working on the organizational efforts that led to the presentation of the letter that 24 MPs signed, though the names were not all provided to the Prime Minister. Also along that way, 4 or 5 ministers announced they would not be seeking re-election, so they cleared the decks for a cabinet shuffle. Pablo Rodriguez quit both the caucus and the cabinet to sit as an independent so he could pursue the leadership of the Quebec Liberal Party. Randy Boissonnault was asked to leave as employment minister, or decided to leave as employment minister, or got decided to leave because of the questions about his past business dealings and the shifting narrative on his Indigenous heritage. Sean Fraser announces today he's leaving for family reasons. He gave a very personal explanation for that. But also, I'm sure factoring into that, Rosie, is the changing political dynamic in Atlantic Canada, which along with Toronto and Montreal is one of the key pillars of the last 3 Liberal governments, where they are facing probably a wipeout in rural Atlantic Canada. And the cherry on top of that very toxic sundae is the resignation of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister on the day of the fall economic statement. I mean, stack all of those things together in a compressed timeline in 6 months. That's a lifetime. And that doesn't even deal with the frustrations expressed by Marc Garneau about the way he was treated, he felt when he went out the door, David Lametti's frustration and disagreement with going out, the Bill Morneau saga from before when sort of a series of leaks paved the way for his ultimate departure. And you go all the way back to the first term of Jody Wilson-Raybould, and Jane Philpott, and the disagreements over SNC-Lavalin, and what was viewed by a strong-willed minister as the meddling and the interference from a Prime Minister's office into areas of their exclusive jurisdiction and domain, and then the disagreements that sparked, leading to another political crisis that they survived. At a point, there's critical mass, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you put it all in a list like that, it does sound pretty devastating in terms of where we are, as you rightly pointed out earlier, a political crisis for the government and for Justin Trudeau personally. What I am also struck by, though, is that this is very much an own goal. That you know, presumably the policy measures that Chrystia Freeland criticizes in her resignation letter were still going to be put forward by her in the fall economic statement. Presumably she had accepted that those measures were going forward. The GST holiday started on Saturday. The rebate check question, I think, was up in the air. But it does sound as though it was the phone call or the meeting on Friday where the Prime Minister said, I'm taking your job and giving you a different job, that is the thing that pushed her to resign. And from that perspective, I guess I'm kind of struck at the lack of strategic thinking, at the thoughts of the consequences of this move. I mean, it is sort of a nightmare scenario that he has created himself.
Yeah, and look, I haven't talked to Chrystia Freeland, I haven't talked to Justin Trudeau today, so I'm not completely sure what went into that conversation. Look, there is an argument to be made that there is a role for Chrystia Freeland outside of the Finance Department, and that is going back as sort of the Uber minister responsible for Donald Trump, right? You can make an effective argument that she, has such experience in that area and with those characters and with that agenda and on those issues, quite frankly, that you can ask her to move there. And that might have been something that was palatable on a personal level and politically sellable and politically acceptable if there weren't all of these stories leading up to this saying there was a frustration with her performance and they wanted her to go. Because that lays a foundation for a narrative and an impression that this is performance related and it's a demotion due to dissatisfaction and lack of doing the job as well as they wanted her to do, and not about reorienting the cabinet to deal with the present day needs of the country. It also suggests to me, Rosie, and I don't know, but the reporting in the Globe and Mail in particular about the efforts to lure Mark Carney into cabinet have focused on him going into finance, which is complicated because of the deeply personal relationship between him and Chrystia Freeland. He's the godfather of one of her children. I don't know if he said yes. I don't know if that's what he was offered, because I believe you had reported there were some conversations with him about a Canada-U.S. related role, but presumably finance will be part of that, and also talk of him being part of a committee of people not in cabinet, preeminent Canadians who are outside of the cabinet to come in and advise and help them deal with this. But when you have all of that out there, and you're being asked to choke down policies you don't 100% agree with as the Minister of Finance because, the political minds of the party believe these are the things they need to do to either save the furniture in the next election or fight back to a competitive spot. If you're willing to do all of that, your reputation should also be intact, at least from internal criticism. But when you stack, again, all of those things on top of each other, it just becomes too toxic of a cocktail to swallow down.
Okay, let's get people caught up if they're just tuning in, and I'm hoping we can also bring in Janice McGregor and Aaron Wary if we can find a camera for him. Obviously, this is all unfolding very quickly, David. And
we should gather in my studio at some point, Rosie's last
or
space.
we could gather in your studio. Some of us were getting ready to work out at home and then had to run in. But here we are. That's the nature of these jobs. Just to remind you, if you are just joining us, that it was about an hour and a half ago or so that Chrystia Freeland posted on social media that she would be resigning from her position at Cabinet, leaving as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, citing, she says, that she didn't believe that she has the confidence of the Prime Minister and the authority that comes with that confidence, and that they have found themselves at odds over the best path forward for Canada, pointing to these two affordability measures that had been announced by the government in the past month or so, and of course the threat of Donald Trump and the tariffs and how it would be necessary for the Canadian economy to, quote, keep its powder dry. And in light of all those things, she says, and of course the offer to take on a different position that she says came on Friday, in light of all those things, she says that she has to step away from cabinet. This all happening on the day when we were expecting the fall economic statement to be tabled inside the House of Commons at 4 p.m. As of right now, it is unclear whether that is going to go ahead or not, and indeed who would table it inside the House. There is also a by-election in British Columbia happening tonight that the Liberals had already expected to lose, but certainly this will not help matters. And of course, there was already the conversation about a potential cabinet shuffle that was going to happen this week, potentially as soon as early as Wednesday. Now, most certainly a cabinet shuffle is needed, but I'm not sure who's going to be available and how this is going to unfold. Janice McGregor, you're over there in the House. In West Block, because you were there getting ready, like the rest of us, to sort of set the stage, the table for the fall economic statement. Not sure if you've seen anybody, because I know you're down in the basement, but wondering what kind of buzz there is over there about this dramatic turn of events.
Yeah, I don't think so many people have texted me to say no comment in the last half hour or so. I don't think I've ever had a day like that before. Look, let me just describe to you what I know of the state of play in this building and in this precinct. Because as we've been telling people all morning, a whole bunch of our colleagues are over at a lockup right now, supposed to be finding out what was in this fall economic statement. They have been told officially that there is a delay and that the embargo could go on longer. Folks over there apparently scrambling to make a new plan for how this is going to play out. Of course, once the journalists go in, and particularly once they get the key documents, then they're in there. And this news broke just before sort of they would have officially kind of sealed them up. So that situation extraordinary. So we keep monitoring to see if this is even going to proceed the way we thought the day would proceed. Meanwhile, just upstairs from me, cabinet room, those that are still in this cabinet are meeting. A lot of people on the way in did not talk. Some of them were just hearing about it on their way in. Some of them clearly stressed about it on their way in. I don't know, Control Room, do we have the Anita Anand scrum again? Because I think it's worth sort of in terms of seeing the kind of raw reaction of a sort of a cabinet insider to this. This Anita Anand scrum, quite extraordinary. I understand we have it, so maybe we could take a look at that now.
Yeah, let's do that.
Chrystia Freeland is a good friend, someone I work with very, very closely as President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport. This news has hit me really hard, and I'll reserve further comment until I have time to process it.
So not a minister that we're used to seeing a lot of emotion from, but I would describe, I hope I'm not reading too much into this, I would describe that almost as a bit of shock, actually, to be honest.
Sure.
The other thing I'll say that was extraordinary this morning is we were on air covering the resignation of another minister, Sean Fraser, as David's been saying, for very personal reasons, but he was in the middle of talking about his own departure when he got the news that Freeland was leaving. So we're trying to sort of get that tape queued up for you as well, but extraordinary that sort of he hears about it while he's in the middle of talking about his own departure, a departure that, just to make clear from people, because I know in this moment people worry about a pile-on and a contagion effect. Apparently he made this clear in his newser. He had informed the Prime Minister earlier this fall that he would not be running again. It wasn't disclosed at the time we found out about other ministers leaving in October, but this wouldn't, the Fraser department would not have been a surprise to the Prime Minister's office the way this Freeland one was. So he would have already been part of sort of the cabinet kind of back and forth because they knew this was going on with him. This Freeland stuff was an entirely separate situation. So that all very extraordinary. But of course, this is a minority parliament. We don't have any more confidence votes scheduled between here and the Christmas recess. Sort of the last of those sort of played out last week. But just above me, the House of Commons will get underway at 11 o'clock today. The opposition MPs on the Hill this morning as gobsmacked as the rest of us about this news. Pierre Poilievre was to be coming out, I think, to react to some of the things that were happening, do some advanced positioning on the fall economic statement. They have postponed that, quote, indefinitely, the opposition leader's office has. Obviously, they need to figure out sort of what they want to be communicating in this kind of very state of flux. And we're sort of watching to see what other people are doing too. But of course, the person at the center of the storm is Justin Trudeau, who with his remaining cabinet ministers are upstairs. And I don't know if they're talking about everybody's new roles in the moment, if they're talking about how to get through the day. There he is arriving. If he knew in that moment, there is no look on his face to suggest that he knew. He's either a fantastic actor or he didn't get the news until after he went through those doors. So, you know, that's what I know from here for now. But as you said so many times, really a day where it's very hard to say what's going to happen next.
Okay, Janice, thank you for that, and we will continue to bring you in through the coverage. If you see anybody or hear from anybody, I guess Cabinet is still meeting. They were supposed to be meeting. Yeah, they were supposed to meet this morning to discuss sort of regular issues. That meeting, I would imagine,
very irregular now.
Yeah, that meeting has kind of blown up now to, I think, answer some pretty critical questions. First of all, what is going to happen to this fall economic statement? Does it have to be tabled this afternoon? I don't think that is required, but it is done. It is prepared, and so you would see that the government might want to go ahead with that, regardless.
Well, and who delivers it in her wake? Like, are they
right.
up there deciding who reads this speech that was written for her?
Right.
Which in and of itself is an extraordinary thing.
I mean, no one has to read a speech at all, right?
Yeah,
you just put it out there, and you don't have to read any speech of any kind. There's a couple of other things I think too that are very much up in the air, as well as the fall economic statement. Sort of what happens now with this shuffle. So I wonder, David, I don't have any confirmation of this, but certainly there were conversations happening with Mark Carney. And as you said earlier, they were either around a finance position and some sort of Canada-US role for him. We should obviously state that Mr. Carney has played footsie with the idea of running for Liberal leader for some time now, and indeed has some people that know the Prime Minister well, helping him to shape a strategy for the right time to get into politics. I'm not sure that this was the direction that he was going, but I would suggest that if he is not in this cabinet shuffle, whenever this happens, whatever this looks like, that would be a huge failure. That would mean that the Prime Minister has not only not managed to recruit Mark Carney, but that he has also angered and upset his finance minister and deputy prime minister, who has now quit.
How do you walk into it now, Rosie? Like, if you're Mark Carney, how do you walk into this now, right? I mean, it's sort of the cabinet equivalent of the action movie scene where you're walking away and something behind you is exploding. Like, how do you do this, right? Like, you said the fall economic statement is done. Yes, it's completed, but it may be done. As in like dinner. Like, how do they even do this today with all of this uncertainty and the political crisis they're now in?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see a scenario where you come in as finance minister from the outside and you look like you're stabilizing the country. I guess that would maybe be the political calculus here. But given the other issue that I raised earlier, the Prime Minister's own leadership, and the fact that I think this calls into question whether he can stay and how long he can stay, I don't know that someone like Mark Carney, who would like that top job, would want to be involved at all at this stage. So I guess there's a bunch of questions there around that are strictly political questions around the timing of things and how the Prime Minister and Cabinet come out of this meeting that they're having this morning, David.
Well, if you see me looking down on all these things at my laptop on my phone, it's because I'm trying to find out the answer to some of these questions. Look, clearly the Prime Minister's got to say something. You can't have something like this happen and just like stop at the stairs on your way into question period and throw out a little comment and go in and take questions on it from Pierre Poilievre. You are the First Minister of the country, your right-hand person, your Deputy Prime Minister, your Finance Minister has resigned from Cabinet on the second most important economic day of the year for your government, on the day you're supposed to deliver the fall economic statement. The Prime Minister needs to set up a news conference somewhere and come out and explain what his plan is. The markets are going to be wondering who is going to be overseeing this. You can imagine Bay Street is worried about the backroom gossip of Ottawa in a way that matches or eclipses what we are seized with today because of the financial implications of this. What does it mean for the direction they're going with in the government? We've seen these leaks leading up to this in advance about renewals of business write-off tax credits, talking about coming up with plans to convince pension funds to invest in artificial intelligence hubs and AI firms and these sorts of things, all part of the building on this sort of like the consistent economic focus of the government, at least sectorally, in terms of what they're trying to get them to do. But right now, who's in that job looking after the finances when already you have two ministers in Anita Anand, who's doing double duty with Transport and Treasury Board, two core A-level portfolios that require full-time jobs. You have Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor doing double duty as Minister of Veterans Affairs and Employment Minister since the resignation of Randy Boissonneau. And then you've got a bunch of other ministers who have said that they're not running again, and not casting doubt on their capacity and ability. But when you know you're on your way out, as opposed to on your way in, and hopefully on your way up, you bring a different focus and an urgency to things. In these jobs at a time when this government needs focus and urgency. And right now, today, it has none of those. It just has chaos, confusion, and challenges.
Okay, David, thank you for that. For people just tuning in, we are dealing with what I think is fair to say a political crisis in Ottawa today, as the fall economic update was set to be tabled by the Finance Minister at 4 p.m. Eastern. Earlier this morning, Chrystia Freeland made it public that she has resigned from Cabinet, given up her role as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, because she says there was a Cabinet shuffle in the offing. She was offered a different position on Friday, and felt that she could not continue, given that she felt she didn't have the confidence of the Prime Minister any longer. And she says because of the policy disputes between her office, the Finance Department, and the Prime Minister's office around those affordability measures. So there is a lot of uncertainty right now in terms of how this day will unfold. Cabinet is currently meeting. We don't know whether a fall economic statement will be going forward at 4 p.m. And we don't know what the state of Cabinet will be by the end of today or tomorrow or whenever this shuffle was going to happen and is now needs to happen, I would say, with much more urgency. This came as a surprise not only to much of Ottawa, but also to the Prime Minister's office, who did not expect this move from Chrystia Freeland today. A dramatic resignation that has upended the government's agenda, I think that's fair to say, and cast into question how much longer the government can go on, and indeed whether the Prime Minister can stay in his job as well. Now, the things that are going for the Prime Minister, and that column is pretty short. The House of Commons was set to rise tomorrow, which would give the Prime Minister a chance to regroup, perhaps, and decide how to move forward. There has always been the possibility of prorogation, so just ending the sitting entirely in order to buy them some more time. That had not been something that was considered previously, but may now be needed because time is, in fact, what the Prime Minister probably needs the most, given what has unfolded today. We're hoping to get a couple of people involved here, Aaron Wary and some others that are standing by to give us their perspective. I'm just going to ask the control room whether we have Kevin Page on the line. I know that we were trying to get him. So if we have, okay, we'll get him and then we'll talk to him. I would like to talk about whether what this means for Canada's economy, because stability is obviously something the markets like, and the fact that we don't know what's going to happen as of 4 o'clock could create serious economic problems, I think, too, David. I mean, I think that's why the government probably has to go forward and put that update, maybe not read a speech, but they have to put it forward and offer it up.
So there is succession planning, right? There are people who in the cabinet orders that would step in a situation like this. The natural line of succession, if someone were to fill in, if Chrystia Freeland were to say I've left for a medical reason or a personal reason temporarily, will be François-Philippe Champagne, the industry minister. this isn't the normal course of things, Rosie. So I'm not sure what the plan is. Like, that's the sort of stepping in, keeping an eye on the department, taking over the day-to-day. But whether that means actually stepping into a political firestorm like this and trying with some conviction to deliver a fall economic statement filled with measures that the finance minister until this morning threw a lot of shade at on her way out the door. Boy, that's a tough political assignment to be asked to do. So, right now there is a real absence of clarity on these things. There's a lot of speculation. I'm getting a lot of WTF texts and messages from people, all around Ottawa and around the country. But there's a lot of Liberals also just saying this just means the Prime Minister has to go. I don't know if he will or not. But look, you survive by-election losses. You stare down a caucus revolt. Now you have your top cabinet minister and one of the most recognizable cabinet ministers leaving with a resignation letter filled with really a withering critique of some of the measures, right? Like confirming the reporting when Chrystia Freeland writes, for the past number of weeks, you and I have found ourselves at odds about the best path forward for Canada. And talks about the threat from the incoming Trump administration, saying we need to take that threat extremely seriously. And that means keeping our fiscal powder dry so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. And that means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which makes Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. She's essentially calling the response that we've seen. And I don't know if the GST holiday lumps into this, but certainly the $250 checks do, because she never mustered any enthusiasm in the defense of that. When she was asked how she's going to save those checks, she just kind of said, well, it's a minority government, it's a minority parliament, they don't want it, that's where we are. That was a $5 billion hit. That it feels she did not want to take to the bottom line, but as you've pointed out, Rosie seemed willing to do it out of loyalty, which she has been a very loyal team player. There has been reporting of fighting back and forth between finance and PMO over the direction of this stuff. There's a normal tension between a Prime Minister's office that is political and likes to spend and a finance department that is less enthusiastic about spending, especially after those historic and arguably necessary deficits during the COVID years. They kind of want to bend things back to a more prudent fiscal situation. But when you're 20 points behind in the polls and facing an apex predator style politician like Pierre Poilievre, who just attacks weakness at every single opportunity, they're looking for something to change and shake the narrative and win Canadians back. That can sometimes lead to bad politics, and that's certainly the suggestion, or bad policy. And that's certainly the suggestion that Chrystia Freeland lays out in her letter when she calls it a gimmick or references it as a gimmick obliquely. You can draw your own conclusions from that. I think that is clearly her intention as a former journalist. She knows how we're going to read that and how we're going to see it. And there's no other way to look at it, but this is an intentional shot at the policy direction the centre wants the Department of Finance to take, and a rejection of her willingness to do it while also being removed from the Ministry of Finance.
Yeah, and I think those two things together are really what matters here, David, because as you point out, there is a natural tension between the Prime Minister's office and the Finance Department, regardless of who is in government. That has long existed. It is when it becomes public that it becomes problematic, and I think that the combination of the public reporting about some of this tension and the move out of the portfolio was probably just too much for Chrystia Freeland clearly was too much for Chrystia Freeland to accept. We should tell you that Pierre Poilievre was slated to come out at 10 a.m. And in a smart political move, when your opponents are flailing, you just step aside and you let them flail. So I don't know whether we will hear from him at any point today, but certainly what he was going to talk about has changed. He was probably going to lay out his thoughts about the fall economic statement, something that we no longer know if it is happening. David, I'm going to just let you gather yourself for a moment, and I'm going to bring in Carleen Varian. She's a Liberal commentator, Associate Vice President at Summa Strategies. And Carleen, I guess I'll just ask you, as a Liberal commentator, what went through your head when you saw this news?
We keep waiting for the next shoe to drop, but there seem to be an unlimited number of shoes at this point. I think that there was a lot of disappointment among Liberal watchers, Liberal partisans, people who are current or former advisors to this government and part of the party. It's disappointing to see somebody who's served with such distinction since the very beginning in 2015 depart under these circumstances. And I think as well that at least for now, until we learn more about what may have transpired or what the next steps may be, it's hard to see it any other way than Chrystia Freeland coming out of this looking relatively credible and with integrity, and the Prime Minister's office not so much.
And I wonder what you make of sort of how it has unfolded, like why the Prime Minister would tell Chrystia Freeland, as she says in her letter on a Friday, that she was no longer going to have this job after today. To me, just seems it's baffling, frankly, that's how that would unfold, and that there would be an expectation that Chrystia Freeland would, quote, suck it up and just accept that.
The Prime Minister is going to have a lot of questions to answer, and he has to find a way to do an avail or a press conference of some kind this morning. And I think David noted earlier, I don't think the usual cabinet outs are going to do it, because there's some very big questions here that I think the public really want to know the answers to. What universe in which it was thought that you could inform your finance minister on a Friday that you no longer wanted her in the role, and then either expect her to still deliver the fall economic statement before then being shuffled a few days later, or whatever else may have been communicated to her on Friday. There's a level of delusion there that is hard to comprehend. I think that what's hard as well to understand is this is not the first time that there has been a clash, a serious clash between a Prime Minister and a Minister of Finance in Canadian history. This is a movie we've seen before, and that we've seen actually very recently. So there are playbooks here. Not to say that any of them are not rocky or without drama, but it seems to me that there had to have been a way to have avoided this kind of explosion. The day of a fall economic statement that was already highly anticipated, both because of the fiscal situation and because of the incoming situation that Canada is going to have to deal with the United States and the incoming Trump administration, to have the finance minister depart mere hours before that was to be delivered. It just seems like there were a whole lot of ways that this could have been avoided, and it wasn't.
For sure. Let me end on this. What do you think, or what are your Liberal friends telling you about the Prime Minister and whether he can hang on across this moment? As David pointed out, he's hung on through some pretty high-pressure moments over the past even 6 months. This, I think, is probably the most dramatic and devastating blow for him.
Rosie, rightly or wrongly, I'm very cautious to write him off too quickly, because he's somebody whose entire career has sort of been defined by being counted out and being written off multiple times only to reemerge. And we went through this merely 6 or 7 weeks ago when people, all of us were on air and in columns saying that his departure, his demise was imminent because of this caucus revolt that was happening. And it fizzled into nothing. So I'm holding my words for now, but this is certainly a real credibility blow. And he and his office will have to do a pretty compelling job at his avail this morning to provide some answers that I think people are looking for.
Yeah, let's hope he does take some questions, because we sure have a lot of them. Carleen, thank you for jumping on and making time for us. We appreciate it very much.
Thanks for having me.
I'm going to bring in Aaron Wary now, a senior writer here at CBC News, who's covered Justin Trudeau for a long time, wrote a whole book about him, in fact. I ran in this morning, Aaron, and we both just sort of looked at each other stunned. Do you remain stunned about this development today, or how would you characterize it?
Yeah, it's a pretty remarkable day. Look, finance ministers have resigned before. There have been disagreements between finance ministers and prime ministers. A certain amount of tension between finance and PMO is, the Prime Minister's office is probably as old as those two jobs. So it wasn't terribly surprising when there were some initial reports that there may have been disagreements between the finance minister and the PM. on the way forward, especially at a time like this when the government is staring down a Trump administration to the south and the possibility of tariffs. But to resign on the day of the Fez, the fall economic statement, is remarkable. To do it publicly, seemingly without warning, and to surprise basically this entire city with the posting of a letter that she did this morning, and to criticize the Prime Minister on her way out, describing, using the word gimmicks to describe seemingly some of the recent moves this government has made. It's both a remarkable historic event, and it's also just a deep and sort of grievous blow, I think, to the Prime Minister and to this government.
What do you think happens next? I know that's a terrible thing to ask you, but so I mean, he's missing cabinet ministers. Does he have to go forward with a shuffle? Does Mark Carney have to be in that in order to in any way demonstrate that this maybe was worth it? What does he have to do here in order to regain control of the agenda, of his job, of the government moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's less what should he do or could he do, but what can he do? I mean, I don't know that there is anything he can do at this moment. Carleen just said, and I think she's right, that it's tough to ever sort of count this Prime Minister out. Lots of people have done it at various points, and he's still here. But is there anything he can possibly do to mount a credible re-election campaign and to keep this government moving forward at this moment when the finance minister has just quit under these terms? And not just, look, let's take a step back and remember that Chrystia Freeland is sort of the first of the Trudeau Liberals, the first star candidate he recruited, the first Liberal MP to really come in under a by-election under his leadership, and was so central and so integral to this government from the start. Yeah. Not only as a star candidate and as a prized recruit, but as someone whose economic thinking and journalism was seemingly central to the idea of what this government was trying to do. The person he put into foreign affairs when Donald Trump was elected the first time to lead the NAFTA renegotiations, the person he put in as deputy prime minister after the 2019 election when he needed backup and to sort of solidify his own position and deal with the provinces, and then the minister he put in finance when things fell apart with Bill Morneau. Yeah. Chrystia Freeland has been so central to both the operations and the idea of this government that the fact that she is not only resigning, but is going out, in sort of a blaze of criticism and casting doubt on where he wants to go with this government is a really tough, it's hard to know how a government moves forward from this when the blow is so serious and so significant. If he puts Mark Carney, let's say he puts Mark Carney in as finance minister, tomorrow or next week, does that solve anything? Does that fix anything? How much more of cabinet is still going to be there? How solid is the rest of cabinet at this point? The thing that's gotten buried in all of this is that Sean Fraser was supposed to be the story this morning. Yeah. A very talented young minister who they had put in housing, seemingly to solve a weakness they had in that position, and him deciding to step away, seemingly, not least because he looked like he might not be able to get reelected. That was already a serious setback for this government. Now you've lost, sort of the indispensable minister in the Trudeau era, Chrystia Freeland, who has gone, again, I want to stress, has not just quit, has not just said she wants to step aside, but has gone out in sort of the most critical way you possibly could with an open letter that criticizes the Prime Minister and questions his handling both of her job and of the government's direction moving forward. This is a staggering development and a staggering blow for this government.
I just want to bring viewers a little bit up to date. I'm sure some people have been stuck in front of their screens since this happened, but just to give people a sense of where we are here at this hour, we are talking about the dramatic resignation of Chrystia Freeland as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. That letter to the Prime Minister ostensibly was sent earlier this morning, but she posted it on social media at the very moment, as Aaron points out, that we were listening to Sean Fraser, the Minister of Housing, announced that he was leaving cabinet for very different reasons, for family reasons. But Chrystia Freeland in this letter talks about how she no longer believes she had the confidence of the Prime Minister and the authority that comes with it. She talks about how she was offered a new position back on Friday, one that she considered, but then decided that she could no longer stay in cabinet, that the two of them have found themselves, quote, at odds about the best path forward for Canada. She pointed to some of those measures that we expected to see in the fall economic statement today, saying that she felt it was better for Canada to keep its, quote, powder dry in the face of Donald Trump and those 25% tariffs that he is threatening. And she says, it is this conviction which has driven my strenuous efforts this fall to manage our spending in ways that will give us the flexibility we will need to meet the serious challenges presented by the United States. She calls some of the policy measures, presumably the GST holiday and the rebate checks, which have not been passed yet, costly political gimmicks that we can ill afford. So when Erin's talking about the sharp criticism, that is some of it. We are at this hour still unclear about what is going to happen to the fall economic statement. Journalists had been making their way over to go into what's called a lockup, where they get some of that economic information beforehand so that they can start to analyze it and prepare stories. Erin was going over there, David was going over there, but we no longer know what is happening, whether that will be presented inside the House of Commons, and indeed who will present it. Cabinet is still meeting at this hour, a cabinet that would be stunned by this news this morning, much as the Prime Minister's and the Prime Minister's office were. This was not expected. And we are unsure as well what is happening to the cabinet shuffle that was being planned for Wednesday and that caused for this dramatic day to unfold the way it has. I'm still waiting to hear if Mark Carney has indeed accepted a job, and if that is the reason that Chrystia Freeland was being pushed out of finance. Erin, just for people watching at home, you rightly pointed out all the things that Chrystia Freeland has done for the Liberal Party, for the government, for the Prime Minister. So what is the problem then? What was the problem in keeping Chrystia Freeland in that job? I mean, I have, as you have, heard some frustration with her communication skills, not being sort of a good retail politician, that some of that messaging around affordability wasn't getting through, and that she was to wear some of that blame. But what is the big issue here that caused the Prime Minister to say, even after you've done all these things for me over so many years, I have to move you to a different job? And to be clear, we don't know what the other job was at this stage either.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some speculation that this could be a moment to move her back to the Canada-US file and give finance to someone else. And that, you can see the argument that, she was essentially in charge of the Canada-US file for the first 4 years of Trump. Maybe moving her back there would make more sense. She is chairing the Cabinet Committee on Canada-US Relations. But, the flip side of that was the reason you would move her out of finance conceivably is because, first of all, there do seem to have been some serious policy differences. But in terms of retail politics, in terms of selling the government's message, you just have to look at the polls and you would say this government isn't winning that argument right now on affordability, on the economy, on cost of living, on those sort of, bread and butter political issues. And Chrystia Freeland, for all of her talents and all of that she has brought to the government, and all of the sort of accolades she has piled up, was not always the most skilled communicator. You saw that just a couple of weeks ago when she talked about the GST cut and the checks, which I guess we now know that she wasn't super supportive of in the first place. She talked about those as the response to the quote-unquote vibe session. And that's, this idea that the economy is actually doing better than people are feeling, and there's this sort of incongruity between those two things. And so what you're dealing with is not necessarily an economic problem, but a vibe problem, quote unquote. And that's, maybe is a fun thing for pundits and economists to toss around. But when it comes out of the mouth of the finance minister, it leads to the obvious questions. Like, are you saying that people just have a bad vibe right now, that people aren't actually suffering, that people aren't actually dealing with hardship? She's had moments like that. There was I think it was a year or two ago when she talked about how all families were cutting back, and she had, her own family had decided to cancel its Disney Plus subscription. She has these moments where, you almost think of it, I almost think of it in terms of if she was still a journalist, if she was still a columnist, these would be fine things to say at a forum. But when you're the finance minister and you say them, they come out in a completely different light, and they don't always look so good. And so there was a clear argument to be made to say, look, you need somebody who's a bit of a different communicator, a bit of a different salesperson in that job in finance. And so it's not, it wasn't completely unreasonable to think that they might want to put somebody else different in there. But now we know, there were these serious policy issues. And now we know there are very different opinions about where this government should be moving forward on policy. And the other thing that I think is interesting about that letter that she sent out is this idea that she was offered another job but doesn't feel she has the confidence and doesn't want it. There's a certain echo there of Jody Wilson-Raybould.
Very much, yeah.
And who was also offered another job, in that case accepted it, but then later came back and said that she felt that she'd been moved out of that job for policy reasons. We don't need to go down the rabbit hole of the SNC-Lavalin affair, but there's very much the same idea of a minister, in this case a very prominent female minister, being offered a different job and deciding to step away. Now, Catherine McKenna, the former environment minister, has already been out sort of saying that you can't claim to be a feminist and do things like this. I think it is fair to point out that the last finance minister that Justin Trudeau dumped was a man. So I don't know that there's necessarily that, but there is a strong echo in Chrystia Freeland's letter of the Jody Wilson-Raybould resignation, and I would wonder to a certain extent whether Chrystia Freeland knew she was doing that when she put out that letter. This letter, seems very designed to go right at the Prime Minister, right? She could have quietly resigned or put out a letter that said, I'm stepping away to pursue other adventures or spend more time with my family, the usual kind of boilerplate. This letter seems very designed to go right at the Prime Minister. And I believe what Carleen said, the Prime Minister has some questions to answer today. That's an understatement to say the least.
Yeah, and it's probably worth noting here that there has been a talk, obviously, that Chrystia Freeland is interested in running to be Liberal leader, although that talk had quieted down to some extent. There were other rumors about what she might do in the future, but it's worth remembering that as well as wanting to criticize the Prime Minister and make it plain as the reasons why she was leaving, she may be setting the stage for her own future and her own future ambitions, because she is remaining as Member of Parliament and in fact ends her letter saying that she will run in the next election. And because you brought up Jody Wilson-Raybould, and that, to remind everybody, happened in 2019, and it is similar, but I would say the situation pretty starkly different in that Jody Wilson-Raybould did not support the Prime Minister to the same extent that Chrystia Freeland did, and for so long, but she has tweeted or posted on X that when the general is losing his most loyal soldiers on the eve of a tariff war, the country desperately needs a new general. Not surprising that Jody Wilson-Raybould would criticize the Prime Minister at any opportunity and use this example to do that as well. I think Kevin Page is on the line. Aaron, stay there. We're going to come back to you. I think Kevin Page is on the line, and I just wanted to go to him if I can. Oh, that's not Kevin Page. That's Tim Powers. I'll take Tim Powers. It's just one of those mornings, Tim Powers. There's Kevin Page. Okay. Tim Powers, you wait. I'll go to Kevin Page first. Thank you to everybody who's rushing to get on and being willing to speak with us. Kevin Page, nice to see you. I guess I just wanted to ask you what you think will happen with the fall economic statement and the uncertainty about what will happen, whether that concerns you.
Yeah, I think the uncertainty is probably the bigger issue. I think with respect to the fall economic statement, we were probably going to get some bad news today with respect to the deficit. We were forewarned about that. But I think we were going to get some updated costing on the GST. But I think some of the spending that the government wanted to do with respect to the border, this remains at limbo until we actually, we see we get the update and we get the legislation. So, but I think just the uncertainty of a deputy prime minister, a finance minister resigning on a day to release a financial document, which is, an issue of confidence, very significant historical moment.
For sure. The fall economic statement is not something a government is required to do. It is sort of expected to do it, but is not required. The fact that it is finished, that it is ready to go, do you think that means the government will just put it forward and just let it sit there at least, and then it can begin selling whatever parts it wants to, but that it won't walk away from the document, presumably?
I think it'd be hard to walk away from this document. I think it's, it's to your point, you don't actually have to have a mid-year update, but if you're going to provide new measures, and the government has provided new measures, you've talked about the GST, if there are more measures with respect to the border or, respect to, the tax system on investment, then you're going to need an update to tell Parliament that, the fiscal planning situation is this. And, so this is the context for which you should vote on those new measures.
Yeah, in fact, it'd probably be worse if they didn't allow it to be put forward. Would that be fair to say? Because then we really don't know what's going on. Yeah.
I would agree. They need to put out the document.
Okay. One of the things that Chrystia Freeland said in her letter is that she questioned what she called costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford. I assume she's talking about these affordability measures, and she also points to the threat of the 25% tariffs as something that Canada needs to be prepared to deal with. What do you make of her pointing to those two measures? I'm not sure what you think about them and the timing of them. One of them already in place, started on Saturday. The other one still very much up in the air.
Yeah, I think it would be hard to be a person like a deputy prime minister, a finance minister, a real political leader of the country to resign and not give a reason. And certainly one of the reasons is policy.
Sure.
And it's fair. I think there is a real debate right now in terms of what should be the fiscal stance of the government going into a period of great uncertainty thanks to President-elect Trump on these tariffs. And I think, you're going to have divides, and it's a serious divide. Again, as Aaron said, not unusual to have these discrepancies between a finance minister and a prime minister on direction. But obviously, like this, plus a few other things, really, it got the deputy prime minister to a point where she felt she had to resign. Pretty big day for the deputy prime minister, but I think it will be a big day for the prime minister as well. Yeah.
Kevin Page, thank you for jumping on from your car. Very much appreciated. It's that kind of day. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
And I'll go now to Tim Powers, who is not Kevin Page. Tim Powers, of course, a conservative strategist with Summa Strategy. Tim, shocking way to start the day. Were you as stunned as most everyone else?
Rosie, I can't think of a day like this before. I've been on before with your former colleague Don Newman the day Belinda Stronach crossed the floor to join Paul Martin to save a government. That was pretty stunning in the time. I remember when Paul Martin stepped down as finance minister and John Manley stepped in. But on the day the government was hoping to deliver a policy, and it may still, that was designed to bring them some positivity. This is absolutely stunning. Never seen anything like that.
What do you think it says about where the Prime Minister is at in terms of his own leadership? Because the thing that I keep going back to, Tim, is just the way this unfolded, as though what was on offer to Chrystia Freeland Friday, and we don't know what it was. It may have been, keep Deputy Prime Minister, become the Trade Minister, become the Foreign Affairs Minister, I don't know. But whatever was on offer would be enough for her to stay around, would be desirable for her. And I just find that assumption or that idea kind of staggering. Perhaps the Prime Minister will have more to say about that, but that's the piece to me that just seems like bad planning.
2 points. First of all, I know you love sports analogies, so here's one for you. I know you've missed these. We say in sports, when a coach loses the room, he loses the team. The Prime Minister is clearly losing the room and is losing his team, as we witnessed today. These are the people he wanted to have take him forward whenever the next election comes. This, you can't understate this. Chrystia Freeland been a high-profile centerpiece of that team. Second point I'd make, Rosie, we all give Chrystia Freeland a hard time for not always having political smarts. Well, today she's demonstrated that she's got some political smarts, because she has certainly upstaged the federal economic statement, upstaged the Prime Minister's arguably couple of good weeks he had on the Trump front, and demonstrated she knows how to play the game of politics with elbows and with force when necessary. Clearly the PMO had no sense that she may make this move. They underestimated her at their peril in this regard, and they must be spinning right now, because I don't know how you turn this into something positive in the next 2 days. You basically want to get to the holiday period looking like you're still standing. And right now they look like they're about a centimeter above the ground before they hit it.
If we do, in fact, learn that Mark Carney is now going to enter cabinet, I don't know if it'll be this week or in January, but if we do, in fact, learn that, does that give him something, at least, some kind of win, because he's finally managed to entice someone who's flirted with the idea of politics for a long time to come in and help the country financially? And again, we don't know that this is happening for sure, but would that be something that he could potentially cling to?
Look, I know Mark Carney. I like Mark Carney, regardless of what party Mark Carney chooses. I think that would be good for Canada. I think some Canadians will also share that view. However, I feel for Mark Carney, because he's being asked, back to the team analogy, to join a team that is clearly struggling, that where the coach doesn't have the room, and he now has to come in and be a star player. It may help the Liberals. I'm not sure it will help Mark as he moves forward and hopes to launch a more significant political career on his own. But certainly that's the calculation of Justin Trudeau. And let me just pick up on this point Aaron made, and you and Aaron were discussing as well. Look, I don't know if the Freeland resignation again speaks to faux feminism in the ranks of the Prime Minister and his commitment to it, but it certainly doesn't speak well. A week after he spoke at Equal Voice and said, "I'm a proud feminist," the way he clearly treated Chrystia Freeland by telling her on Friday that she was leaving the position, and then saying there might be something else for you, again, maybe speaks to the fact he's losing a grip a little bit on what once was very good political judgment.
Okay, Tim Powers, thank you for jumping on so quickly. We appreciate it as always. See you around.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks for that. I'm going to bring back David Cochrane and Aaron Wherry in just a moment. But first, this news broke early this morning just as we were listening to another cabinet minister, the former housing minister, Sean Fraser, explain why he was stepping away from cabinet. He says he wants to spend more time with his two small children and his wife. But that news broke as he was speaking. And in fact, he learned the news in the press conference. Here's a little bit of that now.
This resignation, what does it tell you about the situation in government? This is news for me. It's the first time I'm hearing the news.
Look, I'll tell you that I had the opportunity to work alongside Minister Freeland as her parliamentary secretary during the second half of the COVID-19 pandemic. I found her to be professional, supportive of me as a member of Parliament, and I consider her a friend, and that friendship will continue long after my time in politics. What that says about not knowing her own take on the reasons behind that decision makes it very difficult for me to assess what it may mean. But my sense is that she's been an excellent team member to work alongside, and I continue to consider her a friend.
So that is Sean Fraser reacting to the news that caught him by surprise, caught us by surprise, caught the Prime Minister's office by surprise, that Chrystia Freeland this morning has decided to leave cabinet, to leave her position as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. Let's bring back David Cochrane and Aaron Wherry now, but I'll go to David first. David, any developments that we should know about at this point?
They're making it up as they go along. That's the only thing I can say. Just at one point, Sean Fraser's still the housing minister, Rosie, but he won't be when this cabinet shuffle eventually happens because he's not running again. So just to put that point on it. So that's not a resignation. It's a notice of intention to leave versus the actual resignation. This conversation happened on Friday with Chrystia Freeland and the Prime Minister. Throughout the weekend, PMO staffers went about their lives. They took personal time. They continued with the cabinet planning and having the conversations for the shuffle that obviously this was going to be a not insignificant part. But they didn't expect Chrystia Freeland to resign today, which is interesting that after months of stories undermining her. And you know, the inclusion of policies in the fall economic statement that she clearly isn't 100% on board with, and then asking her to switch jobs, which this is, look, every job in cabinet is important, but you know, some cabinet jobs are just more important, and finance would be one of those jobs. But asking her to leave that position as the first female finance minister in the history of the country, you know, it's quite a thing to drop on somebody on a Friday before they go into the weekend, before their fall economic statement. So the plan right now is to come up with a plan. This is not necessarily what they were expecting. They thought they'd have the fall economic statement today. Chrystia Freeland would do her media round. She would sell the economic message. It would be her day. And then presumably by Wednesday, they would announce who would be doing the next budget for this particular government, because clearly they wanted her to go somewhere else. They were taking her out of finance. She took herself out of finance rather than be moved, and is taking herself completely out of cabinet on a day where the government can't really afford to have news like this, because you know, it is, as we were saying earlier, Rosie, the second most important fiscal and economic day a government has every year, and second only to the budget. And we don't know if we're going to get the fall economic statement now. We don't know what those measures will actually be, whether they will survive this resignation. Certainly the credibility of this plan has been grossly undermined by the criticism of the Deputy Prime Minister, former Deputy Prime Minister now, referring to some of the measures as costly gimmicks that can send a message to the country that they're not taking the threat from the reinvigorated Donald Trump seriously, because they're not keeping their economic and fiscal powder dry. This is something Freeland has talked about a lot, even when running multi-billion-dollar deficits. Like, it was a $40 billion deficit at budget day, and in the fall economic statement last year, reports of 60, give or take, $billion coming in this fall economic statement, in part because of a worsening economy, in part because of the extra spending that they need to do to deal with the border and all of these other things. So now we have a situation where she had been the champion of this necessary spending, in her view, of these deficits, in her view, by pointing to these larger long-term macroeconomic things, talking about debt to GDP, talking about the deficit as a share of the economy, and making the argument that deficits are okay if there's a plan behind them to accomplish necessary things, and making the argument that this is how the credit rating agencies and a lot of economists would look at deficits, whether they were useful and purposeful. And that's the conversation I had with Francis Donald, who's like the chief economist with RBC, on the show at the end of last week, that the way the markets look at these things, it's okay if it's doing something. It's not okay if it's not doing something that boosts productivity or does long-term economic transition. So they've lost that champion. They've lost that person who made that argument. That is a massive void in any government at this stage, at any stage in its life cycle, but particularly at this stage in its life cycle, nearing the end of a third term, facing an election where they're the massive underdog and losing one of their most recognizable and important and relied upon people on a day where she was supposed to be at center stage. So what they're going to do, we still don't know. They're in cabinet. Yeah. What emerges from that will have to be some sort of a message from the Prime Minister to his caucus, to his party, to his cabinet, to the markets, to the country, because this is a government that's already struggling a crisis of confidence, and this is a potentially fatal body blow today.
Just a couple of other things, of course. As David said, the fall economic statement, we don't know what's going to happen. In fact, our reporters who were there on site getting ready to look at the documents have sent pictures, and the books are covered with these black cloths, funereal black cloths, so that we can't see the documents until we know whether they're going to be tabled and whether they'll be presented inside the House and to everyone else. Pierre Poilievre was also going to have a press conference at 10 a.m., and he smartly has gone back to whatever business he has. In politics, if your opponents are flailing, you just let them do that and stay out of the way. So we'll see whether he emerges at some point later today. But this is really a day where the political crisis is squarely in the Prime Minister's lap. And David is right. We would hope to hear from him today. I will tell people that I had a year-end interview scheduled. I have a year-end interview scheduled with the Prime Minister for Wednesday morning. if that still goes forward, all the questions will have to be changed pretty dramatically at this stage.
Rosie, I had an interview scheduled with the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister at 5:15 today. Guess what?
Yeah, not happening.
That ain't happening.
I mean, I'd be happy to talk to her as well today.
Oh,
but,
yes, very much so.
I'm sure she is dealing with other things. Aaron, what would you imagine other cabinet ministers are? We heard from Anita Anand earlier. Again, another person who has contemplated the leadership position for Justin Trudeau, but we heard her be she was quite emotional, a little bit emotional, and quite stunned that this had happened. What do you think cabinet ministers are thinking about in that room with him right now, and how would you expect them to respond after? I know those are very difficult questions, but just do your best.
I'll try. Look, I think the first thing is, I think Anita Anand's response this morning was probably fairly candid in that she was shocked. And I think this is first and foremost, a psychological blow to the government. I suspect going into cabinet expecting to be briefed on what is in the Fez, you don't expect to find out that the finance minister just quit. Especially this finance minister, who again has been so central and integral to this government. I imagine those ministers, whether or not they knew, because again, the government is supposed to be considering a cabinet shuffle. So I imagine those cabinet ministers were already sort of wondering about where their future was going to be. Maybe they, were briefed on it, but they now have to decide, I guess, whether they are willing to stand by the Prime Minister, because that's going to be the first question coming out of that cabinet meeting, right? Do you support the Prime Minister? Are you willing to stand by? In politics, there's also Canadian politics in particular. There's an emphasis on the idea that the leader is sort of all powerful. But the cabinet does have some power here, and if the cabinet decided that the Prime Minister, needed to step aside, enough cabinet ministers could probably force his hand, or at least put, unimaginable pressure on him to step aside, either publicly or privately. So I think there's that to manage. I think the next question then, of course, is what do you do just with today? You can't set aside the idea of whether Mark Carney's going into cabinet. You need a finance minister today. You can't, say, watch this space, we'll get back to you on who the finance minister is. And then you have to decide what to do with the fall economic statement. You could conceivably, table it, put it in, table it into Parliament, release it, and let it sort of stand on its own. I don't know that you could really have anyone other than maybe the Prime Minister stand up in the House and give a speech about it, because other than him and Chrystia Freeland, there's no one else that's really had their fingerprints on this. Having another minister stand up and try to deliver a speech about the fall economic statement would ring pretty hollow. Yeah. So, you could sort of table it and move on, but you do need a finance minister sooner rather than later. And, that I think goes to, look, this is obviously very dramatic and there's lots of politics involved, but this government needs to govern, and it's going into a pretty serious crisis with Donald Trump becoming president in a month. And if they have any hope of re-election, they have to be able to project confidence and stability and competence. And right now they aren't projecting any of those things, and they need to figure this out sooner rather than later. So I don't know that they can wait. We've speculated that a cabinet shuffle could come after Christmas. I'm not sure how that possibly stands up at this point.
Well, and I think your point is well taken. The government, in fact, had a couple of good weeks, I would argue, in the face of Donald Trump. The Mar-a-Lago dinner was kind of a coup for Justin Trudeau. It was trying to sort out a pathway forward. It was meeting with the premiers. It was coming up with solutions. Chrystia Freeland was part of those conversations and was the public face of them as well. Every time the Prime Minister met with the premier, she and Dominic LeBlanc would come out and sort of give us a sense of where they were going, and there was some, I think, hope that perhaps taking on Donald Trump could be the thing that helps Justin Trudeau after all the other things have failed. So to now be in this position and be considerably weakened by this departure, I think I think you're right, Aaron, and David, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, because time is ticking here. They do need to have some sort of force in place to deal with Donald Trump as soon as possible. Yeah,
and you need a Minister of Finance to do that, right? This statement came out on social media on Chrystia Freeland's Twitter account at 9:07 a.m. by my count. Had this been planned and coordinated, ideally ideally the government would have had a new finance minister by 9:08 a.m. They did not, and they do not. And they're still in the cabinet meeting, as I understand it, and it is now 11:14 a.m. Eastern time. And the fact that there's not been a word, there hasn't been a statement, there hasn't been any kind of signal or indication of exactly what to watch for, what to count on, what happens next. Right now, the Donald Trump challenge that they are facing, really effective now, but certainly amplifying on the 20th of January when the inauguration happens, and maybe by the 21st when the tariffs could be imposed if there is not a credible response, at least credible in Donald Trump's mind. They've got to figure out what they're going to do at the top levels of their ministry at this point in time. The target was Wednesday for a cabinet shuffle. Clearly, most of the big pieces must be in place, Rosie, if you're telling your finance minister she's got to move. Like, that is not an end of the it may be an end of the process conversation, but it's not a conversation you have unless you have very clearly got someone in mind to go in there, and presumably they have said yes, or they will say yes. So that is a big question. Does that person still go in there by the end of the day today, perhaps? Because this is the situation that you're in. I mean, look, when Pablo Rodriguez left, they gave the portfolio to Anita Anand. When Seamus O'Regan left, a close friend of the Prime Minister's gave him lots of notice, a bit like Sean Fraser did months ago. The conversations happened, saying, I got to go. Here's all the reasons why. They had a plan. They went to Stephen McKinnon, who had been serving in cabinet as House Leader while Karina Gould was away on parental leave. When Randy Boissonnault had to step down, they went to Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, who's now also doing double duty like Anita Anand. Finance, you can't just drop on somebody. You need, if it's someone from inside the current cabinet, do you go to François-Philippe Champagne, who has an economic background, who was in the other senior economic portfolio in industry, is a former, has a background in investment and in trade and can certainly speak the language of markets and, bring some financial bona fides there. He has the benefit of being an elected member of the House of Commons, which, is not an absolute requirement to be in a federal cabinet, but it certainly helps, especially when you're a government that is struggling for some legitimacy in terms of public opinion. But look, for them to have a plan to deal with the existential economic crisis and threat presented by Donald Trump's threats to upend the stability of the continental trade agreements, they got to have their act together internally. And what we've seen today is that's not there. They weren't expecting it. They weren't counting on it. They're scrambling to come up with a plan to respond to it. And what limited communication I'm having with people right now, we're working on it. And that's the epitaph of defeated governments. We're working on it because you need to have it buttoned down, and the buttons just popped off in all directions today.
Does not inspire confidence, I would imagine, for people today. But as you say, they are working on it. I'm getting much the same text messages as well as they try to figure out some of the next steps. I'm going to come back to both of you in just a moment. And just to update viewers in terms of sort of where we are with the day, we're now a couple of hours into this moment of political crisis for Justin Trudeau and his government, as Chrystia Freeland early this morning sent out a letter on social media saying that she was leaving cabinet as finance minister and deputy prime minister, pointing to two things that were pushing that decision. One, an offer of another position on Friday in the wake of a cabinet shuffle we were expecting this week. And secondly, the fact that she felt she and the prime minister were at odds over some of what she called costly gimmicks and policies instead of preparing the country to deal with Donald Trump. This has been a shocking bit of news, stunning all of this town, but also the Prime Minister's office and cabinet ministers as well, who did not expect this, did not see this coming. And it has now thrown into question what will happen with the fall economic statement, which the finance minister was supposed to table at 4 p.m. Eastern today. We don't know whether that will go ahead, and we don't know if anyone will get up and present that inside the House of Commons. Cabinet is meeting at this hour. You can well imagine the kind of conversations happening behind those doors. It has happened as well as the same day that the government has lost another cabinet minister, Sean Fraser, saying that he will step aside as housing minister once the shuffle happens, whenever that happens now, because again, lots and lots of questions about how things are going to unfold over the next hours and days. We are hoping, obviously, to hear from the Prime Minister at some point today, to put some questions to him and try to get a sense of how he's going to regain control and move forward with his government's agenda. In the meantime, let me bring in Peter Donolo. He is the former Director of Communications for Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, so he knows a thing or two about political crises. Nice to see you, Peter Donolo.
Good to see you, Rosie.
How surprised were you when you saw this?
Well, gobsmacked. I mean, who saw this coming? The day she said the minister is supposed to be delivering an economic statement, it's remarkable. It's a crisis. I can't think of another crisis like this, a self-induced crisis for a government. I mean, listen, 9/11, all sorts of other crises confront governments, but one that's kind of their own making like this, it's hard to think of another example.
Well, there is another one that you know probably pretty well, right? And that's Paul Martin leaving as well. So maybe just
a bit different in a number of ways. One of which is that it was not over policy the way this is. You have a minister going out the door, a minister of finance going out the door, condemning the fiscal direction of the government. That's unheard of. Secondly, you guys remember, you were there at the time. The reason Paul Martin left was because it was over leadership politics. Was his leadership ambitions were getting on the nerves of the current Prime Minister, and what happened. It didn't negate a decade of strong partnership together where they literally turned around the fiscal situation in this country. We're still benefiting from that now. So it was a different situation. It wasn't the day he was delivering a budget. It wasn't over policy. And it wasn't faced with this, as you guys put it, existential threat from a new administration in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, it is, yes, over policy, but I think it's also clearly something to do with whatever position was being offered to Chrystia Freeland on Friday, just days before she was set to present this update. So give me your thoughts on that kind of timing, because it is inexplicable to me. Yeah.
This is the other thing that kind of shocks me, is that it's like we've been through this movie before. This happened with Jody Wilson-Raybould, where they offered her another position, they tried to demote her, and then it totally blew up in their faces. I mean, to do it the day before or the weekend before a fiscal update by the minister, to say that you're going to move her the next day or something, it's playing with fire. The other thing that's remarkable here is that it's not like you mentioned Mr. Chrétien and Mr. Martin. They were political rivals who came together for the good of the country. Prime Minister Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland are not political rivals. She's been his lieutenant. She's been steady, glued at the hip with him throughout the course of the entire mandate of this government, back to 2015. And that's what makes this even more remarkable, is she must feel a tremendous sense of betrayal, given that how she's gone to the mat time and again for her. Mm-hmm. She's been integral in every decision this government has made. A lot of people have claimed that she's, been more at the center in the weeds on stuff than he has. So that's what makes this thing even harder to process. Mm-hmm. It's a crisis. I mean, I don't know if there's going to be I guess there's one more day of sitting in the House. I don't know if it's an opposition day, but this is the kind of thing that brings down governments.
Yeah, there are no opposition days left, fortunately for the government, and fortunately for them that the House will rise tomorrow, because you're right, they need some time to get themselves together. Maybe, Peter, just because of your knowledge of PMO, maybe you could give a sense of what the relationship is like between a Prime Minister's office and the Finance Department, because it is, in my experience anyway, always a little bit tense. There's always a certain magnitude of push and pull.
It's got to be a healthy tension, as I think there should be in any really positive relationship. There's got to be a healthy tension. It's tough for me to say, because the big overwhelming question when we were in office, of course, was cleaning up the fiscal mess that Mulroney had left behind. When we took office in '93, 38 cents out of every dollar in revenue coming in had to go just to service the debt, and that's not the situation now. So it required a massive turnaround. So there was so we were all on the same page. There was no light between the Prime Minister, his minister, between the PMO and the Finance Department. We had a very close working relationship. Once we got into balance, and surplus, there was also agreement broadly about how to deal with the surplus situation. Although the PM, in that case, the PM had a policy position that was followed by the finance department, by the whole government, in terms of the amount that would go towards reducing the deficit, or reducing the debt rather, and the amount that would go to tax cuts. And the amount that would go to new programs. So that was adhered to. So there's always going to be a tension. Paul Martin writes in his book about his memoir about times when he disagreed with the Prime Minister and wanted to and had a bit of a confrontation over old age benefits, for example, and they resolved it. And things like that happen. But, these two have had a working relationship that's been in place for a decade. One would think that they would have these kind of kinks worked out by now.
How soon do they have to put another person in this job, do you think?
Well, a government can't continue without a finance minister. And I don't know if they had someone waiting in the wings, but if they did have someone off the hill waiting in the wings, people talk about Mark Carney, it looks a lot less enticing today than it would have a month ago. And what's he supposed to do? Come in and deliver a budget that the outgoing minister, or mini budget that the outgoing minister has already condemned? Deliver somebody else's fiscal update? I don't know. I think this is, as I say, a crisis. It's not easily papered over. You could have, the other thing is, when Paul Martin left in 2002, there were viable replacements within the cabinet, and it was John Manley, which was a no-brainer idea. He was perfectly capable and became under his own time, he was a very influential and effective finance minister as well as deputy prime minister. But this cabinet's not full of people with a lot of credibility in the financial world. You mentioned a couple, but again, why would they want to undermine their own credibility when they've got a minister going out the door who's condemning the documents she was going to be delivering just a few hours ago? So I think this is tough, and I don't know what happens in terms of if he asks another minister and the minister says no. And the minister says, no, I'm not going to deliver this because it's not credible. And I'd rather, step out from cabinet. You remember we had a moment after the Jody Wilson-Raybould resignation when Jane Philpott resigned, which caused, sort of an existential crisis within the cabinet then. I'm wondering if we might be heading the same way. This is a very, very delicate situation.
Peter Donello, nice to see you. Sorry we had to just meet up over this kind of political crisis, but glad you made some time for us. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Rosie. And I will not be at the Liberal Caucus Christmas party tonight.
That's going to be quite the Christmas party. I think it's tomorrow night, but anyway, okay. I think it is. Anyway, thanks for that, Peter. Appreciate it very much. Okay, we are going to go back to David and Aaron in just a moment, but let's bring in Lisa Raitt. She, of course, a power panelist for David's show on Power Politics, former Conservative cabinet minister. Nice to see you, Lisa Raitt.
Hi, Rosie.
I guess I'm asking everyone the same question. How surprised are you with this development?
I'm really surprised. I'm taking a few minutes to process, I think, and figure out what I'm thinking about what the future brings. But I'm also thinking, what an extraordinary reaction to being asked to move aside from being finance minister. And I mean, cabinet shuffles happen all the time.
Sure.
Clearly, there was something else going on where she decided that not only was she not going to switch, but she was going to say the things that she wanted to say. Did it have to do with the fact that she had to read the fall economic update and then 2 days later be replaced? I don't know. Maybe we'll never know. But I find that to be interesting. And I also think that having a cabinet meeting continuously going right now while they're trying to figure out what to do is just a commentary on how serious this is and how they're trying to figure out exactly what comes next.
Yeah, and to be clear with viewers, we don't know what Chrystia Freeland was offered. I don't know whether she viewed it as a demotion or just a move, or whether, as you say, it was the fact that she was going to have to present the statement and then be moved out of the job that became kind of untenable for her. But I mean, certainly those are the kinds of questions. Would you expect the Prime Minister to hear from him today? How important do you think that would be?
Well, there's question period today they have to go through. I mean, there's still process. There's still a fall economic update that's on the books to be given. There's people waiting to go into lockup or still in lockup, wondering what's in the fall economic update. Look, markets are primed to hear from this today as well. It's not like this is happening in a vacuum. There's some real responsibilities on a government to present what they said they were going to present. And this isn't high school. This is not something happening on your student council. This is a real G7 government, and they've got to come out and tell us what's going on fairly soon.
Well, to that end, I just asked Peter Janot that question too. Do you think that they have to have a finance minister in place quickly? Whether that's Mark Carney, I don't know. But do you think that that job needs to be filled sooner rather than later? Or can someone just hold the job temporarily while they figure things out?
Well, ostensibly, you have an order in council that dictates who is the backup cabinet minister in case the real cabinet minister can't fulfill their duties. And that is named as Francois Philippe Champagne. So whether or not he is sworn in with the name and title on it, he still has the responsibility for it. That's how these things work. So he's been named in a previous order in council. So he's the working Minister of Finance. Whether or not he's the one giving the statement later today, I don't know.
Pierre Poilievre was supposed to have a press conference at 10 o'clock. He obviously decided, I'm just not going to do that. What do you think Conservatives are thinking right now, Lisa Raitt?
It's simple. We need an election now. This government is not stable. The finance minister doesn't have confidence in the prime minister is how they'll interpret it. And as a result, they're going to pivot to Jagmeet Singh fairly quickly and say, you know, what's going on? How can you let this happen? How can you continue to support this government? Whether or not there's a procedural way to take a government down now, I don't think so. No. But in terms of the prime minister going to the governor general or Jagmeet going to the governor general, like anything can happen now, Rosemary. We are in a very strange time.
We are. And thank you for making time for us in this strange time, Lisa Raitt. Nice to see you. Thanks so much.
Pleasure.
Okay, I think I have David Cochrane and Aaron Wary still available. Yeah, there's David Cochrane now. David Cochrane?
Hey,
don't have Aaron yet, but I'll have him shortly.
Aaron has moved into the studio here with me.
I'll come down eventually as well.
Yeah, we're trying to get around. We're trying to all get in one space. You know, you see me looking. I am doing everything I can via email, text, Signal, WhatsApp, everything to try to find out exactly what has been going on and what is happening next. But you know, you heard Lisa Raitt there. Rosie saying we need an election now. The government is unstable. Scott Moe said the same thing last week. Daniel Smith has been saying that. The premiers are meeting in Toronto right now. I was just sent a rather extraordinary picture taken by our colleague Evan Matsui of Doug Ford, the chair of the Council of the Federation, the Premier of Ontario, close friend of Chrystia Freeland. They have a very good personal and political friendship where he is just surrounded by media and being swarmed, you know, at what they call, like, you know, the spray at the beginning of that meeting. And they'll be speaking, the premiers will be speaking starting at around 2 o'clock today when they're going to go public and, you know, outline their thoughts on what they thought was just going to be a meeting of the premiers in Mississauga near the airport, a get-together to talk about the border and responding to the Donald Trump concerns. And I've been getting texts from people there all day today about the political T-boning that Chrystia Freeland's resignation has done to that plan today and that agenda today. So a lot of things that would be interesting on a day of the fall economic statement are heightened in their importance. Canada's premiers are all in the same room today as the federal government gets plunged into yet its latest political and economic crisis with the loss of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister. Sean Fraser, the Housing Minister, a critically sensitive and important portfolio, has announced that he isn't running again and will be leaving Cabinet whenever the next shuffle is, which could be as soon as Wednesday or even sooner based on the events of today. That becomes like a B, C, D level story today because we don't know if we're going to get the financial plan. We don't know if we're going to get the economic update whatsoever. We don't know who would deliver it if they do go that way. The premiers are going to have to respond to what was a chaotic a series of facts put on the table by the emergence of Donald Trump. We'll have to respond to an even more chaotic series of facts put on the table by the resignation of Chrystia Freeland. We're going to have question period today. I don't know if the Prime Minister is going to be there. I don't know how he cannot be there on a day like this, or at least make some sort of clear public statement to the country and to his caucus about what they're going to do about all of this. Because, you know, at 9:07 a.m. this morning, I was here in the newsroom getting ready to go to the old City Hall building at 111 Sussex, where there's going to be a briefing today for the fall economic statement. They've just said over the loudspeakers in that briefing that things are still on hold while they seek further clarity and direction. So join the club, you know, and pour one out for the poor bureaucrats from the Department of Finance who worked to prepare this day and then had, you know, their boss quit right before they were supposed to pull back the curtain and reveal the fall economic statement to dozens and dozens of journalists on an embargo. So we don't know where any of these things are going. It's a period of great uncertainty, and this day just punctuates it in a way that I don't think anyone was bracing or planning for when they got up this morning and got ready to cover the fall economic statement. We're now wondering who the heck the Finance Minister of Canada is, and we are no closer to having any clarity on that at all.
Okay, yeah, that's right. David, so we are going to stay with this breaking news story as long as possible through the day until we start to get some answers or hear from some of the people that David has talked about. A real upending of the government's day, certainly. We don't know what's happening with the fall economic statement. We don't know if we will hear from the Prime Minister today, but we do now have confirmation that we will hear from the Conservative leader of the official opposition. Pierre Poilievre was supposed to come out at 10 a.m., obviously delayed things given how things have unfolded. He now will speak to the media at 12:15. And if you just heard Lisa Raitt, former Conservative cabinet minister, a moments ago, likely, I would imagine, given Pierre Poilievre will use this to point for the need for an election immediately. And that is indeed sort of what the Prime Minister is facing here, a moment of crisis for his government that he will have to surmount very quickly if he wants to survive and he wants his government to survive. The only thing that he probably has going for him right now is the fact that the House of Commons was supposed to rise tomorrow anyway, and that there was going to be a Christmas break. But a lot of these pieces, a lot of these answers will have to be filled in before any of that can happen. Janice McGregor is over in West Block because she was also getting ready for the fall economic statement, getting ready to set the stage for that and hear from people inside there. That cabinet meeting is ongoing in that same building where you are, Janice. Wondering what more you can tell us.
Yeah, I just want to bring you some color from here in West Block because it is a very unusual day. As you sort of leave and wander up, I went up to the foyer around the time that the House began sitting at 11 o'clock, and I can tell you in one direction you see an opposition, a Conservative MP, doing a social video, making the most of this situation, wanting to broadcast directly to the folks at home the Conservative spin on what's going on. Elsewhere, sort of by phone, by text, or sort of in the hallway, backbenchers kind of going, what? The Liberal backbench, okay, so people not in the cabinet room, but just sort of rank and file Liberal MPs. Some of them were expecting to be in a lockup of their own to read the fall economic statement today. They were simply told just after 10 o'clock by email only that their lockup was kind of on hold, kind of stand by. And otherwise, sort of in some cases, we're no more enlightened as to what's going on than the rest of us were. People in caucus finding this news out this morning by watching our coverage, apparently. So that in and of itself is extraordinary. But I have some tape here I'm going to walk you through sort of from the perspective of some other cabinet ministers and to get a bit of color from the day. Let's start with Sean Fraser. So this was supposed to be his resignation day. He called a news conference at 9 o'clock this morning to announce that he wasn't going to run again. He laid out almost emotionally, really, sort of his compelling family reasons. Said he had told the Prime Minister earlier this fall that he would not run again, explaining this not as some kind of thing in the last 48 hours that he had decided, but sort of that his mind had been made up, and walked everyone through all of that. And then, in the middle of his news conference, found out from journalists that Chrystia Freeland had resigned. I think we have a little bit of tape of that. Take a listen.
I'll tell you that I had the opportunity to work alongside Minister Freeland as her parliamentary secretary during the second half of the COVID-19 pandemic. I found her to be professional, supportive of me as a member of Parliament, and I consider her a friend, and that friendship will continue long after my time in politics. What that says about not knowing her own take on the reasons behind that decision makes it very difficult for me to assess what it may mean.
So clearly he's processing that. I'm going to show you some hallway tape now from some other cabinet colleagues on their way in. I think next we have the tape of Mark Miller and Patty Hajdu, Trudeau loyalists to say the least. Sights and sounds as they were on their way into cabinet this morning.
Minister Miller, good morning. Any comment on Chrystia Freeland's resignation? Can Justin Trudeau stay at this point without a deputy prime minister and a housing minister?
Minister Hajdu, any comment on the resignation of Chrystia Freeland?
Not just I wish her all the best. Look, these are difficult and deeply personal decisions, and you know, obviously she's made that decision, and I respect her for it.
Eyes cast downward. The body language is interesting as anything, crossing the lips in that tape, really. Also, Anita Anand, for those who didn't see it earlier, she also stopped very briefly. You know, it seemed quite rattled at the news. Treasury Board President, take a listen.
Chrystia Freeland is a good friend, someone I work with very, very closely as President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport. This news has hit me really hard, and I'll reserve further comment until I have time to process it.
But of course, in this caucus, not everyone is loyal to the Prime Minister, as some of the ministers we saw in that footage. I'm going to show you a clip just gathered here on the Hill. This is Francis Douin, another MP that has decided not to run again from Eastern Ontario, but kind of not sort of in the Trudeau loyalist camp. This was what he was saying just about an hour ago.
Obviously, many of my colleagues have put up, and I've been a great defender, but I just don't see how we move forward without having a future minister resign. Today was supposed to be a presentation of a plan, and now we're talking about a finance minister who has resigned. I don't see how this helps the Prime Minister, and I don't see a way out and how this helps us talk about Canadians while we're continuing to talk about what's happening right now.
So he needs to go. Sorry, I'd like to hear you say.
I think he needs to go, yeah.
Justin Trudeau?
Yep. Yeah, I think today's resignation is a sign of that.
So I guess the question is, as the morning and the afternoon goes on, whether we are going to hear from other people in Justin Trudeau's party. Say what we just heard one of his MPs say there. If this is survivable, he is going to have the support of his caucus and the support of some loyal cabinet ministers after this shuffle to carry on. We don't know, though, when this shuffle will be, as you've been explaining to people all morning. I have confirmed there was no other meeting of the full Liberal caucus expected. You've been referencing a party they were all supposed to be at to celebrate the end of the sitting. But as far as all getting in a room and being able to say very serious things to their leader, their last opportunity to do that was last Wednesday. So they are now sort of not in a situation where they have a natural kind of way to gather as a group and talk about the way forward. That is, I think, one of the narratives on the Hill today as they gather in the House for question period or whatever. What does this team look like? Who's talking to who? Who's loyal to who? We are already seeing on social media, some MPs, Anthony Housefather, one of them, saying kind words about Chrystia Freeland, expressing a lot of respect for her. Does this become a situation where the caucus starts sort of splintering and sort of, you know, whether or not Trudeau resigns today, is the race on kind of now?
Janice, thank you for all that, and thanks for walking us through the tape that we have. We'll bring other reaction and responses once we get them. As Janice points out, the cabinet still ongoing at this hour. It was slated to meet anyway, but now has probably taken on a completely different dimension in terms of the conversation about how to deal with the immediate pressing issue of the fall economic statement. Again, we still don't know what is happening with that. We have reporters over in the old City Hall here in Ottawa who are waiting to find out whether they will get the documents and how that will proceed. Then, of course, the question of cabinet and who will replace Chrystia Freeland. And then finally, just how to survive this consequential political crisis for Justin Trudeau. David Cochrane and I believe Aaron Wherry, both now in the Power and Politics studio. I will say that my former colleague and friend Keith Bogue did message me a little while ago to point to one instance that is perhaps as dramatic dramatic as this, and that would be Lucien Bouchard leaving Brian Mulroney's government because of Meech Lake and in his belief that it had been watered down, declaring himself a sovereigntist and forming the Bloc Québécois. I would agree that that was a pretty dramatic Canadian political moment. So I appreciate Mr. Bowe reminding me of that. But in terms of recent history, anyway, this is pretty earth-shattering. And I think in the same vein as Bouchard and Mulroney, who were also close personal friends, and as we know that their relationship broke down entirely until just before Mr. Mulroney's death, Chrystia Freeland and Justin Trudeau were tight. I mean, I don't know that they were close friends, but they were helpful to one another. Chrystia Freeland was very loyal to the Prime Minister and to the goals of the Prime Minister and supported him at all costs. I have never heard anyone in her entourage complain about the Prime Minister or criticize him in any public way. So that, in terms of the magnitude of what we're seeing here today, that too shouldn't be understated, that this is a pretty big turn for Chrystia Freeland to have come to this conclusion today, David.
Yeah, unlike Mr. Bouchard, I'm not sure she's going to go back to University Rosedale and form a secessionist movement to try to take downtown Toronto out of the country. But, you know, she has done a lot of damage to the government of which she remains a part, because she says she is staying on as an MP and does intend to seek re-election in the next election, which is quite a thing. So it's not necessarily loss of support in the Liberal Party or a loss of faith in the Liberal Party and not wanting to represent her constituents, but there is definitely a disagreement over the future direction of this government, certainly her role in it as Deputy Prime Minister plus whatever she was offered, other than staying on as Minister of Finance. And then it's the question of, you know, her lack of obvious support for the policies that were going to be in that fall economic statement today, including these $250 checks that were announced in concert with the GST holiday that went into effect on Saturday, the hold the tax for the holidays
David,
policy
can I
of this
interrupt you
government
just
that was seen as a stimulus move to try to help a lot of small businesses and give parents a break, in particular at Christmas, though it was cumbersome and complicated, and a lot of the small business community were quite upset with it because of the way it was rolled out so late and the extra costs they would have to incur by changing their point of sale software and other things.
David, can I just interrupt you for 1 minute? I'm just going to ask the control room to put up the shot of the cabinet outs, if we can, because I understand the cabinet is wrapping up. So we just want to be able to jump into scrums, as soon as we see people. So we'll just keep that shot up if we can, and I'll let you keep talking, though. That is where cabinet has gathered. They went ahead with their cabinet meeting in spite of all these developments today, and obviously had different things to discuss, but we clearly want to hear from as many people that were around that table as possible, as well as the Prime Minister if he emerges there as well. Sorry, David, to interrupt you.
To amplify what you said, Rosie, if you're a Liberal with a pulse, find a camera. We want you. That is essentially where things are right now at this moment in time. But you know, I go back to the letter. Like, she resigned, and that is the headline. But you go through the words in this withering resignation letter, you know, acknowledging and confirming publicly that the reports of the tension between the two was in fact real and not just a media creation, as a lot of Liberal partisans have been suggesting, because it was in the Globe and Mail, and their frustrations with the particular reporting over the last number of years of Bob Fife and his team over there in their parliamentary bureau. But they were right on this. And also making the point, Chrystia Freeland did in her letter, saying that we need to take the threat of Donald Trump extremely seriously, and that means keeping our fiscal powder dry so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war, and that means not doing things like costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which makes Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. The plain reading of that, in my view, is that the fall economic statement she was prepared to deliver today as the Minister of Finance, presuming she was staying as the Minister of Finance, if she had implemented the GST, not the GST, excuse me, the checks, then it would be going along with a gimmick. There was reporting today or last night in the National Post suggesting that that promise was going to be reversed in the fall economic statement. Our colleague Louis Blouin at Radio-Canada had reported that the money for the $250 rebate would not be in the fall economic statement. It would not be built into the fiscal framework, so it would not be in any of the deficit projections, because they had no partner to help them get it through the House of Commons, because because either, like the Conservatives, they're not going to help this government do anything, or like the NDP, they felt it was not generous enough, that the gimmick didn't cover and offer help to enough people. So by removing that from the fiscal framework, the finance minister was sending a message. When she was asked about what she was going to do to help save these checks and get it across the finish line, she kind of always shrugged her shoulders and said, look, it's a minority parliament. We don't have a partner, so it's not moving forward. She never championed it. She never talked about how important it was. She never talked about the necessary imperative with the sort of dramatic language that often surrounds things with this particular government to get these things through. Instead, she just said, look, it's not something we think we have the support for. We'll revisit it in the new year and see where it can go. The tone, what I always took from that tone, and you don't want to speculate too much until you know, and now we know, is that her heart wasn't in that one. She couldn't get behind it. And I mentioned this to someone quite senior in the Prime Minister's office, and they simply would not respond to that idea. They sort of left the idea hanging there. And now it seems pretty clear in this letter, which tells the story of why. They wanted me to move. They wanted to do things I wasn't fully on board with, and we're missing the boat on the big existential threat. And Canadians need to know we're taking that seriously. Clearly, she didn't feel the direction the government was proposing by asking her to leave the Department of Finance met the bar on all of those things. And now she's the ex-Deputy Prime Minister and ex-Finance Minister of Canada.
And thank you for that, David. And if people are wondering what we're watching here, this is the cabinet hallway, the door to the cabinet room, and we understand that some cabinet is breaking. Gary Anderson-Gary had just walked by there. No one stopped him, but we will obviously try to speak to cabinet ministers as they leave and are grappling and dealing with the news today that Chrystia Freeland has resigned. We do have a quick bit of tape, I think, from Dan Vandal. He is, of course, a cabinet. Oh, hang on, I'm just going to wait a minute. This is Marie-Claude Bibeau, who has already announced that she is not running and was expecting to be shuffled out. Let's see if we can listen in.
Toutes les informations. Qu'est-ce que ça vous fait? Attendez un peu, là, c'est pas à moi de vous dire c'est quoi le déroulement du reste de la journée.
It's not up to me to tell you how this day is going to unfold. Is the Prime Minister still the Prime Minister? Yes, of course. This was tough on us, but we'll come back with more details in short order.
Okay, that's Marie-Claude Bibeau, who has previously announced, who was one of 4 cabinet ministers who announced that she would not be running again and was in fact waiting for this shuffle to happen in order to leave that part of her job behind. Here's Stephen Guilbeault.
We'll have more to say a little later.
I have nothing else to add. We'll have more to say later.
That's Stephen Guilbeault. Obviously, no one wants to get into how the day is going to unfold in terms of the fall economic statement or whatever else has to happen today. I imagine that message will come eventually, maybe from the Prime Minister or the House Leader even potentially. But those are 2 of the cabinet ministers that have left the room as cabinet breaks after meeting for the first time since this news of Chrystia Freeland's resignation exploded at about 9 a.m. this morning. I'm going to quickly play that clip of Dan Vandal if we can. He also one of the 4 cabinet ministers who said that he wasn't going to run again and was waiting for the shuffle so that he would be moved out of that job. Here's a little clip of that.
Just that I'm sorry to see Chrystia go. I thought she was did a very good job, and we're going to continue to do what's best for the country. Thank you.
All right, that's just another reaction from another cabinet minister who was on his way out. Let's maybe go back to the shot, though, of that hallway where cabinet ministers are going to be slowly coming out of that room after hearing the news and responding and reacting. David, not sure if you're hearing anything yourself, and obviously we'll stop talking if they start talking, but no one seems to want to say anything at this stage.
Well, look, the government on a difficult day is not going to be well served by having cabinet ministers who, well, aren't running again and also aren't the Prime Minister coming out and telling us what's going to happen next. I mean, they're really, that is above their pay grade right now. I don't know what they were briefed on. I don't know if they know. There are all kinds of rumors flying around now, Rosie, as you would expect on a day like this, but things that I've heard leading up to this, that there may be other ministers who may not be running again. Now, I don't know if that was a foreshadowing of the Sean Fraser announcement that sort of got this news bomb going this morning at 9 o'clock and sort of last night and overnight. You know, there are a bunch of MPs who have been after the attempts to try to force a change in leadership, have expressed some frustration and reconsideration of what they're going to do. Will they start making their intentions and aspirations and ambitions and decisions public as this goes on? I think that's Jonathan Wilkinson going into the cabinet room. Who knows what that's a sign of? He's a person, you know, obviously with a background in natural resources and an environment in this portfolio, but also with a background in business, whether he becomes someone you think of as you have to reshape your cabinet in the wake of this resignation. But in terms of clarity as to when and what and who and where, we're still waiting on that, because when they're in cabinet, they don't have their phones. Things are locked down. Things are quiet. I just got a text from someone in the Prime Minister's office saying they're still trying to figure out how to present the fall economic statement, if it's even possible. So they're still working on that at 11:54 a.m. So it's been 2 hours and 47 minutes since the public resignation of Chrystia Freeland. Not sure what time she told the Prime Minister this was happening, but I know that they spoke Friday morning, is what I'm being told, by someone who it briefed on all of this, which means that when Chrystia Freeland had that press conference Friday afternoon and was asked rather pointedly by Laura Stone from the Globe and Mail is, how can you keep serving this Prime Minister who keeps cutting you off at the knees? And I'm paraphrasing there, but that was the phrase that was used. Clearly she couldn't. And that's why we have the resignation today, that it became clear on Friday to Chrystia Freeland after the conversation and after the direction things were going in, is that she couldn't stay in the Ministry of Finance anymore and advocate for and defend the financial agenda that seemingly was, being dictated from the Prime Minister's office rather than being decided in the Finance Minister's office, which is not an uncommon thing, you know, in governments throughout history, but one that she could no longer defend and support, especially if she was going to be moved out of the Department of Finance, as she was told in that conversation on Friday morning. So it'll be interesting to see if Chrystia Freeland speaks publicly today. I doubt she will. When she next speaks publicly, how she chooses to do it, we don't know, and what more she would say beyond the letter, which, as I've made very clear in our many interactions today so far, Rosie, it's a pretty damning critique of what the government is doing and what the government wants to do. And it's an enormous political problem for Justin Trudeau.
Yes. Yes, it is. We're just waiting for more people to emerge there, as David pointed out. I think that I would be stunned if the Prime Minister does not speak today. I do think that he has to address what is happening, and he probably has to offer some reassurance both to Canadians and to the markets about what his government is doing to try and indicate that he still has control over things. I will point out Marie-Claude Bibeau was asked on her way out, is the Prime Minister still the Prime Minister? She said yes, of course, but also admitted that it had been a hard day around that cabinet table. As you can well imagine, it would be a hard day. As we wait, and we will bring you anybody that emerges from that hallway, I do want to bring in Katie Simpson. She's in Washington. And the reason I'm bringing Katie in is because Katie covered much of the CUSMA negotiations, the new NAFTA negotiations that Chrystia Freeland fronted, that she led with Donald Trump and successfully led. I think that's fair to say. And Katie, just wondering what you're thinking of today, seeing that this has happened.
Well, right now, I'm actually in contact with someone who is close to Chrystia Freeland. And I can tell you, according to a source, that the real story here is everything that's laid out in that letter, as I know that you and David have been reporting. I am told that following her conversation with the PM on Friday, it was pretty clear that this was going to be the only viable option for Chrystia Freeland. I'm being told it was the right decision for her, and it's been a difficult few days. So that is what I'm hearing. But of course, Chrystia Freeland has played a pivotal role when it comes to Canada-U.S. relations and how the Trudeau government has responded to the initial threat of Donald Trump back when he was unexpectedly elected back in 2016. She led the Canada-U.S. response, and in this moment, she had been the chair of the current Canada-U.S. Cabinet Committee. Now, what I was told by a senior Canadian government source before all of this took place, was that while Chrystia Freeland was the chair of that committee, she had not been selected to be the voice of that in the same way she was back in 2016. Unsure if that led to some of the tensions that existed there. But of course, we at CBC News had also been hearing about some of those tensions between PMO and Chrystia Freeland's office going back to the summer. Bob Fife from the Globe and Mail, the first to report about it, but that there had been some frustrations with Freeland, and that is something that's been sort of simmering all along. But again, what I am told in this moment by someone who is very close to her is that, this was the right decision for her, and it's been a very difficult few days. When it comes to the Canada-US file, Rosie, as you know, Justin Trudeau has been trying to work with premiers, business leaders, and all of these other sort of stakeholders who are trying to ensure that Canada does not get hit by tariffs from Donald Trump. And the key sort of piece of advice has been we all need to work together. That's been the key strategy that they've sort of been telegraphing, that Canada needs to speak with one voice and sort of present its argument together. Chrystia Freeland was a critical member of that team, a critical voice and a critical strategizer, working very closely with some of the premiers. We know she has a very strong relationship with Ontario Premier Doug Ford, but sort of working together in order to make sure that Canada was all on board, that Canada was all on side to push forward. Now, back in those NAFTA negotiation time, Rosie, you'll remember this, as will David, is that there were some tensions between then Foreign Minister Chrystia Freeland and members of the Trump administration. She had some very critical words for the Trump administration around some of the decisions that he had been making back in his first term, and that did lead to some tension there. But through the end of it all, through all of those negotiations, Chrystia Freeland coming out on the other side of a successful negotiation with the Americans, which Canada was very satisfied with the outcome of the new North American Free Trade Agreement, as we call CUSMA in Canada. They call it USMCA down here in Washington. But there had been considered a lot of success around that.
Yeah. Okay, Katie, thank you for jumping in from there with your perspective and your sources. We'll come back to you, I'm sure, through the day as this breaking news story unfolds. A cabinet, we're now wrapping up in the nation's capital. It, of course, was meeting, a regularly scheduled meeting ahead of the fall economic statement, ahead of the House rising tomorrow, but now tasked with a different matter entirely, grappling with the resignation, the sudden resignation of Chrystia Freeland as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, and of course, trying to figure out what happens to this fall economic statement, because it too is, we don't know, frankly, what's going to happen. That was supposed to happen at 4 p.m. Eastern. We've still not been given any word about whether it's going to go ahead, just be tabled, presented in some way, or whether journalists will get access to it, because at this stage they still don't. And usually you have hours to pour through the document and examine the numbers and sort of try to understand the economic picture of the country. I'm not sure whether they'll get any time at all, because they're waiting from ostensibly word from inside that room about how things will proceed. If you're just tuning in, we are following this breaking news story that started at around just after 9 a.m. Eastern, while many of us were watching the announcement of Sean Fraser, a story that David Cochrane broke last night, that he would no longer be part of cabinet after the next shuffle. He was deciding to leave to spend more time with his family. And as that unfolded, this blistering letter from Chrystia Freeland posted on social media outlining the reasons why she decided to step away, pointing to policy differences with the Prime Minister's office, pointing as well to this conversation that we've learned happened on Friday morning, where she was offered a different position, though we're not sure what position, and why it no longer made sense for her to stay on. Though she is staying as a member of Parliament, and she does say in her letter that she will run in the next election. Let's bring back David Cochrane and Aaron Wary. They are both in the Power and Politics studio. We've got them all connected now too. Aaron, I'm going to go to you first if I can. What do you make of let's start at that little end piece there. What do you make of the fact that she is staying on as an MP and going to run in the next election? I don't know if that's a sign of leadership ambitions of her own, a commitment to public service. She just likes being an MP. I don't know what that is about.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely leaves the door open for some kind of return to the fold, either as a leadership candidate herself or, cabinet minister under a different prime minister. It extends her political life, and she may have though one hesitates to say that there are such things as safe Liberal seats anymore, she may have one of the few remaining somewhat safe Liberal seats in Canada. So, holding on to it would make a certain amount of sense. It's hard to know, though. I mean, at this point, look, we don't even know what's going to happen 3 hours from now, let alone where Chrystia Freeland's going to end up. I mean, I think the first, obviously the concern right now is the fall economic statement for obvious reasons, and we'll figure out where that goes from here. I think the government could conceivably, just table the document and not deliver a speech.
Yeah.
But I think the other larger question here is what happens with Chrystia Freeland's successor, really. Chrystia Freeland has now delivered a letter that has, not only kind of attacked and undermined the Prime Minister's credibility, but really put her successor in a pretty tough spot. She has now said that the checks that the government has promised are going to go out in the spring, assuming they can find passage in Parliament. She's described that as a costly gimmick. So does the next finance minister, whoever that happens to be, go forward with that policy? She has, clearly suggested that there is a difference of opinion between herself and the Prime Minister's office over the direction of fiscal policy in this country. So does the next finance minister have, any greater say in fiscal policy going forward? Because that, whoever gets that job, the first question will be, do you have confidence in the Prime Minister? And the second question will be, how much control are you going to have over what's in the next budget? So the next finance minister, whoever it is going to be handed a really tough task moving forward. And I don't know how you navigate that. Reading the letter again, I think what's sort of striking about it is that Chrystia Freeland seems to be kind of saying, look, the government has an opportunity to be serious and hold its head high and be responsible right now. And even if that means defeat in the next election, they can at least go out saying that they acted responsibly. And that's a bit of a challenge directly to this government. And I think they do need to make that choice of exactly how they are going to proceed. And the Prime Minister has to make a choice about exactly how he moves forward and when, whether he can plausibly, conceivably still hold a government together and lead it into the next election.
Well, and let's just put a couple other facts on the table here. We don't know who has been offered the job of finance minister. We do know there were some conversations with Mark Carney that were ongoing. But if indeed he had agreed to something, to your point, Aaron, becomes pretty difficult now to come into this role and somehow, put your own reputation on the line as someone who's going to have the independence and credibility and authority needed in order to put forward a different economic picture. I think you're quite right. That is very problematic for whoever that person is and for whoever the Prime Minister wants that to be. In fact, maybe the whole shuffle is now sort of upended because of this dramatic turn of events. I do want to, before I bring David in, and again, you're watching on the side of your screen there, the door to the cabinet room, as cabinet has broken and some people are coming out not saying very much of anything at this stage. I do want to play that clip, though, that David talked about earlier. Chrystia Freeland, we know because of David's reporting, spoke to the Prime Minister Friday morning, and then, I'm just going to stop because this is Karina Gould.
Is this still a feminist government? Do you support the idea this remains a feminist government?
No. No one really wants to talk, and I would imagine that's because the Prime Minister will need to speak today in some capacity. I'll just go back to what I was saying. There was a conversation between Chrystia Freeland and the Prime Minister on Friday morning about the new role. Later that day, she had a significant announcement and was asked some questions about her own future. And I just want to quickly play that clip as we wait to see if other people emerge.
I'm proud and grateful to be able to serve in the cabinet of the Prime Minister. And I really don't spend a lot of time focusing on Ottawa gossip. My focus is on doing what I can to serve Canada and Canadians in what's a really challenging time for our country.
Next question, prochaine question.
So that's Chrystia Freeland on Friday when she was being asked about some of the rumors about her position. So, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen to this fall update. I will say this, David, and you can talk about that clip as well, but You know, the measures that she is criticizing here, and I don't know if she's criticizing the rebate checks, the GST pause, or both, but the goal of the measures is to try and convince Canadians that the government cares about the issue of affordability and that it wanted to give people a bit of a break over the holidays, and then potentially this check, which a lot of people thought was a very cynical ploy, a political ploy. But that was what the government's intent was behind those two measures, because affordability has been something they have not been very successful in punching through on, and it has been an area where Pierre Poilievre has really taken up all the oxygen on that. So to some extent, you can understand why the government was trying yet again to put something in the window for Canadians. But I guess Chrystia Freeland's point was it is not the right time for that.
Yeah, and I mean, there's been some pretty harsh criticism of. I got to read you this, Rosie. It's a tweet from James Moore, who is a former Conservative cabinet minister and is on my shows on Thursday night. He said, "The delusion of a prime minister to think he can pre-fire a long, loyal finance minister, then ask her to deliver the fall economic statement, and then humiliate her a day later by bringing in an unelected outsider to fix her mistakes is the absolute apex of incompetence." That's kind of the narrative that's going to take hold, at least in the vacuum of response and clarity and action that we're seeing since Chrystia Freeland announced her resignation just hours before she was to deliver this fall economic statement. Now, of course, this James Moore tweet makes reference the unelected outsider being Mark Carney, who, you know, according to the reporting, we have seen is someone they have been recruiting to try to get to come into cabinet as an unelected member, and the assumption would be to come in as Minister of Finance, though we do not have that confirmed. We do not know if he was offered and accepted that, and we do not know where Chrystia Freeland was going to go. But this is a really difficult spot because they were trying kind of desperately to take control of the narrative. Going back to when they started like sliding in the polls, if you go back to when, you know, inflation hit like 8.1%, and then, you know, the Bank of Canada undid its pause on interest rates. If you look at that timeline of when the bank, you know, a year after the peak inflation undid the pause, you can see the public opinion polling trend line just diverging. That's when frustration and exasperation really took hold, and in part because of just frustration right across the country that the cost of living challenges weren't necessarily being dealt with. The people were telling them inflation was going to be transitory, got it wrong. And then interest rates, which they were told would stop going, started going up again. And that's when sort of the bottom fell out of the political support of this government, and they've been sort of scrambling to try to find, you know, a way to pivot and win back the confidence and affection of the electorate, but also kind of counting on external factors like the U.S. election or the improving economy or the improving cost of living crisis or declining interest rates and the end of high inflation would change the narrative for them. And none of those things have really happened. And consistently throughout all of this time, Rosemary, the public opinion polling has made it very clear that a large share of Canadians are done with the current Prime Minister. That is just what the data shows again and again and again and again and again, going on for well over a year now. And Justin Trudeau and his inner circle have persisted in the face of that data, which their own internal data also shows. Their belief was that if they can sharpen some sort of contrast with Pierre Poilievre, awaken the minds of the Canadian voters to what Pierre Poilievre represents, and then deliver some things that they think can help turn the narrative around, there's a chance for them to fight back in this election. Maybe not win it, but maybe deny Pierre Poilievre a majority, maybe, you know, ensure that they finish second. But what has happened is, as the Prime Minister insists that he is staying, more and more and more people are just leaving. Right? Like just the summary of the cabinet ministers, obviously not as dramatic as the resignation of Chrystia Freeland today as finance minister and deputy prime minister, but Sean Fraser, housing minister, young man, rising, you know, political star in Liberal circles from Nova Scotia, not running again, will leave cabinet in the shuffle. Randy Boissonnault out as Minister of Employment because of questions about his past business dealings and the shifting narrative of his Indigenous heritage. Pablo Rodriguez left caucus and cabinet as Minister of Transport to seek the leadership of the Quebec Liberal Party. Carla Qualtrough, Minister of Sport, not running again. Dan Vandel, Minister of Northern Affairs, not running again. Philomena Tassi, Minister of Southern Ontario Economic Development, not running again. Marie-Claude Bibeau, Minister of National Revenue, not running again. Seamus O'Regan, former Minister of Labour, already out the door of cabinet. So just the bleed of talent the loss of recognizable names such as cabinet ministers are in a broader Canadian political mind has been pronounced, and there's buzz there could be even more leaving. And certainly these things start to happen. People size up the situation, look at their polling number in their region and in their riding, and then they make the decision, am I going to go through all of this, put my volunteers and my family through it, and raise money? The last I checked, the Liberals only had about 107, 108 nominated candidates, and this was about a month or so ago. They're going to need 343, I think, is the new size of the parliament after the next election. There's a long way to go. And they got cabinet ministers who aren't running. They got incumbents who won't be seeking re-election. These are enormous challenges at the best of times, and these are in no way the best of times. So what the Prime Minister has to say today, how he responds to this after staring down the revolt in his caucus and the advice by a lot of people in his political machine that you can't win this thing, we need change at the top of the party, that could precipitate a whole other series of cascading decisions, because this is the most fraught time for his leadership, certainly in the 8 years that I've been working here in Ottawa, and it's very difficult to explain away a resignation like Chrystia Freeland. She's not leaving because she has other ambitions right now. She is leaving because she feels humiliated by being told she would move out of the finance department, and casting serious doubt on the credibility and the viability of some signature policies that were supposed to be in that fall economic statement today. This is a tough nut for them to crack.
Yeah, you're quite right, David. There on your screen, we are waiting for Pierre Poilievre to come out. He was slated to talk at 10 a.m. Eastern. He was presumably going to sort of set the stage for his expectations and criticism around the fall economic statement. He delayed his press conference. We are expecting him any moment. You can imagine that he will have different things to say now, although probably some of the same as well. He will undoubtedly use Chrystia Freeland's own words against the Prime Minister as a sign that this is not the right direction for the economy, and even his own former finance minister thinks that as well. On the top of your screen there, we are bringing you ministers as they leave cabinet, though to date no one is stopping to talk or even let us know what is happening with that fall economic statement. We would anticipate, we would hope to hear from the Prime Minister at some point today about this shocking resignation and how he plans to move forward with his government. A reminder, this is a minority government. There is no longer a supply and confidence agreement with the NDP, so it is a very unstable Parliament. The only good thing for the government right now is the House of Commons is about to rise for a Christmas holiday, and that will buy the government some time as it tries to regroup and figure out what to do next. Jason Leader is a Conservative strategist, president of Enterprise Canada, a public affairs firm, and he joins me now. And Jason, nice to see you. I will interrupt you if Pierre Poilievre emerges there. You know how it goes.
I do.
Tell me what you're thinking as you see all this unfold.
What a fiasco, Rosie. It's been a long time since we've had a political crisis like this in Ottawa. You know, we're all all excited and eating the popcorn, but I will say it's very serious for the country. And, you know, we've seen, you know, last Monday, Justin Trudeau went out and told Equal Voice, a group of assembled people, you know, that he was an avowed feminist. Friday, he fired his female finance minister. Over the weekend, she figured out that she probably had to go. And then with maximum leverage, with maximum effect, dropped a nuclear bomb on him today. And it's hard to see how the government carries on. Now, we know exactly how the government will carry on. Jagmeet Singh will probably find some way to pretend to have confidence in this government. I don't know how anyone can have confidence in the government. Even the most dyed-in-the-wool liberals, even people who support the government no matter what, come hell or high water. I think it's hard to look at Justin Trudeau today and say, you know what, he's got things under control. He just clearly doesn't. It's chaos. It's a fiasco. It's time for an election.
Well, and I expect that's what Pierre Poilievre will say shortly. Do you think that this gives that argument any credence? And to your point, does it put additional pressure on Jagmeet Singh at this stage?
I think Mr. Singh's, you know, he's put himself in an incredibly difficult position over the last year. He signed this agreement. He wanted some time to distance himself from it. But the thing is, politics doesn't move at your own pace. Politics moves at the pace of politics. And the truth is, Mr. Singh, you know, he's going to have to explain to Canadians that he still has confidence in this, because there's only two options here, right? There's, I have confidence in Justin Trudeau, or I don't have confidence in him, and we're going to have an election. He'll come up with some gobbledygook today. He'll say a lot of different things. He'll say CEOs and millions millionaires and billionaires and dental care and pharmacare and all those kinds of things. But the truth is only about 20% of Canadians want Justin Trudeau anywhere near the keys to 24 Sussex. And the bottom line is Mr. Singh is keeping him there, and he's got a really tough decision to make. And one other thing, Rosie, real people are noticing this. The things that you and I talk about most days, regular people don't really notice, right? Like we're sort of talking amongst ourselves. Real people are texting this morning. What's going on? Has Trudeau lost it? Has he lost his mind firing this person? It seems like chaos up in Ottawa. Chaos is a really bad brand for Justin Trudeau, and it's punching through. For the Canadians who didn't like him already, now they're looking and saying, this guy's going to deal with Trump? This guy's going to deal with all the big issues in the world? He can't even run his own caucus. He can't even run his own cabinet.
Jason Leader, thank you for jumping on and speaking with us so quickly. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rosie.
We were talking about Jagmeet Singh there. He has released a statement, so let me show that to you. He writes the following: the withering resignation of Trudeau's right-hand minister shows just how deeply this Liberal government's members are obsessed with infighting and ignoring the urgent challenges everyday Canadians are coping with. While the Liberals fight with each other, I believe we should be fighting for Canadian jobs at risk from Donald Trump's tariffs. While Trudeau obsesses over his own drama, I believe we should be focused on the cost of homes and groceries that are burning up people's paychecks and dimming hope. We'll take no lessons from Pierre Poilievre, who gleefully licks his chops at Trudeau's death spiral and Trump's threats. Conservatives aren't thinking about everyday people either. They're focused on making big businesses and ultra-wealthy CEOs richer at people's expense. Jagmeet Singh goes on, this is a long one. Canadians are sick and tired of watching government after government put themselves, their friends, and corporate giants first. People deserve a government that fights for you and for a change. That is the NDP leader's perspective, responding and reacting to the resignation of Chrystia Freeland. We're standing by to hear from the Conservative leader. I mean, those are tough words from Jagmeet Singh, David Cochrane, but Jason Leader is right on that front. You can have all the tough words you want, but if you say all those things and won't bring down the government, I don't know that helps you a great deal politically.
Yeah, bringing down the government is obviously the nuclear option in these circumstances, but it also, I mean, it's not in the NDP's best political interest right now to do it, right? This is the calculation. For all of the tough talk and the ripping up the supply and confidence agreement, their polling numbers are what their polling numbers are. As bad as the Liberals are, the NDP are slightly worse. And, in a lot of their ridings where they're in a fight with the blue team, the blue-orange ridings, like they're very much a British Columbia-based caucus right now. If you look at the results of the last provincial election out there with the surge that John Rustad and his brand new Conservative Party of British Columbia had, you don't really want to expose yourself to that politically. So Singh has been doing this rhetorical dance of saying this is the worst possible government to have at the worst possible time, and then continuously saying, but I have no choice to keep voting for them because we're not going to play Pierre Poilievre's games, and they're going to do these small things that are small in a government context, big in the lives of the people who benefit from these programs. He's trying to exert his leverage as best he can. We did see in the last confidence vote that was drafted based around Jagmeet Singh's own words from when he ripped up the supply and confidence agreement that the government is too weak, is too cynical, is too beholden to corporate interests to stand up for the needs and the wants of ordinary working class Canadians. And since then, he's voted to save the government multiple times. The last confidence vote, which Jagmeet Singh and his party voted against, even though it was crafted around his own language, the Bloc Québécois did vote with the Conservatives, non-confidence in the government. And François Blanchet was on the show last week in the studio, and I said, you had said you would only vote for confidence motions that sort of, delivered something for Quebec or, that you supported. And this one was only done in a way to really embarrass Jagmeet Singh. And he essentially said, well, he deserves to be embarrassed because the way he conducts himself undermines the role of leading an opposition party. And he was quite hard on Jagmeet Singh, as you can imagine, as they will fight for disaffected Liberal voters in the province of Quebec, as they did in La Salle-Verdun, the by-election that the Bloc Québécois won. But Singh has been boxed in by signing the supply and confidence agreement and allowing the government to survive for as long as it did. And while that delivered things such as dental care and movement on pharmacare, and he's been able to use that arrangement to exert leverage for various other policy initiatives. Each time one of those came into force, it was a Liberal cabinet minister or the Prime Minister who was announcing them and taking credit for them, even if they were straight out of the NDP policy handbook. But, you know, Jason Leader is not wrong in the criticism of that contradiction that exists there, but there's their desire to distance themselves from the Liberals, undermine the Liberals, to carve off a share of the Liberal base, such as it is, and hope it comes to the NDP. But then there's just the reality that, 9 days before Christmas, they don't really want to bring down the government right now, and I don't think they're super stoked to have an election right now, because all of the public opinion polls show that everybody gets clobbered except for the Conservatives and the possibility of the Bloc Québécois making some gains in Quebec and ending up with a Pierre Poilievre-led supermajority with an Yves-François Blanchet-led official opposition, and then the Liberals and the NDP maybe fighting over third and fourth place in the House of Commons. So that is not an attractive set of political calculus there for Jagmeet Singh at all.
No, for sure. And just so people know, we are told Pierre Poilievre is arriving momentarily here to speak to reporters, something that he was going to do anyway, something you always expect to hear from him on a day of a fall economic statement or any sort of economic news. We still don't know what is happening with that statement. I don't believe any of the reporters who are down at the old City Hall here in Ottawa have seen anything as of yet, because it is not clear what the government is going to do. Presumably, the documents could be tabled and posted online, and no one would give the speech that Chrystia Freeland would have given. And that could still go forward because it is done and it continues to be the direction of the government, although now not one that Chrystia Freeland clearly agrees with. And there are, remember, important things inside that fall economic statement, not least of which as much as $1 billion in funding for the border, which is a key part of this government's plan to try and keep Donald Trump on side and to fight back against those 25% tariffs. So that does need to happen. And premiers are meeting today at the Council of the Federation in Toronto and waiting to see some of those details as well, because they've been pressing the federal government to put more money to the border and allow that security aspect to get beefed up a bit, given that Donald Trump pointed to that as a key issue for him. So all of those things still happening, and we'll wait to see how the fall economic statement goes ahead. The other thing, of course, now that we don't know is what will happen to this cabinet shuffle that caused all of this. David and I had heard that it was possibly going to happen Wednesday. Now it is unclear what will happen, given that this has upended all the chips on the board, and Chrystia Freeland not being there throws into question, I think, a lot of other pieces, including whether the person that they tapped to be finance minister, whether it be Mark Carney or someone else, now wants that job, given the disarray that has been left in Chrystia Freeland's wake. Erin, I'll just get you to weigh in here as we wait for Pierre Poilievre to emerge. Not sure what you're thinking at this point.
Wondering what happens next. I mean, I think part of what's interesting about this is, you know, we referenced a little earlier Jody Wilson-Raybould and her resignation from cabinet. Obviously, there's some pretty significant differences between then and now.
Yes.
But this is one of now a number of resignations or departures from cabinet that have ended, I think you could say, badly. Mm-hmm. And what is interesting about that, I think, is that this is a prime minister who has been in many ways sort of commended or celebrated for his sort of people skills, his ability with the public, both his ability and his willingness to deal with the public and his connection with the public, going back to, you know, basically his birth as the son of a prime minister. You know, he's always been a public figure throughout his life, and he's always had a connection with the public, and he's always sort of embraced that connection with the public. The flip side of that is, oddly, seems to be that there's something to be desired about his interactions with cabinet ministers and his ability to manage cabinet on an interpersonal level. You don't want to sort of read too much into this or sort of pop psychologize it too much, but you know, there does seem to be something lacking in his relationships with caucus members or caucus cabinet members, and his ability to sort of move ministers along peacefully and quietly. Ministers get dumped all the time, get moved all the time. It doesn't always result in blow-ups. It doesn't always result in books being written with individuals criticizing the Prime Minister and questioning his ability to lead. I think part of that goes to, the people that this Prime Minister has recruited to cabinet. He hasn't recruited lifelong partisans. He hasn't recruited people who, are going to do whatever is best for the team, who are sort of beholden to him. He's tried to make it a point of pride, or tried to make it a point of pride in 2015, that he had recruited sort of, individuals from civil society and the private sector who were willing to join cabinet. And he himself sort of said, I believe the line was, government by cabinet is back. And that has not if that has borne itself out at all, it has borne itself out in these sort of regular blow-ups, or cabinet ministers who are willing to leave and then say pretty negative things about him on their way out. And when the book, whoever ends up writing it, about this government gets written, that will be one of the storylines, that there are these, succession of ministers who have stepped away and come away feeling quite negatively towards the Prime Minister. And the question of whether he was able to manage a cabinet, manage interpersonal relationships with his ministers, and why there were these kind of blow-ups. You can sort of pick any individual one of them and say, well, that's because of this reason or that's because of that reason. But the fact that it's happened so many times, up to and including, people like Marc Garneau, who have criticized him in a book that came out recently. Why does that consistently happen? And why is, what is it about the way this Prime Minister has run a government? I think that's one of the big questions from sort of the Trudeau era.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, I don't remember this kind of I don't remember this happening under Stephen Harper, frankly. I don't remember cabinet ministers leaving and going around bad-mouthing the Prime Minister immediately after. And, you can say some of that is sour grapes, but to your point, you can also say that some of it is an indication of how cabinet and caucus are managed. And there have been example after examples of the struggle that the Prime Minister has faced in doing that. And even at the last attempt to get rid of him by those whether they were 24 or whatever MPs inside caucus, it was kind of almost as though the Prime Minister just let it fritter away and never really addressed directly any of the things that those MPs were saying, just waited for the chapter to be turned, or the page to be turned, and then just proceeded to continue doing the job the way he always does it, David, and without ever saying, I hear you, I have to change this and that and the other, and none of those things actually happen.
No, that is one of the challenges here, right? That things are not adapting and responding to political necessity and where public opinion is. Even you hear from loyal people inside this government, inside caucus, and quite frankly, inside cabinet, that given the political crisis they are in, they do not feel that the Prime Minister and his office have responded with the sort of urgency that you need. The suggestion being that the supply and confidence agreement probably made them a little bit too comfortable. In that they didn't have to navigate a minority parliament in the traditional sense, because, within 6 months of the first minority election in 2019, they came back and COVID hit. And so we kind of, as a country, went into a phase of total national emergency, which put aside the idea of, trying to bring down a government. It was a chaotic management of a minority parliament, but they were throwing cash out the door to deal with the response, and it became a national effort to deal with it. And then shortly after the 2021 minority, which came much closer to a majority government, they had the supply and confidence agreement with the NDP that, Jason Leader was talking about earlier. And so they never had the normal anxiety of a minority parliament. We see ministers coming out there, Rosie, that was Jonathan Wilkinson coming out, and they're kind of blowing past reporters. They're not going to say anything. Two things I'm waiting to hear now is what happens with the fall economic statement. If you look at the orders in council that are published, the backup for Chrystia Freeland is Minister Champagne, and the backup for him is Randy Boissonnault. Clearly that needs to be updated. And we don't know exactly if Minister Champagne would deliver the fall economic statement or what their plan is there. Do they prorogue now? This is something they have to consider. They got their supply bill through the House of Commons, but it hasn't quite gotten through the Senate yet. The Senate is due to sit until Friday. Perhaps under urgent circumstances, they could maybe pass it Before then, I don't know. And I'm also wondering, what did Justin Trudeau say to his cabinet about what he's going to do? Right? Does his unshakable faith in his own political ability survive today? Does he persist in staying on despite defections, resignations, retirements, maybe soon at an industrial scale, if some of the anxiety and concerns you're hearing from the backbench come to the front of the conversation? What is he going to say? What did he say to his cabinet? What will he say to his caucus? And what's he going to say to the country? Because he has made it clear, even after really tough by-election losses, and probably another one coming tonight in that riding in Langley, Cloverdale in British Columbia, that he's going to stay. He stared down the caucus revolt and said he was going to stay. And now his most senior minister has said she isn't going to stay. So what does he do now? That is what we're all waiting to get some clarity on from Justin Trudeau himself.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, we are waiting for Pierre Poilievre here. We're told he's just moments away. To your point, if he intends to stay and needs to buy himself some time, probably the quickest thing to do would be to prorogue, because then at least he would also have some time to figure out what happens to cabinet and whether any of these moving parts have to move further, given this dramatic departure by Chrystia Freeland. To be clear, we still don't know what Chrystia Freeland was offered.
I have information just on this.
Please.
It was a minister without portfolio role and without a department dealing with Canada-U.S. relations. So that would have been, she was international trade minister, I believe, last time, in terms of dealing with the Canada-U.S. issue. They wanted her to take that on. She would have presumably stayed as deputy prime minister. I'm going to text while I'm talking, to confirm that.
So
but this was essentially.
I'll just interrupt because I actually heard that same portfolio was offered to Mark Carney.
Well, isn't that interesting?
That they also wanted him to take on a Canada-U.S. role without a department, and that he would not agree to that. I don't have that, fully formed, but yeah.
Yeah, then maybe he was going to go into finance and Freeland was going to go into this. But it's a minister without portfolio and without a department dealing with the Canada-U.S. role, and would have lacked really some of the tools you have as a full department when she was working on the NAFTA renegotiations last time. I don't know if she would have been staying on as deputy prime minister. I'm asking that question now. I haven't gotten an answer on that yet. But yes, she was offered a minister without portfolio dealing with Canada-U.S. relations. And if you're the finance minister and you're about to deliver the fall economic statement on a Monday, and then presumably by Wednesday, you're a minister without portfolio dealing with this big issue, you can maybe understand how that would have ruffled things quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think that becomes a lot clearer to me. I mean, that certainly starts to sound like a demotion, as much as you might want to dress it up and put her in charge of the relationship with the United States, something that she had an enormous amount of success with previously.
Well, I guess you have to challenge there, Rosie, that the only way to sort of do this in a lateral way to deal with is to make her the foreign affairs minister, right? And then you run up against the political ambitions and track record of Mélanie Joly, and what do you do there? And would Minister Joly want to move? Shuffling a cabinet is not an easy thing to do, as we've seen. A lot of people leave, and today they lost one. For sure.
Yeah, and certainly Mélanie Joly, I mean, you had heard the same thing, I'm sure, that there was also a move afoot there to try and put her into a different position as well. So there were a lot of people that were going to be moved around. That was pretty clear. This was supposed to be, the last cabinet shuffle before an election. It was supposed to be a cabinet shuffle that directly addressed the concerns that Donald Trump has raised, to put some of the best players in the best positions in order to deal with some of the threats that we're hearing from Donald Trump. Perhaps, I don't know. I don't know how the Prime Minister would have sold that to Chrystia Freeland, but we can speculate. Is that Pierre? No, it's someone arriving for Pierre Poilievre. Sorry. I don't know how he would have sold that to Chrystia Freeland to make that sound palatable or make that sound like something that was not symbolic. But the minute you don't have a department behind you, that raises a red flag when you're being offered a job without a department, because that means you don't have the resources, the money, the people necessary. Rosie. Okay, let's listen in there. If we can.
De spéculation pour l'instant. Donc, je vous dirais, c'est une situation sérieuse, mais il faut toujours garder le meilleur intérêt des Canadiens et des Canadiennes. C'est ce que je fais. Et évidemment, il y aura plus à dire au cours de la journée.
Okay, here's Pierre Poilievre. That was Minister Champagne. Let's listen to the leader of the official opposition.
We witnessed the worst chaos within the government of Canada in the modern history of this country. The government of Canada is losing control right before our eyes and at the worst time. Today, only a few hours before the Minister of Finance was to present a fall update, he decided to pulverize our deficit numbers, which were already serious, and announced that and the minister announced she no longer had confidence in the Prime Minister. Canadians are already worried about the $40 billion represented by the deficit. We're about to learn that the deficit was in fact much higher. That would have meant the greatest inflation and the greatest risk for our economy, already at risk from U.S. tariffs. To continue that chaos, let's think about this. At a time where the Minister of Finance has resigned, the priority was for the Prime Minister to announce that François-Philippe Champagne was instantly to become the Minister of Finance. And I think that Mr. François-Philippe Champagne is already the Minister of Finance. But a journalist called him, and he confirmed that he was not. So it's not him. Soon after that, the position was to go to Randy Boissonnault. He was the third person on the list published by Justin Trudeau's cabinet. Mr. Boissonnault, the two Randys, he had to resign previously because of a scandal where he claimed a false Indigenous identity and identified himself as two different people in order to have access to government funding for his massive scandal business. So who actually is the Minister of Finance as we speak? Everything is out of control. Spending and uncontrolled bureaucracy have doubled the cost of housing. There are 1,400 homeless encampments that have invaded Ontario. Uncontrolled spending has led to these types of encampments all over the country. And the government admits that there are up to 500,000 people in Canada who are irregular or illegal immigrants. The country is not under control. Crime is rampant, and that is doubling the disorder on the streets. This is all adding to chaos. 47,000 people have died of overdoses after Mr. Trudeau liberalized drugs in our streets. Inflation is out of control because of the inflationary spending of this government. 2 million people have to go to food banks, an unthinkable number not so long ago, and now our food banks don't have enough food. Uncontrolled spending has doubled our debt and has caused interest rates to go up. There wasn't only Ms. Freeland who lost control. Mr. Fraser, the Minister of Housing, is resigning in the middle of a housing crisis. The Minister of Finance resigned in the middle of an economic crisis here in Canada. So that shows that Justin Trudeau has lost control, but he's hanging on to power. All this chaos, all this division, all this weakness is happening as our largest neighbor and closest ally is imposing 25% tariffs under a recently elected Trump with a strong mandate, a man who knows how to identify weakness. And we see this weakness within the Trudeau government. Freeland is the primary minister in the cabinet and has been for 9 years. This is not just any minister. This is the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. And she's lost confidence in the Prime Minister. This is what she says. Today, our country is facing major challenges. The new U.S. administration is pursuing a policy of nationalism, which represents a risk of 25% tariffs being imposed. We have to take this threat seriously and preserve our fiscal and economic capacity, keeping the reserves that we may need in the case of a tariff war. We must avoid costly political gimmicks that we can ill afford and that prompt Canadians to doubt our ability to recognize the seriousness of this time. I know that Canadians will respect such an approach. They know that when we work for them, and they know when we are focused on ourselves. It is unavoidable that our mandate as government end. And I quote, "It cannot go on." When will Jagmeet Singh start working for Canadians rather than working for Mr. Trudeau? How is it, Mr. Singh, that 20 Liberal MPs have lost confidence in Justin Trudeau, including his own Deputy Prime Minister? But you, Mr. Singh, you are still there and still have confidence in this Prime Minister. Now, Mr. Singh has to put Canada first and put an end to this disastrous government that has totally lost control. We are there to work in the interests of Canada, and I have a message for all patriotic Liberals across this country. I understand that your leader, whether it's Mr. Carney or Mr. Trudeau, have betrayed you. Conservatives will work for you, for all Canadians, of all political stripes, to unite Canadians and allow Canada to recover after all the damage that has been caused by Mr. Trudeau. We have a great future, but we have to start now to take back control of spending, of immigration, of borders, of crime, and of our government. We will restore Canada's promise. Thank you.
For being here today. What we are seeing is the government of Canada itself is spiraling out of control right before our eyes and at the very worst time. Today, mere hours before Trudeau's finance minister was to deliver a fall economic update that was expected to smash through her already massive deficit targets, she announced she no longer has confidence in the Prime Minister. Canadians were already anxious about the reckless $40 billion deficit the government had announced last spring, but today, in mere hours, they were expected to learn that it was much higher than that, threatening our social programs and our fiscal stability right in the middle of a potential trade war. The Prime Minister, with the help and instigation of carbon tax Carney, pushed Ms. Freeland to bring on massive, unsustainable, irresponsible spending increases that blew through her self-imposed guardrail. He thought that he would simply push her through that guardrail and off the cliff so that she, and not he and Mr. Carney, would take the blame for the crisis that he and they caused. To continue the chaos, think of this. The moment the finance minister resigned, the government's published order of precedent meant that François-Philippe Champagne instantaneously became the finance minister. But now he tells us he doesn't have the job and doesn't want the job. So it goes to the next minister who's on the published order of precedent, and that is Randy Boissonnault, more commonly known as the two Randys, the gentleman who had to resign because he falsely claimed he was Indigenous, falsely claimed that there were more than one Randy when it was all him and all in his head. And he is now technically our finance minister as we speak. We don't know for sure, though, if he'll still be finance minister in 3.5 hours when the scheduled fall economic update is expected to land. That update, by the way, is currently covered by a black blanket underneath a table. No one is allowed to look at it, even though journalists and parliamentarians showed up to read it in briefing rooms to this day, earlier today. So here we are. Everything is spiraling out of control. Out of control spending and bureaucracy has doubled housing costs, with 1,400 homeless encampments taking over Ontario alone. Out of control immigration has led to refugee camps opening in suburban Canada. And then we have 500,000 people in the country illegally, according to government estimates. Out of control crime overtakes our once tranquil streets, with gun crime having doubled. Out of control drugs and disorder add to the chaos, with 47,000 of our people dead of overdoses since Trudeau legalized drug laws, stopped enforcing them, and allowed limitless sums of fentanyl ingredients into our country. Out of control inflation has followed out of control money printing, which has sent out of control demand to our food banks, which are running out of food altogether. Out of control spending has doubled our national debt, boosted interest rates, and threatened our social programs. And it's not just Freeland who thinks this Prime Minister is out of control. Now, Housing Minister Sean Fraser has resigned in the middle of a housing crisis. The Minister is resigning, the Finance Minister is resigning in the middle of an economic crisis, and a fifth of his Liberal caucus has lost confidence in him. Justin Trudeau has lost control, and yet he clings to power. We cannot accept this kind of chaos, division, weakness while we're staring down the barrel of a 25% tariff from our biggest trading partner and closest ally, which, by the way, is headed by a newly elected president with a strong and fresh mandate, a man who can spot weakness from a mile away. Ms. Freeland has been Mr. Trudeau's most trusted minister now for a decade, for 9 years. She knows him better than anyone, and she knows that he's out of control. She said this: "Our country faces a grave challenge. The incoming administration in the United States is pursuing a policy of aggressive economic nationalism, including the threat of a 25% tariff. We need to take that threat extremely seriously. That means we have to keep our fiscal firepower dry today, so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford, and which makes Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. I know Canadians would recognize and respect such an approach. They know we are working for them. They know when we are working for them, and they know when we are working for ourselves. Inevitably, our time in government will come to an end. Will come to an end," she said, and I quote. And it is coming to an end, because we simply cannot go on like this. And it is up to Jagmeet Singh now to make that realization. Mr. Trudeau is being held in office by one man, Jagmeet Singh. A fifth of Liberal MPs have written a letter for him to resign. His deputy prime minister has walked out on him. His housing minister has quit. That on top of numerous other female ministers who stormed out after his appalling mistreatment and abuse and dishonesty towards them. 80% of Canadians have lost confidence in this Prime Minister. So why is Jagmeet Singh making the entire country wait for him to get his pension? That is the question today. To patriotic Liberals across the country, my message is this: you supported this government in good faith because you thought it was the right thing for the country. And You are good and decent patriotic people who've been let down by a Prime Minister and his top advisor, Mr. Carney, who have betrayed Ms. Freeland and you. Carney and Trudeau, the backroom boys, have taken the Liberal Party away from anything it used to stand for. What I'm calling for is let's bring home the common sense consensus of Liberals who believed in liberty, Conservatives who believed in conserving it, fiscal responsibility, compassion for our neighbours. These are the shared common values that will bind up our nation's wounds and bring us back together. Now is the time for a carbon tax election to turn the decision away from me or Mr. Trudeau or Mr. Singh or Mr. Carney and put it in the hands of the people. I know that they will make the right decision. Let's bring it home.
Mr. Poilievre, can you clarify, you do not accept the possibility that Mr. Trudeau could resign and there could be a leadership? You think there needs to be an election right now?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it is not backroom Liberal insiders who get to choose the Canadian Prime Minister, it is the Canadian people. And for Mark Carney to write a fall economic update full of poison pills and then put it on his rival Chrystia Freeland's desk to knock her and Mr. Trudeau out of the game and allow him and appoint himself Prime Minister is about the most undemocratic political maneuver we've ever witnessed in this country's history. The Canadian people deserve to choose who should be their next Prime Minister. Let's put our faith in them.
Is it possible to still have a vote on this, though?
That's up to Mr. Singh.
Will the election itself need to take place before January the 20th, when the catastrophic 25% tariff is slated to come into effect?
It would be ideal to have the election done before the president takes office or within the first week or two of his mandate, so that Canadians would have a strong Prime Minister with the brains and backbone, the strength and smarts to stand up for Canada, facing down President Trump and our American competitors.
To be clear, do you think there is a process? Is there a process in the House of Commons? We're in a minority government. Do you see a process in which the House could vote no confidence before it rises tomorrow? Is there such a maneuver that you can do?
I think it's really up to Jagmeet Singh.
Freeland resigned hours before tabling the fall economic statement. How should the government now proceed with the Feds? Should it be tabled?
Yes.
Last question.
And maybe we should. Maybe the answer is just for them to table the Fez and let's vote up or down on the Fez. It would be a confidence motion. I think the answer is to table the Fez, the fall economic update, and let the House of Commons vote up or down. And if the fall economic update is defeated, then it would be a non-confidence vote, and we would proceed to a carbon tax election. Je pense que Mr. Trudeau devrait déposer
I think that Mr. Trudeau should introduce the fiscal economic update this afternoon and allow for a vote this evening to allow the House of Commons to determine whether they have confidence in the government or not. And if not, we will have an election so that we can restore control of this country.
Do you want their Christmas holiday to be interrupted by a federal election campaign?
I think right now Canadians' Christmas holidays are being interrupted by the NDP Liberal hell they're living under. Lining up 2 million people at food banks, 1,400 homeless encampments, a doubling of gun crime, the worst inflation in 40 years, our 6 consecutive quarters of shrinking per capita GDP, $500 billion of investment leaving for the United States. Parents are tossing and turning at night because we have the most indebted households by far in the G7. That's the real hell that is interrupting people's Christmas spirit right now. And I think the best Christmas present we could give Canadians is to let them choose a new common sense conservative government that will bring home Canada's promise, so that anyone from anywhere can do anything. Hard work gets them a powerful paycheck and pension that buys affordable food, homes, and wonderful Christmas gifts to go under the tree. Thank you.
Okay, that was the leader of the Conservative Party of the official opposition, Pierre Poilievre, responding to what has been already a dramatic day here in Ottawa after the resignation of Chrystia Freeland from Justin Trudeau's cabinet, just hours before she was set to deliver the fall economic statement. An unprecedented, stunning departure that throws the Liberal government and its agenda into a tailspin. Hello, I'm Rosemary Barton, Chief Political Correspondent. Thank you for joining our special coverage here with me in studio. David Cochrane, Aaron Weary, and some other guests we'll get to in just a moment. In a letter to Trudeau, Freeland says it was the only viable path after she was told on Friday morning that she would be removed from the finance portfolio to another portfolio. She also rejects the direction Trudeau is taken fiscally. Her letter states this: for the past number of weeks, you and I have found ourselves at odds about the best path forward for Canada. Our country today faces a grave challenge. The incoming administration in the United States is pursuing a policy of aggressive economic nationalism, including a threat of 25% tariff. She goes on to say, we need to take that threat extremely seriously, and that means keeping our fiscal powder dry today so we have the reserves we may need for a coming tariff war. That means eschewing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. Here is just a bit of the reaction that we have heard so far on Parliament Hill today.
Chrystia Freeland is a good friend, someone I work with very, very closely as President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport. This news has hit me really hard, and I'll reserve further comment until I have time to process it.
Not just I wish her all the best. Look, these are difficult and deeply personal decisions, and obviously she's made that decision, and I respect her for it.
Today was supposed to be a presentation of a plan, and now we're talking about a finance minister who has resigned. I don't see how this helps the Prime Minister, and I don't see a way out and how this helps us talk about Canadians while we're continuing to talk about what's happening right now.
So he needs to go. Sorry, I'd like to hear you say.
I think he needs to go, yeah.
Justin Trudeau.
Yep.
What the I mean, how does the Prime Minister, on the eve of a statement that we've been waiting for months, deep six his finance minister and think that things are going to be normal? What concerns me is that we are in this serious crisis. We're facing a Trump administration coming in. We've got a Prime Minister who's missing in action, and now his Deputy Prime Minister, his Finance Minister, has jumped ship. The Prime Minister needs to show up and explain how this gong show was allowed to happen.
Just some of the reaction that we've gotten through the past number of hours. This started to unfold at around just after 9 o'clock when Sean Fraser, the housing minister, was announcing his own decision to step away from cabinet, pending a shuffle that we were expecting this week. At around that time, news broke through that letter that Chrystia Freeland posted on social media that she was leaving, resigning as finance minister and deputy prime minister because of a policy dispute, certainly, but also because of what she had been offered as a job by the Prime Minister on Friday. Pending that cabinet shuffle that is now also in question, given that everything has essentially been upended. The other piece that we are watching for at this hour is to find out what will happen with that fall economic statement that was to be tabled at 4 p.m. Eastern. We still do not have word from the government about whether they plan to go ahead with that or not. David Cochrane, the host of Power and Politics, is of course here as well, as is Aaron Weary, senior writer for CBC News. David's Political Pulse panel is here. They'll jump in just a moment. Let's start with where you think we are at right now.
Well, a couple of bits of news that we have that we can share. We do know the job that Chrystia Freeland was offered. She would stay on as Deputy Prime Minister, but she would move into a Minister without Portfolio role, Rosie, that would be focused on Canada-U.S. relations. This is what we are hearing from a source. This obviously was not satisfactory to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, who had endured months of leaks criticizing her communications and political skills in various media and highlighting the fact that she was often at odds with the Prime Minister. She made plain in her rather candid and withering resignation letter today that she has disagreements with the strong policy direction of things, and she clearly wasn't willing to accept what would look like a demotion coming potentially just 2 days after the fall economic statement. The other thing I can tell you is that Chrystia Freeland spoke to the premiers today, even on a day when she resigned. She did speak with the members of the Council of the Federation. I'm told is that it was mostly to thank them for the leadership positions that they have taken and for their role in responding to the Canada-US challenges, but didn't get into the specific details. And we now have 3 Liberal MPs who have publicly called for the Prime Minister to go since this news broke. Hamilton MP Chad Collins, Renee Arsenault, who represents Madawaska-Restigouche in New Brunswick, has said that the Prime Minister must go, and Francis Drouin, the Ontario MP from Glengarry, Prescott Russell. These are all little capsules of information and events that have been happening as we have been waiting to hear from the Prime Minister and senior officials in government about what the heck happens next. We're all kind of channeling Charlie Angus today, Rosie, but get the bleeps ready, you know?
Yeah. Maybe we can throw up that shot, Jerry, of the cabinet door. That's where cabinet ministers had been earlier. There was a previously scheduled cabinet meeting. Some of them have emerged. The Prime Minister has not. We did get a shot of him going in. He did not say anything. Looked sort of unfazed, but I would imagine that is not the case, given the way the events have unfolded. We'll obviously talk about Pierre Poilievre's response as well. He too waited a couple of hours to respond, but is calling for an election immediately. In fact, he said, let's table the fall economic statement and vote it up and down, and called on Jagmeet Singh to help him bring down the government and force an election. That would, I think, happen over Christmas. So we'll just try and...
So,
go ahead.
One of the options being considered now is to table the fall economic statement, the Fez, as Fred Delory here likes to call it. It's his biggest day of the year on the political calendar. But they're just joking. It is now. Fred always says that we never talk about the Fez after Fez Day. But I don't think there's going to be a speech.
No.
And then there are the growing and swirling questions about what this means for the Prime Minister's future. What's he thinking about? What's he saying to people?
Aaron, I'll get you to weigh in before I go to Peter Armstrong, where there's nothing happening. So it'll be a very short hit, but your thoughts on where we are at this point.
Yeah, look, with all due respect to Fred, who loves the Fez, obviously, it's the least interesting part of today. They may or may not table it, but really the first question is, who's the finance minister? And the second question is the Prime Minister able to stay on? It's really hard to understate what a significant blow this is to the Prime Minister, not just because his finance minister quit on the day of the fall economic statement, but because it was Chrystia Freeland, who is such an integral, central minister to this Prime Minister's entire time in office. You know, Pierre Poilievre, who was just up, was reading aloud from Chrystia Freeland's letter. I think if you had asked people at the start of the day, imagine that Pierre Poilievre would be standing in the foyer reading aloud from Chrystia Freeland's resignation letter with criticism for the government, we would have been stunned, and we are. That just underlines what a significant crisis this is for the government, and one they have to solve sooner rather than later.
And potentially a significant crisis for the country, given that we do need to see the state of the country's finances. And we are faced right now with an incoming president who has serious and devastating economic threats against this country. As we talked about, though, that fall economic statement is supposed to be happening now. Journalists are supposed to be in a lockup, supposed to be looking at the numbers. But this announcement has upended that plan. And while the government figures out what it's going to do, so too are our reporters who are over there with little to do at this stage. CBC senior business reporter Peter Armstrong is in Ottawa. You came in special for this, and now you're doing what are you doing over there, Peter?
I mean, there's nothing happening. Like, literally, reporters are behind me, sitting around talking to one another, drinking coffee, taking bets on whether we're actually going to see the fall economic statement. And despite that, Rosemary, this is definitely the most interesting lockup I've ever been in. I've been sitting here this morning trying to think about how to describe the vibes, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I'm at a bit of a loss for words, but boy, do I have an apt metaphor. Come with me, take a look at this. There's the fall economic statement, shrouded in a black, whatever this is, sheet, I guess. It's sitting there. We could presumably read it, and usually at 10 o'clock in the morning, they would unveil that to great flurry, and everybody would get a picture of it. We get our copies and go downstairs. But here we wait, and wait to see what's in it, wait to see if we're going to see it, wait to see who's going to read it, and wait to see what it does tell us. As you say, there's important market-moving information in that document.
One of the things that Pierre Poilievre posited, and I'm not sure that it's wrong, is that the person who was supposed to front this fall update was also going to front some potentially bad news or challenging news for the country, and then was going to be shuffled out of the job so that someone else could come in and do something differently. What were we kind of expecting to get as an economic picture?
Yeah, so I mean, the big question was the deficit, right? And whether we'd stick to, we went from fiscal anchors to fiscal guardrails to sort of vague promises about sticking to things. The 40.1 billion, I think, was what we saw in the budget. And literally every bank economist in the country has come out with a slightly different number, some as high as like into the 50s and $60 billion deficit, some as low as $42, $44 billion in terms of a deficit. Definitely an increase from what we saw in the budget, but how much, and how much would that matter to, say, the forecast and to growth and to the government books is a wildly debated question, which is why I came to Ottawa today to read this, and why it's important that we get a look at what these numbers tell us, and why that question about whether we'll see them today, but also whether we'll see them, period, is a real issue for all of us sitting around waiting to see what's going to happen today.
Well, just quickly, Peter, what does it mean for the markets, for the broader economy, if this isn't tabled, if that uncertainty is allowed to kind of prevail? Does that change anything?
I mean, it's interesting that markets haven't really reacted to this. And I think it might be a little cynical to say that markets had lost confidence in this government and its books a while ago, but I think we're seeing a bit of that, right? And we're not seeing a wild swing in the currency or in markets or even in the TSX that would make you think, wow, investors are really worried about this. Investors seem to think this kind of chaos is the kind of thing they've come to expect.
Okay, Peter, if anything happens, let us know. But for now, we're going to go back to where the action is, and that's...
I'll light up the bat signal.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. That's Peter Armstrong, senior business reporter. We are waiting to hear what's going to happen with that fall economic statement, and we're also waiting to see what, or if anything, the Prime Minister is going to say. He is still in that cabinet room. Saw just now some of his staff return to the cabinet room, but very quickly he's got to get a handle on things. So I'll toss it over to David Cochrane and one of your political pulse panel to get their pulse and what they're thinking.
Yeah, it's kind of a blend of power panel and the Friday Party Insiders. We got Greg McEachern as a former Liberal ministerial staffer. Greg, I'm going to come to you first. Jordan Leibniz, who is a former NDP staffer, and Fred Delory, a former Conservative staffer and national campaign manager. Well, Greg, I don't know if we're ever going to get the fall economic statement. I don't know what they're doing inside that cabinet room, but I'm sure it's not what they plan to be doing. There goes Sean Fraser. He's walking in to the cabinet room. Greg, what are you hearing? What's your reaction to this? And do you think the Prime Minister can survive something like this, given all of his other troubles?
The conversation right now is exactly about that. What I'm told is that they're discussing prorogation. I was told that it could potentially be a coin flip at this point. So, David, over the weekend, I thought if I was going to be talking to you today, I'd be talking about my friend Sean Fraser's resignation that I know has been coming for a while. This is a kind of a mix of the 30,000 feet, to mix a metaphor here, 30,000 feet and in the weeds, because you have questions like, why was Minister Freeland told this on Friday ahead of an FES? But also, as you said, we've been waiting for the fall economic statement for quite a while. Business is waiting. Canadians are waiting. So all in all, this is an embarrassment. I'd like to echo Charlie Angus's words, but I know this is a family program. And it's an embarrassment. And, when we were talking about the caucus revolt a few weeks ago, and pundits said, well, we knew it'd come to nothing. I never believed that for a second, because this just continued to bubble up. And those of you who covered the Jody Wilson-Raybould episode or other things, and I think, Aaron, you said something about this earlier, there seems to be a tendency here where there are no conversations. There are shots through the media. You're supposed to somehow assume your direction through leaks. And then it comes to this penultimate meeting, and it goes awry, and people leave, and they leave unhappy. And, this from a Prime Minister that when you run into him in the street, he's a gregarious, great guy. And I think I said at the time to you, David, a few weeks ago, there's this concept that around the Prime Minister, there's an inner circle, and it's gotten a lot smaller, but there's an inner circle. And then way outside, this third tier is the public, and he's great. People in airports, rallies. It's this in-between. The people who work with him regularly, there seems to be obviously an issue.
Yeah, we're being told, by the way, I'm just getting some information that the media lockup for the fall economic statement is going to start at 2 o'clock. So if someone wants to get word to Peter Armstrong, they'll be ripping those black sheets off the documents. There are some reporting out there the Prime Minister may address Parliament today, and prorogue, I'm being told that is not in fact the case. Fred, we are in this fog of war right now. I know you said, you have said repeatedly on my show that the Prime Minister needs to sit down and give the country a narrative to pay attention to. I don't imagine this is what you had in mind. What are your thoughts today?
Well, as I said Friday on the show, I said we are seeing a narrative coming together. It's dysfunction. That's his narrative. He has no idea what's going on. He has no control of his own team. We're heading into this potentially catastrophic negotiations with the U.S. on trade and tariffs, and the Prime Minister can't even lead his own team right now. We keep talking about Team Canada. This fez that we see under the black tablecloth, I don't know who wrote it. Is it Trudeau's fez? Or is it Freeland's fez? Is it what she wanted to get in it, or is it what he wanted? What has been printed and what is there that may come out?
It sounds like they co-wrote it, but I think the PMO might have had a heavier hand on the pen, and she was prepared to live with it until they were going to take her out of finance and put her in this without portfolio. I mean, we heard Pierre Poilievre saying, "Oh, Mark Carney did this from outside." I mean, that is not true. This was a PMO thing
Come
with
as a
finance.
surprise to Mark Carney.
Yes, he would be very surprised. Well, who knows the way this day is going? But sorry, Fred.
I don't know why Carney's attaching or allowing his name to be attached to any of this over the last number of months. He should have. Yeah. He's already gone too far in by taking whatever that weird volunteer economic position is. He's now tied himself to these guys. Mm-hmm. This is a train wreck. Have we ever seen in the history of Canada a finance minister resigning on the day of a fez or a budget? Like, this is a mini budget, and we talked before about my joking about fez. Fez is an opportunity to drive your narrative and your message and what you're doing for the next 4, 5, 6 months until your actual budget, and to blow up your one opportunity, a big opportunity where all of business is watching and Canadians are at least hoping for something out of it. It's disastrous for these guys.
Well, Jordan, to extend Fred's train wreck metaphor here, Pierre Poilievre tried to tie Jagmeet Singh to the tracks today, essentially saying it's up to him now to bring down this government, end the chaos, and offer an opportunity for stability inside the Parliament. I know the New Democrats reject those things, as they say they are not going to have his political ambitions outsourced to their caucus. But what do you make of where these things are right now today in terms of where the government is and what the Prime Minister might say when he emerges?
Right. Well, I mean, I think in the past I've been on the record criticizing Freeland as a communicator, but let me rescind all of that. It turns out she's a very impactful communicator when she wants to be. And I think that there's really no understating the absolute nuclear fallout of this letter, and not just the content of it, but when she chose to deliver it. If she was let go from her portfolio on Friday, that was a conscious decision to wait until this had maximum impact on the day of the fall economic statement. And it wasn't just about a disagreement with the Prime Minister's fiscal direction. She went much further in the letter. She talks about the political gimmick. She expresses a lack of confidence in the way the Prime Minister is approaching the tariff war, in the way that he's approaching the premiers and the Team Canada approach. And I think lastly, and probably most damagingly for the Liberals, she really speaks to the idea that they are now really enveloped in this internal discussion, and that is at the expense of working for the interests of Canadians. And that's something that's been just a huge narrative vulnerability, to go to what Fred was talking about, for the Liberals over the last year. And this has just absolutely driven that home. I do not see how the Prime Minister survives this. I don't think that we're even going to get into a circumstance where the NDP has the opportunity to vote these guys down at any point soon. They've done it to themselves.
Can I just say, David, that Cabinet seems to be resuming. So just want to bring people up to date there.
So
all
we got
Cabinet
that going
ministers
for us.
Yeah, Cabinet ministers seem to be going back in to the Cabinet meeting. And I don't know what they're going to discuss, but we have yet to see from the Prime Minister. So perhaps there's another conversation about next steps.
Yeah, I'd say there's many conversations. I'm texting furiously and listening, I promise you. And I'm not getting any clarity. There's various rumors out there that I'm being told, no, that hasn't been decided, that isn't happening. And you can see if they're all still in there. I mean, they got to figure out what's happening. But the lockup for the fall economic statement will start at 1:45, not 2 o'clock, as I said. The embargo will lift at 4. How that goes out, we do not know. But you know, Rosie, just one quick thing. The conversation this creates, as we've all talked about, the Prime Minister, Helena Jazik, who until recently was in Cabinet, said, let's put it this way, firing the Minister of Finance, who has served you extremely well, is not what I call a trustworthy move. When she was asked, should he resign, she said, yes. So that's where this is going today.
Yeah, and I've had a couple of texts from people who were trying in caucus to push the Prime Minister out, who believe that the momentum that they were lacking before, they now
have a new jolt.
potentially have.
Yep.
And that gives credence, in my mind, Aaron, to the idea of a prorogation. It would, at very least, allow him a moment to regroup, to perhaps reflect himself on what he wants to do and whether there's a way out of this. I think one of the other key questions that I have is, did Mark Carney actually say yes? Like, are we going through this because Mark Carney did agree, or are we going through this and Mark Carney has still not agreed?
So you would assume that before they went and asked Chrystia Freeland to step aside from finance, that they had a finance minister in their back pocket.
You would hope.
You would hope. But to Greg's point, the lack of logic to go to Chrystia Freeland on a Friday before the Fez, for the fall economic statement, and ask her to step aside, and to not be seemingly prepared for any kind of fallout, would raise some questions about how much foresight was put into this.
Yeah.
You know, because again, it is, to bring it back to the Jody Wilson-Raybould example, they clearly did not anticipate that that would lead to a blow-up when they moved her to, if I'm remembering correctly, Veterans Affairs out of Justice.
Yes.
And, you know, they didn't think that that simple move was going to lead to problems. And it led to what was, before recent events, probably the closest this Prime Minister has come to losing power. You know, it's that, I think, is what's so remarkable, is that they have, in a way, done this to themselves, or the Prime Minister has done this to himself. Now, you know, when it comes to prorogation, I don't think prorogation makes any sense unless he's ready to go. If there's no real mechanism to defeat this government in the next 48 hours, because the House adjourns in 2 days, it's over, they can go into Christmas break without falling. There's no real justification for prorogation. And as you say, if he needs time to think about whether he's staying on, it's done. So if he's going to prorogue, the reason to prorogue would be because he's stepping aside. That would be a reason to prorogue, because then you need a leadership race.
Well,
there's no sense continuing on in Parliament with the Prime Minister and with the sitting Prime Minister if he's on his way out. So that, to me, would be the impetus.
David seems to have
I can just say, I'm trying to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
It is undecided when and how we will hear from the Prime Minister today, but I am told by a member of his staff he's not resigning and we're not proroguing. So the two big nuclear options that would be on the table. I had another senior government staffer suggest to me that why prorogue? There's no votes. There's nothing to do. You take your break. You're due to come back on the 27th of January. So you have all of the time between now and then, I guess, to figure out what comes next. You can always go see the Governor General at any point in that next month.
Can you ask if my interview is still going to happen on Wednesday?
You know what? I'll do what I can. All right.
Okay, I'm going to bring in
or
Tyler.
Get him on tonight.
Yeah, or get him on this show tonight. Yeah, your show tonight. Tyler Meredith is a former head of fiscal and economic policy for the Prime Minister and for Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, and he joins us now live. Tyler, hello. How are you?
Thanks for having me. Nice to see you,
Nice
Rosie.
to see you. Kind of a stunning day. Let's start with the seemingly quite large chasm, policy chasm, between the Prime Minister and Chrystia Freeland. Was that a surprise to you, or had you sort of sensed that this was happening and growing over time?
So there are always disagreements between finance ministers and premiers and prime ministers. That happens every day in every government in every part of the country. I think sometimes those spill out into the public, sometimes they don't. You'll recall that Jim Flaherty and Stephen Harper had public disagreements over policy at points in time. Look, I've worked for Bill Morneau, I've worked for Justin Trudeau, I've worked for Chrystia Freeland. I know that Chrystia and the Prime Minister care deeply about the future of the party, of the government, of the country, and that they have very similar values. Sometimes those things come into conflict with each other on important issues of policy. I know that there have been some disagreements over time. As I say, that's natural. I think what's probably different is that it was starting to build in the public domain over the course of the last couple of months about attacking her credibility as a leader. And at some point that becomes untenable. I think in this particular case, it wasn't one thing. I think it was one event, as has been reported, the conversation that may have happened on Friday. And I think at that point in time, Chrystia probably just decided, if you're telling me that you want to move me, it's because you don't have confidence in me. And I just feel that it's not, I'm not able to operate in the way that I could. And I think that's probably actually the simplest and the truest explanation.
What is the explanation, though, and you maybe can't answer this, but I'll get you to speculate. What is the explanation as to why the Prime Minister would do this days before a fall economic update? And then, I guess, assume that Chrystia Freeland would be okay with how this was going to unfold. That's the part, to me, that seems to be sort of the strategic mistake. You know, do it after the fall update, do it 2 weeks from now. But this timing seems very curious.
I think some of it, as Aaron may have alluded to there, may have had something to do with the conversations that were happening with Mark Carney. I don't know. But I will say this. I think the intention was that they wanted Chrystia to go off and do something on Canada-U.S. relations, because that's what she's good at and that's what she cares about. And while that is something that she cares a lot about and is good at, I think she also cares a lot about being the finance minister, and frankly has done a fairly decent job, in my opinion, over the course of the last number of years, very difficult circumstances. And, you know, she had to make an existential decision, because when the Prime Minister is saying to you, I don't have confidence in you to do this job that I asked of you in the past, I want you to do something different, but I don't have confidence in you to do this particular job, I think it raises an existential question for somebody, like in any HR discussion, frankly, right, about why am I here? And I think what's interesting is that she's decided to stay. Again, because I think she cares a lot about the future of the party and the future of the government, and so does he. I know he does. And I think these are two people that had different visions that were coming into contact with each other.
I don't doubt that she cares about the future of the party and the government, but her timing as well. I'm not sure that demonstrates to me that she does, or that she fully understood the impact this would have on this day. I mean, this could, this could end in some pretty brutal ways for the government.
Yeah, look, it obviously is I think, maximum pain effect that it will probably inflict on the government and on the Prime Minister. I don't want to speculate on her motivations to that effect, but I honestly and truly believe that probably the reason why she decided to go as quickly as she did was because she realized the moment that I don't have confidence, I can't really continue on, because you're asking me to speak on behalf of the government in a way that I no longer kind of represent.
So what happens to this job then, Tyler, just as someone who's worked in that department so much? They have to fill that job very quickly. How does that have to unfold over the next hours and days?
So it's interesting. It's funny because I was actually sitting in finance when the whole resignation bill was happening, watching CBC News, having all of this play out. And so, I have a sense of exactly what's probably going through the minds of some of the people there. And I just want to say I really sympathize with the challenges that they are dealing with today. In the past, there has been thoughts as to whether or not you would have a interim minister. In the case of when Bill left, it was very quick. As you'll recall, it was literally the next day that Chrystia was sworn in. So I suspect we will see someone new installed on a permanent basis very quickly, which could be as to what the Prime Minister speaks to tonight when he delivers his remarks. I think it'll be important, by the way, that the Prime Minister move quickly to try to fill this gap. There's a separate question about the broader shuffle, but he needs a finance minister ASAP. And if he doesn't fill that hole quickly, I think it will, unfortunately, raise continued questions about the stability that the government is operating with as we go into a period where uncertainty is going to increase significantly for the challenges the country faces.
Just last question, and it's David's question that he fed to me on a Post-it note. So I'll just give him credit. How much was the Prime Minister's office involved in budgets that you did? Is it fair to say that you could do what you want, or that the Prime Minister's office presented things to you and you had to execute them?
So our system of government, and this is true of this government, it was true of the Harper government, it's been true, I think, as a convention for a long time, is a two-key system. And what that means is that all decisions get made with a decision, at least, by both the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister on every single line item of the budget. And every single dollar that moves in the Government of Canada is a decision that's made jointly between the two principals. They don't have to agree. The Prime Minister has the ultimate veto at the end of the day, but it is a decision where both offices, both staff, both principals are involved, both public servants are involved, and so all of the machinery that involves. And in my time when I was there, we tracked very closely to watch how often both principals were concurring with each other and making sure that they didn't agree 100% of the time, because you don't want them to agree 100% of the time. There needs to be a healthy degree of tension, but you also don't want them disagreeing all the time. And so it's really the challenge of staff to work together to try to make sure that the two principals are, at least most of the time, 70 to 80% of the time, on the same page.
Okay, Tyler Meredith, thank you for your insight and your perspective. Appreciate it. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
We are at this hour still waiting to see how the day is going to unfold, but we do have one development. The fall economic statement will happen at 1:45. The lockup will start for journalists and other stakeholders who will be able to see this document and what is inside. As we mentioned earlier, it does contain possibly as much as $1 billion in spending for the border, which was meant to directly address some of the concerns the president-elect has. We will see that document publicly at 4 p.m. Eastern. That will be the only part of our day that is normal, because we were all scheduled to be here for 4. And to see that document, David was supposed to be in the lockup and said early this morning, I don't think I'm going to go. And I said, I don't think you should.
I'm not going to be able to brief you on the contents as I usually do on these days, Rosie. I can tell you, too, the premiers who are meeting with Doug Ford at a hotel in Mississauga, they were supposed to speak at 2 o'clock. They've now moved that up to 1:30. Perhaps knowing they don't want to run counter with question period today and whatever happens in Parliament. That is the opportunity when the House resumes for the Prime Minister to rise and say something, right? If he were so inclined. But by the looks of what we've seen on our feed, they're still in that cabinet room, and from what I'm hearing is they still have not made a decision. People close to him insist he is not considering resignation or prorogation. Others say they're hearing from people inside cabinet and senior level staff that all of these things are on the table. It's a day of a lot of confusion and a lot of chaos.
Michelle Cadario joins us now. She was the former Liberal National Campaign Director, former Deputy Chief of Staff to Paul Martin, who also resigned from his position as a finance minister. I had Peter Giannolo on earlier. I don't know if you saw that. It was a different perspective, perhaps, than what you will have about how things unfolded.
Well, as we say, we got quit. So,
really different circumstances, I would say. But it does illustrate that it is difficult to be a finance minister and have a boss, a prime minister who has maybe different ideas than you do.
yeah, and Tyler spoke to this. That is kind of the system of government that we have. You want a finance minister who's independent enough that they come forward with ideas that they challenge, certainly the prime minister. But ultimately, it's up to the prime minister to decide, what he wants his government to be about, what he wants in his budget, and what he wants to run on. And if the finance minister can't agree on that, then they have a choice of, either just accepting it or leaving. And, I think this was a circumstance of a whole bunch of things, it sounds like. Mm-hmm. And really, probably pondering over the weekend, she felt she had no choice. And boy, she made her choice known. And now here we are.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds to me like she was ready to accept the policy differences. Like she was ready, because the GST holiday went into effect on Saturday. Everybody felt it right away in various ways. Pizza orders and whatnot. But it doesn't sound like she was willing to accept, I guess, what she perceived as a demotion. To be handed a title without a department and a job without a clear definition seems to have been the thing that sent her over the edge.
Well, exactly, and she's been a key member of this government, and it would be, I can't imagine being in her shoes necessarily today, but one would think that you're going to be putting forward the government's economic plan, and then you're going to kind of be put on the sidelines and not given anything to do, and just kind of having a made-up job, as it sounds like. I guess we don't know the full details necessarily, but in that circumstance, I can see what was going through her mind. And I just do not, for the life of me, understand the strategy of telling her that on Friday. No. Even if you were going to sideline someone, like, what are you thinking? It is real arrogance, I just got to say. I just don't understand it. They're smarter than that, or they should be.
Well, they're not, I think, is right. Yeah, I mean, they're not. And the fact, and Greg may be able to bring you in here too, the fact that they didn't foresee that, to me, is baffling.
Absolutely. So, we sit with David on Fridays, and so on Fridays you're gathering intel, and the information. I wrote to a couple of sources. And I said we're going to be talking about these stories about Minister Freeland, and was told that the Prime Minister's a big fan. She's a big fan. And I these people did not see this coming, and I don't know how. I also talked about this government being the king of unintended consequences. This is like telling a hockey player, like, we think you're terrible, you're going to be demoted after the game, now go out and like score a couple of points, or telling an actor, like, you're fired, go do your monologue. Like, how would conceivably you do a fall economic statement where your head is going in the past tense? This is my last time. And cabinet is a very significant thing. People like to know when they are going to their last cabinet meeting. Chrystia Freeland decided over the weekend that she had already been to hers. That is a hell of a thing in Canadian politics.
Well, the cabinet shuffles cost them Toronto St. Paul's because it put that into play with Carolyn Bennett, and La Salle-Verdun because it put that into play with David Lametti, and now they've got this crisis on their hands. Sorry, Rosie.
It's a conversation. Your studio, after all. The fact that she was willing to walk away entirely from it, though, to say, to your point, after all she has done for Justin Trudeau, for the government, for the country, to say this is a bridge too far is also, I think, speaks volumes, because this is someone who had given, a decade of public, more than a decade of her life to public service.
Well, and if you read her statement, she's not done. No, and I think that was probably the most significant line at the very end, is that I'm looking forward to running again and serving my constituents. And so clearly she doesn't see her political life over, and that her political life will go on beyond whatever kind of cabinet makeup that might be next. And so I think that says probably even more than anything else like that was in there.
Do you think that they must have had Mark Carney locked in order to, like, that's the only thing I can come up with in my head, that they must have had him locked in order to toss her aside?
Well, if they have Mark Carney locked in, then what are they doing right now? Like, it's kind of odd that one would think that you would only do that if you had a plan, and that you had a rollout plan, something as significant as moving a finance minister, especially the first female finance minister the country's had. But maybe the time is still to come at 2 o'clock today, but you've seen no evidence of it. You've seen no kind of laying out of any kind of foundation or building anything of that. And I'm not sure, no matter who Mark Carney is or what he's done, this would be his first entree into politics, and I don't know that he's got a full government to kind of put on his shoulders to kind of carry us through. So,
well, maybe let's talk about that in a moment, about why he would bother coming in at this stage, if that is indeed on the table. But first, I'll bring in James Moore, a former Conservative cabinet minister, one of David's power panelists. He served on the government's NAFTA Council during the first Trump administration. Nice to see you, James Moore.
Hi.
So I think David read your tweet out loud, and you're kind of stunned. So give me your thoughts on this shocking resignation today.
After the Toronto Centre by-election and the La Salle-Mard by-election, I think a lot of Liberals who like Justin Trudeau, who see him as a friend and a colleague and a peer, I think they knew that the writing was on the wall, that his time as Prime Minister was coming to an end, and they held their fire on him in the hopes that he would recognize reality on reality's terms, that his time as Prime Minister was coming to an end, and they kind of were hoping that he would take a dignified route to the exit. He has chosen not to do that. And in this move and this power play on Minister Freeland, I think he has cracked whatever good faith there's been left with the Liberal Party, and not only the caucus, with cabinet colleagues and with the base. As David has pointed out, there's Liberal members of Parliament now coming out saying he needs to go. Yeah. I mean, 343 Liberal riding associations. You know that there are presidents and candidates all over the country who are itching to come out and get this signal that it's okay to come out of the woods and say that Justin Trudeau has to go. This is the end. This is the end of Justin Trudeau's time as Prime Minister, and he was given an opportunity to exit gracefully. He chose not to take it, and this is going to get very ugly for him very fast. So
in your mind, James, there's nothing he could do, cabinet shuffle, staffing changes, all the things that were put forward over the summer that he didn't do, to be clear. There's nothing that he could do on that front that would buy him some time.
No, I don't think so. And as Aaron points out, there's effectively the fall economic statement and 2 question periods. You don't prorogue Parliament because you're scared of an embarrassing question period or 2. Yeah. That's not a reason to do it. You have to provide the country with a real reason. So he will go into, I suppose, this address to the nation tonight and sort of spell things out. But this is a disaster in every possible way. And it would be, as a partisan, you see a lot of things that people are kind of laughing and smirking at this. This would be funny if it wasn't so consequential to a G7 country that's facing 25% tariffs, which is an absolute triggering of a recessionary pressure, which will cause the loss of thousands of Canadian jobs, on top of runaway government spending, on top of all kinds of productivity and economic challenges that we have. And we don't know who the finance minister is, and we don't know who the prime minister has. We don't know if Mark Carney is coming in. We don't know whether or not it's relevant. We don't know if he has confidence of his. We don't know what Jagmeet Singh, who has been silent on social media, I see he said, this is a crisis for the country, not just the government, at a time when we least can afford it. And we're going to speculate, and hopefully we'll have answers very soon. But this is enormously serious in terms of what it means for everyday Canadians.
Yeah, just so people know, we don't have confirmation yet that the Prime Minister will speak to the country. We expect that he will have to say something at some point for all the reasons that James laid out there. And I put this question to everyone, but I'll put it to you too, James Moore. If he stays on, because that's what we're hearing right now anyway, that he intends to stay in his job, how quickly does he need to have a finance minister in place to signal both to the markets, to the president-elect, to Canadians that they are doing their job, that they are taking their job seriously?
Well, he needs to have one before markets close today. So he has to have something to say in question period. So that needs to happen. Yeah. But look, the probability is he will limp through today and tomorrow. They will go into the Christmas break. And then what will happen over the coming couple of weeks is that you're going to have an outpouring of frustration and anger of people who have been faithful and friends of Chrystia Freeland saying this guy's got to go. And people who have been reading the polls are going to come out of the woodwork, because it's not just that they wanted Justin Trudeau to go before because they think that he's not going to lead them to re-election, but now they have a reason. Now they have an energy. Now they have sort of a weaponization of the tactics. And so that 1-2 combo of this guy can't win and now we're offended by what he's done is the end of Justin Trudeau's time as Prime Minister. Well,
what was kind of stunning too today was when Pierre Poilievre did come out, because he rightly sort of kept his powder dry and then decided to come out when he had a better lay of the land, was that he used all of Chrystia Freeland's words as a weapon against the Prime Minister to make his own case. And so it does become difficult to see how you overcome that, given the prominence of Chrystia Freeland. This isn't just a minister in charge of a small portfolio.
And there's a very pragmatic, unspoken arithmetic in the minds of everyday Canadians, right? Which is, she has been the most loyal cabinet minister to him, and she has lost absolute confidence in him. Why should I have confidence in him? It's a basic arithmetic that everybody gets instantly, and you can't spin your way out of it.
James Moore, nice to see you. Thank you for jumping on so quickly. We appreciate it. Take good care.
Anytime.
All right, David, I'll hand things over to you. I mean, we had left it as, does anyone want this job now, given where things are at? But perhaps you have news and you want to take the conversation in a different direction.
Look, I've just been comparing notes with our colleague Louis Blouin at Radio Canada, and something I had heard and he had heard. The Prime Minister never told Cabinet that he was staying on. He never said he was leaving, but he never said to them emphatically that he was going to stay when they met this morning. So that has people wondering, whether he is considering his future. Nobody knows this for sure, at least not anyone who's saying anything emphatically or definitively. And I just got a text back from a senior Liberal asking this question. They said, don't know for sure. Too hard, soon to say after a few hours, but one minister told Louis it's going to be tough for him to survive this. So let's, Greg, let's get your thoughts on this. I mean, James Moore laid it out in pretty blunt, stark terms there, talking to Rosie. It's hard to disagree with the political reality that he outlined. What are you hearing? What are your thoughts?
I asked the same question when we were waiting to come on about the rumor about that the Prime Minister had told Cabinet that he was stepping down. Not true, or the way it was explained to me, quote, not an accurate reflection. Yeah. So, the person wasn't saying no, but it sounded like it was discussed, but not firmed up enough that you could actually make that declaration. I was thinking while Rosie and Michelle were talking, a lot of this came because of a push to have the cabinet shuffle this week. This is a cabinet shuffle that's been rumored since the summer. It's been put off and put off. It probably was impacted by people like Sean Fraser, who had a conversation some weeks back with the Prime Minister about his intentions. There may be other people that have had similar conversations. We don't know. But, David, you and I were at an event this weekend where I ran into you and I asked you, why would people want a cabinet shuffle this week versus January? And the push was that the sooner they got ahead of the inauguration, President Trump coming back in. But, haste makes waste. And if all of this happened because of the conversation on Friday morning and them not thinking of the impact, but you can tell by what, senior staffers did over the weekend or the way they communicated, they are totally taken by surprise on this. So, sometimes when you defend your party as a partisan, you have that choice. And sometimes being critical is actually being more loyal. And there have been people like myself and Michelle who have been very honest because we believe in liberal politics. We've worked for liberal governments. We support liberal governments. But there are some things where after a while, what rooms are you in? Because you don't seem to be reading any rooms at this point.
Okay, we're watching another room, and this is the one in Toronto where the premiers are now streaming in to sit down in front of the various flags that make up the provinces and territories of the Canadian Federation. They have been meeting in Toronto to discuss a response to the Canada-U.S. trade issues, in particular a response to deal with the border and the economic threat presented by Donald Trump's threat of tariffs. They spoke to Chrystia Freeland today, who didn't get into the finer points of why she was leaving, but thanked them for their leadership. It's about to start. We'll turn it over to Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who's the chair of the council.
Bienvenue à cette conférence de presse. We will start out today with remarks from the chair of the Council of the Federation, Ontario Premier Doug Ford, followed by remarks in French by the Premier of Quebec, François Legault. We will then take questions from media. It is my pleasure to introduce the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford.
Well, first of all, thank you so much and good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin by thanking my fellow premiers for joining me here today in my hometown of Etobicoke for a fall Council of the Federation meeting. And I have to tell you, I've mentioned before, I am so blessed to have what a great team of premiers here at the table, a united team. And last night and today, we had a very open, productive, and positive discussion about the issues that matter to everyday Canadians. We focused our discussion on Canada-U.S. relations, energy security, and speeding up approvals for life-saving medications. As premiers, we reached consensus on a number of key items. We agreed that there's no greater risk to our economy right now than the threat of U.S. tariffs. The imposition of tariffs by the U.S. would be a significant failure on the part of the federal government. To protect workers, we need a full Team Canada approach. That means that the federal government needs to do better engaging premiers as it deals with the threat of tariffs, with regular meetings with the Prime Minister and whoever is on his team that takes a role in the U.S. relations. I can tell you all premiers have been clear that this strategy needs to include a plan to accelerate reaching our NATO 2% target and proactive measures to better secure our border on both sides. Premiers have been briefed on the federal government's plan, but we need more details about how and when it will be implemented. It's critical that the federal government's border plan demonstrates strong and visible action that shows Canada is serious. We agreed to lead a premier's mission to Washington in February to continue to engage with key U.S. lawmakers and cabinet officials once the new administration is sworn in. Premiers discussed the impacts of the proposed clean energy regulations, clean fuel regulations, the draft oil and gas emissions cap, and the federal carbon tax, which is scheduled to increase again on April the 1st, 2025. We agreed that the federal government needs to honor its commitment to work with provinces and territories to streamline regulatory processes to remove duplication so that we can move projects forward. Premiers discussed a new proposal to speed up approves for life-saving medications for Canadians. Canada currently ranks last in the G7 in the time it takes to approve and provide access to medication. This needs to change. Premiers agreed to direct our ministers of health to develop a plan for a new pilot project that would cut the drug approval process by 9 months and get drugs to patients as soon as they receive a positive funding recommendation from Canada's drug agency. This proposal would cover 7 to 10 cancer drugs each year that have been approved by Health Canada through Project Orbis. Negotiations would begin immediately to determine the final list price, with manufacturers accepting specific obligations around cost and coverage. This proposal only works if drug manufacturers come to the table in good faith and with a desire to help. We look forward to receiving an update from the Ministers of Health in the new year. Look, it's been a very, very busy day today. Today has been an important reminder of how critical it is that premiers work together. No matter what's happening in Ottawa, all of us premiers will remain united as Team Canada to provide steady and stable leadership during these uncertain times in Ottawa. Families, workers, businesses, communities are counting on us to do so, and we'll be there for them. I want to thank you again, and I'm going to pass it over to Premier Legault, and Premier, you can translate that into French.
Merci, Doug. Je vais essayer de résumer en français.
I'll try to summarize what Doug has just said in French, but I'd like to begin by thanking the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, for his welcome. Since yesterday, we have had a great reception by Doug and his team. Now, since yesterday, we've been having good discussions between the premiers of the provinces and territories on 3 main topics: the Canada-U.S. relationship, energy security, and healthcare. I intend to focus on the first point. You may have understood that this is the issue we spent the most time on. First of all, it's important to say that there is a consensus that is even more important now, as we need to ensure we can avoid the 25% tariffs after January 20th. So we want to work with the federal government, and we would like there to be very regular meetings with the federal government, so between the federal government and the provinces. We have all agreed that it is very important that the federal government repeat its commitment to meeting 2% of GDP with respect to NATO funding. We know there's an important expectation on the part of President Trump in that regard. We also know that in the short term, it's important, and we may see this in the economic update a little later, but it's very important that there be a plan tabled by the federal government to secure the borders, and we hope that that plan will be properly associated with numbers, and of course deal with the visa issue, because we're seeing that illegal immigrants are coming into Canada as supposed tourists, but then they cross the border illegally, and therefore we have to be more demanding when it comes to visas. So I guess I'll stop there, and we'll be happy to take your questions.
We will now move to media questions, starting with the media who are present, followed by questions for those attending virtually. For those joining by phone, you may press *1 at any time to join the queue to ask your questions. For journalists who are present, please come to the microphone to ask your questions. Please state your name, your outlet, and direct your question to one premier. You will be limited to one question only. First question.
Bonjour à tous, Mathieu Goyer de Radio-Canada. Good afternoon, everybody. Ma question est pour le Premier ministre Legault.
My question is for Premier Legault. In the light of what happened in Ottawa today, the federal government is now more fragile. Do you think that the Prime Minister still has a mandate to negotiate with Donald Trump? And does it have what it needs to negotiate with Trump? Well, what we agreed on is that it's not up to us to decide what is going on in Ottawa. It's up to the members of Parliament in the House of Commons, and we will work with whatever team is in place.
Rob Benzie from the Toronto Star. This is for Premier Ford. Premier, I understand you spoke to Chrystia Freeland, who you have worked very closely with over these past 4 years, specifically on the pandemic, EVs, many other joint initiatives between Ontario and the federal government. Just wondering your thoughts on her sudden departure. What does this chaos in Ottawa, political chaos in Ottawa, say to you guys as you're trying to develop a plan to deal with an existential threat from Mr. Trump's tariffs on January 20th?
Sorry, I did speak to Chrystia, and I just wanted to thank her for her service. She gave me a call. I did put her on speaker with the rest of the premiers. We have a good relationship with Chrystia over the years. I just want to wish her all the best. But as a country, we have to project strength, unity, and you said the word. I didn't, but I'll repeat it. It's chaos right now up in Ottawa, and it's time that what we do every single day, the premiers, we step up and we'll make sure that we tell the world that there is stability here, there is certainty here in Canada, and by all means, it's a great place to invest in any of our provinces or territories. That's the message to the world, and we have a great group of premiers, very bright individuals around the table here.
I just add to that just a moment, just on behalf of myself and I think all others at the table, just to thank Doug for chairing these meetings here today. This is an important and effective table. The Council of Federation table is the one other place in Canada where we come together collectively to represent all Canadians. All Canadians. And so, you know, in times of maybe some troubled times with what we see happening in Ottawa, I just say a very sincere thank you to Doug for bringing this table together here today, for chairing the meetings here today, and to you know, really looking ahead as to how, you know, we can support federal engagement when it comes to, you know, our trading partners, in particular the United States of America, over the course of the next while. Working together as a Council of Federation to represent collectively all Canadians. But thank Doug for leading that conversation on behalf of the Council of Federation today.
Adrian Gabriel, CTV National News. Question for Premier Ford and anyone else who would like to chime in as well. As premiers, do you have confidence in a Trudeau government to lead Canada into a tariff war that is knocking on our door?
Well, the way I can answer that, we're going to be at the table. All the premiers are going to be at the table, making sure that we move forward in a very constructive way, a very collaborative way, to protect our provinces and our territories and our entire country from coast to coast to coast. That's our job. We're ready. And we'll rise up to the occasion. I can promise you that. Great group of premiers. I can't stop saying that. I want to thank Scott too, as one of the senior statesmen. I think he's been elected longer than any of us, and he's shown leadership over the years from the day I met him, moving forward, like other premiers here at the table. So, thank you.
Hi, Premiers. Al Sweeney from CHCH-TV in Hamilton. This is for Premier Ford. Premier, after talking to the other premiers here, are you backing away from your position that Canada and Ontario should be ready to retaliate against the United States if they impose a 25% tariff on goods?
Well, we're not backing away whatsoever. We have to stand up for Canadians. We have to stand up for each jurisdiction. Each jurisdiction has their different needs and concerns. I understand that. But as a country, we can't be rolled over. We have to stand up and protect Canadians as a whole. And that's what we plan on doing. We're going to work together to make sure that we support each jurisdiction, each region of the country, because it is very, very different across the country. But I can tell you one thing, what we do believe in the federal government, making sure they meet their 2% NATO commitment. We also agree on making sure that we secure the borders. And we also agree that we need to keep an eye on China shipping in cheap parts in through Mexico, slapping made in Mexico stickers on and shipping them up through the U.S. and up to Canada, costing Canadian and American jobs. Folks, it's pretty simple. We need to take care of those three issues, and then we can move forward on talking to our American counterparts, which, by the way, we all have. All of us around this table have been reaching out to our U.S. counterparts, and the message has been very clear. Similar to the article in the Wall Street Journal about the CEOs, largest CEOs in the U.S., saying tariffs will hurt Canadians and they'll hurt Americans. And with cheap Chinese imports, again, it will hurt Canadians and Americans.
Good afternoon, Premiers. Kate McKenna from CBC News. This question is for all Premiers, but perhaps I would especially like to hear from Premier Moe and Premier Smith. Today in Chrystia Freeland's letter, she noted that tariffs are the most important threat facing Canadians. And then she went on to say, that means working in good faith and humility with the Premiers and the provinces of our great and diverse country and building a true Team Canada response. Why do you think she would include that in her resignation letter? Do you feel that that was how the federal government was approaching these discussions?
Yeah, I would say I talked with Chrystia Freeland late last week as well, and I've appreciated always working alongside her. She was our engagement point at this table for a number of years. But I would also say that, and I won't speak for Chrystia, but I'm certain that she would say she recognizes the importance of this table alongside whoever our federal government is. This is a table that collectively, like a federal government, represents each and every Canadian from coast to coast to coast in the nation. And Premier Ford today, I think, brought together not only an opportunity for us to have discussions around our current relationship as Canada and the U.S., the United States, but also brought in 3 former ambassadors to the U.S. to provide us some guidance. We had Frank McKenna, we had Gary Dewar, and we had David McNaughton. And that was, I think, a very engaging discussion, and it's some very astute advice provided to each of us here. And so, you know, as we move forward, and Premier Ford had said this, tariffs are not good for anyone in North America. And to get into a broad-based tariff war for Canadians with the United States of America is not good for any of the jurisdictions, I think, that are represented up here. And so there's some work for us to do between now and January the 20th. Do alongside our federal government, to do as a Council of Federation to engage, but also to engage as subnational leaders as well. And that work is really to engage with the contacts that we have collectively. That work is to work with the federal government, whether it be on border security, whether it be on immigration policy, whether it be on any other trade concerns that are maybe being raised by our largest trading partner and the incoming administration that is coming with the Trump administration and the changes in the Senate and the House. And so we have a lot of work to do on the engagement front. I think we have a lot of work to do as Canadians on the engagement front between now and January the 20th. And I would say that the goal for myself as a subnational leader, and I think collectively, probably the goal for everyone at this table is to do that all we can to avert any implementation of tariffs. What we do in North America in providing energy, food, and manufacturing security, we do that alongside the Americans. We don't do it for them. We don't do it to them. We do it alongside them. We build cars together. We provide energy security. We provide Alberta and Saskatchewan will provide raw commodity products into the U.S. where they're added value and then sold back to North Americans and other places around the world. And so we really do work well with that integrated economy across the 49th parallel. And so the goal for the engagement that Saskatchewan's putting forward is for us to not have tariffs implemented on January the 20th, and if they are, for the very shortest period of time possible. And we'll do that through engaging and really telling the story of the collective advantage we have by not going down that road. Danielle?
Yeah, and I would say that in our communique, we all agree that the goal will be to avoid tariffs being implemented altogether. I think what I've seen of the 2 meetings that we had with the Prime Minister, with Ms. Freeland, as well as with Dominic LeBlanc, is that we had a really good constructive conversation to identify the things that are the trade irritants with the U.S. It's part of the reason why we as a group have identified border security issues around fentanyl, around gun smuggling, human trafficking, illegal migrants. It's why we've identified the 2% NATO commitment, and it's why we've identified that not allowing China to use our country as or Mexico for that matter, as a backdoor to put cheap goods into America. That came from a collective conversation that we had, and I've been pleased to see that the Prime Minister was in the process of working through a plan for the border. I guess we'll see whether or not that plan gets released today or not. There's a little bit of uncertainty. Why it is that she may have written that in her letter is because of the uncertainty that we're seeing. I'm hearing it as a please keep going, premiers. Please keep meeting. Please keep reaching out to the governors. Please keep reaching out to your American contacts, because we can't afford to lose momentum. If our collective goal is to avoid tariffs, we're only a month out from that or thereabouts. And so I would say that the premiers at this table offer that continuity in being able to maintain that pressure and maintain that push with our American counterparts. And I think we're all going to be committed to doing that.
Hi, Tessie Sanchi, Hill Times Health. Premier Ford, I'd like to ask you about this proposal to speed up approvals, getting medicines into Canadians' hands faster. You mentioned that you'd like to see health ministers develop a proposal. What specifically can you do from the government side to actually speed up that process? Is there any ideas that you have at this point? And then if any other premiers wanted to jump in about some of the other healthcare priorities discussed today.
Well, let's look at the root cause and the problem that in the G7, we're the slowest out of the G7 to get these life-saving drugs approved. We want to make sure that we get them to market as quickly as possible, and the ministers of health will be negotiating a cost with these drug manufacturers, but we can't be left behind when countries like the United States get approval up to a year earlier than Canadians do. So that's our goal at the end of the day, to make sure that we have these life-saving drugs for all Canadians across the board. So that's our goal, to make sure that we keep up to our counterparts in the G7. I always believe Canada should be #1 in every category, not #7 in the G7.
Okay, we're going to leave the press conference by Canada's premiers, talking about important issues there, some of the issues that have prompted this decision by Chrystia Freeland, indeed how to address Donald Trump and stay united on that front in the face of those tariff threats. Doug Ford saying repeatedly that no matter what is happening in Ottawa, the premiers are going to get together and do their best to make their case to Donald Trump. He also said that, as David had told us earlier, that he got a call from Chrystia Freeland directly, and because it's Doug Ford, put that on speakerphone, just threw it right on the table and let everybody hear the call, and she was able to speak to all the premiers. We are ourselves waiting for a couple of things. First of all, behind that door there that you see on your screen, Cabinet is wrapping up. We've seen a number of Cabinet ministers, most of them in fact, head out of the Cabinet room on their way to question period, which starts shortly. We have yet to see the Prime Minister or hear from the Prime Minister, but we expect that will happen at some point. We are right now 15 minutes into the fall economic statements lockup, because that has happened now. Journalists are looking at those documents to see what kind of money, for instance, has been given to secure the border, what other measures were put in place, how big that deficit is that Chrystia Freeland walked away from, and that will be tabled publicly at 4 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, we don't really know what's happening with Cabinet or what the next shoe to drop is and how this is going to unfold over the next coming hours. But we are staying on top of this breaking news story, as we have been since 9 a.m. this morning. And we will continue to do that as more news develops here. I'll bring in one more time Michelle Cadario, former National Liberal Director. What would you expect to happen next? Or what do you think should happen next? Maybe that's a better question.
Well, I'm surprised he hasn't called caucus together yet. After such a cabinet meeting, I would think that you would pull together your caucus and at least hear from them, because everyone's going to have an opinion. And if you have any hope of staying, one would think that you need to have your caucus supporting you. So that's what I'm really looking at, is just how many caucus members are coming out, how many are becoming public, who might have already signed the letter, and what else is kind of what they're saying. It doesn't sound like that's happened at all. It's been definitely silent. Like that, it is the absence kind of tells you that I suspect he's weighing the big decision because why else wouldn't they have tried to fill that gap and at least kind of plug a little bit of the news hole, or talk about the fact that there is a finance minister right now, right? It's just kind of the order of precedence and that kind of thing, but nothing. It's been absolutely nothing, and so that seems to me that that he is reflecting on that big decision, and or they're putting together a game plan and they were just caught so flat-footed that it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I would have had a plan. Let me just say that.
Well, I mean, yeah,
A
sure.
year ago.
Yeah, except
You probably wouldn't have delivered the news to the minister in that way either.
Starting that way, never. We would never do that.
No, I mean, I think that they are stunned, I think, and they remain stunned now, several hours after this has happened. Michelle Cadario, thank you for coming in the last minute to help us understand what the heck is going on. A lot of that going on today. As we stand by and wait for a question period to get underway, as we wait to see when or if we hear from the Prime Minister, we do want to show you a little bit of tape of the leader of the Bloc Québécois, Yves-François Blanchet, responding and reacting to the events today. Here's that.
Mr. Trudeau's government is over. He must acknowledge that and act accordingly. I believe that the departure of his so important ally, Minister of Finances, Vice First Minister, Prime Minister, is the end of this government, and that at the latest in the beginning of 2025, the Prime Minister should go to the General Governor and ask for the dissolution of the Parliament in order for Quebecers and Canadians to compose a new Parliament that will have the mandate to deal with the real crisis at hand, which is the most important crisis in terms of diplomacy and trade between Canada and the United States in recent history. Somebody needs a mandate, and it goes through a new Parliament. Thank you.
Okay, that is the Bloc leader Yves-François Blanchet stating plainly what he thinks needs to happen, that Justin Trudeau's government is done, that this is the end of the government, that there should be an election, and that election should be fought on the issue of who can win a mandate to deal with Donald Trump, which is something that my at-issue panelists have been saying for weeks now. So perhaps he got that idea from them. We are standing by to hear more from anyone, frankly, as they head to question period. I think we can pop up. I think that's a live shot of people leaving the cabinet room now a second
Philippe
time.
Champagne again walking out, again not stopping Rosie. So the lack of clarity and direction and specificity.
Defense, no defense, no saying that we're with the leader, we're with our Prime Minister.
Oh yeah, the cabinet members.
These guys are just walking by saying nothing. That says something.
Silence speaks volumes, for sure.
It's interesting because I've been texting with MPs, what are they telling you? Nothing. We've confirmed now from a bunch of people that the Ontario caucus is going to meet at 5 o'clock today. I mean, when you lose someone like Chrystia Freeland from the cabinet portfolio, that makes sense that they would get together. Anthony Housefather has made a call publicly that he has written Brenda Shanahan, the chair of the Liberal caucus, demanding a national caucus meeting within the next 24 hours. So clearly the caucus has something they're going to want to say. But Fred, we don't know if we're going to hear from the Prime Minister. He's supposed to go to the Laurier Club, which is the big donors club party for the Liberals at 5 o'clock tonight or something, 6 o'clock tonight. Can't wait until then, and he's supposed to have the caucus Christmas party tomorrow, but there's nothing filling this void right now.
Well, hopefully those parties don't come before his plans on how to govern the country or stay on. Look, it's becoming clearer and clearer. We see Poilievre said it, Blanchet said it. We need an election right now. I would be getting more and more worried that he's going to resign, and then we're thrown into months and months of Liberal leadership. We're heading off a cliff here with tariff wars coming in a month. And we're not at all prepared. It's incredibly risky the longer this plays out. I think we need an election now. He has a platform. He has the fall economic statement. You can run on that. Platform's ready. He has a big fundraiser tonight. He can get some monies in the coffers. I really hope that what we get out of this is an election call. I'd be worried if he resigns.
Well, that platform has in it what Chrystia Freeland has referred to as costly political gimmicks. So, Jordan, it's tough to run on that, isn't it?
Yes, it's very tough to run that and that. And I think it's worth underlining, and this goes a little bit to what Rosie was talking about earlier, This is a trap entirely of their own making. They are caught in something that they built. They constructed this situation from top to bottom. It's not something that has been imposed on them through external forces. And arguably, you could say that Trump's election and the tariff threat provided a new galvanizing force for the government. It was a reason for them to pull people together, to lead the premiers, to take a new tact. And this has really squandered all of that away. And for something that apparently it seems that within the PMO, there was no concerted issues management approach to a level that I think is really almost unthinkable, that you would make way or try to set up a cabinet shuffle in this manner without reflecting on the consequences. And you have to ask, looking from the outside, is Mark Carney worth it? Is he worth what this has really wrought for this government? And I think the answer is electorally, we don't know. He's totally untested in that. So they've made some really fascinating choices that I think are coming back to haunt them in a huge way right now.
I mean, I also think, though, that the shuffle was not just about Mark Carney. And by the way, we still don't know whether he was in or out. It was another attempt to try to refresh the government, to try to address the threat of Donald Trump, to try and get some traction in the polls with putting different people in different jobs. I mean, I'm sure that's kind of what you've heard too. So whether Carney was there or not, it was going to happen.
And Carney, you know, frankly, looked a little bit like Lucy from Peanuts with the football for a long time. So I'm not sure that he was
maybe still. We don't know.
Maybe still, right? And so that might not have been the pivot point. You know, David, I've said this to you before. I had heard from people, you know, at the centre where they kind of had wished they had asked Freeland to be Deputy Prime Minister or Finance Minister at the last shuffle. They didn't want her to have both. And you alluded to this. I said this on Friday. She has some communications issues. Then you deal with those instead of, you know, I think Mark Carney has nothing to do with all the repeated leaks that have been going on for a long time, which was also the MO that they used with Bill Morneau. And again, there was things that Bill Morneau did that sometimes made me wonder how much he understood politics. But then if you're his boss, then you sit down and talk about him. And then in terms of the trade thing, you know, Fred, you've been saying for a couple of weeks now that they should call an election. I've seen, I think, Andrew Coyne. To me, there was some, you know, questioning about whether or not the Conservatives were worried that as Trump came in, it would make Mr. Poilievre look worse and worse. And the Prime Minister did actually initially do some really good things. He got on a plane, he got to Mar-a-Lago, he grabbed the issue. And then it's the caucus management issue that is their Achilles heel, and it always comes back to that. So at a time when they were doing really well and talking about Trump and tariffs, in their own backyard, there's a fire going on and no one's dealing with it.
Jerry, is it possible to just pop up the House of Commons, inside the House of Commons? Because question period is going to get underway soon. The Prime Minister may appear there. That might be the first time that we see him, other than that moment that he walked past cameras and into the cabinet room. He's been in that room now since just after 9 a.m. And it's possible that he will want to take an opportunity to speak to Canadians inside the House of Commons, and if not there, perhaps later. But let's just keep our eyes on the House as much as we can, as well as those doors, the cabinet doors, to see whether he emerges there. There's another way for him, I think, to get into the House too. But so we are waiting to hear more from someone about something that is going to happen in the next number of hours. We do want to point to some of the places where there are holes in the Liberal cabinet right now, which is part of also what this cabinet shuffle was about. So today, Chrystia Freeland, as you know, resigned as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, causing this political crisis we are in today. Also today, largely upstaged by Chrystia Freeland, the Minister of Housing, Sean Fraser, announced he will not be running for re-election. And so we'll be leaving cabinet at the next opportunity, the next shuffle. Randy Boissonnault resigned from cabinet last month amidst a scandal and questions about his claims of indigeneity and his a private business and allegations there had been some fraudulent activity there. Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor took on the employment minister role, as well as her other role, but that's temporary. The same goes for Pablo Rodriguez. He resigned from cabinet in September to run to be Quebec Liberal leader. and Anita Anand temporarily took over his portfolio as well as Treasury Board. So she is Transport Minister and Treasury Board. And we also had, of course, those 4 ministers that announced earlier this fall that they were not running again. Philomena Tassi, Marie-Claude Bibeau, Carla Qualtrough, and Dan Vandal. All 4 said, I'm not running again, so shuffle me out of cabinet when that makes sense. So that leaves us now with 8 cabinet positions up for grabs. Here's Jagmeet Singh. Let's listen in live.
Right now, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. I hear it everywhere I go. People cannot find a home that they can afford. They can't buy their groceries. And on top of that, we have Trump threatening tariffs at 25%, which put hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. And instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focused on themselves. They're fighting themselves instead of fighting for Canadians. And for that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
But you don't have it.
I'm going to do it in French. Dans ces temps où les gens
At this time, when people are having major problems in their own lives, they cannot make ends meet. It is impossible to find affordable housing. They cannot buy groceries. In a time like this, with everything that is happening in people's lives, in addition to that, we are facing the threat of Donald Trump imposing tariffs that would imperil thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada. We have a government under Justin Trudeau that is worried about internal wrangling rather than what people are facing in their own lives. Because of that, I'm asking that Justin Trudeau resign, because he cannot continue. It is quite clear that he's not addressing the important issues impacting Canadians.
Will you declare no confidence in the Liberal government as soon as possible?
All tools, all options are on the table. People are hurting, people are struggling, and so all options are on the table.
Just to clarify, you're calling for him to resign, but you are not willing to vote no confidence in his government? How do those 2 things connect?
All options are on the table.
That's not an answer.
All options.
That's not an answer. What does this mean for your support with the Liberals, though? How can you say he needs to resign, but then you're not telling us what you're going to do for non-confidence?
I'm telling you that all options are on the table.
Right.
Will you support the Fez? And also, are you willing to continue to support the Liberals if there is a different leader aside from Trudeau?
Right now, that's not in front of us. There's no votes in front of us, but we will take each vote. And right now, literally, everything's on the table. Go ahead.
Mr. Singh, that all options are on the table. So why are you holding out the option to still support this government? I understand that you're saying that you might, trigger a confidence vote, but why are you still holding out the option? What is the glimmer of hope that you're seeing to possibly support the Fez or possibly support this government in some other way?
Depends on the votes. And so I want to make it very clear. Justin Trudeau has to go. He has to resign. And because of that, all options are on the table. And we'll look at each vote and we'll make a decision. But now all options are on the table. Paul Wells. Go ahead, Paul. Go ahead, Paul.
Sir, that room behind you is a parliament. The government continues to govern as long as MPs continue to have confidence in the government. You have no say over who the leader of the Liberal Party is. Will you support the government? Or are you withdrawing your support from the government?
With respect to that, I've said that all options are on the table. That means everything is possible. But what is clear, given what we have seen, Justin Trudeau and a Liberal government that are focused on themselves, they are infighting at a time when people cannot even do their groceries. They can't even find homes that are affordable. And we've got the threat of Donald Trump and 25% tariffs that mean hundreds of thousands of jobs are at risk. Because of that, I'm saying very clearly that Justin Trudeau has to resign. All options on the table. Thank you very much. Merci. Thank you.
Okay, that is NDP leader Jagmeet Singh reacting to the news in an increasingly untenable political position for Singh, I would argue, suggesting that Justin Trudeau must resign. Not saying, though, that he no longer has confidence in the government, saying only that all options are on the table. I'm not sure how those 2 things coincide or are reconciled together. David, you want to weigh in on that? I mean, I think he's hoping that he doesn't have to make a decision. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, I mean, like, you know, this is the log rollers dance that Jagmeet Singh has been doing since he tore up the supply and confidence agreement. He's going to take it to the end of this parliament, it seems. You know, calling for the Prime Minister to quit and saying all options are on the table is kind of a slight adjustment in the position he's had, but not saying he's willing to vote non-confidence. Because I go back to what we were talking about earlier. I don't know if the political fortunes of the NDP are in any better shape right now, really. You know, the polls would tell you it's a Pierre Poilievre supermajority with a Bloc Québécois opposition. It's the most likely outcome, most probable outcome if an election was called today, and that's not in Jagmeet Singh's benefit any more than it is in Justin Trudeau's.
No, but if you have a flailing Liberal government or a leaderless Liberal party, you would think that, you know, the NDP might see opportunity.
They might, but you know, there was opportunity in 2019, and they lost half their caucus from the 2015 campaign, and then spent more money than they'd ever spent in any election in 2021, and held the exact same number of seats they had going into it. I'm not sure circumstances have improved necessarily for them. They are largely a British Columbia-based caucus right now, and as we saw in the last provincial election out there, that place took a hard swing in the Conservative direction in a way that put David Evy's government on life support. I don't know what that portends for the Burnaby members, that are in the leadership of that party right now, but it's probably not a comforting data set for them.
Okay, we are standing by to bring you inside the House of Commons for question period. Unclear at this time whether the Prime Minister will be there. We haven't seen him since this morning when he went into Cabinet and had to deal with this devastating blow to the government and to his own political future, perhaps to his own leadership. Joining us now is David McLaughlin, former Chief of Staff to Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Rosie.
What do you think? What do you think is going to happen next here, David?
Well, I'm always surprised that actually prime ministers and ministers are surprised that they come to a point of resignation. I mean, how could a prime minister actually think that by trash-talking their Minister of Finance publicly, by challenging their Minister of Finance internally on policy, could not lead to a situation where the Finance Minister might think, wait a minute, this place isn't really the right spot for me and I'm not that comfortable. And how could a Minister of Finance think that with all this going on that somehow I could actually stand up and present a fall economic statement and then maybe leave a couple of days later? The whole thing is unprecedented.
I'm going to put you on pause if I can and go inside the House of Commons. Here's Pierre Poilievre.
Le contrôle, mais il s'accroche au pouvoir. On sait qu'il avait perdu le contrôle des frontières, de l'immigration, des dépenses, de l'inflation, de la coût
of the cost of housing, but now he has lost control of his cabinet. The Vice Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance has stepped down, and she stepped down hours before presenting Canada's fall economic statement with an enormous deficit. When will we have an election?
L'honorable leader du gouvernement à l'Assemblée commune.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is looking forward to presenting the economic statement this afternoon, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the member for University Rosedale for everything that she has done for this country and everything that she will continue to do for this country. Her accomplishments make quite a long list, and her place in history is assured, and we are very proud of everything that she has done for this government.
The Prime Minister has lost control, yet he clings to power. He's lost control of immigration, lost control of the borders, lost control of spending, deficits, inflation, housing costs. In fact, his former, apparently, finance minister was trying to get spending under control by capping the deficit at an already crazy $40 billion. But he took Carbon Tax Carney's advice and pushed her beyond that guardrail and was trying to throw her off the cliff. She's now resigned minutes before presenting her fall economic update. This cannot go on. When will we have a carbon tax elected?
Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government looks forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. But I would also like to take this opportunity to extend my gratitude for all that the member from University Rosedale has accomplished for this country and will continue to do for this country. She has played an integral role in this government. First of all, standing up for Canada and defending NAFTA, bringing forward universal childcare, and the incredible work that she has done in defending Ukraine. We are very grateful for all that she's contributed to this government and to Canada. Thank you.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
I have a question for the finance minister. Who are you?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at a time when Canadians are struggling, we are happy to bring forward measures that are going to assist them. Things like the GST tax cut that took place starting this past Saturday, going until February 15th. And while the Conservative leader and the members of his caucus stay focused on us, we're going to stay focused on helping.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
C'était une question sérieuse, Monsieur le Président. Qui est en effet
Who is the finance minister? After the finance minister's resignation this morning, automatically the industry minister became Minister of Finance. And congratulations. But he immediately quit. After him, in the line of precedence, it was the two Randys. Well, they don't want it. So now we don't have a finance minister just a couple of minutes before the fall economic statement will be presented. So where's the minister?
The Honourable Leader of the Government,
the Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, our government is looking forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. There are important measures in that update, measures that are important for Canadians. It's time for the Leader of the Conservatives to recognize that while he's focused on us, we are focused on Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, just to underline the chaos we're faced with here, the finance minister resigned the day she was to present the fall budget, which was going to contain a massive deficit overrun. The job then went automatically to the industry minister, who immediately resigned, like on the spot, which then went down the line, and the next person in order was the famous two Randys. And they're not available to do the job either. We're now less than 2 hours away from the fall economic update. Why won't the Prime Minister have the courage to come in here, present it himself, and put it for a confidence vote tonight?
I would like to remind all members, as I did during statements today, for members to be careful not to refer to other sitting members by their names, but to use their titles or to use their writing names. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition continues to play politics in this place, we look forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon that will have a series of important measures for Canadians, things that are going to help them with the affordability challenges, that are going to put Canada, Canadian jobs, and the Canadian economy first. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to ask the honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, to please not take the floor when he is not recognized by the Speaker. L'honorable député de La Prairie.
We knew that between 20 and 40 Liberal MPs no longer had confidence in the Prime Minister. We also knew that 8 ministers would be jumping ship. Today, the Minister of Finance decided to step down instead of presenting the fall economic statement. She wrote, black and white, that she disagrees with the Prime Minister on the best path forward for Canada. So she has also taken away her confidence in the Prime Minister. We are watching this government, this Liberal government, fall apart, and it's pretty ugly to see. Will the Prime Minister call an election? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his question. As I mentioned, as a government, we are looking forward to presenting the fall economic statement later this afternoon. There are important measures in there for Canadians when it comes to affordability in particular, and we are exclusively focused on Canadians. And we will continue to protect Canadian economy and Canadian jobs. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. The Deputy Prime Minister has quit because of the Liberals' electoral handouts. She said that Canadians know when we're working for them and when we're focused on ourselves. Mr. Speaker, people can see through their political games. Quebecers don't want these political handouts. Businesses don't want them. Even the Finance Minister doesn't want them. The only person who wants these is the NDP leader and the Prime Minister of Canada. Will they finally stop sabotaging Canada's economy for, so they can buy votes? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Cutting the GST on essentials for Canadians is something that's important for many Canadians. And I've heard from many people in my riding who have said that this is something that is important for them. Restaurants, small and medium-sized businesses say that this is something that's important for them, and we are proud of having put that motion forward.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
People can't afford their groceries. People can't find a home to call their own. And the Conservatives are laughing.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South from the top, please.
Canadians literally cannot afford the groceries they need. They can't afford to find a home to call their own. And now Trump, buddies of the Conservatives, MAGA Conservatives love this guy, Trump is threatening hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada. And the Prime Minister is more focused on himself, on infighting. The Prime Minister cannot remain in that position. Will he resign?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, this is not the time for slogan. This is not the time for partisanship. This is not a time to make jokes, Mr. Speaker. This is about rallying for Canadians. This is a time where Canadians need to know that this House and all the members are standing behind them, that we're going to invest in Canadians, that we're going to invest in this country, that we're going to invest in our workers, and that we're going to invest in our industry, Mr. Speaker, and that we're going to prepare Canada to be the best prepared to be able to deal with our U.S. friends. Mr. Speaker, this is the time where we show that we're all Canadians.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
That was not an answer, so I'll ask again in French. Les gens de la misère.
People are having a very hard time paying for groceries. Young people can't find affordable housing. And beyond that, we have the threat of Trump's tariffs. And that's putting hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada in danger. And instead of dealing with issues that are important for Canadians, the Prime Minister is dealing with fighting in his own party. It's clear that the Prime Minister cannot continue. Will he resign today, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this isn't a time for jokes. This isn't a time for partisanship. It's certainly not a time for conservative slogans, Mr. Speaker. It's time, Mr. Speaker, to work together as parliamentarians to defend Canada, to invest in Canada, to defend our workers, to invest in our industry. And, Mr. Speaker, I call on all members of this House to do their civic duty to work for the good of Canada so that we can face the incoming American administration. Mr. Speaker, today we are all Canadians. Let's work together.
Okay, that is a little bit of question period today. Oh, hang on. Maybe I'm going to dip back in. Will you kill me if I dip back in here, you guys? Just hear a little bit more from Pierre Poilievre. Let's do that.
Housing costs have doubled. Food bank use has doubled. The debt has doubled. Gun crime has doubled. And now we face troubling tariff threats from a president who can see weakness coming from a mile away. The Prime Minister must leave this job. But there's only one person who can remove him, and that's the leader of the NDP. Yes. Will he put the country ahead of his pension and vote for a carbon tax election now?
Yeah.
Eric.
Okay, that is Pierre Poilievre trying to turn the tables a little bit there and put some pressure on Jagmeet Singh, who is for the first time calling for the Prime Minister to resign, but not saying that he will withdraw confidence in the government, which puts him in a very problematic position, needless to say. But the focus of question period today really about the Prime Minister's future and Pierre Poilievre trying to force an election, because probably the worst outcome for Pierre Poilievre would be for the Prime Minister to resign, and as we've been talking about, for the Liberals to be plunged into a leadership race, which is destabilizing certainly for the country, but would be a missed opportunity for the Conservatives, who are chomping at the bit for an election. David?
Oh, there's Sean Fraser.
Oh, there's Sean Fraser. Let's
Is this a crisis, sir? Is this a crisis?
What? Hey, look, guys, I'm focused today of all days on the my own news that I shared this morning.
I did see your news conference this morning, but I'd like you to comment on
Oh, geez, you okay?
What's happened since? Can you speak about why you
Just sitting beside Sean.
Okay, yeah, I don't think that's actually live. I think that may have happened earlier. So
going down an elevator, or no, that's not an elevator. It's going down the stairs.
Going down the stairs there.
This is the kind of day it is in Ottawa, folks.
Yeah, we're just trying to catch up with what we know and see who has spoken and who hasn't. Anyway, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Look, I'm just trying to figure out what's happening, what might happen, why it hasn't happened yet, and if something's going to happen today. And I don't think I can look. I don't think I can answer any of those things. I mean, you say to people, "Is he going to quit?" People say, "Nope." Others say you shouldn't rule it out. That he has to think about it. I mean, obviously, when something like this happens, you have to think about such things. But did not tell Cabinet today. I'm reliably told that he was definitely staying on. Ontario caucus is meeting at 5 o'clock. At least 3 MPs have publicly called, 4 maybe, if Helena Jazik, we throw her in, have called for him to resign today. This is in addition to the 24 names that were on that letter calling for him to go. 7, 8 cabinet ministers have either left or have said they're not running again. There is rumors swirling all over this town of more to come. Yep. I keep asking if anything is happening today. Is he going to go to Parliament? Is he going to speak to Parliament? I'm still told there is nothing official for him to do. They're still meeting, figuring out what the next steps are. Some suggestion we might not get clarity on this today, which is kind of keeping with the way this government sometimes operates. Yep. They are slow and deliberative and consultative, and that crisis footing gear hasn't really been there.
Yeah, from what we understand, he's still behind that cabinet door that we've been showing you through the whole day, and talking to some senior advisors about next steps. Probably, Greg, I know I can see you texting, but I'm going to interrupt you. What would that conversation be like? And would there be, I mean, I assume there would be. The conversation is not immediately, do I have to resign? The conversation is, what needs to be in place for me to stay, I think would be the way that conversation would start.
Yeah, and there's that part of it, but there's also the part of the fall economic statement. Yeah. They're still trying to decide, and I hear it's kind of, the bunker's gotten more bunkered as they decide to do that. I think you've heard this. I think I think realistically that'll probably be tabled and no one will read it. But I'm sure that if this is a big surprise for them, and it's apparent it is, based on behavior on the weekend, what people were saying on Friday, the amount of surprise and the lack of preparedness, it was a big surprise. I mean, you had Michelle Cadario on earlier. She was one of my bosses. I worked a couple of national campaigns. She was also a boss of mine at BMO at times. And you're taught during elections, don't run. When you're at events, you're signaling that you're not in control of the event. These guys are not in control of this anymore. So I imagine that they're trying to find a path forward. And there's fewer and fewer people that are going to be helpful with that path. I mean, this is an error that is just colossal. And how does it build confidence by the people that you're asking for and who have been saying the things that you said earlier, like staffing changes, be more clear, advertising, all these things that people have been asking for a very, very long time that have never appeared. They're the same people you're going to say, I need your support for the next couple of days. I can only speculate on how that would go.
It's also just, again, I guess I'm still sort of shocked at the level of strategic error here, because it was really coming off, I thought, a pretty good couple of weeks for the government with the Mar-a-Lago visit. Whether it was handled properly for the 2 weeks after, I don't know, but there was opportunity and there was like life in the government again. Do you know what I mean? Like they saw something.
They had something they could dig into and try to put a narrative around and go after. It's been a year or two of drifting with no real purpose. We saw the by-elections, was it last spring or summer, when they got thumped in St. Paul's. And
there's another one tonight.
Another one tonight, which the Conservatives are going to win by 30 points or so, or 20 points. A seat the Liberals won last election. But last summer, they were supposed to go to ground and come up with a plan. They've come up with nothing since then. But to your point, Rosie, a few weeks ago, there is an opportunity here to dig in, and it's been a mess. They really had, he did go down to Mar-a-Lago, really didn't seem to come much from that other than, a lot of memes being passed back and forth between the two. But the thing that jumped out at me the most today is watching Jagmeet Singh call on Trudeau to resign, not calling for an election. He's happy with the Liberals to stay in power with a new leader. And I don't understand why he's not rising to the moment right now. There is a huge progressive vote in this country. Jack Layton twice took down governments. One time it didn't work out, where he was in fourth place, finished in fourth. Second time he finished as leader of the official opposition. It could work. There is a path here. The Liberals are in chaos. Why would you not want to take them down and try to become that alternative and potentially a government in waiting yourself?
Jordan?
Well, I think New Democrats should always gratefully accept Fred's advice with maybe a giant grain of salt. Yeah, look, there's no question that Singh is in a bit of an awkward position today, but also he's not keen to hand over government to the Conservatives, which, to be very clear, is what would happen if we went into an election today. The NDP, they fight a two-front war every election. So they have to go against the Liberals, particularly in urban areas, and then they're fighting with Conservatives in rural areas and places like the interior of BC. So they need to stay viable on both fronts. And I think that what you're seeing, and and it's interesting, Fred's bringing that to the table here, but you see it as well in the House of Commons. When the Conservatives train their sights on the NDP, that is because you're also seeing evidence of the fact that outside of Quebec, the NDP is catching up with the Liberals. They are tied, and they're training their sights on the NDP because they're an electoral threat in some of those areas. So I think that for Singh, what you heard today was a pretty significant change of tone from what you've seen in the past. He basically said he does not have confidence in Justin Trudeau. Now, there's no confidence vote scheduled in the next 2 days, so the question of how he would vote in such a circumstance is hypothetical. Unless the government wants to put that on the agenda, there won't be a confidence vote, at least into the new year at this point. And I think that the bet is likely, like everybody else around this town, he has to wait and see what's going to happen by the end of the day, over the next day. We don't know if this government will even be around for that vote to become a reality.
David, you're still sitting here. What do you think is the conversation happening with Justin Trudeau right now and his advisors?
Well, no prime minister, no leader likes to be told to go. So what he was probably trying to do is take the temperature and figure out, does he actually have a viable pathway to stay is the first thing you're going to look to see. And clearly he has been playing for the last year and a half, I'm going to stay, I'm not going to step aside, which I think is delusional, but in looking at the state of political play, but it's a fair political move for him to make. So he's going to first of all check to see whether or not he can stay and take the temperature. But then he's going to, I think, come to the conclusion, he should come to the conclusion that he can't. And if that's the case, then he'll want to set his own timing as much as possible. There's a grace moment that he would like to have. And you saw a bit of that even in the House of Commons today, references to Chrystia Freeland. Like everybody will say some nice things about her and forget that they were languishing in the polls under her financial and economic leadership. So that's the kind of dynamic we have. So I think he's taken the temperature for sure. And if he can find a way to stay, given the proclivity of this Prime Minister's office to hang on to power and exercise it as much as they can, they will. But if he can if he has to go, he'll be looking for a graceful way out. Yeah. And that isn't today. Resigning today would be the worst thing possible in that respect, because you would be forced out and that's be tied to it.
Go on your holiday, think about things,
Absolutely.
Have Christmas with your kids.
Send the signal. As you will. And there is still time. If we were talking about a fall election, if we stick to that timetable, I mean, I was in the Prime Minister's office with Mr. Mulroney when it was a February leadership call for a June leadership vote. So you can make it happen. It's fraught, no question about it, but it can be done. And I think every political observer would say that this is their only viable path back to any kind of being in contention. It's a very narrow, almost invisible path to back to power. But I think these are the kind of dynamic. Should he go or should he stay? Lots of people say that he should go, including within the Liberal caucus and cabinet. But they're going to have to force his hand, and the way they do that is say, "You have to go." No, you cannot stay. How they're saying that, whether they say it, we'll see.
They've tried to do that, and more are doing it today. I'm told two things. I'm told. One is that in cabinet today, he heard a lot about how disappointed people came to this and the way it happened with the loss of Chrystia Freeland, and what kind of a hit they would take because of that, and the whole idea of leaving. Boy, it'd be a lot easier if you had a deputy prime minister who had experience in senior portfolios you could hand the keys to, right? And so that easy transition option, it's not there right now, if that is a decision you were to come to.
I would leave it with this thought. My former colleague Keith Bogue reminded me of the other dramatic departure, and that was Lucien Bouchard from Brian Mulroney's government. That was the only other comparable moment to this, right?
Is in Canadian politics is that you got to go to the UK for
happens all the time over there, though, especially lately.
But Sir Geoffrey Howe resigning from Thatcher's cabinet, and 9 days later she was gone. I mean, the last time a federal finance minister actually voluntarily left the position of finance and took another job was Mike Wilson in 1991. It's actually unheard of to think that they could have actually manufactured and maneuvered Chrystia Freeland out of this position and done it smoothly and the rest of it. They were tempting fate right from the get-go. It seems more and more that fate is catching up to Mr. Trudeau and his government, and probably, and I don't see how he can overcome this. He's lost the next election anyways. I think that's pretty clear. But whether the party will have any standing afterwards is really up to him and his decision in the next couple of weeks.
Greg, you wanted in there?
Yeah, just it's not near the same level, but question period today reminded me of when. Here's a bit of trivia. Garth Turner stood up and asked Stephen Harper, there are rumors that your Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs has quit cabinet. Are they true? And Michael Chong it was about the Quebecois as a nation. So that was, dramatic. Not as dramatic as Bouchard because of the connection between he and Mulroney. And that's part of the story today is that Chrystia Freeland has been Deputy Prime Minister. It's been very, very loyal. That's why we're having this conversation.
And she's a senior player. She's not a bit player in the government. When you lose your Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister for reasons that are
avoidable.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah. Dave McLaughlin, thank you for coming in.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
your time very much.
Thank you.
While all of this is unfolding here on Parliament Hill, of course, Canada's provincial and territorial leaders are meeting in the GTA. Ontario Premier Doug Ford hosting premiers to strategize about one of the very issues that Chrystia Freeland highlighted in her resignation letter, Donald Trump's tariff threat. CBC's Kate McKenna was listening in to that closing press conference, and she joins us from Mississauga. Kate, it's a little busy here, but you're still doing important work there. Tell me what people were saying today.
Well, certainly what's happening in Ottawa is definitely being felt in Mississauga. It was sort of like Chrystia Freeland lobbed a bomb into this meeting. Of course, they were talking about the border and the tariff threats and that sort of thing. And I can provide a little bit of color. I'm told that Doug Ford was at the table with the rest of the premiers, and he was slipped a note describing what had happened with Chrystia Freeland. And then at that point, they were in a briefing with 3 former U.S. ambassadors. The ambassadors eventually left the room, and the premiers discussed what was happening in Ottawa with the resignation of Chrystia Freeland. But of course, the larger issue here is the tariff threat from Donald Trump and how the premiers should respond. And they have issued a communique. But when Doug Ford was presenting it just a few minutes ago, he made a couple kind of veiled references to what's happening in Ottawa. He said, "Today's been an important reminder of how critical it is for premiers to work together no matter what is happening in Ottawa." There was another instance where he made reference to working with Justin Trudeau and whoever Justin Trudeau is working with. So certainly being felt here because it kind of puts the premiers in an interesting position. Already we had some premiers calling for a federal election. We had the Premier of Saskatchewan, Scott Moe. We had Premier Danielle Smith from Alberta. But today when they were asked about the federal government, they were almost a little bit more muted than normal. And we have to perhaps assume that they're looking at the push alerts from the New York Times talking about Canada's finance minister stepping down amid this threat of tariffs, which could be economically catastrophic for the 13 markets that make up Canada, also known as the territories and provinces. So this, of course, is something very top of mind here as they work towards a plan to secure the borders. And another thing, of course, is with the Fez pushed back now, we were expecting a plan for the borders to be released and discussed. That hasn't happened yet, obviously. And so that's just another level of uncertainty being felt here today.
Okay, Kate McKenna in Mississauga, thank you for joining us from there and giving us an update on what would have been the most important story, or maybe the second most important story of Monday. Appreciate you bringing that perspective very much. We'll see you soon. We are, of course, let's bring you up to date on a couple of things here. The fall economic statement is going ahead. The lockup started many hours delayed, but journalists are now going through that document, which will contain, as Kate pointed out there, some of the spending and plans for border security that the provinces have been calling for. We will get a public look at that document and at the state of Canada's finances at 4 p.m. Eastern. But obviously the most important story of the day is no longer that. The most important story of the day is the resignation of Chrystia Freeland as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister. The reason she gave, twofold. One, a suggestion, or confirmation rather, that she and the Prime Minister were at odds over some policy decisions, specifically around affordability, that she didn't think were the right way to go, particularly in the face of President-elect Trump. And secondly, Chrystia Freeland says she was offered a different job by Justin Trudeau on Friday morning. David Cochrane confirming that job was some sort of minister that would be in charge of Canada-US relations without a department attached. She obviously spent the weekend thinking about that and came to the decision today that she was not willing to accept that, and that because the Prime Minister no longer had confidence in her to be the Finance Minister, she needed to walk away. That has upended everything in this town through the day, and we are right now still waiting to hear from the Prime Minister himself, who we understand is behind closed doors with a group of senior staff deciding how to move forward, and if he can move forward. All right, so that gives you a sense of where we are in this day that started at around 9 a.m. And continues even now as we wait to see where some other balls drop and indeed what that economic statement looks like. I'm joined now by Sharon Carr. She's the former Deputy Chief of Staff to former Finance Minister Bill Morneau. Nice to see you.
Hi, Rosie.
So some of this probably sounds a little bit familiar, does it, in terms of the challenges of being a finance minister and reaching compromises and decisions with the Prime Minister's office?
Yeah, it's definitely some deja vu, and I have sympathy for Chrystia Freeland because it's never easy. There's always this tension that is between finance and PMO, but that tension becomes corrosive when it's about, or when it becomes do as we say. And that's something that we faced a lot. We can just go back a couple years to 2020. We saw a number of, I would say, public leaks happening about Minister Morneau, questioning his character, specifically during a time of COVID, and it became unattainable. It was impossible to continue working in a government for a Prime Minister who was continuously allowing his staff to do this. And I do sympathize with Minister Freeland because she has been a good soldier. She is the second finance minister this government has had, and she came in after Minister Morneau was turfed, and she's now facing the same, I would say, wrath that he did. And it's unfortunate that we have people in the Prime Minister's office who think this is acceptable. And the fact the Prime Minister had a conversation with her on Friday before the fall economic update is beyond me to think that this was a good idea. I've never in my time in politics seen a fez being pushed aside for manufactured drama. And this is a sad state. Today, people should be focusing, and the government should be focusing on the state of the economy. And who knows, maybe this was a masterful tactic to get people not talking about the deficit number, but goodness gracious, like, Canadians deserve better than this. This is just a sad day.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking there was anything tactically thought through in any of this, to your point. I wonder when, just to cast your mind back to your time with Bill Morneau, when there was pushback, and certainly we know examples of that as well, when there was pushback, how was that received by the Prime Minister's office? What did it get to the point where it was a healthy debate, or was it just sort of stubborn opposition to ideas that they were not interested in?
So I would say Minister Morneau, if he was here speaking, would probably be a lot more delicate than I would on this. But I think they would want you to think that there was a bit of a debate back and forth. But I can't even tell you the number of times I'd hear from senior staff and the PMO say, well, at the end of the day, we're going to make the decision or we're going to override it. And listen, I'm a lifelong Liberal. I've been a staffer on and off for 15 years. And I struggle with what it means to be a Liberal these days because it's been so disheartening to see this type of behavior. These are elected officials. Like, Chrystia Freeland is not someone they found off the side of the street. Bill Morneau was not someone they found off the side of the street. Same thing goes for Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott. These are not people that just kind of had nothing to do. These are people who are accomplished people, and you cannot expect to bring in people who are accomplished leaders who have done things in their own respective rights and then have staffers who, quite frankly, have not had the same experience dictating what gets done. And I know the Prime Minister is probably going to say he has no idea of these leaks, but listen, I've got to call BS to this to a certain point because this is just not acceptable. Like, we should not be singing this song and dance again today.
Sharon Carr, thank you for jumping on and giving us your perspective. Appreciate it. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Rosie.
Okay, so we are still right now waiting to see if we hear or see the Prime Minister today. He is still, we understand, I guess in his office there in West Block, hunkered down with staff, trying to figure out what comes next. Certainly what comes next from our perspective is getting a sense of the numbers in the fall economic update, which will include a large deficit, that much is true, will include some money for border security, and maybe some other things. And I'll bring in David here. I mean, the message, in a perfect world, the government today would have had a fall economic statement with maybe a shockingly large deficit number, but other measures that they could point to as things that they were doing to deal with Donald Trump.
Border, the economy,
that's right.
All those things.
And other things that would come in an upcoming budget. And they could have gone out and shopped around on that idea for the next couple of days. I would have asked the Prime Minister about the GST holiday in our interview, and then they would have gone on their merry way for holidays. We are in a completely different space now, and now this document, while it continues to be important for Canadians to know what's going on with the economy, I don't even know if it's going to get lost in the political crisis that we find ourselves in, or they find themselves in.
Yeah, well, the fall economic no statement, because they're just going to table it and no one's going to say anything, is the way it's going to happen today, is going to become a footnote of the day. As I clumsily walked through your shot earlier, I was going, I apologize for that. I'm used to the camera being in a different spot. Okay, a couple of things. Yeah. I went to take some calls.
Yes, good.
Because there are people who will speak to you on a day like this who won't put it in a text. Yeah. And it's tough to have to take a phone call live in the air. I'm less certain we're going to hear from the Prime Minister today. Okay. So there was supposed to be an Ontario caucus meeting at around 5 o'clock today. That has now expanded, I'm told, by MPs into a national caucus meeting. Obviously,
where he will be. He will attend.
has to go.
Yeah,
he
I would
has
imagine.
now. Whether this is in person, hybrid, blend, or whatever, Justin Trudeau is going to speak to his caucus at some point today. There will be a national caucus meeting. I'm checking to see if we can get the exact specific time. But my understanding is that it was going to start at around 5 o'clock. He needs to talk to them, I guess, to get a sense of what they have to say before he talks to people like you and me about what he is going to do. The other thing, it's in person at 5 o'clock, I'm now being told by a member of Parliament as I look down at my phone as we chat. So if my assignment producers outside are watching, we're going to need cameras at the caucus room for 5 o'clock today because it's going to be news. They've got to figure out what the mood of the caucus is. They got an idea of what the mood is of a lot of the caucus. Patrick Weiler, who was the first person to stand up in that caucus meeting to deal with a letter, the first person to say, you got to go, has reissued a statement saying, you still got to go. So they've been emboldened. They're going to have more to say about this. They're going to be even more aggressive. And I suspect you might see the dam break that they were hoping would break with their letter based on Chrystia Freeland's public letter with her signature and name at the bottom, because that carries a whole lot more weight.
Sure.
The other challenge they have right now as a government, this is a G7 country that does not have a Minister of Finance. They have got to get that figured out. Whatever Justin Trudeau is going to do, Canada needs someone running the finance department. And if you can't get that done today, you got to have that done by tomorrow. Like, there needs to be a swearing in at Rideau Hall ASAP in this job, because you cannot go in the hours after a fall economic statement with the economic threat from Donald Trump hanging over the country without someone managing the economic response to that and the financial situation of the government.
So riddle me this, I would say just hand that to Dominic LeBlanc. He fixes all of your problems.
He's got the border, right?
Well,
like the Minister of Janitorial Affairs is already
now.
a massive department that keeps getting bigger.
But just for now, until you get yourself sorted. You know?
Minister of Public Safety and Finance and Deputy Prime Minister. Look, he is their fixer, right? Yeah. He has the best political skills and the best political communication skills, certainly in the English-speaking ministers. I can't speak to how good the Francophone ministers are in dealing with issues in Quebec. But what is fascinating is the abject silence from the entire cabinet today, other than some sort of quiet reflection on the departure of Chrystia Freeland and what that means. To Fred's point earlier, no one is out there. No one came out of that cabinet meeting and said, we're united firmly behind the Prime Minister, like they did after the caucus meeting.
I'm sure they're mad at it, right?
Yeah, and so we have this situation where, LeBlanc can only fix so many problems, and those are usually external ones. This is an internal challenge they have right now that they have been utterly unable to get a handle on since it just started building. And they waited so long when inflation was at 7%, 8%, 8.1% at its peak to sort of start responding to sort of the concerns of the electorate. It just steamrolled into a series of internal political problems. And now we have the situation where it's 3 o'clock, 3:01. The resignation went public at 9:07. We got nothing, like nothing. So I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know when he's going to do it, but I do not think Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, will speak publicly today, because that caucus meeting is happening at 5, unless he meets with the caucus and then says something afterwards. But he didn't go into question period. The House rises at 2 o'clock tomorrow. So he won't be in question period for his usual Wednesday, Prime Minister question session. So here we are. That national caucus meeting, that's the next big thing to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, I suppose as we talked about earlier, he could go to that caucus meeting, get a sense of things, and then go home and sort of sort through things in his own mind about what's next. I would point out,
go to a fundraiser. That probably wouldn't look great tonight.
Yeah, I wouldn't go to a fundraiser.
Unless you're calling an election and need money for that war chest.
Oh, Brad just desperately wants that election. He just won't let anything else happen. I will say, Dominic LeBlanc,
wanting to clarify, tonight is not a fundraiser. It is the Laurier Club holiday party. You are committed to donating over a certain year. You get invited. The thing with this, a lot of people fly into Ottawa for this. This is a big deal for your most loyal Liberals. It's a really big day for this to happen on. Tomorrow night was the Liberal Caucus Christmas party.
It's why Greg was already in a suit when we called him and said, can you come in? Because he was going to go.
Tomorrow's the Liberal Caucus party. I was told it was sold out, so lots of people were hoping to go there and get a sense of things, thinking that the cabinet shuffle was happening the next day. Obviously, all of this is kind of still might. All blown out of the water, though, for now. I would point out Dominic LeBlanc is not in question period either, and I did see him behind the door. Of course, as one of the Prime Minister's close friends, he might be staying behind to get a sense of things with him or offer him some advice. I believe we have now from Mississauga. Oh, not quite yet. All right. Okay. Tell me when she's all ready. Oh, now I do have her. Okay. For the Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith is joining me now from Mississauga. Nice to see you, Premier, on a very strange day here in Ottawa. Tell me, so tell me how it went over in that meeting, because you all learned at around the same time, I would imagine, and what was the response and reaction there?
Well, we had a lot of work to do today because we were trying to come together with a communique about how we're going to address the real and immediate threat of the potential for 25% tariffs. And I can tell you that it took us all by surprise to find out midway through that conversation that we don't have one of our lead negotiators at the table anymore as Finance Minister. So we're watching just along with everybody else to see who's ultimately going to fill that chair, who's going to take our lead in negotiations. Remember, we're only 1 month out from the deadline where it looks like we're going to see them implemented, and so we're going to stick together as a team of premiers to try to not lose the momentum to make sure they don't get implemented on that date.
Doug Ford said that he took the call and slapped it on speakerphone and let you all listen in. I'm just wondering if you can tell us anything about what Chrystia Freeland told the room.
Well, she just thanked us all for the leadership that we've shown, for the collaboration that we've shown. She's actually, as a minister, been one that has reached out, it seems, and tried to develop a personal relationship with every premier. Obviously, we didn't see eye to eye on a number of things with our federal government. We made sure I made sure that she knew that, but she was always prepared to come to the table and listen. And so I guess we'll now have to see who is going to be leading the negotiations with our largest trading partner. It's not the greatest time to have a vacuum.
No, definitely not. We are expecting, though, the fall economic statement to still be tabled at 4 p.m. Wondering what you're hoping to see in there that might help you deal with some of the issues you're talking about.
The main thing we've heard is that there's going to be a $1 billion price tag attached to some type of a border strategy. We rolled out our border strategy last week, $29 million, 51 sheriffs. We've got dog teams. We've got commercial vehicle inspection. We're going to have drones and monitor a 2-kilometer distance from the border with Montana. And we're prepared to work with the CBSA and the RCMP. So I'm hoping that we see more resources put into both of those organizations so that we can really put a good effort forward in Alberta and see that same kind of effort taking place wherever we share a border with the United States across the country.
Yeah, I talked to your Minister Mike Ellis on my show yesterday, and he did a good job of selling that plan for people and explaining it. What is there some opportunity here, Premier, for premiers to step up? I mean, the Prime Minister had been calling for a Team Canada approach. I'm not sure where his part of the team is today, but is there an opportunity here for premiers to really drive home some of the concerns to the new administration and do reach out there?
I think so. What we've been doing, we've already had, this would be the 3rd meeting that we've had since the threat of tariffs was first introduced. And Doug has been great at getting all of the premiers together, bringing the federal counterparts to the table as well. But it's been really an all-hands-on-deck approach as we all reach out to our various counterparts, whether it's the governors or congressmen that we have, that we've got relationships with. And I think that work is going to continue. It's not just one person. It really is making sure that every single person that we have contact with knows the incredible implication a 25% tariff would have on Americans. It's going to be American consumers that are seeing the dollar increase in gasoline. It'll be American consumers that are experiencing the inflation. It'll be the American stock market that's going to be thrown into turmoil on this. And I think we can all avoid that. And it's up to all of us to have that message. And everybody seems committed to doing that.
Premier, I'm going to share you with David Cochrane, if you don't mind, and let him throw a couple questions your way as well.
Hello, Premier. How are you? I'm wondering.
Good to see you.
I'm wondering what your thoughts are about the stability of the leadership situation at the top of the federal government right now, with everything that this government has to respond to, coming from the United States, and how you mount that Team Canada effort the Prime Minister has been trying to build with the level of disarray the federal government has been thrown into as of the 9:07 a.m. resignation today.
Well, it's chaos. I mean, I think I'd be looking at this, wondering who the next leader is, who is going to be the next finance minister. Are they going to be able to bring forward a coherent plan? Is there going to be a team that is able to do a Team Canada approach? We're approaching Christmas. The tariffs are coming in, we're told January 20th. And so that's part of the reason why I think it falls to the premiers and our Council of the Federation to provide some of the stability in the absence of that. It won't surprise you. I've said that I think that the Prime Minister should hold an election. I think we need to have someone who can get in at the table saying, I have a 4-year mandate, you have to deal with me, whether it's him or whether it's the leader of the official
Premier, can I just jump in? Can I just jump in for 1 second? There's going to be a swearing in at Rideau Hall at 4 o'clock today, is what I've just been told. Okay. I'm assuming that would be for a finance minister. It's going to conflict with their fez, so that's an interesting thing in terms of how that goes. But there's going to be some sort of answer to the clarity. So, sorry, I just wanted to interrupt you there to let you and the people watching at home that we are going to get something at 4 o'clock. I'm presuming this would be to fill that vacant finance ministry. You have a good relationship with François-Philippe Champagne. Is that who you would like to see go there? He's someone you said you can deal with. And I know Stephen Guilbeault would be last on your list, but who would you like to see take over that particular portfolio at this point in time, Premier?
I think Champagne or LeBlanc, I think they've both started building relationships with the United States. That would provide some good continuity, and it wouldn't mean that they'd have to start fresh from a relationship. But I think the original point still stands, that I think that whoever is at the table with Trump would have a much stronger message saying, you got to deal with me for the next 4 years. So I think we're kind of running out of time on this government on getting a mandate. And I would prefer to see that they're going to call an election sooner rather than later so we can get down to it.
Okay.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you, Premier. Appreciate you making the time. Nice to see you as always.
You bet.
That's Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, talking to us from Mississauga, where the premiers were meeting for a Council of the Federation to discuss all those things that she mentioned there, just how this country should respond to Donald Trump. Indeed, that is one of the points that Chrystia Freeland raised in her resignation letter, that instead of spending on, what was the line again? Costly gimmicks. She wanted the country to be focused on the gravity of the moment, keeping their powder dry, and figuring out how to respond to America First economic nationalism. And now Chrystia Freeland will not be part of those efforts because she has stepped aside and did not want the position that was offered to her on Friday. So we are waiting for a couple of things right now. We're just under an hour away from the fall economic statement being tabled in some capacity inside the House of Commons. About an hour away now from the news that David Cochrane just shared with us that there will be a swearing in of some kind at Rideau Hall at 4 p.m. Presumably that would be to fill the role of finance minister, I would imagine.
Who knows, Rosie? I do not have that clarity, I would presume. But yes, going back to my earlier point, a G7 country needs a finance minister.
But we are sure it's a swearing in.
Rideau Hall swearing in at 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's not, I mean, I just had a moment where could he go and say, forget it, it's over, let's let it happen? Your dream?
Well,
your dream? Yeah.
Presumably, though, you know, you'd want to go to that caucus meeting we were talking about to say this is what we've done in the short term, right? But look, I've never done caucus management. I don't know if anyone's done caucus management under circumstances like this, but this is what I'm being told is happening today at 4 o'clock.
Greg?
I think, to your point, David, if you're going to show up at caucus at 5 o'clock, you need to have taken some action this morning. Mm-hmm. And, all the reports that, and I apologize if I have my head down at different times, but people are on the Hill and they're not hearing very much.
Nope.
And these are people in some pretty senior roles. So, like I say, the bunker walls keep getting thicker. So, yeah, if you're going to show up at caucus this afternoon, you've got to have something that you've reacted to today.
Yeah. And what meets the bar in terms of an acceptable response, or is there one, Jordan?
I mean, it's so hard to know right now, and I think a lot of that is going to depend on the mood of cabinet. Mm-hmm. I think that when we saw the initial rumblings against Trudeau in the Liberal caucus in September, part of what made it fizzle out was that there was really no figurehead for it. There was no focal point for that energy. That has all changed now. So there is like a strong symbol, and also, and Greg talked about this, and I think it's worth mentioning, somebody who was very loyal to the Prime Minister, somebody who carried a lot of water through a number of really difficult circumstances. and who was effectively hung out to dry. And that, you know, around that cabinet table, that cannot sit well with people. So
because then you start to wonder, what might he do to me?
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
If he's doing this to somebody who has been his who really stood up for him this fall, and so I think that coming with a new minister is not enough. There needs to be some plan for moving forward.
Got to jump in. Your instincts are excellent as to who will be going into the finance ministry. It's going to be Dominic LeBlanc.
Okay.
The Minister of Janitorial Affairs adds yet another portfolio to his growing list of portfolios. This is our colleagues at Radio Canada have confirmed this with 2 sources and reported it. It's at 4 o'clock at Rideau Hall. So I had part of it, they had the other part, and here we are. It's like Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Okay, so let's it's going to have a moment of levity on a very dramatic day.
We've been on the air for 7 hours now, so you know this is what happens.
Okay, well, let's talk about that then. I mean, from my perspective, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does.
He is someone who can be trusted by the Prime Minister, although has leadership ambitions of his own, let's be clear. So maybe positioning himself, but someone who can hold things together, someone who went to Mar-a-Lago, someone who can maybe provide some reassurance to caucus. That
you know,
things
public
are in
safety
hand.
is not a small job, especially when the #1 demand from the president-elect is fix your border, right? So, like,
but presumably this is not a permanent job. This is for now.
Maybe, maybe he gets sworn in until they do the big swearing in. But you've got Anita Anand with 2 portfolios. You got Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor with 2 portfolios. You're potentially going to have Dominic LeBlanc with 2 portfolios, unless they do, you know, more of a mini shuffle and move other people into public safety. But clearly, you know, their attempts to do a cabinet shuffle in an orderly way have not gone as planned. I think that is the understatement of the day. But yeah, Dominic LeBlanc is going to be the Minister of Finance. Well, he'll be the 3rd Minister of Finance in this government, right? Since 2015, Morneau, Freeland, and now LeBlanc. Look, the other thing too, because just in the conversations, you know, about the political challenges they've had on the communication side of connecting their economic agenda to ordinary Canadians, LeBlanc was always suggested as a guy who could, like, he can do that. You know, maybe he doesn't do the, you know, the bond rating conversations as well as someone like Freeland would, but the dinner table conversations as opposed to the board table conversations. That's his world. Whether this is just for the moment or for the time being, who knows? We'll find out probably before.
And certainly he would be more of someone who would say a yes man for the Prime Minister's office when they come and say, this is the measure we want to put forward. I assume he would not push back in the same way that Freeland would. No?
I would think he would push back in a much more creative and effective way.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Because Dominic, I'm trying to think. I think Dominic ran in '97. That was when the big wipeout happened for the Liberals in Atlantic Canada. He'd be very familiar with it because he worked in Chrétien's office. So just so people remember, you know, in Nova Scotia, Chrétien won 11 seats in 1993, and then he lost 11 seats in 1997. And you could feel it on the ground. It was coming. And that's what things feel like right now. And I think Dominic would be very well aware of that.
Yeah.
So before being instructed to do something, I think Dominic would be asking, you know, the right questions. In politics, the smartest person in the room is the person who knows exactly how smart they are. And they don't overassume, and they get good advice, and they have smart people around them, and they ask good questions. And Dominic LeBlanc's career has been all about that. And I've heard the same things about leadership speculation. I also heard, you know, the scenario that if the Prime Minister stepped down, he'd be a good interim leader. Nobody is upset when they hear Dominic's name. Fred and I were here on Thanksgiving Monday when the India story broke. We were already seated, and David heard in his ear that Minister LeBlanc was there. Like, I bailed. I think, you know, I've got nothing compared to what Dominic LeBlanc is going to tell us today. And he did that interview, and all of a sudden, you know, the government seized back control of that issue. And there was just you know, you talked about chaos before. There's nothing about Dominic LeBlanc that seems chaotic. You know, he's got a calm presence, and that's what's going to be needed right now.
But I guess going back to my question, is that enough? Is that enough to go into that caucus meeting tonight and say, okay, I've lost one of our best ministers because I presumably demoted her and she didn't like some of my ideas, but now I'm going to put my friend and former babysitter in place as the finance minister? Like, is that enough to convince people?
It shouldn't be.
No.
When you look at this is one of Justin Trudeau's inner circle, one of his top lieutenants. It makes sense why he's putting him there. You need a war general. You're having an internal civil war breaking out. But if I'm on the other side of that, I'm not feeling relieved that, okay, it's going to be more of the same, a different person saying it. There's not a sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it also underlines how short that list of loyalists has become within that cabinet. So the fact that LeBlanc has been tapped for this so soon after really taking that leadership role on the border issue, this is a lot for one person. The benches are looking more shallow in terms of the ministers that the Prime Minister's office hasn't antagonized at this point. So I think that the real challenge is to come before caucus with something that amounts to an electoral plan, because caucus is not going to just be concerned about the ability of the government to survive today. They're going to be concerned about their ability to win their own seat. And we've now arrived at a point where there is no such thing as a safe Liberal seat in this country, and nothing that has happened today has changed that. In fact, it's arguably made it much, much worse. So I think that for the Prime Minister, the question that's going to hinge on his ability to stay and his ability to sort of survive that caucus meeting and regain confidence is his answer to that question.
Okay, so just to bring you up to speed on where we are now here at just after 20 after 3 Eastern, we now know that as well as the fall economic statement, which was going to be the main focus of our day, it will be tabled inside the House of Commons at 4 p.m. Eastern. So we will bring you information, obviously, from our reporters, because there are still journalists in the lockup going through that document. But at the same time, Dominic LeBlanc will be at Rideau Hall, where he will, as David just first reported here, be sworn in as Finance Minister for now, which will give the Prime Minister at least the opportunity, if he does go to the National Caucus meeting, and goodness knows, I hope someone's giving him some advice to actually attend the thing.
If he doesn't go,
If he doesn't go, that's pretty much the end of it. But where he will go and at least be able to say that the country, as David's rightly been pointing out, a G7 nation facing 25% tariff threats from Donald Trump, has a finance minister for now. I have many questions. I wonder what... I don't think there's a cabinet shuffle happening Wednesday. I don't see how that's possible.
Well, there's one at 4.
There's one at 4. There's a hole fill at 4. I mean,
I don't know.
He has to get through the next 24 hours, the Prime Minister, I mean, and maybe just, go off on his holiday and see what happens next. I mean, that to me seems like sort of the reasonable thing for him to do. Unless, if a cabinet minister comes out and speaks out against him or decides to quit, then I think it's game over.
When the alarm goes off in the morning, you can hit the snooze button a couple of times, but eventually you've got to get out of bed because real life is waiting for you. And it feels like we've been watching a government in this town hit the snooze button nonstop for the better part of the year. If this wasn't like the backup alarm or the 4th backup alarm going off today when Chrystia Freeland walked out the door, I don't know what it would take. Because how does it get better from here is the question I keep asking myself, right? Like the whole principle of issues management is to figure out where things are going to go. How do you shorten the distance between those 2 points and with the best outcome possible? The push for the Prime Minister to go has now moved to the Deputy Prime Minister level. She didn't say he should go. She said she is going because she was prepared to deliver a fall economic statement and a financial agenda filled with costly political gimmicks, in the words of the now ex-finance minister. And it became untenable for her when she was offered a cabinet job without portfolio to deal with the Canada-US. We have seen 4 MPs go on camera in the hours since to say the Prime Minister has to go. We have seen another MP issue a statement reiterating their call. He's going to go to the National Caucus meeting. It's probably not going to be a standing ovation type thing like the ones we see when this happens. So it has been crisis after crisis after crisis, this being the biggest of them all. And it just seems like more of this is going to happen until what appears to be the eventual electoral defeat. So how does it get better from here? And what is your plan to make it better? What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, that is the central problem, though, Greg, is that it has been, to David's point, warning after warning after warning that something wasn't working and that something needed to change. And changes didn't happen. I guess this cabinet shuffle was supposed to be it, but and no real adjustment in terms of a political approach anyway. There have been policy adjustments for sure. And now it's like, here, we're going to bash you over the head to see if you get the message this time, because this is real this time.
Absolutely.
So what could happen to help him in this moment? Like if he fired the chief of staff, if he changed all his staff, like, or are we long past those opportunities that had been talked about in the summer?
I think we are long past them. I think that not only when I say the circle around the Prime Minister has gotten smaller, you know, I remember during the Jody Wilson-Raybould issues, getting a call from somebody at the senior level and asking me how are we doing? How is this going over?
Yeah.
Adam Radwanski in the Globe did a long piece on this, and they reached out to about a dozen people. The Emergencies Act and the decision to call that, you know, they reached out to people. They have done things to make sure that Rolodex has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller. So I think they've been flying blind for a couple of months now. To me, the big spot of blindness, and I've referred to this before, was the interview the Prime Minister did with Nathaniel Erskine-Smith. And I'm told it had a big effect on caucus, especially Quebec caucus. But there's a moment where the Prime Minister talks about, I didn't think it was the right time for ads. And I think that just rang a huge bell. And the amount of work that the Liberal caucus had to do to convince the Prime Minister's office to start running ads, and then the length of time before the ads actually started, you burned a lot of time and energy. So if it took them that much effort to get something that's pretty obvious, you know, like the Conservatives are running ads, we're not, we're 20 points behind. Yeah. What are we doing to address that? And grudgingly, after an interview where the Prime Minister said, I don't think ads would have helped right now, they did ads against me too. Well, yeah, you know, Justin was literally born into a prime ministerial family. He was national news when he was born. It is tough to define somebody who's already been defined. It was really easy for the Conservatives to define Dion and Ignatieff. Yeah. So I just think that they're out of options, and they're out of people to ask for help.
Well, I think they're out of goodwill, perhaps.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
The goodwill that was there is no longer there. Yeah.
And again, through their own decisions.
Sure.
And I think that's the thing that's really stunning, you know, to what Greg was speaking about, the advertising, the choices that were made on that. They received plenty of advice to the contrary, that it was important to define Poilievre, even as soon as when he was in the leadership race, and as soon as he was newly elected, that there would have been a critical opportunity there. But of course, the problem is they elected not to do that, and there's no time machine to go back to that. And as things move forward, it becomes more difficult, more expensive, and harder, just as their resources and popularity were dwindling. So it's a catch-22 that they placed themselves into, and I think it's exactly as Greg says, those bunker walls have become so thick. And the Prime Minister is now in a position that himself and his Chief of Staff are in that bubble. They are the longest-serving people in that bubble, and they have closed those walls off from the advice that would shake that up in any significant way, and this is the outcome of it.
Out of the two major parties, there's always a path to victory for both of them going into an election. I think the Liberals had a path a year ago. It would have been hard to find, but they could have found it, and they had to stick to it and go down that path. It gets narrow and narrower as they go down, and when they're not trying to find it, it disappears, and there's no getting it back now. There's no chance Trudeau has to win the next election. There is a possibility if there's a replacement. There is a possibility that person could find a path. But even then, it's so narrow.
But Fred, you've run national campaigns, right? Like, is the goal here for the Liberals victory, or is it survival? Like, they've got to come second.
If I was in
that has to be their goal, right?
Or third may be their goal as we go down. Like, they are in a very dangerous spot. I don't know if they realize this. The Bloc Québécois, I'd put my money on today, is going to be the official opposition, which is a whole other host of issues, given the Parti Québécois, their sister party, is likely going to form government there, and they want to have a referendum right away. We're going into a constitutional and succession crisis in this country. But for the Liberal Party, the NDP should be in a position, now maybe if they didn't have a leader like Jagmeet Singh, they could be, they should be in a position to jump over them. And if the Liberals get into fourth again, there's not another Justin Trudeau waiting in the wings that could bring them up like he did in 2015. It could be a very, very long time in the wilderness for the Liberal Party if they don't do this right.
Okay, let's just recap a little bit where we are right now in terms of some of the reaction that we've seen to this news today. Obviously, when you hear a political crisis from your opponents, you jump on it and seize every opportunity to hammer home and criticize them, to try and draw more blood, frankly. So here's a little bit of the reaction from some of the opposition leaders today.
The finance minister is resigning in the middle of an economic crisis, and a fifth of his Liberal caucus has lost confidence in him. Justin Trudeau has lost control, and yet he clings to power. We cannot accept this kind of chaos, division, weakness while we're staring down the barrel of a 25% tariff from our biggest trading partner and closest ally. Now is the time for a carbon tax election to turn the decision away from me or Mr. Trudeau or Mr. Singh or Mr. Carney and put it in the hands of the people.
Mr. Trudeau's government is over. He must acknowledge that and act accordingly. I believe that the departure of his so important ally, Minister of Finances, Vice First Minister, Prime Minister, is the end of this government, and that at the latest in the beginning of 2025, the Prime Minister should go to the General Governor and ask for the dissolution of the Parliament.
Right now, Canadians are struggling with the cost of living. I hear it everywhere I go. People cannot find a home that they can afford. They can't buy their groceries. And on top of that, we have Trump threatening tariffs of 25%, which put hundreds and thousands of Canadian jobs at risk. And instead of focusing on these issues, Justin Trudeau and the Liberals are focused on themselves. They're fighting themselves instead of fighting for Canadians. And for that reason, today I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
All right, a pretty collective, unified message from the opposition leaders, certainly, but there are even some Liberal MPs also echoing those calls for Justin Trudeau to resign.
Let's put it this way. Firing a Minister of Finance who has served you extremely well is not what I would call a trustworthy move.
And
that's okay.
Should he resign?
Yes.
Today was supposed to be a presentation of a plan, and now we're talking about a finance minister who has resigned. I don't see how this helps the Prime Minister, and I don't see a way out and how this helps us talk about Canadians while we're continuing to talk about what's happening right now.
So he needs to go. Sorry, I'd like to hear you say.
I think he needs to go, yeah.
Justin Trudeau.
Yep.
Okay, some Liberal backbenchers calling publicly for the Prime Minister to resign now as we wait to see if we will hear from the Prime Minister, as David said. Perhaps less likely than it was earlier, but at very least, they have come up with a solution for a Finance Minister, and that's going to happen in about 30 minutes' time, where Dominic LeBlanc, currently the Minister of Public Safety, close friend and confidant of Justin Trudeau's, will be sworn into that portfolio to at least cover off that dramatic loss of Chrystia Freeland on this important day. And we're also hearing now that at 4 o'clock, Karina Gould, the House Leader, will be the one who will table the fall economic statement inside the House of Commons. Would not expect there to be a speech of any kind, but at least the document will be tabled, which will be the sign that we can begin to report some of that information to you. A fiscal update that, you know, Chrystia Freeland would have worked very hard on with her department. And in spite of some of the questions that she had about the Prime Minister's approach, namely around those rebate checks that didn't seem like they were going to go forward anyway. And then finally on Friday to be told that she could table a fall economic statement, but then she would be sent into another portfolio was really the reason why she decided she had to leave. She is remaining as an MP and says she will run in the next election. All kind of interesting bits of information as you think about how this might unfold. Lots of questions now about whether there will be a cabinet shuffle, what Justin Trudeau is thinking about his own leadership, and whether he can in fact stay given this dramatic turn of events today. Someone who has been in a similar position back in the day, former Deputy Prime Minister under Jean Chrétien, John Manley joins us. Nice to see you, John Manley.
Thank you.
And I say similar position because if I'm not mistaken, when Paul Martin stepped aside as Finance Minister, you took over that role.
They threw me in. I was the Sunday afternoon appointee as Finance Minister, but it didn't happen totally unexpectedly, and it wasn't the day of a fall or any other kind of economic statement being tabled.
Yeah.
So no doubt this one, in terms of sheer drama, this one takes the prize.
Yeah. I mean, it was expected that Paul Martin, he was getting frustrated, and the Prime Minister was also getting frustrated with him, and he had leadership ambitions. So to your point exactly, it became clear that it was no longer tenable. And I know that there are ongoing, to this day, questions about whether he quit or got quit. But that's what happened. What do you remember about the necessity of having you fill that role quickly, and like the importance of that, and why that is important in this instance as well?
Well, first of all, it's a very large role, and there are always a lot of things on the finance minister's agenda. So I came in on a Sunday afternoon. Less than 24 hours later, I was delivering a speech to a group of international bankers who were meeting in Montreal. 4 days later, I was hosting the G8 finance ministers meeting in Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Wow.
So, and I also had to appear in question period, and of course it was the focus of a lot of questions. So, it was not totally unexpected for me. I'd already been deputy prime minister, and I knew the issues, I knew the numbers, I knew what was going on pretty well. So a little different if it is Dominic LeBlanc that's coming in, a little different for him, because this isn't necessarily right up his alley. So he's going to have a busy day or so until the House adjourns and he can apply himself to catching up.
What do you make of the rather blistering criticism of Freeland towards her former boss about the discrepancy between where Justin Trudeau wanted some of the fiscal policy to go versus where she wanted it to go?
Well, quite honestly, it's a bit late. She was part of the announcement on this GST holiday, which I think it's quite clear is not particularly something for the economy. It was meant to be political. It fits the description that she has in her letter to a T, but she was part of the announcement of it and she supported it. So I think that she the job of the finance minister, one of the hardest job of the finance minister is sometimes to say no to the prime minister.
Yeah.
Because the core of the prime minister's power in our system is its ability to hire and fire ministers.
Right.
So generally speaking, you don't want to be fired, but if you've got principles, sometimes you've got to say no. Mm-hmm. And if the prime minister respects you, then he or she will listen to you. Mm-hmm. So I think Minister Freeland missed the opportunity by letting this get to the point it was. And the way her letter reads, she was effectively terminated by the prime minister rather she resigned perhaps a day or two earlier than would have otherwise been the case. Yeah. But she was in there until he said he no longer wanted her.
Well, what do you make of what we have reported was on offer, and that was to be a minister in charge of Canada-U.S. relations? Not clear whether there was any department or resources behind it, but that's what he put on the table for her. What do you make of that offer?
It's insulting. I mean, she was doing that as well as being finance minister the last go round, so it would be insulting, and she was right to say no. I'm not staying for that. Mm-hmm. And I think that's right. She served him faithfully, loyally, and well. And you can make a change. That's always the prime minister's prerogative. But to suggest that she should be satisfied with something less than another major portfolio, mm-hmm. you could combine the Canada-U.S. one with ISED. You could combine it with foreign affairs, as it was with me in the beginning, but to leave her with nothing that was substantive. No, I think that he should have expected that she would not accept that.
Well, clearly that is not the case, given how stunned he and his office seem to be today. What do you think happens next, Mr. Manley?
Well, first of all, I think the Prime Minister has been having trouble reading the room for a little while. He's overridden the objections to his continuing from caucus. He's ignored polling that is has been increasingly insurmountable for essentially for 2 years, and so I've no greater confidence that he's going to read the room now. One of the great errors that we make in life is that we assume we can predict the future based on the past. That's a fallacy. We never know. We never know what the future is going to bring. And the fact that he won a boxing match and that he won election against the odds in 2015 is no prediction about what will happen in a 2025 election. So that's fallacy number one. And secondly, in modern politics, I've said this before, to go 10 years or 9 years, you're kind of at the limit of what the public wants from you. And truthfully, if you haven't got the major things done that you wanted to do after you've been in office for 9 years, well, they can't have been that high on your list of priorities. So, I think it's quite clear, and I think his caucus is probably making it clear, and I suspect this morning a number of his ministers made it clear that that he's just barely got enough time to give his party a chance to regroup around a new leader and be prepared for an election which will come in 2025.
John Manley, former Deputy Prime Minister, nice to see you. Thank you for making the time for us today.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Now I'll bring in David Hurley. He's a partner of Rubicon Strategy and was Chief Campaign Strategist for the Liberals under Paul Martin. So the other part of this story with David Hurley. Nice to see you, David.
Good to see you, Rosie.
What do you make of how this has unfolded? I guess I continue to be kind of struck by an offer, a seeming demotion to the finance minister days before a fall economic update. And, it's shocking everyone, the resignation. But if I had known the beginning part of the story on Friday, I'm not sure I would be so shocked.
Well, that's 100% correct. I mean, I don't know what they thought they were doing on Friday. And I don't know how they could have thought that at the end of that conversation that they could just assume that she would go through and play her part in their narrative in which she was ultimately going to be scuttled. So, I mean, it's incompetence. It's bizarre. But it has led them to a crisis point that the party needed. It has led them to a crisis point that the party needed, because I think that, Mr. Manley is 100% right that Mr. Trudeau was not getting it. And his closest friends were telling him he had to go, and all that meant is that he shut them out. He wasn't listening to anybody. Caucus members could stand up. It didn't matter. So Ms. Freeland has done this in such a decisive and dramatic way that I think she has belled the cat. And I think that we're ultimately on a path now toward a new leader for the Liberal Party.
So I take all those points, and certainly I'd heard the same thing, that many of his close friends had asked him the question, why are you doing this? Are you sure this is the right thing, et cetera, and he kept, he was continued to be insistent that he believed he needed to stay. Are you at all concerned, though, that because this is a crisis right now, that it will also damage the party, that this is too big a crisis for the party, and that too much has to get done now before an election?
Well, I guess a lot of that depends on how much time the party has between now and an election. A lot of that depends on the NDP and the Bloc and how they're going to comport themselves. I presume that the government will prorogue and buy themselves some time. I think it is a very major crisis for this government. But politically, the crisis for the Liberal Party was Mr. Trudeau's leadership. And so ultimately, I view this as a good day, and I view Ms. Freeland's move as helpful because I have always believed that Mr. Trudeau was ultimately going to leave us in the lurch by resigning right at the last second. And so if this can precipitate an earlier departure in which the party has time to reasonably choose a successor, and that successor has time to establish some of what they want to do to Canadians, then the party has a chance to fight to live another day. But at the way things were going, that wasn't going to happen. It was going to be absolutely devastating, existentially threatening defeat. And if Ms. Freeland has helped us avoid that, God bless her.
Do you think that a resignation by the Prime Minister is the only option? I mean, clearly you do, but Obviously, he is right now talking to his close advisors. He has tapped, as you saw, Dominic LeBlanc to take over the role. There's a National Caucus meeting later today. So it is at this stage kind of unclear about where his head is at. I would imagine that he would be contemplating how he could stay.
I'm sure he is. I'm sure he is. And that thought may carry him still through the end of this day.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But things are starting to unravel, and they will continue to unravel. This is not the last thing. The caucus members have been entirely emboldened now, and the cabinet is far from solidly behind him. The next poll that comes out will likely show us behind the NDP. All of these forces are now in play, in motion, and so I consider it, frankly, a matter of rather short time before he steps down.
Okay, David Hurley, thank you for making the time to give us your perspective. I'm sure you'll have some busy podcasting to do in the week ahead.
Check out The Curse of Politics tomorrow morning. Gonna be lit.
we got to free Jordan.
You got to plug. You got to plug. Okay. Thanks, David Hurley. Nice to see you. Appreciate your time. Oh, you're going to be on it, are you? You're already booked?
Full color language.
Oh, jeez. Can't do that here, Jordan.
I have 2 bits of news.
Off you go.
Dominic LeBlanc, in addition to getting finance, will be keeping public safety, which suggests to me that this is a temporary measure, right?
Well,
so to me.
Mark Carney's not in town, right? So they have to wait.
Second piece of news. The national in-person caucus meeting at 5 o'clock, in person, no remote virtual attendance, no Zooms. You know, the sort of thing you do when you don't want it recorded, when you don't want others eavesdropping on it.
Yeah.
The location, TBD. So MPs, check your P9s. You're going to be getting the location in an email to your personal email at some point, the location of where the caucus meeting is going to be, but you cannot join it remotely. So that's a couple of interesting points there. That LeBlanc is he is the break glass case of emergency minister of finance, and that's what today is. And the caucus meeting will be in person only. So trying to put a tighter circle around it, at least as it happens in real time.
Although there are probably a lot of people in town because, in a serious way,
Yes.
that the Christmas party is a thing people like to do, and you have to buy tickets, and so a lot of people came back for the last 2 days of the House, and were intending to go to that event tomorrow night. I guess they will still go, but it will be
They're going to need a drink.
boozier.
So-
Yeah, I was going to say
Wear a lot of black.
I mean, the Cochrans are Irish, and Irish wakes are usually a lot of fun. You know, it's moving into that kind of vibe, right? That, here you are, the Parliament will rise tomorrow.
Yeah.
And but with this cloud of anxiety and uncertainty just hanging over it, certainly on the government side of it.
Okay, so just to give people a sense of what is still in front of us here, in about 15 minutes' time, Karina Gould will be inside the House of Commons. We'll table the fall economic statement. And once that is tabled, normally the finance minister rises to her feet and gives a speech. Obviously, that is not happening today. But once that is tabled, we will be able to go to some of our reporters who have been in a very shortened lockup, embargoed lockup, to look at those documents. And we'll be able to give you a sense of what Chrystia Freeland and her department had been working on, what she was intending to present. And also at 4 p.m., as David Cochran reported, Dominic LeBlanc will be going to Rideau Hall. He's probably on his way there now, to be sworn in as finance minister, a responsibility he will take in addition to being the public safety minister, to get the country and the government through this moment of crisis where you simply cannot be without a finance minister. As an update gets tabled, as the markets close, as Donald Trump is, waiting in the wings to threaten this country with devastating economic tariffs. So that will get the government through the next 12 hours or so. We do not know at this stage whether a broader cabinet shuffle will go ahead, because that is what precipitated all of this. We do not know how the Prime Minister is feeling about his own leadership and his job. And those are some of the ongoing questions that we have at this hour. One of the MPs, though, calling for Justin Trudeau to step down as Liberal leader is Patrick Weiler, the Liberal MP for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. The best riding name, I think, in the country, the longest anyway, in BC. And Patrick joins us now. Nice to see you, Mr. Weiler.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's also the most beautiful riding in the country as well.
All right. Well, I'm from Manitoba, so I could fight you on that, but we won't. So this is not a new position for you. You have called for the Prime Minister to step down. Tell me where your thinking is at today.
Well, as you mentioned, for months now, I've been calling for the Prime Minister to step down, as it's in the best interests of our party and, more importantly, our country. It's something that I've heard about consistently from my constituents, to the effect that they're very concerned about what a Poilievre government might mean for the services that they depend on, but that the Prime Minister needs to step down. Those feelings are even more true today with the developments with former Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland. It's pretty clear that the Prime Minister has lost the confidence of many members of caucus, as well as now a member of cabinet as well. And I believe that with so many important issues, both here at home and abroad, this reality does demand some substantive change. And the Prime Minister should take this opportunity to put the national interest first and do the right thing at this moment, which would be to step down.
Mr. Weiler, I assume you're in Ottawa. Are you in Ottawa today? Yes?
No, so today I'm in my riding in British Columbia.
Okay, so you won't be able to attend this national caucus because we are told that it is in person only.
As you mentioned, yes, I'm not going to be able to attend any in-person meetings in Ottawa today.
Okay, so tell me, were you surprised at how did you learn this news that Chrystia Freeland was resigning and the reasons behind it?
I was very surprised to see the news today. I woke up this morning and saw the news in a text message coming from somebody else. So I was very surprised to see that. I've got all the respect in the world for Chrystia, and I really respect that she had the willingness to make a principled decision. So I do want to thank her for everything that she's done, both as Finance Minister and also Foreign Affairs Minister, to really steer our countries through some very, very challenging times, and also to have the fortitude to really stand up for principle and what she believes in, even if that comes at a personal cost.
Why do you think that the Prime Minister wanted to move her to a different role and chose to tell her that just days before the fall economic statement?
It's hard for me to say. I can't speak for the Prime Minister or for Chrystia and the discussions that they may have had. Like everybody else, I've seen the disagreements that have been reported in the media. And it very much sounds like the Prime Minister and Chrystia are not on the same page on a number of things, and so that may have something to do with that. But beyond that, it's really hard for me to say. That's more of a question you would have to ask the Prime Minister and Chrystia.
Have you heard from people since this news broke, Patrick Weiler, others who are now saying, now I do agree with you, or now what can we do, or let's get this momentum building? What are you hearing from other caucus members today?
Well, I can't speak for other caucus members. There is going to be a caucus meeting later today, as you mentioned. I think it's really for them to speak out.
Sure, but are you hearing?
Their colleagues?
Yeah, are you hearing from them though, saying, "Hey, you were on this train first. I'm going to get on board now." Like, is anyone reaching out?
I have heard from a number of colleagues already, and I'll leave it them to speak about how they may feel about it. And a caucus meeting is a very appropriate time to do that, because there's some people that are more or less comfortable with speaking publicly about things. But very much so, I've heard from a number of my colleagues that feel the same way, particularly in light of the developments from today.
What do you think happens next then?
Well, it's hard to say. I'm learning about different things I'm reading on your ticker right now that are developing. So it really seems like things are changing by the second and minute. So it's hard to say what is going to happen. I think it is appropriate to have a caucus meeting. I would very much appreciate the opportunity to be able to join virtually. There's a lot of events happening in British Columbia today, as you might imagine, with the by-election happening here, and so many of the caucus are not going to be able to attend. So it would be, I think, appropriate to have a format where you could have the caucus across the country be able to participate in it. But I think at this point, what's important is for the Prime Minister to really reflect. When we had our last caucus meeting on this subject back in October, myself and a number of my colleagues had the benefit of the doubt that the Prime Minister would take that time to reflect on the things that were said in that caucus meeting. It became very clear that he had no intention of reflecting on that, but I think now truly is the time, given the developments, and for him to take the appropriate action to resign as leader and to initiate a process where the Liberal Party can choose the next leader. And that's a decision that very much should be up to the membership, so that we're able to put our best foot forward for the next election and to prevent a Pierre Poilievre government, which would be catastrophic for so many of the services that my constituents in West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky depend on, but also the legacy of the Prime Minister, whether that's action on climate change, on reconciliation, things like $10 a day childcare. Those are the things that I'm very concerned about, and it's important to take this action now so that legacy can be protected as much as possible.
Patrick Weiler, good of you to jump on there from your beautiful riding. We'll see whether you get on a Zoom call or not. I'm skeptical that it'll happen, but the message's gone out loud and clear now. So thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you very much for having me on, Rosie.
Okay, have a good rest of your day there. Okay, just a variety of perspectives there on where we are at as we come to, I don't know, hour 8 of our live coverage here.
Around 9:30, I think I got on the air, 9:40, somewhere around there. It's been a day, right? And we still haven't heard anything officially from the Prime Minister's office. I don't know if he's going to be with Dominic LeBlanc at the swearing-in. Do you think he's going to be, or is
doesn't
LeBlanc?
have to be.
No, he doesn't need to be.
No.
I suppose John Hannaford, the clerk, could be there. The Governor General, or someone from the Supreme Court if Mary Simon is not in town. But we do know that in about 6-7 minutes, Dominic LeBlanc is going to add the Ministry of Finance to the Public Safety Ministry. Patrick Weiler. We've been trying to get him on Power and Politics for a while, Rosie, ever since he was one of he stood up, and he was the first person in the meeting where the caucus revolt sort of revealed itself to the Prime Minister. He was speaker number 1. And it was like the Scooby-Doo mask coming off at the end to reveal who was one of the organizers of it, and told the Prime Minister to his face he needed to go. And they stared that down and seemed intent to stare it down. It's a whole lot different when it's Chrystia Freeland with her name on the bottom of a letter and her signature there. And I keep coming back to this line where she talks about the need to keep the fiscal powder dry and not doing costly political gimmicks, which we can ill afford and which can make Canadians doubt that we recognize the gravity of the moment. It's a shot at the seriousness of the government. It's a shot at how it takes things seriously. And it's a shot at how it's willing to use the financial health of Canada to deal with serious challenges as opposed to deal with political challenges. And that is a damning statement for her to leave on her way out the door. And it's going to be, aside from everything else, like the process of why did you do it on Friday, why did you do this, this is worse than almost anything Pierre Poilievre has said in question period.
Oh, yes.
Because this is Chrystia Freeland. This is when, in 2019 when they got a minority, remember this was in the 4 months before COVID, so it's almost quaint to think of it now. The big concern they had in losing their seats out west and being reduced was federal-provincial relations. We need to fix things. And Chrystia Freeland was moved to intergovernmental affairs to spearhead the stick handling of that problem. So they knew then they needed her to deal with that problem. They knew after whatever happened with Bill Morneau, they wanted her to deal with the financial situation. And Friday was like, we want you to do something else. And they have relied on her so much, using her as a satellite proxy campaigner during national election campaigns. And today she left essentially saying things were too tense. You're doing things I don't agree with. I'm leaving your cabinet. I'm not leaving your caucus. I'm going to run again. And what you're going to announce today in 4 minutes when Karina Gould tables this in the House of Commons is full of costly political gimmicks which we can ill afford. That is quite the resignation letter.
To say nothing of her impact on the world stage as well, which has been significant.
The Ukrainian-Canadian Congress issued a statement today, very concerned, thanking her for everything she did in championing, supporting Ukraine.
She was in frequent contact with President Zelensky and others, and was a vocal supporter, obviously, as is the whole government, but she really took that on in a different way because of her background.
But she was also a force for action at the G7 table. This was an important thing, right, in that Look, we all know the limits of what Canada's military hardware can bring to, a war with a country like Russia, especially with the constraints around NATO and its ability to directly engage with a threat like that. But, this is something that Alexandra Hichi, the head of the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, said in her statement today, is that Freeland was an intellectual force at the table and came up with a lot of the ideas like the seizing of Russian assets and the freezing of it, and at minimum using the interest to help finance the defense of Ukraine and sort of using Russia's wealth against it in its war of aggression, and like the sanctioning of the central bank and these sorts of ideas. Those are things that she brought to the financial element of the battlefield. Because there's only so many tanks, only so many guns, and only so many bullets, as we all know. But on that side, she brought ingenuity, which is sort of that role a middle power like Canada can play in a moment like this.
Just a little bit of information about Chrystia Freeland at this hour. She is apparently in Ottawa. Not clear if she's going to go to the caucus meeting tonight. That could be a wild day. She has spent much of the day on the phone. We're also told that she called Trudeau this morning to tell him directly on the phone that she was leaving. And it was brief, is what we are also told. And that, as we've talked about through the day, that Freeland did not see it as a vote of confidence when the Prime Minister said you're allowed to table the fall economic statement, but 2 days later or a day later, you'll be in a different job, which is sort of the straw that broke the camel's back. Because as well as the things that David is saying here, pointing to in terms of the criticism of the policy, I remain convinced that if she were allowed to stay as finance minister, she may have been able to exercise more influence, push back against the Prime Minister, et cetera. Yeah.
So two things. There's going to be a scrum at 4:30 outside Rideau Hall following the swearing-in ceremony. So we'll hear, I'm guessing that's going to be Dominic LeBlanc and not Justin Trudeau. That's just me.
Well, the Prime Minister, is this what you were going to say here? The Prime Minister will be at the swearing-in.
He'll be at the swearing-in,
yes.
But will he be at the scrum? Because that's what I am far more interested in. Is they're going to duck out the back to the cottage? I don't know. But on that point, the reporting that our colleagues at Radio Canada had on the costly political gimmicks is that the checks were not going to be booked in the fiscal framework in the fall economic statement that's being tabled. That is a sign from the finance minister and the finance department. I mean, that we're not booking it because we're not convinced it's going to go through, and we're clearly not prepared to fight for it. And this language certainly suggests that, but it also speaks to how they viewed that whole thing. I think that they didn't think it was well-advised, effective, or worth the $5 billion.
Yeah.
Well, and I think by all accounts, she had already won that fight.
Sounded like it.
Because there was no support for it in the Commons in the way that it was designed. They had managed to alienate all of the opposition parties over it. So there was really no path for that to go forward. And I think what's really remarkable here is that, and David, you talked about Freeland's impact as Foreign Affairs Minister. I think she was very impactful and arguably the best Foreign Affairs Minister that this government has had. She was not as strong in finance, and she did struggle with those communication issues, but there are other ways to deal with somebody in that situation rather than what this government did in terms of firing her at that key moment. And prior to that, also, there were these moments that were really, viewed by a lot of observers as being quite humiliating for her. Appointing Carney to this advisory body that was going to, sort of influence Liberal financial policy, leaving her out visibly of the negotiations with Trump. These were really major slights. And I think all indications were that she was willing to sort of do that for the sake of the team up until she was being told that she was no longer there.
She's been completely loyal every step of the way. She's done everything she's been asked.
You referenced it earlier in the 2021 election campaign, where those first few weeks, the Liberals called an election, had no narrative or plan, and they were losing. They had a big lead when they called the election. We caught up to them and surpassed them in the polls. We had a plan. We were pushing stuff. And then he brought her out for the last couple of weeks of the campaign. He didn't do a single event without her by his side. And that gave him that confidence and that ability to really turn it on again. And she was there clearly to help.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, Jordan, there was some baggage, right? I think bringing her to Mar-a-Lago would not have actually been particularly helpful. Donald Trump was not a fan. She had kind of burned some bridges through the NAFTA renegotiations, even though she was successful. I think that was a problem. And I think that there were ongoing communications issues, as we've talked about, right? That they were struggling to make sure that the message was getting through, and the blame fell on Chrystia Freeland, rightly or wrongly, or partly maybe, but those were some of the weaknesses that were identified. Why it was handled like this, God only knows, but that's kind of where their heads were at, I think.
Freeland used to have the Dominic LeBlanc reputation that he is now. I remember calling her the Swiss Army of cabinet ministers. She was brought in for everything, and it was helpful until it wasn't. And you just kind of wonder, how is your, hopefully, there's been a couple of books written already, but hopefully there'll be a book written on the management style and strategy of this PMO, so that other, government entities can learn from it. But at some point, why are we reading about it instead of seeing any changes? Yeah, there's lots of baggage there, but there was a way that she was communicating that was no longer resonating. We talked about this on Friday. It was reported. A lot of Canadians reacted to the story about like canceling your Disney Plus subscription, and we all know what she was intending to say. Right, and like in the United States during inflation times, Jimmy Carter, Gerald Ford, they all had to issue certain things. I remember reading about the Fords did a Christmas tree entirely in handmade decorations at the height of the oil crisis. There's a way to communicate during tough times. There were obviously issues, but how are the issues being managed with her? That's my big question. Because if you did this on Friday without the anticipation, you've got to look at every, you hit that domino, what's going to fall here? Obviously, if you're moving someone out of finance, the knee-jerk reaction, especially when your government isn't doing well, is this is going to be a demotion.
Yep.
So why were they not prepared for the results of that?
Yeah, well, why didn't they, like any large company, bring someone in and say, we're not satisfied with your performance. Here are some of the things you need to do to improve, so that at least when you get shoved aside, you've had a warning shot. Instead, all of this came out in newspapers and
happens to me all the time. But it's also, if your finance minister is deficient in this, your prime minister, who's all about comms, can pick up some of the slack, right?
Of course.
Or you can build an economic team and come up with a coherent economic strategy to do it, right? And get everyone on board that this is your role in this, this is your role in that, this is your role in this, and especially since. Cost of living, it wasn't so much the economy at the time, but cost of living coming out of COVID became a gigantic thing that the Conservatives rightly seized upon before anybody else really did in the Canadian political fabric. But the pushback from government was that compared to other countries, it's fine, and these are circumstances beyond our control. And those things may be true, but when the inflation rate is 8.1% in Canada, Canadians don't care that it's 11% in Sweden, because they don't live in Sweden, and they certainly don't vote in Sweden. That's the challenge that has existed.
But the sort of staggering part of this is the economy is actually doing better now.
Well, I mean, inflation
interest rates are down, inflation are down.
People aren't living it.
Yes,
right?
no, but it's moving in the right direction, I guess is my point.
The inflation crisis is over. The cost of living crisis is still there because the price increases are baked in. The interest rates, while coming down, are baked in for people like me who renewed their mortgage because of the calendar during the height of these things. But also unemployment's at 6.8%, and when it's been going up consistently, which is why Tiff Macklem can undo a lot of the monetary policy.
And of course, with the tariffs, we also know that people are following that. Yes, Canadian workers are concerned about what's going to happen with their jobs. People are concerned about what's happening with the economy broadly in terms of how that's going to impact their households. So it's a moment of huge precarity. And I think it's fair to say that this government, that when, they could have changed Freeland in an earlier shuffle.
For sure.
So these problems, these communications problems, this lack of ability to connect on affordability issues is not new. And they missed that boat. They chose to do it now at a moment of maximum crisis. And I think it was just so terribly handled.
Okay, we are standing by. It is just after 4 Eastern, which is when we were expecting to hear from Chrystia Freeland inside the House of Commons, tabling the fall economic statement. None of that is happening on this extraordinary day in Canadian politics in the nation's capital. The documents will be tabled by Karina Gould, is what we are led to understand. That still has not happened, so that's why we have yet to tell you anything about what is in the document, because there's some ongoing problems inside the House of Commons. Maybe we can show you the House of Commons just so you can get a sense of what's happening inside. And at this hour as well, we are expecting Dominic LeBlanc and the Prime Minister to be at Rideau Hall, where Dominic LeBlanc will pick up an additional portfolio because he doesn't have enough on his plate. That is Rideau Hall, the inside of Rideau Hall. He will be sworn in as the country's finance minister, at least for now. We will get a sense of what the next steps are. There will be a scrum at 4:30. I don't know if the Prime Minister will be there or if it will only be Dominic LeBlanc. But we have not seen nor heard from the Prime Minister of Canada since early this morning when he headed into a cabinet meeting and just sort of shook his head as he went by. Presumably he knew at that time that Chrystia Freeland was leaving because she did call him directly and tell him briefly that that was what was going on. And it was just after 9 o'clock Eastern that that news became public. Very much upstaging Sean Fraser's decision to go spend more time with his kids and to leave cabinet at the right moment. He remains the housing minister until there is some sort of shuffle. The shuffle we had expected to be on Wednesday. It is no longer clear whether that is happening, and it is no longer clear whether the Prime Minister continues to have the confidence of the people inside his caucus. He will presumably be at a caucus meeting later tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern when David's show, because he hasn't done enough, when David's show really starts at 5 p.m. Eastern.
You can keep going if you want.
No. I'll just swap chairs. I'll just swap chairs and do a little less. At 5 p.m. Eastern, there's a national caucus meeting that, as we've been saying, has to be attended in person. Presumably, the Prime Minister would be there to hear out caucus members and get a sense of where their heads are at and how they feel about his leadership, given this dramatic day and that stinging resignation letter by Chrystia Freeland. It has been, again, I really can't tell you enough, an extraordinary day for Canadian politics to lose a finance minister and a deputy, a prime minister on the same day a fall economic statement is being tabled is nothing short of astounding. And the government finds itself in a serious political crisis. And we have very little idea of how they are managing it or what they plan to do going forward beyond these couple of steps, primarily putting a new finance minister in place. As soon as, let me just show you inside the House of Commons if I can, to give you a sense of what is happening in there. I'm not even sure I see Karina Gould. Just dip in for a moment.
I'll try and add to what's already been said. Obviously, not only do certain parliamentarians already have access to it, most of us don't, journalists have access to it already. That will leak. There is a precedent, Mr. Speaker, which is in the mid to late 1980s when then Finance Minister Michael Wilson's printed budget leaked, and there is a printed budget that's available to be tabled now, or a fall economic statement. They can table those documents now. When it was leaked, the Minister of Finance had to go to the press gallery because the House wasn't sitting in the evening and actually deliver the full budget so that parliamentarians could get access. This is a similar situation in that you now have select people, some whom are not parliamentarians, have access to those documents, and I personally believe it's a breach of my privilege that a journalist has access to those documents, and I do not. When the government can simply table the budget, the fall economic statement documents in the House now without giving the speech.
Here, here. So I thank the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's. Indeed,
Okay, so some procedural wrangling there. Not surprising, Conservatives would try and make this a little uncomfortable for the government, who are, from what I understand, just trying to table the documents attached to the fall economic statement. If those are not tabled inside the House of Commons, just so people understand, we cannot begin to report. She is standing up now, I'm told. Karina Gould? No, that's not yet. We'll see. There's probably lots of points of order here as people try to make a point about how this should unfold. But in order for us to make it public, in order for it to be public information, it has to be tabled inside the House of Commons first, even though journalists have seen the documents in a lockup, what we call, a place where you go to look at those embargoed documents until such time as it becomes public and we can report on it. All right, here's the House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, conformément à l'article 32.2 du règlement, j'ai l'honneur de déposer dans les deux langues officielles l'énoncé économique de l'automne 2024.
The Fall Economic Statement 2024.
I see that the honourable
now happened,
member,
which means that we will be able to very shortly go to Peter Armstrong and get a sense of what is in that document and how significant it is. Let me just also show you another shot, Jerry, that we have, something else that we're waiting to see happen in the moments ahead, and that is Rideau Hall, where at this hour, Dominic LeBlanc has, I think, arrived. I'm not sure if those are the cars, or is arriving. That's the driveway to Rideau Hall, where he will be sworn in as this country's finance minister, becoming the third Liberal finance minister to take on this job, and he is expected to speak at 4:30. The Prime Minister will be with him for that swearing in, but it is unclear who will be taking the questions after. Remember, we haven't heard from the Prime Minister or seen him since early this morning. Okay, I believe the embargo has just lifted on the fall economic statement because it was tabled inside the House of Commons. Again, Chrystia Freeland, supposed to be doing this at this hour, but she quit as Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister earlier this morning. Here to give us a sense of what is inside that document is Peter Armstrong, CBC's senior business reporter, who's expecting a very different day today, Peter. But you had a little over 2 hours to get through this. Tell us what's inside in terms of spending and deficit.
Yeah, look, we're having a day here. The big shiny bauble out of all of this is the deficit numbers. We knew that coming in. The number has come in at $61.9 billion deficit for last year. And that's an important caveat here because they're kind of taking a bunch of charges and putting them against last year's books. The actual deficit for this coming year is $42.8 billion. So all of those charges, that $61.9 billion, are a collection of things that they've sort of added up and put onto the books as one-time charges from last year. This is carryover from COVID payments, a bunch of Indigenous lawsuits that have all sort of had to be added onto the books as a one-time payment, and they don't carry on going forward. You can see the deficit numbers going right through what used to be fiscal anchors and then were guidelines and are now vague ideas. We're going to see a $42.8 billion deficit for 24-25. That goes to 37.4, all the way down to 18.7 on the horizon here. That's in 2029, 2030. And there's four kind of main pillars of spending, if you will, Rosemary. The first one is just stuff they've announced since the budget. And that's like $2.2 billion. You can skip ahead to about $1.3 billion on the border, on broader safety measures. A lot of that, though, of course, are border concerns. There's $3.2 billion in reducing everyday costs. That, of course, is mostly the GST promise, the tax break that will be in place for 2 months from December through to mid-February. But the biggest part of this, if there's $23 billion in spending over the next 5 years, 18.5 of that is in what's called investing to raise wages. And the vast, vast majority of that, $17.5 billion, is on a program that Bill Morneau introduced back in, I think it was 2017, the Accelerated Investment Incentive. And what that is effectively a tax program that allows businesses that invest in property or in business or in machinery, whatever have you, they can write that down more quickly and more smoothly. So if there's $23 billion outside of that big $61.9 billion deficit for last year, looking ahead over the next 5 years, we've got $23 billion in new spending. 17.5 of that is for that one program that's really just an extension of something Bill Morneau introduced.
Okay, I just want to recap a little bit because I had also heard that it was a child welfare court settlement to correct some of the things that have happened to Indigenous children in this country, to make sure that doesn't happen again, so that one-time payout was going to be in the budget. I did not, though, understand, and I don't think, given David's face, he did either, that the budget from last year would blow by what the guardrail was. Chrystia Freeland had said that deficit was going to stay at $40 or $41 billion. So that is a surprise to me.
Were it not for all of those one-time charges, a lot of them, as you say, these lawsuits against the government from Indigenous communities, carry over from COVID. I'm not entirely sure in reading it that the child tax benefit stuff is actually included in that. But of that $20.1 billion, all of that is just this one-time tax filing charge. They're calling it an accounting problem, that they had to put it all on one year's books and weren't going to be able to carry it over going forward.
What does the document say, Peter, about economic growth and sort of the state of the government's finances in terms of what they have on hand or not?
So this is a little bit more sort of my bailiwick, and the stuff that I follow every day. And it was interesting to me in reading it. They build these on a consensus of private sector forecasts that sort of come together and say, this is what we think is going to happen in the economy. And then the government extrapolates that and says, okay, well, we'll take that as our baseline, and we'll have an upside scenario where things come in better than expected, and a downside scenario where things come in weaker than expected. And they're all within a fairly tight margin, Rosemary. They say the downside scenario would lead to about $6 billion in higher deficit every year over the budgeting horizon. But it's not like they're really factoring in what would happen if Donald Trump goes ahead with a 25% tariffs. They haven't updated that forecast since Donald Trump made that threat. And so we don't really know what the books would look like if we end up in an all-out trade war, which is increasingly a likely scenario. It does have some look at what would happen if there were some tariffs on some things, but there isn't the sort of downside scenario if things go sour right now. And I think everybody listening to this has a sense in their head of what things would look like if things went sour. There's no real sense in this document of what that would look like, what impact that would have on the books, because as we all know, the impact of that would be devastating. It would be multiple points of GST dropping, GDP dropping. It would be an unemployment rate going through the roof. It would be interest rates going higher to try to offset the lower dollar. It would be a catastrophe for the Canadian economy, and it's really not factored in as something they're exploring of what would happen to the government books if that did happen.
I'm just noticing from our online story here, Peter, that Sahir Khan, who was on my show yesterday, was supposed to be on this special right now, did say that it's the first time, in his view, that we've seen the government pivot from a consumption-oriented wealth redistribution budget to one that's investment-focused. So tell me what he means by that, and would that not address some of the things that Donald Trump is threatening?
Absolutely. And if you look at it from a tax competitive question, this is something that, you talk to economists that have been calling for Canada to get its act together on a tax competitive front. This is something they've wanted to see. This is a program that came in 2017 to make it easier for businesses to invest, right? If you want to build a new factory, or if you want to add a new warehouse at the back of your factory, or buy a new fleet of trucks, whatever it may be, you can write down that investment faster. So it should induce more investment into the economy, which is a net good. I was talking to Pedro Antunes about it. He said, look, I'm going to like it, but Armin Yalnizyan, who is sitting at the table with us, probably won't. And I think that's a fair assessment of sort of where they're at, that the more sort of business side of this would find that a really good program and something that would address the tax competitive problem that we do have, Donald Trump notwithstanding. It's just something that he's been pushing for. And it's a program that I think a lot of Canadian businesses have taken advantage of, and extending it out over the horizon would do good things for business investment in this country.
And just to be clear, and I think we know this, but the rebate checks, the workers' rebate check, that is not in this document at all.
Yeah, we asked about that at the briefing, and we were told there is no reference to that document in the FES. So it didn't end up here, and that is obviously part of the drama that led to all of the stuff that has happened. On this very busy day, on a day where I like to dig through these things, the actual FES itself is frankly the least interesting thing that has happened here in the lockup all day, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Peter Armstrong, thank you. We will come back to you, I'm sure, but thank you for giving us a first glance at a document that has caused a whole lot of problems today in this town. Appreciate you being here. I will say on the border, Peter Armstrong rightly pointed out that $1.3 billion will be given to a border security package. However, our notes here also point out that only $600 million is in new spending, and it doesn't really give a clear picture of where that money is going. I'm sure that will be of much interest to the provinces. But of course, the big numbers there, well, that's the border number, but the other big number that you're hearing about is the size of the deficit for last year, which is largely attributed to a court settlement that had to be done to deal with Indigenous child welfare. That is a one-time cost, but it does mean that the guardrail that Chrystia Freeland had set for herself of $40 or $41 billion last fiscal has been blown past, though it does look as though the deficit, as you can see there, goes on a downward trend into the future. provided the government stays on this path, provided Donald Trump doesn't throw tariffs on us. David, I'm just, because this is usually the thing you like the most, I'm going to go to you because you're a numbers guy and get your take first.
So a couple of things. The $61.9 billion deficit for the 2023-2024 fiscal year. Yes, that blows by her promise to maintain the deficit at or below $40.1 billion. But if you look at, as Peter breaks it down, this settlement of these Indigenous-based lawsuits, they would need to be booked 1 year or another, and these are not structural costs. Well, you hope they're not. These would be one-time sort of expenses that go on the books for a single year and then fall off in following years. So yes, while nominally that blows the deficit promise she made for her last full budget year as Minister of Finance, if you're going to blow it, this is the way to blow it, with a one-time expense to settle, to take a liability off your books, a contingent liability, which you have to account for in your debt. So that takes that away. The $26 billion, the $24 billion in new spending over 6 years, the vast majority of that, $17.4 billion of it, is the accelerated investment incentive. So this is the measure, as Peter was talking about, that allows businesses to write off capital investments in year one rather than amortize it over a period of time. This makes it that much easier for a company at the decision point of investing in productivity-boosting investments to make those productivity-boosting investments. So this pushes them back to you've got this slow growth challenge in the country that has largely been masked, experts would tell you, because of the population growth in the country due to immigration policies, which are now also being dramatically reversed by the government. So this is a way to try to juice the economy in a positive way to offset what will be a slowing of growth brought on by this shift in the non-permanent residents coming into Canada. $1.3 billion to secure our borders, that's a down payment on Trump, right? There's only about $600 million of that, from what I'm reading, is actual new money, and we're still not getting the full clarity of that. $1.6 billion is the GST rebate, and $1.1 billion for boosting scientific research and experimental development. I'm assuming this has to do with their AI agenda and all of these economic things we're trying to do. But the checks ain't there.
The checks ain't there. No,
isn't either.
And there are no more social spending measures in this as well, which I think is important because that may, if we ever do get to a budget with a finance minister, that may be an area where they would want to develop or put forward some ideas that they could campaign on if we get to that point. And at this stage on the day, I'm no longer sure where we are going. Avanda Nutt-Cotter is joined us now, Liberal strategist and the regular here on David's show. Nice to see you.
Thanks for having me.
We don't sit right next to each other.
This I'm sorry.
Weird. No, it's all good.
I'll go away in about 30 minutes time, and you guys can all do your regular. You can do your regular thing. What are you hearing from Liberal friends and colleagues today?
Well, I just ran into 3 MPs outside who were just eager to kind of get out and get to the holidays as well. Listen, it's not going to lie, it's a tough day for the government on a day that they're supposed to deliver this fall economic agenda on a weekend that should have been good. I saw a lot of MPs tweeting and sharing of the GST pieces. I saw a lot of moms and mom groups I'm in talking about it and sharing that as well. They put a lot of ads behind information about it. And today they're talking about Minister Freeland, Minister Fraser, and a lot of, I think we've all been hearing collectively over the day, different rumors, who's going, who's leaving, this person's upset, this person's happy, and I think it's just not a great day, obviously. I think the one win from the day, as much as Minister Freeland, I have a lot of respect for her, hard worker, worked through a number of files. Minister Blanc is, I know you say custodial minister, I would say Minister Fix-It, and having him come in, he's a competent minister, he's a great communicator, well loved among caucus and stakeholders. I saw him recently, we were in the market, and as he was walking, everyone was saying hi to him. Dominic, so it shows the connection he has to people, so that's the one good thing happening here at 4 o'clock today.
What do you think happens to the Prime Minister? His reputation has been severely damaged. His judgment has been damaged. Given the way this has unfolded, his credibility has been damaged, given the scathing words from Chrystia Freeland. How does he stay in his job?
I think he's going to think about that. I wouldn't be surprised, and there'll be time for reflection. I understand there's a caucus meeting today at 5 o'clock. He'll put his case out. He'll probably have a conversation about, what this means. And there's a few things on the table. One, is this a good time considering what's happening down south with Donald Trump and whatnot? So
is it a good time to choose another
to change?
Leader?
Yeah, I mean, at this time, Canada needs to look stable. They need to look strong and united. And this does not help, of course, but just changing leadership takes time too, right? So you have a leadership That happens in what, 3 more months? So a month where you can't really joust with the federal Conservatives, and you're kind of, there's like a breakage point. There's leadership camps, etc. So is this the right time? And the other argument is like maybe it is. Maybe there can't be a way out of this hole, and you have to evaluate that. And I think he'll evaluate that with his caucus. And I think the one thing he won't want to do is, if people really feel that they're better off without him, I think he will take that path. But if people feel that maybe this isn't the time and we'll just gamble it with what we have now and just focus on governing and delivering for Canadians, that's a conversation they're going to have.
Will he listen, though? Because there's no evidence. There is no evidence that he's listened to people in the past, or that he's seen the polls or the by-election losses or any of the data. For a guy who's data-driven, seen the data and said, maybe I'm the guy who's the problem.
I think if you're backed into a corner, I think that that will speak for him. And also, it depends. I mean, there are always going to be people who are going to shout, like, "Yeah, you should stay here." There are always people who are bigging him up and saying, we'll just get through this piece. But if people feel they're quietly resigning from it or quietly quitting almost, I remember in 2011 with Mr. Gadiev, people saying, "I don't want you in my riding." And if that were to happen, that can change things. He doesn't want to be disliked by his caucus, or point to the fact that now we're going down this hole. So I think if he feels that there's no option, then he'll take that.
I'm reminded of something that Chantal Hébert said to me on an ad issue. We will do ad issue tonight, just in case people are concerned that we wouldn't. We will.
Maybe live from here.
We will be doing it live, and my holiday ad issues will probably have to be thrown out. Yeah. But she said something that has stuck with me over many months, and that is that he may not leave, but everybody else may start to leave. Yeah. And then he's left with nothing more. And as always, Chantal Hébert was right. And that seems to be where we are today. You can either make the decision yourself, or you can have everybody make it for you, so that there's nothing left to do.
So Vandana, you said he's going to go into this caucus meeting and sort of like line up his arguments. What is the argument to stay after today? What was we've talked about St. Paul's, we've talked about LaSalle, we'll talk about Langley Cloverdale probably tomorrow, right? And we've seen what's happened to provincial Liberal parties, with the notable exception of Susan Holt. Yep. What's the argument to stick?
The argument they will choose is that it's not the right time given what's happening with Mr. Trump down south, and that it's not a great time to have a change in government. That all the things that come out. So again, you have a leadership, you don't really have an acting government, you're having someone things are just kind of holding still. So no one's meeting with Trump. Maybe people aren't negotiating with him or talking to him. Maybe your key players who are supposed to be dealing with Trump and his counterparts are actually running for leaders themselves. So who's going to be fighting for Canada at that time? So I think that would be the argument that people lean on.
See, that would be Fred's argument for an election, I think, right?
100%. Yeah. That's the problem. We're going to one in the next, in 2025. Let's get this over with so we can have someone actually take on Trump with a mandate. If Trudeau believes in his program and what his mandate, he should go seek one from the people. We're at that stage right now. If you want to take on Trump, go get the mandate.
Okay, just to reintroduce David Cochran's Political Pulse panel. Greg McEachern's a former Liberal ministerial staffer. Fred Delorey, who you just saw there, former Conservative campaign manager. And Jordan Leichnitz, do I say that right? Yeah, I always worry about your last name. As a former NDP strategist. And Vandana Qatar, of course, a Liberal strategist as well. David Cochran, the host of Power and Politics, who will be joining you in half an hour for another 2 hours of coverage here on his program. And I'm Rosemary Barton. We're waiting here on the side of your screen to hear from Dominic LeBlanc. He is being sworn in as we speak to become this country's next finance minister in the wake of the still stunning news of Chrystia Freeland's resignation. We are not sure whether the Prime Minister will be at that microphone. I would doubt it, but he is at Rideau Hall attending the swearing in. And this kind of plugs a hole, in some ways, at least, in the dam for people for right now, although it is very unclear at this stage what happens next. Joining me now is a Liberal MP who had been calling for Justin Trudeau to resign. I've talked to him about it. We've talked to him about it before. Wayne Long joins us now. I think he's in his office there, Liberal MP for St. John Rothsay in New Brunswick. Nice to see you, Wayne.
Hi, Rosemary. How are you?
I'm good. You're in Ottawa, are you, sir?
I'm in Ottawa.
Okay, so you're going to go to the caucus meeting at 5 o'clock in person, and what are you hoping to hear there from the Prime Minister or from your colleagues, Wayne?
Well, I'm hoping to hear that he's going to step down. I mean, today's been an extraordinary day, shocking day. Obviously Minister Fraser, but Deputy Prime Minister Freeland dropping that bomb. And, it was a blunt, direct letter that really laid the cards on the table. I think the timing of the letter was, somewhat obviously orchestrated, the tone and the intent of the letter. So the Prime Minister needs to step down. I mean, as you and I discussed before, I think it was back in June or early July, if we were a ship taking on water, then we're somewhat the Titanic. Now we're half under. And it's not tenable. And this is on the Prime Minister. He had an opportunity to listen to caucus and do the right thing, 6, 7, 8 weeks ago. He wouldn't listen. He wouldn't listen to us. He wouldn't listen to Canadians. And obviously he was determined to fight on. But, we're to a point where, we're so underwater now. It's almost beyond saving the furniture. It's just trying to live to fight another day. And we're certainly not going to do that with Justin Trudeau as our leader.
So tell me whether you've heard from others, and obviously you don't have to name them or anything, but whether you've heard from people that you haven't heard from before, because you've been one of the people saying this for some time, but whether you feel that there are people who are now coming to the same conclusion as you, Wayne.
Oh my goodness, yes. Left and right. I mean, the caucus is abuzz with this, and I would kind of chalk it up right now to, I would say a third of caucus would like him to resign immediately. A third of caucus is somewhat quiet and resolved that we're in major trouble moving forward, and then you'd have a third that are still loyal to the Prime Minister. But the momentum is growing. Not that it's momentum, but everybody's seized with the significance of today and Minister Freeland doing what she did. I mean, she's been at the Prime Minister's side, obviously before 2015. And, for her to be told last week that she needs to move on to make room for another finance minister, I think is something that obviously a lot of us don't agree with. And clearly she didn't agree with it either. But come on, this is on the Prime Minister now. This is his doing. He's messing with his legacy, and it's time to move on. Canadians are screaming. Caucus is, obviously vocal, and it's just time. If it was time at the end of June when you and I discussed it last, it's much more urgent now. If I may say, I mean, you look at the Democratic Party in the States with Joe Biden, he stayed too long, despite many people whispering in his ear and saying publicly he had to go. Because he stayed too long and then finally left, there wasn't a proper leadership convention for the Democratic Party. They didn't have time to really, mount a viable alternative to President Trump. And look what happened there. And we are right on the doorstep of that happening to us too. And again, this is what the Prime Minister's making, no one else.
So is there anything he could say? I mean, I assume he's going to show up. I assume he's going to listen. We know he's listened in the past. Is there anything he could say or do that you think would allow him to stay on?
No. There's nothing he could say or do. We're past that point. I mean, whether it's, a foreign interference or security clearance or the HST holiday, we are 20 to 22 points down to the Conservatives, and we've been down in that range now for well over a year.
Yes.
80% of Canadians think the Prime Minister needs to move on. It's just time.
Yeah.
So, if we're a little exasperated by this, we are, because we know what needs to be done. And, I would also like to call on cabinet ministers. There are cabinet ministers that absolutely know what needs to be done here. I'm calling on them to speak up, do the right thing.
Are you worried that whether the Prime Minister stays or goes, Wayne, that the party is being profoundly damaged and the future of the party is in question, whether he stays or goes? Just the events of today have been extremely damaging.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's been certainly a lot of damage inflicted. I think that our brand is not a good brand right now. As we discussed before, with Kathleen Wynne and what happened to them in Ontario, I mean, they are still trying to scratch out of the hole in Ontario for her staying and running in that last election. So, do I still think that we could come forth with a new leader, with a new vision, move the party somewhat back to the center, re-energize, reinvigorate, and mount a viable alternative to Pierre Poilievre? I absolutely do. I absolutely believe that he is vulnerable and can be beaten in a political sense. But we are literally stuck in neutral right now with the Prime Minister, and he needs to talk to his inner circle and listen to Canadians. It's time for him to step down.
Okay. Wayne Long, thank you for joining us. Perhaps you'll come back and talk to David Cochrane after the caucus meeting. Shall I book him in for you now?
Wayne, if you're willing to come on, we will be very
if
happy to hear what happens. Because I have a little bit of information. Wayne Long, if you're willing to come on after the caucus meeting, we'll very happily
call you back.
Hear your review. I have a little bit of information what I think will happen.
Thank you so much, Wayne Long. We'll talk again. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Okay.
All right. The letter organizers are at it again, and they've got more names, is what I've told. That it may evolve into a statement with names going public calling for the Prime Minister to quit. It's going to be presented at this caucus meeting tonight. The total numbers, it's a little bit of fog of war, the whole day has been a bit of fog of war. But they're going to go at it again. We're going to be talking to some of them, but it has grown. When I said earlier, the dam may break at this meeting. The numbers are, what I'm hearing now, more than double of what it was last time. Wow. They said that at the time there's a lot of people in caucus who agreed with them, as Wayne Long just said, a third type thing. Number I got is more than a third. And so we'll see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, when you have a Chrystia Freeland doing what she did today, saying what she said today in this letter, it gives you pause and think, hey, maybe I was on the right track with some of these ideas. Greg, I see you wanted in there.
Yeah, the time, there are a lot of people when crises happen, people go along to get along. They let other people throw the snowballs. I'm hearing the same thing that David is. I've got a number from a source that I trust that it's over 60 names that have, in terms of on the letter, 60.
That's fatal.
So if that is true, and again, I apologize, usually I would pre-check something like this, but we're moving pretty quickly. But again, this is somebody who has a good vantage point. Yeah, that's very concerning.
Yeah, I would also think, as Wayne Long said there, that if a cabinet minister adds their name to this, we are then in a point of no return, I think.
And that's cabinet confidence, right? That's right. Where you start getting into. I understood what Mr. Long was trying to say there, and you would hope that cabinet ministers who had an issue would be doing it in a different way. But you cannot be in cabinet and not support the Prime Minister. It's not our system.
No. Okay, so on your screen there, we are still waiting for Dominic LeBlanc. I did see the clerk of the Privy Council come out. He will also be there in attendance to swear Dominic LeBlanc into the role of Finance Minister. And that microphone is because someone is going to come out and talk to us. Presumably Dominic LeBlanc. Don't know if the Prime Minister will be there. I should say that the Prime Minister also has not appeared in front of any cameras since this morning. There are secret staircases so you can get out of your office without being seen by the media.
Rosie, is that the setup for the swearing in, or is that the setup for the scrum?
Because it looks like it's the setup for the swearing in.
Yeah,
You're quite right. Because there is a
swearing in
there.
was supposed to happen 40 minutes ago, the scrum 9 minutes ago, and neither has happened.
Yeah.
Right? So this caucus meeting in 20 minutes and 30 seconds, he's probably going to be late.
Maybe Carney found a flight.
We need flight tracker again.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So that desk there probably has what Dominic LeBlanc has to sign, and perhaps the microphone is where he will take the oath, is perhaps what's happening there. Maybe there'll be a scrum as well. But someone should probably tell the caucus the Prime Minister will be late at this stage, if he's going. And we assume that he is, because there's a whole bunch of people that want to talk to him and want to share their thoughts and views and maybe see what he's thinking and where his head is at. Of course, this comes, we've got the economic statement now, which is what precipitated a lot of this, with the news of more than $60 billion in deficit spending from last year, largely due to a one-time payment, a court settlement on Indigenous child welfare. Okay, there's Dominic LeBlanc arriving now, and there is the Prime Minister.
There's the Prime Minister,
We will probably just let much of this unfold without an enormous amount of talking. But to say this
often bears witness to important moments in the history of our nation. And with today's ceremony, you are becoming part of that history. C'est un plaisir de vous accueillir ici pour cette cérémonie spéciale. Cette salle est souvent le témoin d'un moment
also
important dans
the
l'histoire de
scene
notre nation.
of very
Et
historic
avec la
moments,
cérémonie aujourd'hui, vous faites
such as
désormais
today's
partie de cette
ceremony.
histoire. The clerk of the Privy Council will now seek the Governor General's consent to proceed. Le greffier du Conseil privé
The
demandera
clerk of the
maintenant à la
Privy
gouverneure
Council
générale
will
la
now
permission de
seek
procéder.
the permission of the Governor General to proceed.
With the Governor General's approval, we will now proceed with the ceremony. Maintenant que le gouverneur général signifie
With
son
the Governor
approbation,
General's
nous
approval, we will
procéderons à
now
la cérémonie.
proceed with the ceremony.
The minister who's changing responsibilities will please come forward to swear the oath of office. Le ministre qui change la responsabilité est prié de s'avancer
The
pour
Minister
prêter la
changing
serment
responsibilities will
d'office.
now please come forward to proceed with the oath of office.
The Honorable Dominique Leblanc, Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs. L'Honorable Dominique Leblanc, Ministre des
Honorable
Finances et des Affaires
Dominique Leblanc, Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental
Moi, Dominique
Affairs.
Leblanc, je promets
I,
et jure
Dominique Leblanc,
solennellement et
do
sincèrement
solemnly and sincerely
qu'au mieux de ma compétence
promise and
et de ma
declare
connaissance,
that I will
j'exécute
truly
loyalement
and
et
faithfully
fidèlement
and to
les
the best of
pouvoirs
my skill and
et je
knowledge
m'acquitterai des
execute the
responsabilités
powers
qui m'ont été
and the trusts
confiées
reposed
en
in me
qualité de ministre des
as
Finances
Minister of
et des
Finance
Affaires
and
intergouvernementales.
Intergovernmental Affairs.
I, Dominique Leblanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will be truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Congratulations, Minister.
Okay, a very strange scene, frankly. Clapping and hugs for a job that Dominique Leblanc is tasked with doing because the government is in a crisis, a political crisis, after the resignation of Chrystia Freeland in a dramatic fashion this morning. Dominique Leblanc, longtime friend, close friend of the Prime Minister's, close personal friend, and a man who has shown his competency in many areas, but also his political skills, which are, of course, will be tested here in this role and over the next 24 hours. But it was clear that this job needed to be filled and needed to be filled urgently, given the situation that this country is facing with Donald Trump, and the importance, of course, of the role of Finance Minister. So Dominique Leblanc now becoming Finance Minister, Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and Minister of Public Safety. And we are now at a point where multiple ministers have multiple files because people have been leaving, and a cabinet shuffle that was intended to happen this week was supposed to fix some of that. No longer clear whether there will be any cabinet shuffle of any kind beyond what we're seeing here today. But these are our first pictures of the Prime Minister since early this morning as this news was breaking. Again, can't describe to you how odd this moment is to see two people smiling, given the gravity of what has happened today, given the consequences of what is happening today, given what Justin Trudeau may be facing later today at a National Caucus meeting where we've heard from a number of MPs they will ask him to leave. I know people are good at putting on public faces. I have to do that myself sometimes, but that is a pretty extraordinary display at an extraordinary moment for Justin Trudeau. We are expecting to hear from someone, I believe Dominique Leblanc, in a couple moments' time. Power and Politics will start in 15 minutes. David Cochran will lead you through the rest of the coverage into the night. I'll be on the National, so will David. At Issue will be here to talk about where we're at by the time we get to the night. Can I quickly go to Sahir Khan? Do we have time for that? Just before we wait for this scrum with Dominique Leblanc and get into what's next. Sahir Khan, who was supposed to be here again to talk about the fall update and give me a sense of what was there and why that mattered. And now not quite the big story that we had expected. Sahir Khan, former former assistant parliamentary budget officer. So you've seen the document, $61 billion in deficit for last year, but a deficit that is going down over time. Give me your sense of what you read in that lockup, that much shortened lockup.
Yeah, it was actually a shortened lockup and an overall kind of really interesting day. This is probably a significant pivot, right, for this government. I think we saw a majority of spending going towards business investment, something we really hadn't seen, very little on kind of the wealth transfer side. So kind of that fundamental pivot that we were kind of looking for from this government. It's still a big spending government. You're seeing, spending between 15 and 16% of the size of the economy every year through the forecast period. And, a surprise of some sorts of the deficit for the last year, hitting, over $60 billion. A big chunk of that actually being two kind of accounting issues. A little harder to explain and probably not the spending overrun that one might expect otherwise, but I guess two big features of this update that, might peek above the surface of everything else going on today.
Sahir Khan, I just want to give your actual title right now as well, Executive Vice President at the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. One of the things that the former finance minister pointed to was the gimmicks, political gimmicks, that the Prime Minister's office was pushing in order to try and, garner more support at a time when she believed that the country should be keeping its powder dry. What do you think of those criticisms?
If the former minister was talking about the last few years, maybe there were a few of them. Other than the GST item, it was really hard to see what kind of gimmicks were really in this update. It was fairly straightforward. $24 billion in spending. They showed about 21, but it's kind of recouping some from tax measures. But otherwise, yeah, it was kind of a policy pivot and a little bit of that supplies deficit number. But other than that, hard to see that there were really any kind of triggers for the type of political rift that kind of played out over the last day.
Interesting. Okay, Sahir Khan, I'm going to let you go. In a regular day, you would have been a big part of the show. On this day, we'll just take what we can get from you. Thank you very much, sir.
My pleasure.
Okay, nice to see you. All right, I want to show you the picture outside of Rideau Hall, if I can. Rideau Hall is where we are expecting Dominic LeBlanc, the new finance minister, to appear and take some questions on a very chilly evening here in the nation's capital. And David, I want to bring you back to reflect on the images we saw earlier of Dominic LeBlanc and the Prime Minister hugging and shaking hands over his new role, which, is temporary for now, I guess.
Yeah, that's what we're all hearing. Me and Greg are texting back and forth as we hear some of these things, but this is a placeholder finance minister, okay, which is an insane thing to say out loud in the third term, and not after a crisis, or a personal crisis or a tragedy, but after a political disagreement. It was interesting to hear Sahir Khan saying this is kind of a pretty normal return to basics, sort of fall economic statement, which I think is the sort of fall economic statement Chrystia Freeland would like to do. I think her reference to the costly political gimmicks is to the $250 affordability checks, which this fall economic statement is completely silent on. It's not booked in the fiscal framework. It's not booked there anywhere. Perhaps Dominic LeBlanc, when he comes out to speak to us in just a little while, will be asked how he intends to resurrect this thing and seek a partner in Parliament. I think...
Or if he does.
Yes, exactly. Or if he does, presuming the Prime Minister may still want it, though. We'll see, because it came from his office and his campaign team, presumably. Whether they can find that partner now. I mean, Yves-François Blanchet, the Trudeau government is over. We know how Mr. Poilievre and his caucus feel about it. They say it in unison daily. Jagmeet Singh said today the Prime Minister has to go and all options are on the table when it comes to voting non-confidence, whatever that means. But there's no incentive for anybody to cooperate with them now and to help them get anything through Parliament unless it is of such clear and obvious seismic importance, like border measures, for example, to avoid the tariffs. That is the sort of thing they might be able to get help on. $250 affordability checks, forget it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens when you have a severely weakened leader and government. It becomes impossible to find compromise and support inside a minority parliament. The Prime Minister apparently is going to go to this National Caucus meeting. We would expect that's supposed to start in about 10 minutes' time, where he will hear directly from his caucus about the way he has handled things and their disappointment that we are hearing from multiple MPs about how this has unfolded and how Chrystia Freeland was treated and how that unfolded from Friday. Yeah, do you want to?
Well, no, I'm trying to figure out what Dominic LeBlanc's going to say. Sorry,
Yeah.
it was just me thinking out loud here. Because, he's going to come out through those doors. He is the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. And it's on a day where, arguably, if LeBlanc is the most trusted member of cabinet, Freeland would have been number 2 or 1A, in terms of relying on them, and that order could reverse depending on the set of circumstances that were on the table. And he has to come out, and he will be the first word from the government on this in a meaningful way. It won't be from the Prime Minister.
Yes.
It wasn't the House Leader. Sure wasn't the Deputy Prime, the Deputy Prime Minister, because there isn't one right now. But how he does this in a way that doesn't look panicked. I mean, LeBlanc is an incredible political communicator, so he'll find a way. But my mind casts back to that notorious quote from my fellow Newfoundlander, Jim Armour, who said, there are some turds you just can't polish. And that is the situation they find themselves in right now. How do you make this look good? You don't. This is no emergency parachute kind of political crisis. And if the Prime Minister leaves Rita Hall to go to the Sir John A. Macdonald building, which is where the caucus meeting is happening, and is presented with a growing list of names from the caucus calling for him to go after losing his Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, Dom LeBlanc can do this job. He can handle the politics of it. But that's not going to solve the internal crisis that is going to grow from here. This is going to spiral, and it's going to take every ounce of political skill and relationship building the Prime Minister has left in his body to get through this, because it's going to be a rough caucus meeting, no doubt.
Someone close to Freeland just texted me and said these were pro-investment measures Freeland had spent months working on.
Yeah.
This didn't happen magically. And in spite of all of that, and in spite of the fact that Zahir Khan just said there are no gimmicks inside of this update, she did not feel she could continue, not only because of the policy differences, but because of the portfolio that she was being offered, which doesn't sound like it was much of anything, to be frank. We are waiting to hear from Dominic LeBlanc right now. Did you want in there, Fred? No.
Oh, no.
Okay, I thought I saw you.
You got nothing to say?
I can say a lot if you want. I can say about how, watching Freeland, unless he's about to talk, of course, you'll shut me down anyway.
Yes, I will, yep.
Well, just looking at Freeland, I was just thinking about how, she pushed for these things in there and where she comes out of this looking pretty good today. She looks like she won the day if she would include leaving cabinet a win. But I'm just thinking back, the last 2 Liberal finance ministers to leave their governments, John Turner left Pierre Trudeau's, and Paul Martin left Jean Chrétien. They all eventually became Prime Minister and replaced those leaders. We had written Chrystia Freeland off, or a lot of people have, for a long time. She could be back into the hunt now to be a potential leadership threat when Trudeau leaves.
Bill Morneau did not become Prime Minister, though. That was
I forgot about
yeah.
that.
But he did write a very interesting book.
He did write a book, and he does lots of interviews and says whatever he likes. Jordan, another final thought from you?
Well, yeah, I think, when you step back, and so many aspects of today are surreal, like that was a surreal signing ceremony for a battlefield promotion, to see the Prime Minister sort of smiling and as though this is a normal day when it's really anything but. But I think that Freeland really executed a sort of masterful bit of judo here. The Prime Minister and the PMO were moving against her in terms of pushing her out, and she has managed to now turn it around, not only to weaken the Prime Minister and sort of maybe exact a bit of revenge there, but also really strengthen her own position. She's staked out some clear policy differences. She's indicated she's running again. Everything there is lining up for potential for her to come back. And I think that's a pretty remarkable feat, especially for somebody who was often criticized in Ottawa for a lack of sort of tactical finesse.
Yeah, it does make me think, too, about where Mark Carney is with all of this, because he is the one that they were talking to that was going to be in or out of cabinet. And now he finds himself, I would imagine, unsure about what the next steps are, but potentially also well-placed if we are going to see ourselves into a leadership race. But give me your final thoughts here.
To Jordan's point, I mean, if Freeland, if there was a cabinet shuffle this week and Freeland was left in cabinet, the Conservatives would be criticizing her. Today, they're praising her. I have a saying that I think there's only about 6 songs in the Canadian politics songbooks. You know, you build them up, you tear them down, that's a song. You know, Unhappy Backbench, that's a song. Jody Wilson-Raybould, that I had never heard before. And this I've never seen before. You know, a finance minister, resigning on the day of the fall economic statement. It's just unprecedented.
Unprecedented. Vandana?
I think today is interesting because, she's definitely winning the day in that sense. I think people are singing her praises, but she wasn't much liked in caucus, I would say. And I would say the things that and I heard you speaking about it earlier, that she was lacking some communication skills. She was lacking that political communications and also that connecting with everyday Canadians. And politics is not a policy game, it's a people game. And if you can't connect, those votes to run a leadership doesn't happen on Bay Street. It happens in small towns, and if you're willing to go to whatever small town to meet that riding association, go to Sarnia and go to the Tim Hortons where you meet a few Liberals there, you have to be prepared to do that. And I'm not sure that still means that Minister Freeland would. I think she wants to hold it as just something that don't count me out, but it doesn't mean that she's going to be a shoo-in.
David?
I think she was definitely respected, though, and is respected in caucus.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. I keep coming back to the fact that whatever job they wanted her to do, no matter how difficult it was, whether it was deal with Trump 1 on the NAFTA renegotiations, deal with, Scott Moe and angry Western premiers after 2019, deal with the COVID recovery, and, she did it. And she was loyal. And when there were leaks and there was criticism, she never took the bait. And always tried to extinguish the flame of controversy rather than fan it. Now, I know there were leaks coming from finance, pushing back on things. It's unclear to me if that was from the political side or the policy side, but what is clear to me is Dominic LeBlanc is walking up to the microphone as the new Minister of Finance to take some questions.
Évidemment, je suis très honoré de devenir ministre des Finances, de demeurer ministre des Affaires intergouvernementales. Je pense beaucoup à mes collègues à la sécurité publique. J'ai adoré être ministre de la Sécurité publique.
I absolutely loved being the Minister of Public Safety, and I was very impressed by the men and women who work there. And of course, I intend to continue to support them.
It's an honor for me tonight to become Canada's Finance Minister and to remain as the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. I look forward to working with Canada's premiers as I have for the last number of years on some important challenges facing the country. I'm also thinking tonight of the remarkable women and men who work in the public safety portfolio, in the department and in the agencies. I've been inspired by their work over the last year and a half, and I look forward to hopefully continuing to support them in the work that they do for Canadians. And with that, I'm obviously thrilled and happy to take your questions.
Minister. Yeah. So we'll now go to questions. On passera maintenant aux questions. Comme d'habitude, une question est suivie. So as usual, one question, one follow-up.
Minister LeBlanc, David Baxter with the Canadian Press. If you can respond in French and English for broadcast friends. We have several Liberal MPs calling for the Prime Minister's resignation. Jagmeet Singh also calling for the Prime Minister's resignation. How does the government manage to even push its agenda forward in a minority parliament?
The government passed a series of confidence votes last week. The spending estimates were approved. The government continues to focus on the work that Canadians want us to focus on. I had today interesting conversations with officials in the incoming administration in the United States on border security. My conversation with the Prime Minister today was entirely focused on the work that we want to do to support Canadians around affordability, obviously the threat of tariffs coming from an incoming administration and what we need to do to protect the Canadian economy. Alors moi, je suis tout à fait confiant.
So I'm very confident that we can continue to do the necessary work. And Last week, our government received the support of the House of Commons on several confidence motions, and we are aware of the work ahead of us. Obviously, affordability issues are a priority for the government, and I, as Minister of Finance, will be certainly focused on that. We also have work to do with the U.S. administration. I remain Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and of course I intend to work with the premiers. They are essential allies for us in terms of the potential threat of a 25% tariff on our goods. So this is work I will continue to do.
Trying to work with the Americans going forward, seeing Chrystia Freeland, who stick-handled so much of it in the last Trump presidency, no longer being a part of cabinet, and we know Trump, he goes after weakness. Do you think he sees this as a weak moment in the Trudeau government?
I certainly don't propose to speak for President Trump or his administration. I was at the dinner at Mar-a-Lago 2.5 weeks ago and saw two leaders focused on a number of priorities, both in the Canada-US context, but talking about global issues as well. I've continued to have discussions with incoming Secretary Lutnick, for example, the Commerce Secretary, around border security, was involved in meetings with senior officials in the incoming administration today. So the one thing I think the American administration will respect is a government that's focused on our common priorities, on the shared issues around border security, economic prosperity. Those are the issues that I'll work on very happily with our American counterparts once they're sworn in.
Bonjour, Monsieur Leblanc. Estelle Côté-Strocade, Radio-Canada.
Hello, Mr. Leblanc. Do you believe that Justin Trudeau must resign? And if not, do you think he still has the legitimacy to remain Prime Minister, given all we've heard in recent hours? Well, I believe that the Prime Minister remains very focused on the work that we have ahead of us. In my conversations with him today, we talked about the cost of living, public finances, and the work that we have to carry out with the Trump administration starting in January. And I believe that Canadians expect that we will remain focused on those issues. That is the work that I look forward to doing as Minister of Finance and Intergovernmental Affairs, and this is my only focus. And today I was talking only about that with the Prime Minister and my colleagues.
Like our entire government, is very focused on the work that Canadians expect us to do. We understand that cost of living for a huge number of Canadians is a very significant issue, and they expect their government to be focused on affordability issues. That was my conversation with the Prime Minister. That'll obviously be a huge focus in my work as the Minister of Finance. We need to also be extremely focused on the challenges that the incoming American administration will pose with respect to the potential imposition of tariffs. I have been doing a lot of work on border security issues over the last number of weeks. I saw two leaders focused on these issues at Mar-a-Lago when we were there 2.5 weeks ago. So I intend to continue to do the work that I have, and I think I have a pretty busy set of issues in front of me, and I'm excited about it.
Lorsque vous êtes allé à Mar-a-Lago, est-ce que vous saviez
When you went to Mar-a-Lago, did you know that she would be sent to finance by Prime Minister Trudeau? No, of course not. When we were in the plane and when we came back the next day, we talked about our conversation with President Trump and the work that I would have to do as the Minister of Public Safety. We talked about border security. I've been asked to take on the chairmanship of the U.S.-Canada Relationship Committee.
And were you the first pick, or did you have to step up because no one else wanted the job?
That wasn't the conversation I had with the Prime Minister. You'd have to talk to the Prime Minister about those issues. I spoke to him this afternoon. He asked me to assume this responsibility and to remain the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, to assume the chair's role of the Canada-U.S. Cabinet Committee. and to remain very focused on border security. So that was my conversation with him, and it's an enormous privilege. It's an enormous privilege to serve as the finance minister, and it's something that I will pour my heart and soul into for as long as I have the job.
And as finance minister, what will be your number one priority dealing with the new U.S. administration, cost of living, the $61 billion deficit?
I think the number one priority for the government has to remain the cost of living challenges that Canadian families are facing. Canadian families and Canadians across the country are feeling the pressure of the cost of living increases. They want the government to remain focused on those issues. That will be a huge focus for me as the Minister of Finance. They also expect the government to manage the public finances and taxpayers' money in an effective way. They want the expenditure of public money to be focused on what achieves results for them. So that's a job that I look forward to doing as Minister of Finance. And at this particular moment, the challenge that we're facing in terms of the potential threat of tariffs across the line on Canadian exports to the United States is a key economic concern for the government, and I look forward to working with Canada's premiers on this issue. I was very encouraged by conversations I had with a few premiers who were attending the Council of the Federation meeting today. Premier Ford, as chair of the Council of the Federation, will be a great ally for Canada, and for me, it's been a privilege to work with him in the past, but I look forward to using the very effective advocacy that premiers like Doug Ford, Premier Smith attending conferences with American governors. These are all great assets for Canadians as we try and work together to convince the American administration that this isn't the right way to proceed. La priorité demeure pour moi.
The priority for me remains cost of living issues. Canadians and all of us are aware of the circumstances that we've seen in recent months in terms of financial pressures, and the federal government must remain focused on those issues. So that will certainly be my priority as Minister of Finance. But of course, Canadians also expect the government to spend taxpayers' money responsibly. And again, after assessing the benefits for Canadians and looking at public finances, I will be moving forward in my job.
Minister Laura Osman, The Logic, you're now chair of the U.S.-Canada Committee. You're the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister. You're in charge of the border. You're in charge of all of public safety. You are also in charge now of the entire finance department. How do you propose to give all of these crucial files your full attention at such a critical time for Canada, especially facing these trade threats?
So I guess I'll start early in the morning and work late at night, and probably won't take a lot of weekends off. It's an exciting time to have those responsibilities. I don't diminish for a minute the work that's before our government. The good news is I have colleagues and officials that will support me. I'm confident that Canadians will see a government focused on their priorities. And as I said, it's the cost of living challenges they're facing, and the relationship with the United States is obviously a huge focus. I remember Mr. Mulroney, the late Right Honourable Brian Mulroney, telling us that the management of that relationship was critical for the economic success of our country. He was an example of how to do that well. So I thought about him today and over the last number of weeks when I was developing, I hope, constructive relationships with incoming secretaries and officials in President Trump's administration, and do the work that will benefit Canadians.
Chrystia Freeland had some very pointed criticisms for the way this government is handling its finances, including calling, presumably the GST holiday a political gimmick, and suggesting the government's being irresponsible with Canadians' funds and not keeping its powder dry ahead of this fight with Donald Trump. How are you going to approach things differently, and what do you make of her criticisms?
Chrystia Freeland is somebody that I have worked with for well over a decade. She's somebody that I admire as a colleague, that I appreciate as a friend. She has accomplished a great deal for our government as Foreign Affairs Minister, as International Trade Minister, as Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, and most recently as Finance Minister. She has a proud record of delivering for Canadians programs as important as a national child care program, the Canadian dental benefit. So I'm proud of her record as Minister of Finance. She's contributed to the public policy life of our country in an exemplary way. And I look forward now to assuming the responsibility of being Minister of Finance, talking to my colleagues as we prepare for what will be a 2025 budget. And I have a lot of confidence in the decisions our government, our cabinet has made, but will obviously do my job as Minister of Finance over the coming months. En français, Chrystia Freeland est une amie.
Chrystia Freeland is a friend and has been for more than 10 years now. We sat together in the opposition when we were 30 members in the Liberal opposition, and we became friends with colleagues. And as I say, she is a friend. I have a great deal of respect for her. She has come to New Brunswick. I've been to her home in Toronto. So this is someone that I admire and respect, and she's done a lot of wonderful work for the government, not only as Minister of Finance. I'm thinking, for example, of the child care program, the dental care program, but when she was the Minister of Foreign Affairs or Minister of International Trade at the beginning of our government, she accomplished a great many things. My responsibility now is to prepare a budget for 2025, and I look forward to working with my colleagues within Cabinet and the caucus. We are in a minority parliament that passed budget estimates last week, but in preparing for a budget, I certainly intend to work with the friends that I have in other political parties as well. Thank you.
That is the new Finance Minister of Canada, Dominic LeBlanc, responding to his sudden and unexpected promotion to the top economic role in Canada in the federal cabinet, keeping also the role of Intergovernmental Affairs Minister and what I am told, for the time being, the Minister of Public Safety. A member of Mr. LeBlanc's team has told me that the finance job is the permanent one going forward. He will stay as the Minister of Finance. He will keep the Intergovernmental Affairs role, and when there is a cabinet shuffle, public safety will be assigned to someone else. All of this brought about by the remarkable and stunning resignation of Chrystia Freeland as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister earlier today. Hi there. It's a special edition of Power and Politics on a remarkable day here in Ottawa. I'm David Cochrane. We're going to continue our breaking news coverage of the resignation of Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance Chrystia Freeland. The Liberals are supposed to be in a national caucus meeting right now. They're likely going to be talking about the future of the party and its leader, a future that opposition leaders say is very clear.
Now is the time for a carbon tax election.
Mr. Trudeau's government is over.
I'm calling on Justin Trudeau to resign. He has to go.
All right, Rosemary Barton is the CBC's chief political correspondent. She's been here with me all day. Rosie.
Swap chairs.
Yes, the fall economic statement was supposed to be our focus today. Instead, it is really what appears to be an existential political crisis for the government. The resignation of Chrystia Freeland, the promotion of Dominic LeBlanc, preternaturally calm, saying, I have a busy set of issues in front of me and I'm excited about it, which is the understatement of the day. Where do you think we are right now as Justin Trudeau prepares to meet with his caucus?
We are, I think, at a critical point for his leadership, to say the very least. He has spent the day locked up with staff and Dominic LeBlanc trying to figure out how to repair, first of all, just the job of finance minister. That was sort of the first hurdle, and to make sure that the economic statement actually got tabled. Those things have happened. But this resignation is a devastating political blow of the proportion of which we have not seen in terms of this government and this Prime Minister. How he can claim to have the confidence of Cabinet and caucus and still lead the government is going to be very challenging, if not impossible, frankly. not only the words that Chrystia Freeland used in her resignation letter to criticize some of the Prime Minister's own policies, but the fact that it has been so badly handled from Friday morning when this conversation happened with Chrystia Freeland up until now, where she took everyone by surprise by sending in this resignation letter and has taken everyone by surprise again, walking through those caucus doors just moments ago. Yeah. To go into the room where she will be treated, let's be honest, probably like a hero for standing up for her principled beliefs.
Katie Simpson is sending us messages. She's talking to Liberal sources, and she says Chrystia Freeland got a standing ovation when she walked into the caucus. Now, I don't know if that's taking sides in her fight with the Prime Minister or a thank you for her service.
Yes, yes.
But
doesn't
either
really
way,
matter. Yeah.
Justin Trudeau has to follow that into that room.
Yes, and that's probably not going to happen, given the conversations that we've had over the past many hours of people who say that this proves that the Prime Minister's time is done. Not just because there was a falling out with Chrystia Freeland, but because of the way this has been handled. If this was supposed to be a cabinet shuffle on Wednesday that would reset this government and show Donald Trump that they were prepared to take on anything, it has been a massive failure.
Yeah, and just to catch people up, Justin Trudeau met with Chrystia Freeland on Friday morning, told her he wanted her to leave the Ministry of Finance and move to essentially a minister without portfolio role to deal with Canada-U.S. relations, something she refused to do. Obviously, based on her resignation letter saying that she was leaving for the past number of weeks, you and I found ourselves at odds about the best path forward for Canada, and it is a withering rebuke of the government's approach to certain things. Now, Rosie, the other thing that's going to happen in this caucus meeting is that, speaking of letters, the MPs who gathered those signatures earlier in the fall as part of the effort to get Justin Trudeau to step down as leader, I am hearing their numbers have grown, and there will be a renewed demand, potentially by double or more of what spoke out earlier this fall to ask the Prime Minister to step down. He's going to be facing that.
Just to say nothing of the possibility that some cabinet ministers may say the same behind closed doors and may go public with that if they feel as though their jobs are also threatened and they feel concerned about the direction the government is heading in. We are ending the day, or maybe not ending ever, really, with not only this, but all opposition leaders now saying that Justin Trudeau has to leave, including Jagmeet Singh, who has yet to take the step to say, I'll vote the government down. But everyone calling for him to leave and calling for this to be resolved once and for all. The only thing the Prime Minister has going for him is that the House is not sitting beyond tomorrow.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Prime Minister, with the Christmas break coming tomorrow. Okay, the Power Panel is here with us as well. Lisa Raitt is a former Conservative Cabinet Minister. Vandana Cotter is a former advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Sitting next to her, you can see Rob Russo, the former CBC Parliamentary Bureau Chief, and with us for the past number of hours, continuing her stint here, is Jordan Leibniz, a former NDP strategist. Vandana, let's begin with you. I have no reason to doubt Katie's information that Chrystia Freeland got a standing ovation. She went into the caucus. What do you expect the Prime Minister to say when he walks in there himself following that to speak to his MPs?
I think he'll acknowledge that today's not a great day and that there's a lot of work to do to build credibility with Canadians based on what happened today. I think he'll talk about banding together and that when times are tough, we have to focus on delivering for Canadians, on dealing with Donald Trump and protecting our border and protecting our economy and putting Canada first, and this is the time to band together, and I think that's the argument he'll put forward.
Lisa Raitt, do you think that argument will calm a fairly mutinous backbench at this point, saying that now is not the time to change course when your Deputy Prime Minister and your Economic Minister just quit because she disagrees with the way you're plotting that course?
I think that if you're sitting in that caucus room, I bet you they're hoping it does make them more calm, because who wants this kind of turmoil in your party right now? But they've probably been getting a lot of calls from home, and they're probably hearing about what people are thinking in terms of how the Prime Minister actually hasn't even addressed the nation or addressed this issue at all. He's gone into hiding, and we haven't heard anything. We've seen Dominic LeBlanc come out. We've seen some MPs go on different shows to talk about how they're not supporting the Prime Minister, yet it's all been silent, and we haven't been able to hear from him exactly what he's thinking. I bet you they're hoping that he comes out with something fantastic. I don't think it's good enough to say that I'm going to lead Team Canada and we all need to fight together band together in order to fight against Donald Trump, because I think there's a lot of questions about whether or not he knows how to manage a situation, given what we've just witnessed with respect to the finance minister resigning so quickly.
Right. Okay, I just saw Yvonne Jones stop and speak to reporters. She, of course, is the MP for Labrador. We don't know what he said. She said we missed it, but we're hoping to get that tape, queued up tape. Look at me dating myself. We'll get that sound. Jordan, what are your thoughts? What do you think the Prime Minister needs to say when he walks in there?
To be honest with you, I don't know what he can say to caucus to win them over at this point. And you have to think that if the bar is so high to win over caucus support, how is he going to make a case to Canadians that the Liberals should be governing after the next election? How does he hope to resurrect any support in the public? There's been no evidence to suggest that any of the things that they've tried over the last year have really moved the dial at all in terms of public opinion about Trudeau. And in fact, that has worsened. And so I think when the underlying numbers are so negative for him and the weakness internally is now so visible to people, the path out is vanishingly small for him. I don't think that he makes it out of this.
Rob Rousseau, what do you think? I mean, you're going to write about this for The Economist, I assume.
Already have.
Yeah, what's the headline there?
That a Prime Minister who has no political capital left has his leadership essentially hanging by a fraying thread, I think is the best way to put this. He is contested without. He is contested by 75% of Canadians.
Can I just stop you for 1 second? David McGuinty is scrumming. Guys, can we get this up? Is it possible we can take this? Yep.
I'm looking forward to, there's a lot of hearsay, a lot of speculation, a lot of gossip going on. You'll forgive me, I just spent 40-hour week this week at a skiff looking at some pretty important security and intelligence issues. That's what I'm focused on. Plus my constituents.
Do you think the Prime Minister should resign?
I think the Prime Minister should look at what he's doing, look at the caucus, meet with us, have a discussion, and we'll see where we get to.
What are you going to raise in there?
But it's an open question then. It's for you, it's an open question then.
I'm going to listen to what the Prime Minister, what my colleagues have to say. I'm sure my colleague, Minister Freeland, made a very difficult decision. I respect her for it. That's not an easy thing to do. But what I really keep focused on, folks, is 41 million people. That's who we are here for. That's what I got elected to serve. That's what I'm doing here after 21 years.
When the Prime Minister
That's
serve Canadians right now?
That's what I'm doing here after 21 years.
What is the Prime Minister's path to staying on, though, right now?
Well, the Prime Minister can continue to work hard to earn the trust of the caucus, of his colleagues, of the Canadian people. There's lots of progress.
But if he can't govern the party, how can he govern the country?
You have to ask him that.
Let's go this way. It's this way. Your meeting's this way. Your meeting's this way.
Appreciate it.
Freeland said that the government is mismanaged.
Okay, that was Ottawa South MP David McGuinty, who is the chair of the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, who played a role in the national security stories that we've all been following for the past while. He's still taking questions. I'm going to listen there.
I think the Prime Minister is the leader of the party right now.
Yeah, but is he the best person to...
Until further notice, he's the chair, he's the speaker. He's the leader of the party. Écoute, je pense que M. Trudeau doit évidemment parler au caucus, parler à ses collègues au cabinet, revoir ce qui se passe. C'est triste de voir ce qui s'est passé aujourd'hui. C'est pas positif. Écoute, il faut être honnête. J'ai beaucoup de respect pour Mme Freeland.
I have a lot of respect for Ms. Freeland.
Une situation difficile avec des relations difficiles.
This is a
Ça arrive de temps en
decision,
temps entre un
and
Premier
sometimes there are
ministre et
difficult
ministre des Finances.
relationships.
Donc, c'est
When it
important.
comes to the Trump administration,
Faut demander à M. Trudeau.
How big of a loss is it to lose?
I don't know.
Well, she said your budget, this mini
don't
budget,
know.
is
Look,
full of
please,
political
listen,
gimmicks. Is her criticism of the government
You have to ask her
valid?
that. You have to ask her.
What do you think? You're the representative. You're the one who's got to go
I-
to
I-
constituents about it. So are you prepared to defend that budget given what she said?
You'll have to rephrase the question. I didn't hear you say.
Sorry, are you prepared to defend this fiscal economic statement, given what Madam Freeland has said about the gimmicks?
I just got the fiscal framework an hour ago, so let me take a look at it.
With the next Trump administration, is it a loss to lose Freeland from cabinet?
Well, of course, she's a very competent person, a very competent woman. She's a tremendous public servant, and I hope she stays.
Would you like
and
Mr. Carney to come
I
in?
hope she actually continues to contribute to Canada, keeping focused on what matters here, folks. Which is 41
Is the Trump administration
which is 41 million people.
Monsieur McGuinty, depuis la lettre
qui a été signé par 23 députés libéraux.
Oui.
Il y a eu plusieurs choses qui se sont accumulées, dont
Since the letter, there have been more than 20 people who have said that the Prime Minister should resign. So where do you think we are given all these events now today?
How can you come out of this with the United Caucus? Well, I'm going to go into the room, listen to the discussions, and I will also read the document that was presented in Parliament today. I haven't actually seen what the plans are as yet, so I have to wait and see. It's a question of very hard work done together.
In what sense is the Liberal Party united under Justin Trudeau? At least 8 MPs today have called for him to resign, and his deputy prime minister.
It would always be a mistake to underestimate the Liberal Party of Canada.
Qu'est-ce que vous pensez de la façon dont M. Trudeau a demandé à Mme Freeland, qui l'appuie, qui est loyale depuis des années, de changer de ministère? Est-ce que vous trouvez ça respectueux, normal?
It's the prerogative of the Prime Minister.
Do you think he's
to decide who can be in cabinet and who can't be in cabinet?
And what about Mr. Carney? Would you like him to come in?
Well, Mr. Carney would be terrific if he would step up and run for a seat and become a member of Parliament and serve the Canadian people.
But does he need to?
Let me finish the answer. Mr. Carney would make a terrific contribution, I think, for the Canadian people. We need as many good people.
And what do you make of the fact that
we
he
make
hasn't?
we need as many good people as possible in elected public service today. It's very difficult to recruit good people.
What do you make of the fact that he hasn't done that?
I don't know, you have to ask him.
I've
met Mr. Carney once in my life for 30 seconds at our caucus retreat in BC. I've never had a discussion with him.
Vous avez parlé de discussions acharnées en caucus.
We're talking about continuing discussions. Because I haven't actually entered the room yet. Do you believe that Mr. Trudeau should remain Prime Minister? He is the leader of the Liberal Party and the Prime Minister of Canada, and we'll see what happens in the next few days. But it's really up to him to decide.
Because I don't know the context. I don't know. I'm not privy to this. Do you think I sit in the conversations between the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister? Of course I don't. Do you think I know what took place in these? Of course I don't. I shouldn't know. I'm not a member of Cabinet. Any more than I would actually take the discussions I hold in camera on a top secret basis on security and intelligence and share it with somebody else. I wouldn't do that.
You're saying Carney would run for office in a position you wouldn't be comfortable with him being appointed in the Cabinet?
You support the Prime Minister?
That's up to Mr. Carney.
Are you support the Cabinet? Do you think the Prime Minister is hurting the Liberal Party's reputation?
It would be a mistake to underestimate the Liberal Party.
Okay, that is Ottawa South MP David McGuinty taking a lot of questions about things he was not a part of, but being asked very specific questions about the future of the Liberal Party, of which he is a part of, including the question, if the Prime Minister can't lead the party, how can he lead the country? And his answer was, you'll have to ask him. He said he was going in to listen to what the Prime Minister and his colleagues had to say, and he said, I think the Prime Minister should listen and explain what he is doing. Now, just before David McGuinty stopped and talked to reporters, Yvonne Jones, the MP for Labrador, was also there. Let's just listen to what she had to say.
Very disappointed that Chrystia Freeland has left the cabinet. I have a tremendous amount of respect for her, and I have a lot of confidence in her abilities. I think it's a huge loss for Canadians at this time, and I wish her the very best.
What do you make of her reasonings? What do you make of what she said in the letter and why she resigned?
I haven't spoken to her personally, so I only know what she's already written and disclosed. But I do believe that she felt very strongly about the job that she was entrusted to do. And I think she felt that she wasn't given the liberty at this stage to do it in a way that she felt was necessary.
Do you believe
it's going to be the Prime Minister's decision, not mine.
Do you want him to resign?
Do you have confidence in the Prime Minister?
Excuse me, folks. If you could just make some way.
Do you want him to resign?
Excuse me, folks. If we could just make some way. Excuse me, folks. If you could just move back.
Do you still have confidence?
We just need to make some space, please. Can you just make some space? Excuse me, folks.
Ms. Jones? Ms. Kara, should the Prime Minister stay on?
Excuse me, folks.
Okay, I couldn't quite hear, for various reasons, exactly what Yvonne Jones said, but just quickly, Rob, help me. She was asked if she had confidence in the Prime Minister, and she said...
should he resign? And she said that's going to be the Prime Minister's decision. We saw two MPs there who did not exactly offer a stout and stalwart defense of the Prime Minister. It's clear the mushroom cloud is billowing now over that caucus.
No, there was no, he's the right guy now, and he's the right guy for the next election. Okay, look, we have some guests lined up. because it's supposed to be the fall economic statement edition of Power and Politics, and it's not. But we're going to talk about the fall economic statement. We've got Goldie Hyder standing by, because we did learn today that the country's deficit last fiscal year grew from 40 billion to more than 60 billion. That surpasses the government's own target, but this is mostly due to one-time expenses to settlements in certain Indigenous lawsuits. There is new spending in this update, about $24 billion worth, and that includes incentives for businesses to invest, as well as the GST holiday, and new money, of course, for securing the border. Goldie Hyder is the president and CEO of the Business Council of Canada, and he joins me now. Goldie, normally I go right to the productivity investments and the size of the deficit, but what does it mean for the business climate in the country that the finance minister quit the way she did on the day she did?
Well, let me just say that Minister Freeland's act today helps restore some faith, I think, in our politics, because it was truly unselfish and courageous. It is not every day that, I think her journalism skills were fully on display. It was a very pointed letter. It was an indictment of the government in which she served as the finance minister. And it is deeply disturbing to read some of the things. I don't normally read things on air, but I want to make sure I get the quotes right. But to suggest that this is about political gimmicks and that her own efforts to suggest that it's ill-afford, we can't do these gimmicks, that we have to keep our fiscal powder dry, something we've been saying for the last 5 years. And then to suggest that politics was really the driver here, not the best interests of Canadians, and it's a long quote to say that. This is not an everyday thing, and so I think what she's done is going to have repercussions. Now, having said that, one of the repercussions is there's a new finance minister, and so I want to obviously congratulate Minister LeBlanc. This is a serious time for our country. I was with premiers last night with some business leaders to talk about the tariffs that are, 5 weeks away. They're going to come. I think we have to be prepared for them. What are we going to do? And what you see in Canada, of course, is where you stand depends on where you sit. And so there's a lot of disparate points of view at the provincial level. We need the federal leadership. And so I'm hoping that whomever emerges with the U.S. file, because as some of these ministers have 4 or 5 jobs, it looks like, we need someone who's serious about leading this charge on what is the greatest economic threat to our country, far more even than the spending that this government managed to squeeze in this foul economic statement. Well,
I think you're going to have Dominic LeBlanc for a while, because the indications I'm getting today, Goldie, is that he is in finance for the long term. It's public safety that will be getting a new minister when that eventual cabinet shuffle happens. We'll see if that bears out to be true. But you said her journalism skills were on display today. What do you make of the finance minister skills Chrystia Freeland displayed, and what is her final fall economic statement? There is a larger than promised deficit in the last fiscal year because of a one-time settling of a contingent liability of a lawsuit. So not a structural thing. It does go on the debt, but it's not new structural spending, which I'm sure would have been more alarming for you. And there is a pretty significant investment there in the extension of the capital cost allowance write-off, essentially the acceleration of that for investing in equipment for businesses. What's your reaction to those moves?
Well, look, I've worked very closely with Minister Freeland going back to COVID, going back from the time that she was appointed, and I'll be candid. I love the fact that we had direct access. We had a good rapport. There were many things that we agreed on, but there were also many things we disagreed on, but nothing more specifically than the need for a disciplined fiscal anchor so that the government can set the framework in which the finances of this country, our public administration, our public finances, we as business leaders can know what we're dealing with, because we all know that when that gets run away, taxes follow, whether it's to businesses, whether it's to citizens or individuals or even consumption taxes. We know someone has to pay for all of this, David. And so I think what happened today is an indication, with all due respect, this is on her as much as it is on the Prime Minister, because that $40 billion was already there. Yeah. They would have known about the Indigenous. They would have known about some of the measures that they wanted to do. We have a government, by her own admission, that was spending a lot on gimmicks. Meanwhile, we've been saying, where's the investment in NATO? Where's the investment in our 2%? We made a commitment. Donald Trump's moving on to 3%, by the way. What are we going to be doing about this border? Why are we bringing in a capital gains measure? Why is it that we haven't acted on the digital services tax? I said the other day that this looks like a government that's literally turning over cushion covers and sofas to find whatever cash it can to pay for this spending. And so I'm hoping Minister LeBlanc, who once babysat the Prime Minister, I'm told, I hope he listened to him then, and I hope he listens to him now, because he didn't to the last 2 finance ministers, and that's why we're in the mess that we're in right now.
Well, look, to be fair to the now former finance minister, when Chrystia Freeland talks about costly political gimmicks, I'm not sure she's putting her measures on that. I interpret that to be a reference to the $250 affordability checks, which would have cost $4.8 billion. Just as a final point, those seem to be out of the fiscal framework. I don't know if they have a champion anymore. What's your reaction to that seemingly going away, Goldie?
Well, look, I mean, I can only say that I'm out of the political punditry business, but it seems odd to me to have explained to have informed the finance minister, you won't be finance minister on Friday, and telling her to read the statement on Monday. Maybe they underestimated her character, and I think they saw today that she was about to own it. Let's be clear. I think if she wasn't told that on Friday, she might be having read the fall economic statement. But to her credit, she did the right thing. The question now is, where do we go from here at a time in which Canadians are worried about affordability? The deficit has gone up by 50%. We've been warning about a rainy day. We've been saying that for a long time. Well, it's pouring. We've been using our credit card, maxed that out. Then we used our line of credit to pay down the credit card. We've maxed that out. We need to have a growth strategy, but it also includes finding savings in the size of our government. I don't know if this government in this state is going to have the courage to do that. And that's where I think premiers and public opinion more broadly may well turn to the need to clarify who's in charge of our country as we head into the most existential negotiations we've had in some time.
Goldie Hyder, President and CEO of the Business Council of Canada. Good to speak with you, sir. I'm sure we'll talk again in the coming days. All right, we're going to get more reaction from this. We're going to start speaking to the opposition parties throughout the show. Nathalie Sinclair-Desgagnés is the Bloc's public accounts critic. It's good to see you again. I'm wondering if we can get your reaction to the departure, first of all, of the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. Your leader, Mr. Blanchette, said the Justin Trudeau government is over. How do you view today?
Well, I have to agree with my leader. Today's resignation of the Deputy Prime Minister is a big disavowal of Mr. Trudeau and his leadership, and also the fact that he's misfit to actually represent Canadians anymore. If people, the number two in his government, are actually saying, you don't have confidence in me and I don't have confidence in you, it means we need some change, serious change, and so we want to go to elections.
Well, given the events of the day, I think agreeing with your leader is probably a wise career choice, but I'm sure you also probably do agree with him sincerely. But I wonder what your thoughts are on what we're seeing in the fall economic statement, a larger than promised deficit for the fiscal year a year ago, though tied to one-time expenses on settling a lawsuit, and investment to help with business productivity. What is the Bloc Québécois' view of the financial agenda laid out today by the government?
Well, today's fall economic statement was not only a disappointment because of the nature of the document itself, but also because it's been eclipsed. We were supposed to be doing an exercise from 9 a.m. onwards to actually analyze what's going to be a fall economic statement, what's going to be an important document, and it was all eclipsed because of course, the resignation of Madame Freeland, and also, the way she resigned as well, right? The day of the fall economic statement. And the document itself, well, there are no surprises except for the extremely large deficit for last year. So all this time, and it's something that I really want to bring your attention on, all this time we've been told deficit's not going to be more than 40 billion. And what do we find out now is that last year's deficit, not even this year, last year's deficit is 50% larger. So, the government has at least twice a year to actually tell us what's going on with public finances, and have been saying, and of course we can think about different reasons why they would actually not tell us what the public finances actually are, but they all shoveled the big expenses that the government has made to last year's expenses, and that's to me it's a dishonest exercise.
Nathalie Sinclair-Desgagnés with the Bloc Québécois, the public accounts critic. We appreciate your time today. Thank you for being with us on an unexpected and busy fall economic statement day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, you can see there in that picture, I don't know if we can take that full screen, gang. I'm not trying to direct from the chair, but I think that is a fascinating picture because that is a shot into the caucus meeting that is happening. Wow. And there is the Prime Minister standing at a podium with a mic in his hand and the blinds open. As this room, you will remember this room. This is on the second floor of the Sir John A. Macdonald building. If it's not too traumatic to cast your mind back to the COVID years, this is where Dr. Theresa Tam and Dr. Howard New would hold their regular briefings and their press conferences to update Canadians on the public health measures and the response to the COVID-19 emergency. The Prime Minister is there in the middle of a political emergency, having lost his Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance in a stunning resignation today, quitting on the day that Chrystia Freeland was supposed to deliver a fall economic statement, one that shows they had blown past the fiscal guardrail of a $40 billion deficit for the 2023-2024 fiscal year, driving in a deficit of $61.9 billion, a 50% increase in the size of the deficit due to one-time expenses, not dismissing the size and the magnitude of it, but it's not as if regular structural program spending increased by that amount to drive the country that much deeper into the red. This was the settling of lawsuits and other contingent liabilities, mostly to do with claims made by Indigenous groups. We just saw Sean Fraser, who also announced that he would be leaving politics, not running again, and leaving cabinet when the next shuffle comes. The Prime Minister has seemed to have maybe just finished, put down his microphone. There will be an intense question and answer session, I believe, in this caucus meeting, as someone has taken the microphone and appears to be calling on people in the room. There is going to be also, we hear, a demand that Justin Trudeau step down as leader, one being resurrected by that group of dissidents who presented the letter earlier this fall calling for the Prime Minister to step down. The numbers, we're told, have swelled today, and a more specific demand is going to be made to them there. Rosie, just bring you in. You heard Goldie Hyder saying that there are problems with the financial plan laid out today. The size of the deficit is larger, and yes, it may be one-time spending, but you know, they put the country in that situation to begin with, and here they are. And the Bloc Québécois also saying this is coming very last minute, and probably this is why.
Yes, I mean, listen, I think that the document that I have not read in full for obvious reasons does address some of the concerns that economists had been raising over the past number of months around productivity, around growth, around trying to find ways to strengthen the economy in a broader way. It did not add, for instance, new social measures or social programs, which is where the government has spent a lot of its time and capital and money up to now. I don't think we can criticize a court ruling that they had to pay out to correct historical wrongs against Indigenous children. So those things are all explicable. I think the problem comes back to if this is the document that Chrystia Freeland worked on for months, as we're told, and was proud of and happy with, the thing that has caused this resignation today remains the checks, which she clearly didn't like and are not in this document, and we don't think that they are necessarily going forward because there's certainly no support for them. And then the demotion and the way that was handled. That is really where we end up at the end of this day. I will just say, to see the Prime Minister through that open blind, and I don't know if that was done intentionally. I am cynical enough to think it might have been, but we don't see inside that room very often.
I don't think today was planned very well.
No, that's fine.
Just so you know.
That's fine, but you never know. But to see him stand there with the microphone in front of a group of people who are some angry, many very, very disappointed at how this day has unfolded. And for him to stand there and take it, that's a really hard thing for him to do. And if he walks out of there and still feels like he can stay in his job, that's going to be another remarkable twist in what has been an extraordinary day.
Okay, I want to get quick takes from the power panel on what we just saw, and then Peter Julian, the NDP House Leader, is standing by. Lisa Raitt, we saw that glimpse of what was happening through the window, and Chrystia Freeland was in that room. She was in the audience the Prime Minister was addressing on the day she quit cabinet. What do you make of what we just saw there?
I was hoping the cameraman would stay there a little bit longer. So what else is going to happen?
Yeah.
I was yelling, no, don't go away. I want to see this.
They may have been moved in defense of them. You know, these things happen. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. I'm not. There's no ill intention meant there. It was just my own inner wanting to see what was going on in there, curiosity. Listen, I think he had the right look on his face, certainly. But now comes the questions, and if people have made up their minds that they don't want to go into an election with him, that really is what it comes down to. I agree with Rosemary. I looked at the fall economic statement and I thought, what's in here that is worthy of what we just witnessed this morning? But it must be And it must be about all of the gaslighting that's been happening, the leaks that's been happening, wondering whether or not Mark Carney is going to have the job or not have the job. I mean, it does boil to a point where somebody just can't handle it anymore. And obviously that point was reached today. But by the Prime Minister choosing Dominic LeBlanc, I keep going back to this, that to me says he's not going anywhere at all, because he wants to try to manage his way through this.
Vandana, what do you make of what we saw and what we've heard so far?
I think with Minister Freeland in regards to the fall economic statement, I think the issue is more like, having worked with her, I was with her on the 2013 by-election. She's a very dedicated mother. At some point as working moms, you decide, is this worth my time? And I think the pressure of all of it, plus the gaslighting, plus the just feeling that being told that you're getting moved on when you feel like I put together a really good document, I stood by you. I understand how she feels. I understand where she's like, you know what, I don't know if this works for me. So I understand and respect that. For Ms. LeBlanc, you need to show strength. You need to show a caucus member. Like, someone asked me today, like, will they focus on cabinet and leave the finance minister? I'm like, no, the most important cabinet decision, now every cabinet decision is important, but some more than others, is the finance minister. You need someone who's going to work with Donald Trump. You need someone that they're already familiar with, someone who can know how to handle a ministry and department. So I feel that that's why they chose Minister LeBlanc and someone that they can work with. Will he obviously try? No Prime Minister ever wants to leave. And I think the other question too is an MP, I think what's going to happen this time versus last time, what I'm curious about is a lot of members of Parliament, maybe they feel that way. Are they going to tell him that? Are they going to say, I want you to leave now? And I always find when it comes to that point, they may not want to do that.
Yeah, that was Brenda Shanahan, the caucus chair, who took the microphone away from the Prime Minister. I've asked to get the shot back up, by the way. That's what I was seriously typing away, because this is must-see TV as far as I'm concerned. A look inside the caucus at a time of crisis like this. Jordan and Rob, just very quickly, because I do want to get to Peter Julian, who is standing by. Jordan, just your quick thoughts.
Yeah, this is remarkable. We're seeing somebody literally fighting for their political life live here. And I think, to the point of what Vandana was saying, there has been sort of a lack of courage on the part of Liberal caucus members in expressing their concerns about the Prime Minister, but if ever you were going to do it, today is the day. So I think that the real danger for the Prime Minister here is that you get that critical mass that pushes it over the top in caucus of people who want him to go. And there's certainly, there's not going to be a better opportunity. For those who believe that there needs to be change ahead of the next election, this is their moment.
I just point out there's Marco Mendicino. I just saw the Prime Minister's photographer walk by. So we are seeing you can actually decipher some people through this open blind.
Mona Fortier as well.
Yeah, Mona Fortier, you're right.
The photographer's there. This is going to be an interesting memento. Rob, quick, and then we're going to go to Peter Julian.
Sure.
And we'll come back.
Listen, Chrystia Freeland was recruited by the Prime Minister. She was his deputy Prime Minister. She was his finance minister. Many of the people around Justin Trudeau thought that she incarnated the very essence of neoliberalism under Justin Trudeau. To see her, in effect, shoved to what would have been dizzying heights of humiliation that, when he asked her to stand up and deliver something she didn't believe in, everybody in that room has to wonder, would he do that to me? If he did that to her, would he do that to me? And we didn't see him with a whip and an overturned chair while he was speaking. But right now there are lots of people wondering that as they line up to the microphones.
But can I just say that is not, he was not asking her to deliver something she didn't want to deliver. That is not what was happening. This document is something that her people say she's proud of.
But to deliver it while he said that he no longer had faith in her as finance minister, and after 6 months of steady undermining, would have been a dizzying humiliation.
Well, for her to have been, for the rug to have been pulled out from under her 2 days after she was going to deliver something that she was proud of, that would have been...
Yeah, it looks like a vote of no confidence, whether it's intended to be that or not. And you can understand how after months of leaks, that would be the impression and the foundation that she would be operating from. We're going to speak with Peter Julian. He is the NDP House Leader. He is standing by where I was supposed to be tonight in normal course of coverage of a fall economic statement from the basement of the House of Commons. Peter Julian, your leader said today that Justin Trudeau needs to go and that all options are on the table when it comes to voting in the House of Commons. Does that mean the NDP is finally ready to vote non-confidence in the Liberals? Where are you?
Well, it's very clear. I mean, Jagmeet said it's time for the Prime Minister to step down. We certainly saw this from this debacle today. I mean, we're not talking about an amateur dysfunctional community organization. We're talking about a G7 nation, and this fall economic update was a complete travesty, a debacle. It's unbelievable to me that the Prime Minister does not recognize his part in putting together this debacle today. And our broader concern, we've got the Trump tariffs that are coming that may threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs in Canada. We have Canadians that are struggling to make ends meet and put food on the table. And the Liberals are just consumed with this internal drama and the Prime Minister's drama. And it is time for him to go so that we can actually get back to putting in place things that will actually make a benefit to people and to take on the Trump tariffs that are coming within a matter of weeks.
Okay, so what if he doesn't, Mr. Julian? I mean, like, we've got a live shot up on the screen of inside the Liberal caucus room, which is happening on this extraordinary meeting, which is happening on the second floor of the Sir John A. Macdonald building, which is right across from the West Block on Wellington Street in downtown Ottawa. If they can't convince him to go, I'm not sure Jagmeet Singh's scrum today will convince the Prime Minister to go, but you have the parliamentary might to force him to go. I mean, what if he doesn't leave willingly? What are you going to do then?
There will be confidence motions when we come back in February, March, and that will be the time when the NDP will follow up on what Jagmeet Singh said today. I don't know whether the Prime Minister is going to survive this evening. I know of many Liberal MPs that are deeply upset. Obviously, the former Finance Minister, Ms. Freeland, sent a very clear message about her feelings about the Prime Minister. And I think the public has also said what their feelings are about the Prime Minister. He needs to heed that message from so many different sources, including his own caucus and his own cabinet. And I think he has to do the right thing and resign.
Okay, but you said there's going to be confidence votes in February and in March. Does that mean if Justin Trudeau is still the Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party in February and March, does all options on the table mean the NDP will vote no, vote non-confidence in the government in those 2 months on that timeline?
If we're talking the end of February and the beginning of March, and Mr. Trudeau has not stepped down, hasn't heeded that call from his own caucus, from his own cabinet, from all the opposition parties, then yes. So of course that would mean if we're coming up to a straight up non-confidence motion the end of February, early March, that's one of the tools that we have. And so there's no doubt about that. I mean, Jagmeet Singh was very, very clear. My concern really, David, isn't just late February, early March. It's right now. People need the supports. We need a government that actually is functional and is putting those supports into place. And we need all hands on deck in terms of the Trump tariffs, which threaten hundreds of thousands of jobs. So this idea that the Liberals can play out a drama over the course of the next few months, simply not on. And the NDP, and I think Jagmeet Singh was very clear about that.
Okay, well, with respect, Mr. Julian, he kind of wasn't. He just kept saying all options are on the table, right? And, you know, there's lots of options on lots of tables. It doesn't mean they get exercised. And you say that voting no is one of the tools you have available to them. But am I understanding you correctly that if Justin Trudeau's Prime Minister in February or March, 100% the NDP votes non-confidence in the government when it comes to the floor of the House of Commons?
When it's a straight-up confidence motion, if at the end of February, early March, if we have the continued debacle that we're seeing here and the Prime Minister has not stepped down, though I doubt that. I mean, I think the odds are that he will heed the message tonight from his own caucus and his own cabinet. We simply cannot continue like this. So yes, the NDP, as the adults in the room, would step up on that. We believe that we need to be taking action now to help people and to stand up against the Trump administration.
Okay, very quickly, if I can, sir, the fall economic statement. Back to the main event of the day, he said ironically. What do you make of what was a worsening financial situation in 2023-24, $60 billion deficit, and the absence of any kind of a booking or recognition of the $250 checks that you've been trying to expand the eligibility for anywhere in the fiscal document table today?
We saw the fall economic statement as something that continues on both what Conservative governments and Liberal governments have done. The Parliamentary Budgetary Officer tells us about the $30 billion that goes offshore every year because of overseas tax havens. We've seen no action from either the Liberals nor did we see it from the Conservatives on that. That's a major issue in terms of finding the resources to make investments in people. the NDP would take a different approach. Don Davies has spoken to that as our finance critic, and Jagmeet Singh as our leader. We believe in having healthy finances. NDP governments have the best track record on that. But you do it by making sure that very profitable corporations and wealthy people pay their fair share of taxes.
Peter Julian, NDP House Leader, appreciate your time and thank you for the clarity on February and March. Just another thing to put on our calendars. Thank you for being here today, sir. Appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Okay, as we continue to peek through the wide open blinds of the Liberal caucus meeting, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is more or less fighting for his leadership on a day where his Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister resigned. We're going to discuss some of the implications of what we just heard there. So, Rosie, just very quickly, Peter Julian, after saying it was very clear that if Justin Trudeau is still Prime Minister February or March and there's a non-confidence vote, that's a straight-up non-confidence, as we see Mark Miller, one of the Prime Minister's dearest friends in Cabinet, listening to what's going on. The NDP have given their timeline for when they will vote non-confidence. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, I hope Mr. Singh agrees. I hope. I mean, I hope Peter Julian wasn't freelancing there, because Mr. Singh was not anywhere near that clear earlier when he spoke, saying only that all options were on the table. Well, according to Peter Julian, the option is you've got a couple months. And if you're not gone, we pull the plug. I mean, that would be a natural moment anyway. If this government survives, if this Prime Minister survives, there will be a budget that will be tabled. That had been, my thought on when the next possibility for an election might be regardless. So I'm not sure how far out on a limb he's going there, really. But, yeah.
I think our cameras may have been spotted, Rosie. I see activity. There's Dan Vandel, Mona Forte, Marco Mendicino, and security bringing... Oh, what a bunch of party poopers.
It took a while.
Well, there you go, folks.
Did we get the lip reader in there?
Well, we're just spending our money on a body language expert and all the things we were hoping to get. But alas, they wised up. I just got a text from a Liberal saying, I can't believe they've left the blinds open. I was like, well, I'm so glad they did, because we now have B-roll to do for these things. Lisa, the timeline the NDP just gave, February and March, the Conservatives will cynically attack the NDP for saying that, well, of course, you're going to do it in February or March because Jagmeet Singh will have his pension. That's been their attack on the guy they call the Maserati Marxist. So he's too rich to be sincere, but also needs a pension to make ends meet. What do you make of that timeline, though, February, March, heading to possibly a late spring election?
It's possible. I guess what they're saying is that they're not going to necessarily get sweet-talked by Dominic LeBlanc into the next budget, but Dominic LeBlanc is quite persuasive. So let's see whether or not he's able to work his magic on this party. But, this is the same party that said about 4 weeks ago that if Justin Trudeau dared to order the Canadian Union of Postal Workers back to work, that they would have something to do about it and they would take him down. And that clearly didn't work either. So I don't have a lot of faith in what their ultimatums are, because they are very fluid. They move.
Jordan, what do you make of this one, though? That whole Blinds episode is given this a season finale of Veep vibe.
Yes.
But, we do have some clarity there from Peter Julian on how all options on the table will be deployed.
Yeah, and I think I also heard him say that he thinks it's just very unlikely that scenario is even going to come to pass. They have no thought that Trudeau is going to be able to survive that long. So I think that was also an important factor in their consideration. And what they're saying is that this whole drama here has distracted the government from a focus on helping Canadians through a moment of just huge economic national crisis. And it's hard to find fault with that argument. On the day that the government's supposed to be resetting the agenda with a new economic statement, instead we're debating the very political life of the Prime Minister, all due to their own internal mismanagement of that. And so it's really tough to see this government continuing to limp on past the spring, one way or the other.
Vandana, Rosie has helpfully handed me a note saying that Chrystia Freeland is still in that caucus meeting. So whatever the Prime Minister had to say about the events she put in motion today, that he kind of put in motion with his conversation with her on Friday, she heard it all, and she's there to hear the conversation. Do you think, what do you think of Mr. Julian's analysis that he is highly skeptical that Justin Trudeau is still the Prime Minister when Parliament returns?
I mean, it's possible. And again, I go back to as much as some people may feel this way, I still have yet to find the caucus members who actually say it. There's still like a very small majority who actually say it to his face, like, please leave. There's also no levers to do so either, right? So I think it goes back down to, can they survive tonight and then break for the holidays? So I think it is very much possible. I mean, I would be surprised if he does resign tonight, if something happens like that. Yep. I just don't see in the caucus, and I think a lot of them they don't want to be that person. So I think you might see more people like leaving. More likely that's going to happen rather than take a stand and say that he needs to go. That's a decision that I think for the most part will be left up to him.
I will just say on the levers, I take what you're saying. There's no formal process.
No Reform Act.
Right? But these are the levers. Yeah. Chrystia Freeland's letter, that's the lever. Whatever they're saying to him, to his face, that's the lever. He has time and again been threatened in his leadership over the past 6 months and has managed to just kind of put on some blinders and ride it out until it settled back down. Yeah. Is that the play again this time, that they, the House rises tomorrow, they go on holidays, and then they sort of pretend everything's okay until he comes back? I don't know. But to me, that would be another mistake to ignore what is a serious problem right now.
Well, Vandana, on that point, my sense has been, going back to the Toronto St. Paul's, the demand for a caucus meeting, the post-LaSalle, they're out of the country, let's sign the letter. They move to solve the problem for them, the centre does, from an internal issues management, operations management thing. They don't actually solve the problem at its source, right? Which is assuage the concerns and the anxiety and the anger and the disillusionment that exists in their caucus. And, this is where it has kind of brought things.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, there's been asks for changes to be had. We haven't seen those changes. They're just hoping to just show that they can be credible and serve Canadians and do things like the GST vacation and show that, we can still deliver this. I think they were hoping for a good day with the Fez. I think they were hoping that maybe a great shuffle that will help change things up. Some of the names are being passed around are names that will be very different for this cabinet. So I think they were hoping for that, but we'll have to see. But to Rosemary's point, these are the levers, but at the end of the day, there's no procedural lever to force him out. At the end of the day, he has to decide to leave.
Rob?
Contested without, contested within, contested by the premiers, contested now south of the border by the U.S. president, and a wise owl just texted me to say that if we were to stick to the NDP's timeline of late February, March, before they vote no confidence, that would be 6 weeks after tariffs could be applied. So I don't think people are going to wait that long, and I don't think that the Prime Minister is probably going to wait.
But I also think the NDP don't want to face a pure poly of majority government, and I think that's what also takes this time.
No, look, absolutely. But Rob, just to come back to the tariff point, this is I get the demands coming from the other side of have an election, get a government with a mandate, bring some legitimacy to the Prime Minister's office and Parliament. That seems to be in dispute right now. But that, if you look at the time frame that's available to January 20th, you're not going to have an election, change government, bring them in, have a response, and avoid the tariffs by the deadline that Trump has. So, I mean, they've got to use the time they have to do something to satisfy the president-elect. Because if they don't, the economic consequences for the country are just absolutely catastrophic, beyond whatever internal political drama they're dealing with as a party.
Are the interests of the country being served by the Prime Minister remaining in office? I think if he looked hard in the mirror, the answer to that would be no. We have nobody who's really speaking authoritatively for Canada right now in a discussion that does lead to not a staggering, but a withering blow to our economy. I think we do need somebody who speaks for the country, and right now the Prime Minister seems to have abdicated that at a minimum to the premiers who speak for their regions and not for the country. And somehow, I don't know how, he might have to convince us that he has that authority, but as it stands now, contested inside of his caucus, contested in cabinet, contested by the premiers. Where does he prove that he has that authority?
Okay, so Lisa, just a thought exercise here. The Prime Minister announces he's leaving. The Prime Minister opens it up to a leadership race. That solves the Trudeau problem that is on display today. It does not solve the Trump problem that persists. So in that period between departure and succession, who steps up to deal with Donald Trump? Because January 20th is coming, whether we like it or not, and that is the deadline. So who steps in out of the options that are available inside the Liberal caucus?
I think they announced it today already. It's Dominic LeBlanc. He's going to be the placeholder, not necessarily as the interim prime minister, but certainly as the one that's going to lead that. I do think the more elegant way, though, is for an election. I think that one is a little bit easier because you can possibly see a scenario where Donald Trump looks north and says, well, they seem to be undergoing a change up there. Maybe we'll wait till the new person's in and see if we can deal with them a little bit better. That would be what I'd be pitching if I were sitting in the conservative seats.
Do you think Donald Trump has demonstrated that kind of flexibility and reasonableness on things that he wants and is willing to do a tariff on? You know,
at least it's an unknown, right?
Yeah.
You don't know what he's going to do in that case, but you do know that he's not going to be helpful to Trudeau.
And many of his own people have wanted him gone, and he could claim credit for this. And he would probably like a trophy like Trudeau.
That's an interesting point. Okay, got to take a quick break because we have the Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew, standing by. He, of course, is in. You're still in Mississauga, I believe, Premier, where you had your meeting with the other premiers today. What was your reaction when Doug Ford put Chrystia Freeland on speakerphone in your meeting, and she thanked you all for your work on a day when she is leaving as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister?
Well, it was nice to hear from Chrystia Freeland. Certainly we've had the ability to do some good things together for Manitobans and Canadians. And I'd been texting with her earlier in the day, and it was just nice to have that chance as a group to thank her for the job that she did. But I want to make clear that while there is this whole drama unfolding in Ottawa, the conversation in the room really did focus on Trump and how do we present this unified response as the premiers. The leadership, is for us to present this Team Canada approach, and we are united when it comes to the need for investments in the military, border security, to crack down on drug trafficking. And the reason why we as premiers were able to come together on those points is because what's the downside? These are things that benefit Canadians, they benefit Manitobans. And so certainly, even though you have an interesting day in Ottawa to perhaps put it charitably, we as premiers are still focused on job one, which is protecting jobs, protecting your jobs and our economy, and just making sure that we're ready for January 20th.
Well, look, interesting is one word for it. I'll give you that, Premier. But I'm wondering, as someone who has been asked to be part of Team Canada since that First Ministers meeting you had a couple of weeks ago, where you made the very salient point that you're not going to argue your way out of this with Donald Trump. I wonder where you think this leaves Team Canada if the chair of the Canada-U.S. Committee at the federal level, the person who led the NAFTA renegotiations last time, is gone, and the Prime Minister is even further diminished by this move.
Well, I think it shows that it is the premiers who are going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting this time. And I think that was already the plan. We communicated that to the Prime Minister and to the ministers who were on those previous calls. But we've also been reaching out to our counterparts in the United States of America. We're talking about people in Congress. We're talking about people at the state level. And it really is, I think, that kind of all hands on deck approach that we as the leaders of the provinces and territories can bring forward right now, adding those perspectives when it comes to boosting the military spending so that it reaches 2%, that NATO target. Again, adding resources on the border, helping to crack down on the scourge that's driving the addictions crisis, drug trafficking. When we put that all together, I do think that we're building a comprehensive approach. And, at this moment where the federal government is going through this turmoil, I think it is hopefully reassuring to Canadians that you do have a consensus among premiers, even on topics where on other days perhaps there's a little bit of disagreement, if you will. Today, 100% unity. Unity that we need to present a common Team Canada approach that, as we still look ahead to January 20th, the opening moves, if you will, in terms of our response with the U.S. should focus on the border, should focus on military spending, should focus on cracking down on illegal drugs in this country. I think that given the timing of where we're at, it's a good opening step in terms of Team Canada's relationship with an incoming Trump 2.0 administration.
Look, I appreciate the alignment that exists at the Premier's table on the need to work together on this and have some alignment on this. There is misalignment on retaliatory issues and tariffs and exports being cut off. And I do appreciate that you can reach across the border to your counterparts. The problem, Premier, is that you're premiers and you have no constitutional authority to do international trade or to do foreign affairs, and that falls on the federal government. And right now, they got problems. So who speaks to Trump? Right? I know you can reach across the border and speak to governors and state senators and these things, but it is Donald Trump and the people in his orbit that need to be convinced. And is that something the premiers can do? Because that's the job of the federal government.
Well, I think we have an important role as premiers to help in this period, definitely. Let's keep in mind, President-elect Trump is still the president-elect. He hasn't been sworn in yet. His trade representatives, his cabinet secretaries have not been sworn in yet. And I think one thing that we all know about negotiation is that the party that's in a rush to get to a conclusion through a negotiation tends to give away their leverage. And so we need to recognize that this is going to be a longer-term situation that we're dealing with as Canada. And as a result, I think putting everything into the light of day in terms of some of the talk that's kind of been out there about potential retaliatory steps or other things like that, I don't know that this is the appropriate time for that. Instead, what I do think is an appropriate first step for this interim period is for leaders at the subnational level, the premiers of the provinces and territories, to come out and say, you know what, what's the downside of military investment? It benefits our communities, it benefits the Canadian Armed Forces, it helps to send a message that we're a trusted ally to the incoming administration. What's the downside of cracking down on drugs to make communities safer? What's the downside of ensuring that there are resources at the border, not only for security, but also for humanitarian purposes? So I do think that there's an important role that the premiers are playing, and the fact that we have this table, the Council of the Federation, where you have Conservatives, New Democrats, Liberals, non-partisan premiers all working together, not just across party lines, but also across provincial and territorial lines. Hopefully that's a sign of hope for Canadians who are maybe following along with the day's news in Ottawa and wondering what's going on there.
Premier, just as a final question, look, we have seen the opposition Conservatives say it's time for an election. Scott Moe has said much the same thing. I think even Daniel Smith has echoed that position. Jagmeet Singh called for Justin Trudeau to step down today. Members of his caucus are going to make that call. What do you think is in the best interests of Canada right now, from this point to January 20th, when Donald Trump's inauguration is slated for, and that is the presumptive deadline for the imposition of the tariffs? What needs to happen at the federal level to put Canada in the best position between now and then?
What needs to happen at the federal level is we need to commit to the NATO 2% target immediately. We saw in the numbers that were released in the economic statement today that money is being spent, so let's spend it on the Canadian Armed Forces. And while we're at it, let's invest in law enforcement to crack down on drugs and send a clear message that we are hard on people who are trafficking, but we have compassion for people who are living with addictions. And then, of course, let's send that message on the border. If we do those three things, then a unified Team Canada, with the premiers playing the role that we're stepping up to do, I think we can have a good opening move in terms of positioning ourselves for the incoming Trump administration.
But do you think there should be a federal election or a change in the Prime Minister's office, sir?
I wouldn't want anyone to ever come to Manitoba and call for an election, so I think I'll leave my comments about the Council of Federation consensus we had today.
I can appreciate that answer, Premier Canoe. I get it. All right, that's Premier Wab Canoe of Manitoba. Always a pleasure, sir. Thank you for being here again today.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, Premier Wab Canoe declining to play the role of a political pundit, though giving his analysis as a First Minister of this country. Jordan, what are your thoughts on what Wab Canoe had to say today there about the role of
sensible?
Yeah, well, he's still fresh and doesn't have any sort of grudge scars, it seems, with this government like some other premiers. So
yes, well, and is popular, unlike some. So yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of what he's suggesting makes a great deal of sense. The premiers are in a difficult situation right now. They are aware of the potentially catastrophic implications of the tariffs and of the need for Canada to confront that quickly. But now we're at a moment where there's really not a cohesive federal leadership for that. That is in turmoil. And so they are needing to come up with their own plans, fill that vacuum. I think we saw Premier Ford do that quite effectively. He's had a pretty good week over the last week doing that. And I think we're going to see more of these types of proposals from the premiers in order to step up and occupy that space. Everybody needs to do what they have to in order to feel ready to try to confront those tariffs, I mean, I think they're going to be imposed at this point, and that's the reality that they're working with until there's some semblance of leadership that's back in place at the federal level.
You know, Rob, I'm in no way diminishing the role of a united front from the premiers and clear priorities and engagement across the border, but they can't cut deals, right? Like they just do not have the legal authority to commit to permanent border measures, to commit to trade changes. They just can't do it. It's not within the Constitution. It's not within their powers.
And what deal are they going to cut? Are they going to cut a deal to save the auto industry because it's heavily integrated, which is what Premier Ford would like to do? Are they going to cut a deal to preserve oil and gas exports, which is what Danielle Smith would like them to do? Are they going to cut a deal to preserve our market access in terms of agriculture, which is what Premier Moe would like to do? Look, if you read Robert Lighthizer book, Donald Trump's USTR, in the last negotiations that led to a renewed NAFTA, he said he got on quite well with Ms. Freeland. What he didn't like was Canada going to governors and going to senators. And you know why he didn't like that? Because it was effective. Because it put pressure on the administration. And so what are the premiers doing? They are opening up fault lines, wide fault lines that will allow the Trump administration to put pressure on the federal government. And that is a terrible thing if you're trying to represent Canada's interests at the national level.
Vanda, what did you make of what we heard from Wab Kinew and his assessment of the situation?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with what has been said here. I think while the premiers are trying to act in their own interests, I think, you know, Doug Ford is oddly carrying the Captain Canada hat right now. It's very strange, but, you know, the premier is going to fight for what their provinces want, right? There's not a unified Canada approach, and you're right, they can't cut deals. They can help keep pressure on the right stakeholders to ensure that they are also lobbying the Trump administration, saying this is going to hurt my state, and we're a red state too, so please don't do that to us. That's going to hurt our economy, and that's not going to be helpful to you. But what I think will happen is, what Lisa said earlier, is Minister LeBlanc, as IGA Minister and Finance Minister, will be the one to kind of lead with this group. I mean, he said himself that he gets along really well with Doug Ford. He's able to get along with pretty much anyone. So I think he will take it on from here, which is why I think it was important to appoint Minister LeBlanc to this. I think there's a lot of ministers that could have taken this role, but he's the one who's already the co-chair. He's already dealt with the team. He's already dealt with the borders. So I think he'll be the one to go to the premiers and try to find a cohesive approach.
Well, we think he's dealt with the borders. He's dealt with this $1.3 billion in the fall economic statement. We're not really sure.
Dominic LeBlanc's personableness is doing a lot of heavy lifting for this government.
Yes, Lisa, the man we jokingly refer to as the Minister of Janitorial Affairs, because of his ability, is that Atlantic Canadian charm, as I like to point out, as an Atlantic Canadian. Speaking to another Atlantic Canadian, he's got his job full, and it looks like he's going to be the finance minister for the foreseeable future, is the information I have, that they're going to find a new public safety minister. And I have no idea what that means for this Mark Carney stuff, but what are your thoughts on what we just heard?
It feels very much like we don't have a plan, and that worries me greatly, because the closer we get to January 20th, it's going to get louder. It's not going to get quieter in terms of what the United States is going to be threatening, and that'll cause people to be a little bit off their game. It's not like we're going to be able to have a rest and come back sometime, January 6 or 7 and look around and see what's happening. They're going to have to be really, really working hard over the next couple of weeks. I'd like to know if Chrystia Freeland's going to have a role to play in any of this at all. She does still have significant connectivity into the United States. I'm sure she would be of use. Whether or not she's going to be part of that use is remains to be seen. And I don't know what's going to happen with this caucus. The caucus has to come out and let us know whether or not they're united behind the Prime Minister or not.
Yeah, no, that is definitely something we're waiting on, and we were counting on some members of that caucus to come join us because they told us this would be over by 6. Well, guess what? It's 6:17 here in Ottawa, and it ain't over. So those images you're looking at, which is reminiscent to me of taking the Marine Atlantic Ferry from Port aux Basques to North Sydney, sort of jostling around, that is the door.
Only Lisa got that joke.
I know.
Just so
it's
you know.
the Cape Breton and the Newfoundland
The rest of us don't know anything.
Loving it.
It's a ferry boat on the North Atlantic in rough seas. That's what that looks like.
Yes,
that is the doors of the Sir Johnny McDonald building. That is where Justin Trudeau is meeting with his caucus. Chrystia Freeland is in attendance on a day where she quit cabinet. We are told she received a standing ovation when she walked into the room. The Prime Minister, we did have those peekaboo photos earlier of him standing at the front of the room speaking into a microphone until they put up blinds and cut off our view. Rosemary Barton, our chief political correspondent, is here. Rosie, I don't know if you've gotten any information on what is happening inside that room or any latest.
I have a little bit, actually. There are people at the microphone. One person told me it does sound as though the Prime Minister is going to take the holiday to consider his options. So anyone that thought that this was going to unfold quickly is wrong. There was also a suggestion by the Prime Minister that what unfolded with Chrystia Freeland and the way it is being portrayed is perhaps not fully accurate. Although he did not explain anything further, and certainly Chrystia Freeland's in that room, so she would have heard that as well.
Is she on the speaking list? Do you know?
I don't know if she's at the microphone.
Elections may vary.
So I think that's something probably to explore, whether there is a different version of events that the Prime Minister and his office will want to put forward. I would also suggest that we shouldn't expect to see Mark Carney in any future cabinet shuffle in any immediate future. I also don't think that is something that is going to happen anytime soon.
Because of what happened today, do you think, or do you think it was a possibility, but today
I couldn't say. I couldn't say.
Yeah, okay.
But I think when Dominic LeBlanc says he's going to be in that job for months, that is accurate. Until we head into an election, until the Prime Minister makes up some decisions of his own. But the sense seems to be that he is doing what he has done, and that is taking it in, taking the blows to the face, which he does on the regular these days in caucus, listening. And then we'll step away and think about the next part of whatever has to happen next. But I would say that there's some storylines that need fleshed out in terms of what the goal of this cabinet shuffle was, what they were trying to do, and how it unfolded the way it did. Because there's some missing pieces there, I think, that would enlighten us to better understand how we ended up in this hot mess.
Okay, I wrote down 3 bullet points just to recap them, make sure I didn't miss anything. The Prime Minister, the impression people have in the room is that he will take the holiday to consider his options. Did he explicitly say that, do you know, or is this impressions people have?
This is an impression I was given. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that he said that himself.
Okay, yeah. and he did tell the room, though, that the version of events that has emerged about what happened with Freeland is not fully accurate, so this is something we need work on, and no, Carney, not now, and not for a while.
He hinted that the version of events is slightly different than what we are seeing play out. He did not mention Mark Carney. This is another source of information that I would just say to people, I don't know that we should hold our breath for that piece.
Okay, all right. All right, well, we're gonna thank the panel for their work here today. Oh, what a day. Former Conservative Cabinet Minister Lisa Raitt, Jordan Likeness, former NDP strategist Rob Rousseau, my old boss here at the Parliamentary Bureau, and Von Denicotter, former advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and Rosemary Barton, our chief political correspondent. On a day when we're talking a lot about a former head of the Bank of Canada, we happen to have a former head of the Bank of Canada standing by. No, not that one. It's David Dodge. He is with us, booked well in advance to join us to speak about the fall economic statement. But you know, David Dodge, you've held a lot of senior jobs in government. Have you ever seen anything quite like today?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for joining. No, I'm just kidding. Well, what do you make of today? I mean, the implications of the finance minister quitting on the day of the fall economic statement. I mean, what does that do inside the Department of Finance? What does that do inside the Bank of Canada? And what does that do on Bay Street, sir?
Well, first, the Department of Finance. I think that there's a general feeling in this town that the skills and background and ability of the folks in the Department of Finance have been totally overlooked or run over by PMO, by what is often referred to as the kids in short pants that really don't know what's going on. And so we've had a real drift in economic policy with a Minister of Finance who has only been, I would say, half located in the Department of Finance and half elsewhere through the government, so that the great focus on economic development and financial stability that normally the Minister of Finance brings and the department brings has not been brought, certainly in the last couple of years in this government.
Do you think I want to get to the other institutions in just a second, but I'm wondering if you think that they did bring that focus in this particular fall economic statement. I know the deficit for the last fiscal year was higher because they had to settle some contingent liability issues related to lawsuits, which as you would understand is one-time expenses rather than structural, but still going on top of large deficits.
But they're real.
They're real. Oh no, I'm not minimizing
They're
them.
real.
But it's not like they launched yet another new national program to deliver benefits to people that was deficit finance, though they have those deficits there to deal with. But they did the big spending item. Beyond that, is this renewal of a tax incentive to let people do an accelerated write-off of business investments. That strikes me as something you would like, Mr. Dodge. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely. I liked it very much when Mr. Morneau brought it in. Very sad to see that it was going to die. And I think that extension is very valuable. What we really need in this country is more investment. And what better way to encourage that is to basically give firms that have retained earnings an incentive to reinvest those earnings rather than to distribute them to shareholders or bondholders.
Mm-hmm. So just back to the question I asked earlier. What is your thoughts on how the Bank of Canada is viewing this, and what is your thoughts on how the banks and the financial houses of the country are viewing this transition? They move fast. Dominic LeBlanc is in there. He's there for the long term. A signal of stability. Would that comfort those institutions, do you think, sir?
Well, it's a little bit of comfort in a very uncomfortable situation. We need leadership. We need leadership from the Government of Canada. We need leadership from the Minister of Finance. And turnover, especially unexpected turnover in this way, it is in itself discomforting. We also have a history to live down, and that is the history of spending, which has been focused on not on helping build a stronger economy, but rather focused on distributing what we are currently producing back to people in a way that means that we will have slower economic growth in the future. So there's a history here of the last 3 or 4 years, a history which has to be lived down, and that's going to be difficult.
Well, look, I will confess, David Dodge, I did not have the benefit of going into the briefing lockup today to read the fall economic statement for obvious reasons, for anyone who's been watching TV all day. But it seems that they have resisted that urge to do a further redistribution, at least in this document. And sort of the argument we're getting is that is something we're told that Chrystia Freeland fought for and pushed for to try to get it back on this more productivity-focused agenda.
Yes, and that's extraordinarily welcome. I think that is a sign that we're beginning to move in that right direction. But, you know, there are a lot of things that need to be done. There are services that have to be delivered. And I think it's very interesting that the premiers are all saying that the federal government ought to spend money on the border, spend money on national defense, which I certainly agree with. But that really is going to be paid for by lower distributions of monies back to the provinces. If the federal government does what it's supposed to do, look after the national interest, then it's the provinces that are going to have to look after some of those other interests that the feds have been subsidizing them for in the past. So this is a very interesting dynamic at the moment as to what's going on. I hope and think that the pressures are to move essentially in the right direction to make the investments which will make us more productive in the future. But we've got a long way to go after the last 3 or 4 years.
So let's just talk, if we can, sir, about the deficit for the last fiscal year. That was projected to be $40.9 billion, I believe, $41 billion in round numbers. Now it's $61.9, $62 billion. The financial guardrails that were laid out last year, this was one of them. And, you know, for the reason we explained earlier, the one-time settlement of that lawsuit, they blew through it. Where do you think the financial track of the country is right now? Because I know you've been highly critical of the deficit financing and investment on the redistribution rather than on growth and productivity, as you've outlined. But where do you think things are right now on the 16th of December 2024 in terms of the overall financial health?
Well, first, I think it is important to emphasize that relative to a number of other countries, in particular our friends south of the border, but equally the United Kingdom or Japan, that on an international scale, we are not the worst performer by any stretch of the imagination. But every time we use our borrowing capacity to do something other than augment our capacity to produce more and raise incomes in the future, raise wages in the future. And I was very interested to see that that's the way they've phrased it in the economic statement. I think that's extraordinarily useful. The extent we borrow to do things other than make those investments, then we're on the wrong track. And we've borrowed a lot of money, and we're accounting for that in that big readjustment of last year's fiscal year. But we borrowed a lot, which means that we have less room to borrow in the future, which means that we have to restrict ourselves to using that capacity to make those investments which raise our capacity to produce. And so I was encouraged at the direction in which this statement was moving. And undoubtedly that was, in large part, the finance minister's doing, not PMO's.
A final point for you, David Dodge. Actually, the caucus may be breaking up, and we may have to dip away as MPs may be stopping to talk. So, David Dodge, rather than get you started and cut you off, I'm going to say goodbye. That's former Bank of Canada Governor David Dodge. Liberal MPs are coming out of the caucus.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Where the Prime Minister has just addressed MPs, let's listen in.
Mr. Miller, is the Prime Minister staying? Oh my gosh.
Oh, so sorry.
Are you guys good?
Okay, they are not a very chatty bunch, having just heard from the Prime Minister on the day when the Deputy Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have resigned from Cabinet, sparking a political crisis and questions about Justin Trudeau's leadership going forward. Let's listen to François-Philippe Champagne.
You know, one thing that's not going to change, we know that President Trump is coming in office on the 20th of January. It is incumbent upon us. We owe it to Canadians. We owe it to our families and to our friends and everyone in Canada to be the best prepared to make sure that we have everything lined up to make sure that we can stand up for Canada.
Monsieur Champagne, en français, s'il vous plaît. Pouvez-vous dire ce qui arrive avec M. Trudeau? Est-ce que M. Trudeau a fait une apparition au caucus? Comment ça s'est passé? Est-ce qu'il peut rester?
Comme à toutes les fois, on a une discussion sérieuse, comme on doit l'avoir. Mais là, je vous dirais, dans une situation comme celle-là, ce qui compte, ce qui ne changera pas, c'est que le 20
Est-ce qu'il demeure, M. Champagne? Est-ce qu'il demeure?
Le président américain qui viendra en poste. Alors, pour nous, ce qu'on doit faire maintenant, c'est de se préparer de la meilleure façon pour défendre l'intérêt des Canadiens, l'intérêt des travailleurs et l'intérêt du pays. Alors, c'est ça qu'on va focaliser dans les...
Est-ce qu'il va rester, M. Champagne?
Okay, that was Industry Minister François-Philippe Champagne, who was the #2 finance minister according to the cabinet orders when the day began. Dominic LeBlanc is now in that job. There's Stephen McKinnon, the Labour Minister. Let's see what he has to say.
Pas de rencontre de caucus. Je pense qu'on se doit de prendre du recul.
I won't talk about
Évidemment, on a eu une
said.
journée, une belle discussion franche.
We had a good conversation, but I'm not going to talk about what we discussed.
So it's TBD? Do you think he should stay?
Look, the caucus meeting, we don't talk about caucus.
No, but I'm asking your opinion. Is he staying on as Prime Minister?
Trudeau stay?
What is the status of your government?
Okay, Stephen McKinnon saying, oh, there's David McGuinty again. Let's see what he has to say.
Ça s'est très bien passé.
Now that you've heard, is he going to stay? Should he stay?
You have to ask him. I think he did very well. It was a very good meeting.
Is the Prime Minister staying on? What's your understanding in this? Is the Prime Minister staying on?
Okay. Is the Prime Minister staying?
Were you satisfied by that meeting? Were you satisfied by that meeting?
Est-ce que le Premier ministre peut rester? Madame, elle a confiance en Justin Trudeau comme Premier ministre.
Madame.
Do you have confidence in the Prime Minister? Is the Prime Minister staying on? What do you think?
He's going to serve.
Yeah.
Monsieur Boissonneau, qu'en est-il de Justin Trudeau?
Est-ce que M. Trudeau doit rester?
Yeah, thank you.
So, Chief Political Correspondent Rosemary Barton is here with me as we watch this frantic scene. Rosie, how would you describe this? But sure. This is life for the Liberal caucus until there's a resolution, right? This is what it's going to be. There's going to be cameras and microphones in your face demanding answers to uncomfortable questions.
Except you're going home tomorrow to your ridings and you're going to have to hear from your constituents about where things are at. Just to be clear, I have no information that the Prime Minister left his job inside that meeting. I guess we want to hear from people about where they are, what they're thinking. Who's that now?
Is that Ruby Sohoda, the whip?
Yeah.
Let's listen to Ruby Sohoda.
We didn't take a poll, but
should you maybe take a poll?
We're having those discussions. That's it's up to our caucus.
Do you still trust him? Do you think he should stay as Prime Minister?
I absolutely trust him.
And what do you think should happen now? Then can you explain? You said there's still discussions happening. Does that mean this is still an open conversation?
Open in our caucus, yes.
Was the Prime Minister asked to leave?
No.
Nobody said it's time for him to go? Really?
All I'm going to say is he has my full support. I'm not going to talk about what happened in caucus, and that's it.
Do you think he's weakened, though, after what happened today?
That's all I'm going to say.
But there is an open conversation about his future. It just isn't finalized yet. Is that correct?
Canadians are trying to understand. And what has the Prime Minister indicated about his future?
So I would say that is correct, that we understand that there will be a time of reflection now after what he has heard from in caucus. I would just point out to Canadians watching, though, that we are now at 6:35 Eastern, and we have not heard one word from the Prime Minister
or
of
even
Canada.
A statement.
Yeah,
nothing.
To Canadians about what is going on, about how he is feeling, about whether they should have confidence in his government, in his new finance minister. We have not heard anything from the Prime Minister.
Is he going to stay on?
Did he say the Prime Minister? What do you understand about
That was Marco Mendicino walking out there. I mean, this is the co-chair of the Liberal election campaign, Soraya Fernandez-Martinez and Francisco Sabera. They're all streaming by, right? They do not want to stop. They do not want to talk. Presumably, it would have been given some direction there as to what they can and cannot say as Randeep Sarai, one of the British Columbia MPs, walks past the cameras. They have been given an explanation that has not yet been shared publicly. They have been given a version of events that has not yet been shared publicly. We saw Chrystia Freeland go into that room. We have not seen her come out. And boy, that is a scrum. We would very much like to have a camera in That's James Maloney, who is, I believe, the chair of the Ontario caucus. Toronto MP. Let's listen to him.
Freeland made a decision, and I respect her. And let me just say very clearly, I have the utmost respect for Chrystia Freeland. She's been my friend, is my friend, and I think she did a great job as finance minister.
Did she speak there tonight?
I'm not talking about.
What do you make of her? What do you make of her showing up to caucus?
Good for her.
Was
I
it?
think that's fantastic that she showed up.
Was
She's
it?
a member of caucus. She's proud to be a member of caucus, and that's why she was there.
Sorry, what was the purpose of the meetings today then?
Well, we're going to be leaving for 6 weeks. We adjourn tomorrow. We're not having a caucus meeting on Wednesday.
Can you clarify
I do lots of things that aren't on my agenda.
Clarify though, was it a misplay of the Prime Minister to tell his finance minister 3 days before she's to table his
I don't know what he told the finance
She said what he said in the letter
Well,
she
then-
right?
then
She
talk to
told
her.
you all why. She said he told her Friday
Well, then
he
you
wanted
should-
her
then
out
you
of the
should be
job.
talking to her, not me.
But why
I
would
can- I can only
was
tell
that
you
good
what I
enough
think.
for you though? Is that explanation?
Does that show good judgment from the Prime Minister?
Does what show good judgment?
The fact that he decided to tell his finance minister he was going to fire her before expecting her to deliver the fall update.
We all serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister. That's nothing.
But is there a point?
Is he speaking there, Mr. Freeland?
As I said, I'm not telling you what happened in the
What did the Prime Minister say about his
There's too
future?
many crises that the Prime Minister needs to go.
Prime Minister said in his future that he's going to meet with some people tonight, and he's looking forward to the Christmas party tomorrow night.
Do you understand he's staying on as leader? What's your understanding?
The Christmas party? You're kidding.
So if it's not, it wasn't clear until now, it is, well, it's still unclear. Let's face it. We know that the Prime Minister spoke to caucus. People are refusing to take definitive decisions or take sides on anything as they come out, except to say it was a productive meeting. Ruby Sahota did say that she still supports the Prime Minister. But we do not yet know what happens next. We know from Rosie Barton's earlier reporting that there was some pushback against the version of events that emerged over what happened in terms of that conversation between the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, now former Deputy Prime Minister, on Friday morning. She was in that room as he said this to his caucus. That was Gudrid Hutchings, the Minister from the west coast of the island of Newfoundland, walking by without saying anything. The Prime Minister is going to, the impression people are left with is that he will take the holiday break, the parliamentary break, and sort of reflect on where things are. He has to move forward now, facing the threat of economy-crushing tariffs from President-elect Donald Trump. He has to do it with a brand new finance minister in a rapidly deployed shuffle that was not of his intention or planning, caused by her resignation this morning on the day she was supposed to deliver the fall economic statement. And now it is Dominic LeBlanc's job to manage that going forward. We're going to keep an eye on this. There's back doors everywhere in Ottawa where people can escape cameras, and I'm assuming that's probably what the Prime Minister has done here. And I suspect that is also likely what the former Deputy Prime Minister has done. There's the Health Minister, Mark Holland. Normally a chatty guy. Let's see how he is today.
Are you staying in cabinet?
I'm of course in cabinet. No, of course I'm in cabinet. I'm just not at this time. Look, there's a lot to take in today, and so at this moment I'm not prepared to say anything.
But you're waiting.
No, I'm here for the long run.
What about the Prime Minister? Should he be here for the long run?
Okay, Mark Holland is here for the long run as he makes the long run away from the media. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll have that down in the corner. While we are waiting for this, I'm going to start some conversations that I'm going to apologize in advance, and I'm probably going to interrupt them because we did get the fall economic statement today. And while me and Rosie have been here, well, all day, for those of you watching us all day, my colleague Peter Armstrong, he has been in the lockup all day, not the prison lockup, but the fall economic statement lockup, going over the numbers. And Peter, you've had a little over 2 hours to read through this. Normally, we get about 6 hours to look at the fall economic statement. Take us through the highlights of what Chrystia Freeland's final act as a minister involved.
Well, it's an interesting document, right? That for all of the political overshadowing of the economics of it, the economics are interesting. The $61.9 billion deficit for last year. The way we ended up with that, I think, is really interesting. And on a normal day, we'd have spent a lot of time talking about it. Mm-hmm. The spending we have going forward, I think there's $23 billion in spending over the next 5 years. $17.5 billion of that is for tax incentives that will hopefully get Canadian businesses spending. You look at what's happening in the United States with the CHIPS Act, with the Inflation Reduction Act. These spent trillions of dollars poured into the U.S. economy, and it's worked. We've seen a lot of growth in the U.S. that we haven't seen here. There's questions as to whether that growth might be flagging now, but that's a story for another day. What we're seeing here is new sums of money that will hopefully encourage Canadian businesses to spend. You know, we talked about sort of these three main pillars. There's the GST rebates, the tax holiday people are going to get between now and the middle of February. There are these tax incentives. And then, you know, it's hard not to just sort of stroll past this $62 billion deficit from last year. Yeah, David Dodge talking about borrowing capacity. Yes, it's a one-time cost. And yes, it's mostly an accounting thing that they've had to account for these things on last year's books rather than spread them out over the next year's books. But that will affect borrowing capacity. There are important things in this, but they have been, rightly, I think, completely overshadowed by the political drama.
Yeah, well, that is definitely, it has definitely been overshadowed by
I don't need to tell you that.
No, we've been talking about it just a little bit. So interesting, the return to productivity boosting sort of investments, right? Which is with the changes in the immigration policy and the slowdown of population growth, you're going to need that sort of thing to offset the drop that comes there. But what's also interesting here, Peter, is what this document doesn't say, and that I think is about the 250 checks.
It doesn't say that, and it was interesting because, you know, we all went in with a certain amount of expectations as to how the day was going to unroll. And none of those expectations were met. The deficit was higher, the checks weren't there, and Chrystia Freeland didn't deliver it. Are we?
So one of the MPs has stopped. Just have a listen in.
In caucus, but I can say we're not united. There's still a number of our members who feel we need a change in leadership. I'm one of those. We fear what a Make Canada Great Again agenda from Mr. Poilievre means to our constituents. And I think the only path forward for us is to choose a new leader and to present a new plan to Canadians with a different vision.
How many? You say some of your MPs, how many?
What makes a difference in last...
Okay, Peter, that was Chad Collins, the Liberal MP for Hamilton East Stony Creek. We wouldn't interrupt you if it wasn't for a Liberal MP saying the Prime Minister had to resign. But go ahead and finish your
He's got an interesting point to be made. But
yeah.
I mean, the issue we were talking about wasn't just the $250 checks that aren't there, but we had a lot of talks in the budget lockup today. We had a little bit of time about what this government would do and talk about in terms of how to address the looming threat of tariffs from the United States. Donald Trump has talked about a 25% tariff on all Canadian goods going into the United States that would decimate the Canadian economy. It would more than decimate. It would be a disaster for the Canadian economy. The forecast, the entire budget is built on a set of economic projections that are kind of mostly from the private sector, and it's a consensus from the private sector. And then the government has its, better than imagined scenario and its worse than imagined scenario. And in going through the negative scenario where things don't quite break the way they thought and things are worse, you could make a case that the worst case scenario is something really worth exploring here, with the tariffs coming in, with the threat from Trump, with an actual all-out trade war on several fronts, right? We're fighting with Mexico. The Americans are fighting with China. We're fighting with China. We have a 100% tariff on Chinese goods. What does that actually look like, and what would that mean for these books? David Dodge was talking about that borrowing capacity. If borrowing capacity is harmed by a $62 billion deficit, it is also going to be harmed by a massive global trade war. And what does that mean? And I think it's fair to say that the negative scenario that is used in these books to try to game out what government revenues are going to look like does not fully explore what that would look like. I think one of the scenarios has a 10% tariff scenario. What would that look like? They didn't update any of those after Trump's 25% tariff. And I can't blame them. I can't imagine how you would even do that math, let alone try to pop it into a budget to try to make sense of it.
Well, I think they tried, and every map of the country burst into flames, because that's essentially what it means. It's an economic catastrophe, and they can't even manage to do it, imagine to do it. All right, Peter, thank you so much. Sorry I missed our annual time in the lockup together. That's the CBC senior business correspondent, Peter Armstrong. We're going to talk more about the fall economic statement, though. I'm joined now by three economists to discuss these numbers and what's there. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm losing my voice after this day. Jimmy Jean is Vice President, Chief Economist, and Strategist at Desjardins Group. And here with me in the studio, Armin Yalnizyan, the Atkinson Fellow on the Future of Work, and Mustafa Askari, the Chief Economist at the University of Ottawa Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. Okay, I think I've recovered my voice. Mustafa, let's start with you. I mean, the Liberals broke their deficit guardrail last year because of this one-time expense they had to account for. But, you know, a return to the more business-focused spending than we've seen in the past. What's your overall takeaway from what we saw today?
I think that was it. I think they wanted to show that there is going to be a pivot from consumption to investment. Whether this is enough or not, that's remains to be seen. Probably not enough. But I think their intention was that, and I think Peter actually summarized everything very well. There wasn't really anything else other than that in the document. That was the main thing. Now, the $40 billion for 23-24 and the jump in that, most of that is the accounting, really. It's something that they have to book. There is really no real spending right now. They may have to pay this later on. But there is no real spending. Yes, the debt will show higher, but it's not really borrowing. It's not necessary for money until they have to pay it.
It's not structural. I mean, essentially, they had this liability on their books that they were going to have to pay at some point, and it just got paid in that year, right?
And one of the things you see is that doesn't really show up in the following years because it is a one-time and it is an accounting. So it's not a spending in a normal sense. So in that sense, it doesn't really have much impact on anything, except for over time, once they borrow that money, they have to pay interest on it. That's it.
Right. So, Armin, what's your thoughts? I mean, Chrystia Freeland has been a champion of supply-side economics, certainly in the past, something she talked about. But with the challenges from the U.S., she talked about the need to keep the powder dry and focus on growth and investment. Certainly in her resignation letter, that's what she said. What do you make of what her final act as minister was in this document today?
It's unclear who wrote the document. It's unclear if it's her document.
People around her are taking some credit for this one, saying that the measures in there are what she wanted, not necessarily what the Prime Minister wanted.
It's really unclear what it was that caused her to run, not walk from the file. However, to the point that this has been a business budget, mimicking very weakly some of the stuff that happened in the United States. It was fascinating to me that the Canadian dollar did not budge today. It was like a nothing burger for the market in terms of what's the response to the chaos politically and the Christmas present to business.
Right.
And it's also a Christmas present to whoever becomes the next government because of the fact that they booked this $20 billion extra accounting problem in the past. It's gone for the future, and the trajectory going forward based on the current forecasts is that the debt to GDP will fall, the deficit to GDP will fall, those two fiscal anchors will fall, and so will that magic number of the deficit that everybody is so focused on, which is irrelevant because it's how do you pay for the deficit, how is the economy growing? And I guess the last point I will make about this is that we are looking at a remarkable opportunity for any party to say, we are helping business. What are we doing for the affordability crisis? The feds have done quite a lot on housing.
Right.
They've done a lot on a number of things, but it sounds like, Minister Freeland used that keep our fiscal powder dry line in November of 2022 when inflation had already hit a 40-year high. And at what point do you actually use some of that fiscal powder to help not just business, but people that are really hurting?
Jimmy, what are your thoughts on what we saw here today? I mean, it's been a lot of population growth that has kind of kept the GDP above the recession line, though those immigration policies are being tightened up and reducing the number of non-permanent residents coming into Canada. Is there enough here to kind of keep things in the black? What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it's going to be complicated because, yet again, what we see is that the government benefits from an upwardly revised GDP level. So, yes, we talked about that breach in one fiscal anchor, but the remaining of the fiscal anchors is still, they still hold largely because of that higher denominator in terms of the GDP. But, it's a story we've seen before. When you had, for example, high inflation boosting nominal GDP, or you had similar revisions in the past. So it seems like any time you have some of those windfalls, the government is very quick to redistribute, to respend it. So we don't see any sort of benefit in terms of the trajectory for deficit to GDP or debt to GDP. In this case, I must say that indeed the investments that they're making in terms of prolonging the depreciation acceleration. I mean, those are good investments. We've been asking for that for a long time. The problem is that they come late. Those are investments that should have been made in 2 or 3 years ago, because now you're bumping against the threat of tariffs, which will lead businesses to hold back on investment, whereas you would have had much more runway if you had done those measures 2 or 3 years back, when really we were, at that time struggling with our investment and our productivity.
So Jimmy, I'm wondering what you make of what happens now? Sort of the question we've been asking all day. Like Dominic LeBlanc is making the move from public safety into finance. This path that has been charted, I don't know how much longer this one lasts, because the person who allegedly charted it is gone because of disagreements with the Prime Minister talking about costly political gimmicks, which I take to mean the $250 affordability checks, not necessarily the business investments that were here. But where do you think the fiscal path of the country is right now, and the economic path of the country is right now, as Parliament gets ready to rise for the Christmas holidays?
Well, it's the worst possible time to find yourself in the middle of a political crisis, because we have a new administration that will get sworn in the U.S. On January 20th. Donald Trump has posed some conditions under which tariffs, the 25% tariff that would be sort of waived.
Okay, I just want to give you.
Surely it has been addressed in this fiscal update, but still, this is something that if we don't have somebody who looks strong, and certainly I would say the Prime Minister is looking strong right now in the face of the U.S. administration, it has you wondering what's going to happen with those very delicate and so important negotiations.
Right. Okay, sorry for speaking over you there. You lagged for a second, and I thought you were done. I just want to let the audience know what's going on. Caucus is over. They have left. We are told the Prime Minister went out the back way, and presumably Chrystia Freeland did as well, because we did not see either of them come out. They did not stop and speak to anyone on the cameras. We have asked some Liberal MPs to come here. And we're going to extend the show past 7 o'clock Eastern when we normally end, because we're counting on a couple of them to show up. So if you're watching and you accepted our invite earlier, it still stands. So please come here. We want to have you on. Ms. Safaskaria, I wonder, in her letter, Chrystia Freeland talks about costly political gimmicks and talks about that need to keep powder dry, which is something she said for a couple of years now, but seemed determined to do this time in the face of pressure from the Prime Minister's office based on the narrative we've seen. It doesn't look like there are costly political gimmicks in this document. Would you agree? Do you think it's the 250 checks? What's your assessment of it?
I don't think there's anything in this document. I don't think she resigned over what is in the document. I think there are other issues there, obviously. But the $250, I don't know if they don't mention it, so I think that's gone.
If it's not in the fiscal framework going forward, that sounds like the Finance Department had abandoned that idea. Do you agree? Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just say something about this idea of a low scenario and the 25% that Peter brought up. I think finance, I'm sure they have done all the calculations internally. They know exactly what is going to happen. But for them to show that publicly is not actually appropriate for them. They don't want to show their card. They don't want to show exactly how they are going to react to this. So I didn't really expect them to show a low scenario based on that. I think it's the right thing to do at this stage until we know more about this.
But, we did see some analysis, Mustafa, done by people like Trevor Toome at the University of Calgary. That's right. Yeah. At 10% tariff is a half a percentage point to 5 full percentage points off the GDP. That's a blisteringly bad recession. 25% is a nightmare.
No,
right?
no, absolutely. Yeah. And I think private sector economists have every right to show that and those kind of analysis, and they're probably right. It's going to be significant. There is going to be significant impact on the Canadian economy and inflation and how we retaliate. All those things are there, but none of that is certain right now.
Right.
It's just somebody has said something.
So, Armin, I wonder, on a day of changes, what do you think this signals about where this government may go. I mean, look, we don't know if the Prime Minister is going to be the Prime Minister. We know the Finance Minister is no longer the Finance Minister. What is your sense of, like, directionally what could emerge from this? Because you spent all day looking at this document. I don't know the shelf life of this one compared to past ones, because they've never really lasted very long. They change the minute the next budget comes along.
Well, this one has such a short lead time between now and the next budget anyway.
Yeah.
And to Mustafa's point, it's impossible to predict what is going to happen after January the 20th. You could not forecast this in a public document. And so, in an era of uncertitude now, both politically and economically, I don't know what's going to happen next. I don't think any of us here could say. I think it depends on whether the Liberals can marshal some kind of an answer to not only the fiscal guardrails of the public purse, but what is happening. The fiscal guardrails of many households are being blown past as well. People are losing money month after month after month, and not just the poorest. And so consequently, I think you're going to need to speak to that reality too, not just, how prudent the public purse is.
But Jimmy, and we'll end it on this, they do have this enormous challenge coming from the president-elect, and he's not even in office yet. I mean, there's the economic costs, the revenue costs, and whatever they may have to spend in response to it. So how do you even approach that kind of planning situation? You need contingencies, but we've never really kind of seen a contingency requirement like this one.
No, certainly. We've done the calculations. It's on our website as of last Thursday. But indeed, 25% tariff, and especially if that tariff were to be applied against Canada and Mexico and not be made universal against everybody, that would have devastating consequences for the Canadian economy. We would expect a recession in this situation, but also the Bank of Canada would cut interest rates, and we'd have a cheaper currency. So there would be some offsets, but certainly not full offsets. Look, I think for the government at this point, it's the time to be focused, to employ all the negotiating tactics. And we know that on this front, there's far from a united front on the part of provincial premiers and the government. They use the approach at the federal government level. So we're far from having something that instills confidence in our ability to really negotiate smartly, tactfully with the new incoming U.S. administration. But I guess we're going to have some more details, some more information in the next few weeks. The concern I have is that we're effectively right now in a position of weakness against the incoming U.S. administration. That will be just very happy to apply tariffs and hurt the Canadian economy without a way to really prevent that would be effective if we weren't in that political situation.
Okay, Armin, one quick point you want to make?
To Jimmy's point, actually, Mr. Trump hates multilateral deals. He likes bilateral deals because he corners one person at a time. And so I think there's going to be a huge pressure to break up the free trade agreement that is continental.
Jimmy Jean, Chief Economist, Vice President, Chief Economist and Strategist at Desjardins, Armin Yalnizyan, the Atkinson Fellow on the Future of Workers, and Mustafa Askari, the Chief Economist at the University of Ottawa Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. Thank you. We've talked a lot on budget days and fall economic statement days. Never one like this, though. We'll see what happens with the budget if we get there. I want to thank you all very much for being here. We're going to show you some video we just got of Justin Trudeau leaving that caucus meeting moments ago. Have a look at this.
Prime Minister, are you going to remain in office, sir?
Good to see you guys.
No, what gives you the right to continue? What gives you the right to stay in office?
Thank you.
You failed Canada. You've ruined our country. You're done. Walk away. You don't have an ounce of your father's integrity. At least he walked in the snow. You've ruined this country. Everyone around you is running from you. You're abandoning Chrystia Freeland, Sean Fraser. They've all left you. It's time for you to go. It's time for Canada to have an election. You're not the king.
Okay, that's the Prime Minister getting into his motorcade. I do not know who was shouting those questions, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say it wasn't a member of the Parliamentary Press Gallery. Normally when you hear a voice like that, Rosemary, our chief political correspondent, is here. It's our Chris Rands, but he would never do that. You know, that was something. There is a permanent entrenchment of protesters in the area, in and around Parliament Hill, and they've been here essentially since the pandemic. And that is what happens to journalists and politicians when they go out in public. And are recognized and spotted, and certainly the Prime Minister draws a lot of attention when he travels, as you saw with the security there. So Rosie, I don't know if Justin Trudeau is on his way to the Laurier Club event tonight, where he's expected to speak to some of the key fundraisers for the Liberal Party, but what did you make of what we heard coming out of the caucus meeting? Like, I'm still not sure where this is. Everything is kind of in stasis and waiting to see what the Prime Minister is going to do now.
Yeah, I was messaging with one of our producers and saying that my view on things has shifted through the day in a pretty dramatic way, from not seeing how he would be able to continue to now wondering whether we are in the same position we have been in before with this Prime Minister, where something happens, his leadership is contested, and instead of indeed going back to reflect on how he moves forward, they just skate on. And I don't know that that's going to happen, but certainly the sense you got from caucus members was, we're not talking about this publicly. We're not saying anything that he said in that room, except for the people who have already called for him to resign, of which there are a handful publicly, although you've been hearing much bigger numbers. And we know that he said, I'm listening to you, I will take this back, and I will think about it. So is there a scenario where the Prime Minister goes to his fundraising event tonight, gives his speech, indeed even maybe goes to his Christmas party tomorrow, and then goes away on his holiday, where I think he's actually going to British Columbia with his kids, spends some time with them, comes back and says, you're right, time's up, I've got to go? Or does he hang on because he is able to somehow make the case that facing Donald Trump and those very real threats of 25%, it is the wrong thing for a leadership contest to be upon the country. It is the wrong thing for an election. You can, however, make the opposite argument, that someone that is this weakened and that no longer seems to have the confidence of many people inside his caucus, that he is exactly the wrong person to take on Donald Trump at a critical moment for the country. So that's where we are at the end of the day here. I don't know what's in his head. I don't know how he's thinking. And we haven't heard one word from him today.
No.
So very hard, and I must say, like, his office too, very, very quiet today in text messages and emails. Not a lot of chatter in terms of next steps. So it's hard for me to know where this goes from here, but it has been a very dramatic, I would say the most dramatic day of his time as Prime Minister. And I don't think that we're going to go off air and know how this ends.
No, I think you're probably right, but and we're wiring some people up if you see movement in the background, because it's just the next shift has arrived. But you know, Rosie, he has said before to the caucus, I will take back and reflect what I heard, and that was at the meeting when he was presented with the ultimatum from the dissidents. And it lasted 24 hours.
Well, yeah, he came back the next day and said, no, I'm in it. And they were very insulted by that fact that he didn't think about it more. This is a much more serious thing.
Yes.
This is, at very least, a completely mishandled cabinet shuffle gone wrong that has cost you one of your most loyal soldiers, and at most, the beginning of the end of your time as Prime Minister. I mean, we cannot overstate how critical Chrystia Freeland was to this government and to this Prime Minister. And however this unfolded, to end the past 4 days where you thought you were starting a cabinet shuffle, and let's be clear, we knew other names of people who were heading to other portfolios, right? And to now be in this point where there is no cabinet shuffle now expected, I don't think. You have a new finance minister, and your credibility has been undermined because of the way you've handled this. I think that this is a very, very challenging time.
Yeah. Control room, is the panel ready to go? Yes? Okay, all right. We've got another power panel because it's that kind of day. We're going to bring them in. James Moore is back. He is a former Conservative cabinet minister. Matthew Dubé is a former NDP MP. And here with me in the studio, Karleen Verheyen, a former chief of staff to Liberal cabinet ministers. They're all here with me now, along with the CBC's chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton. James, I'd like to start with you. You know, the argument for a lack of change is that it's not the time to be in a leadership contest if you're the governing party. The alternative appears to be a leadership crisis. Where do you think we are after the Prime Minister addressed his caucus with Chrystia Freeland sitting in the audience?
He's in both. He's in a leadership crisis and he's in a leadership process, whether he likes it or not. Christy Clark is out there, beating on doors and meeting with people and doing their thing. Chrystia Freeland has said that she's going to run again in the next election campaign. Clearly, she's a leadership contender. Anita Anand is out there doing her thing. Melanie Joly is as well. And I don't know if Mark Carney's still going to go into cabinet or not, or if he wants to barge pole himself away from this flaming mess. But he's out there as well, let alone whoever else may be out there. So there is a leadership race that's happening because Justin Trudeau's time as Prime Minister is coming to an end. And there's also a leadership crisis at the same time. So he's got both, and we have both, and Canada will be the weaker for it.
Yeah, Rosie had reported earlier that we're very unlikely to see Mark Carney going into cabinet now. If that was the guiding principle behind all of this, it's certainly not going to be the outcome that will come out of this. So, Karleen, I'm wondering, you know, you've worked as a cabinet, as a chief of staff to cabinet ministers in the Trudeau years. Where do you think the Trudeau government is right now?
Well, it is hard to know from the outside because you can imagine there's probably so many pieces of information with this saga that we don't know, which we might find reassuring or we might find even more troubling. I'm inclined to think it's perhaps at this stage the latter rather than the former. But there are two things that really stand out to me. The first is that it's extraordinary to me that we have not seen the Prime Minister do a media availability or a press conference of any kind today. Not only is it unusual, and you could argue the circumstances demand it, but it's uncharacteristic of him, I think. He has never shied away from speaking to Canadians in short order when he's confronted crises before. The other thing that I think bears mentioning is that this is a tactical error of the highest order in terms of how this has all really played out. It's hard to imagine that anybody at the PMO or the Prime Minister himself approached the conversation with Minister Freeland on Friday thinking that one of the acceptable outcomes of the conversation was that Minister Freeland would no longer be in his cabinet. Yeah. Assuming that's the case, they now find themselves in a situation that they did not anticipate and that they have not planned for, which means we're in a situation where we're making it up as we go along. I think you're seeing that in how we've been lurching from one moment to the next, one development to the next over the course of today, and who knows what the next 24 hours will bring. Right. Okay. So some of the MPs we're told will come speak to us after caucus. Well, guess what? They bailed out. A lot of them have. We're still hopeful of having one or two of them get here, but we'll wait to see what happened there. But speaking of developments, Matthew Dubé, I don't know if newspaper endorsements matter anymore, but the Toronto Star editorial board has just published an editorial calling for Justin Trudeau to resign. Interesting that the Toronto Star would take that position. But Matthew, I wonder what your thoughts are on where the Prime Minister and his government and his tenure is tonight after all of this.
Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, it was funny, I was seeing the footage a moment ago, again, that's been playing over and over of this caucus room where you could see right in, right? Like, how often does that happen? We've all been in that situation, and it's astonishing to me. And it tells you, though, how even that meeting, how last minute that was. And I recognize that they were blindsided by this, but to me, you would think that that would be the immediate thing to do. Is you can't necessarily have a caucus meeting 10 minutes after Minister Freeland and tells you she's resigning, but you would think that there'd be something more ready to go. And I appreciate that it was a horrible day for this to happen and all the planning that had to go on. But I think, to the point that was made a moment ago, just the lack of anticipation of the outcomes and just assuming that you're controlling everything when clearly you're not, I just really think is indicative of what an echo chamber it's become. And the level of hubris is also pretty astonishing. And this is surprising. I mean, with the utmost respect to the MPs who've come out previously and said that he has to go. Many of them are individuals who, for a variety of reasons, were unlikely to be in cabinet. Many of them not running again. Many of them already known as mavericks or renegades. Pick your word there. And now he's in a situation where it's the finance minister, or now the former finance minister, that's kind of blindsided him here, right? So I struggle quite a bit to see how he gets out of this one in one piece, politically speaking.
Yeah, Rosie, I'm hearing much the same thing as I'm able to check my phone, that nothing definitive out of caucus. The Prime Minister's not ruling anything out. No. There is the Laurier Club event tonight that he's going to go and he is going to speak at, and he's going to speak at the Christmas party tomorrow night, which is the sort of the final act of the parliamentary season. You know, so it's interesting that, I don't want to say it's business as usual, but he's kind of pressing ahead with these events that were on the schedule despite everything that has happened.
I mean, that's bold, right? I mean, that is bold.
He's never been accused of being afraid.
No,
I will say that about the Prime Minister.
He certainly hasn't. He has the reputation of someone who's backed into a corner and fights his way out. I just don't know how many times you have to fight your way out. You know, I can say it's bold. I can also say it is... you know, some people might view that as insulting, that he is going ahead with all of the things that he is tasked as doing as leader without addressing this critical issue in front of him, and without addressing the fact that it is not, we are not just talking about the resignation of a finance minister and a deputy prime minister. We are talking about a real problem for the country in the face of Donald Trump. If that weren't in the picture, I don't think I would question whether he could continue, because that's just who he is and what he does. But we are now facing, you know, in a month's time, someone who is promising to upend our economy. And the leader of the country has to have the credibility and authority needed in order to fight that off. And I think he is in a very, very difficult position to do that. And if you don't think Donald Trump knows that, you know, you're crazy. So I think that, you know, if you want to stay as leader, sure, you have to go to these events over the next couple of days, and you certainly have to say, I'm staying, and I'll go think about things. But I would hope that there is some reflection for him about the potential harm for the country if he can't get this back under control. And I don't think just having Dominic LeBlanc as finance minister is an indication that it is under control.
No, I mean, that feels a bit like emergency room medicine, right? James, putting your most savvy political operator, your best communicator in that job to sort of like do some emergency room medicine today. But I'm just wondering, James, what you make of what we understand to be what happened on Friday between the Prime Minister and Chrystia Freeland, that according to her version of events in the letter, she was told he wanted her to leave finance. And what we're hearing is that she was essentially being offered some sort of ministry to deal with Canada-US. I mean, what do you make of the way that was handled by the Prime Minister and responded to by the now ex-Deputy Prime Minister?
I assume it's absolutely accurate, because it would have been refuted by now. You wouldn't have been on air all day long talking about this without any pushback from the Prime Minister's office if it wasn't accurate. So given that it's accurate, it's a pretty damning indictment of the way Justin Trudeau thinks about his cabinet ministers, and the fact that he was caught thinking that this was going to be a cute move. We're going to get Minister Freeland to go out there, put forward a fall economic statement she doesn't agree with, and then we will replace her the day afterwards with somebody else, probably from outside of caucus, who will then come out and fix what she's done, even after she's been a longtime loyal cabinet minister to him, as though she would just kind of go along with that and be satisfied with that. It's the outrageousness of his perception of what his cabinet minister's role is in this government, and frankly, you know, the lack of just EQ to understand how you treat people just on a basic human basis after almost a decade of partnership in government is staggering. And to any other Liberal cabinet minister or backbencher who thinks that he's going to treat them differently, Chrystia Freeland was his most loyal and trusted lieutenant in the government through thick and thin, through COVID, through Donald Trump 1.0, through ups and downs in the economy and all kinds of challenges this government has faced, through all of it. And that's how he treated her. If he will treat her that way, he will treat you that way. And if you are under any illusions otherwise, then you are absolutely in the wrong business. So the toxic message that this spreads through the entirety of the rest of his cabinet and government is absolute. And those cabinet ministers are going to be flying home, I imagine, tonight or tomorrow, I guess, when when the House breaks, and they'll be talking to their family members, and all of them are going to be saying, you need to get out of there. You got to get out of there. So that Justin Trudeau thinks that he can get away with treating people on a human, personal basis this way and get away with it is staggering. And then you've got, of course, Jagmeet Singh going along and saying, you know, he doesn't have confidence in Justin Trudeau, but he has confidence in the Justin Trudeau government. I mean, what a joke. Has there been a weaker NDP leader in my lifetime, in our lifetimes, than Jagmeet Singh? I mean, he probably might have even had a worse day than Justin Trudeau, standing there being the one guy defending the status quo of this government. It's staggering when New Democrats are ahead of the Liberals in English Canada. They have the opportunity to replace the crashing Liberal Party as the progressive voice for Canadians, and he doesn't see his opportunity. I mean, Jagmeet Singh is just beyond the weakest NDP leader they could possibly have in this moment.
I will just say one thing. The Prime Minister can fire and move anybody he wants inside his cabinet. Sure. That is his prerogative, and he can do that with abandon and without explanation. I think the problem here is that we don't understand how it went from we need you to go do something else to I quit entirely. Yeah. And by the way, here's all the ways that I'm different than you in case I want to run to be leader later on. So it's not so much for me the fact that he wanted to shuffle the cabinet. That's something that you would expect, and indeed we've been expecting it for weeks. It's the way it unfolded that I think has now blown up in his face, obviously.
It's his prerogative to do it, then he has to live with the consequences,
That's
and
right.
it's her prerogative not to accept the
That's
move, right?
Right.
So here we are, and it's a mess. Look, we got 3 minutes left. They're actually going to force us off the air. We're going to hand the network back to Toronto. Matthew, your thoughts? I don't know if you want to say anything about the NDP. James tore strip off of them, as we'd say back home, with his assessment. What's your analysis of Jagmeet Singh's day today?
Well, I think you can see the pivot happening, and I'll say personally, hopefully it happens, fairly quickly. There's no confidence motion before the House right now, so I don't think there's any point in throwing all that out there right before everyone takes off from the holidays, and then everyone, Joe Public, if you will, stops paying attention. I do think they want to maximize that moment when they finally put their foot down and say we're not supporting the government anymore. That's strategically and tactically what I think is going on here. But yeah, I do think that in light of all of this, it is difficult to say that you can get concessions out of a government that doesn't seem to be able to operate on a day-to-day basis, given what we saw today. I mean, I was talking about, Dominic LeBlanc earlier, the fact that as competent and capable as he is, that the person who is responsible for public safety, which on a good day is more than a full-time job even within the federal cabinet, intergovernmental affairs at a time where the premiers are demanding, and now he's going to do finance too. I mean, that to me, nothing screams more back of a napkin. With the utmost respect, I mean, David, I was singing his praises less than a week ago, but it's just that's the part that's unsustainable. You can't get anything out of a government that's not functioning anymore.
Look, there are limits to the capacity of even the most competent human beings, and I think maybe it's a goal of this government to test Dominic LeBlanc's capacity. Carleen, we started this day with Sean Fraser announcing he was leaving politics to spend more time with his family.
Today?
That was today, and they were worried he's going to get buried by the Fez. Yeah. Well, guess what? I mean, your thoughts, just to wrap it up on where your party is as we end this day.
I think that the last thing I want to say that's important is really that, this broadcast may be ending, but I do not think that this saga is ending anytime soon. If there's one thing we've learned over the last 2 months, even 6 months, it's that every time we think that a conclusion is foregone, particularly when it comes to the Prime Minister, somehow one of those 9 lives just comes right in at the last moment to save him, and things fizzle out. Is this one of those times? I'm not ready to say that yet, but I also don't think I'm ready to say it's curtains for the Prime Minister. It is going to be fascinating to watch what unfolds and whether there's enough momentum to force some kind of change right now, or whether we all go away for the holidays and all of a sudden it's January and he's still Prime Minister and we're right back where we were.
Well, his birthday's coming up on Christmas Day. He's got some thinking to do between now and then when Parliament comes back in January and in the new year. Look, I want to thank you all. Some of you have joined us. James has joined us multiple times. James Moore, Matthew Dubé, Carleen Bryan, and of course our chief political correspondent, Rosemary Barton, who I've been spending the whole day with today. I'm David Cochran. Thank you for watching our super duper extended
Good evening. I'm Christine Birak. Travis is away. This is Canada Tonight. We are picking up on CBC News Network special coverage of the political turmoil cast across Parliament Hill today. It was supposed to be headlined by the federal government's fall economic statement. But the day was turned on its head by the shock announcement of Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland's resignation. Earlier this evening, the Liberal Party held a caucus meeting where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau addressed his colleagues. Afterwards, he was tight-lipped when asked about his future.
Prime Minister, are you going to remain in office, sir?
Good to see you guys. Hey, cheers, guys.
What gives you the right to continue? What gives you the right to stay in office?
Thank you.
You failed Canada. You've ruined our country. You're done. Walk away. You don't have an ounce of your father's integrity.
Throughout the day, the Prime Minister has made several public appearances. However, he has not spoken to reporters about Freeland's departure. Well, following that caucus meeting, MPs were hounded with questions over the future of their party as they left the room. However, they didn't have much more to say than the Prime Minister.
Well,
does he have the confidence of caucus to stay on?
He has my confidence. He has my full confidence.
What about caucus?
I'm not. We didn't take a poll, but he has my confidence. We're having those discussions. That's it's up to our caucus.
Do you still trust him? Do you still trust him? Do you think he should stay as Prime Minister?
I absolutely trust him.
And what do you think should happen now? Like you explained, you said there's still discussions happening. Does that mean this is still an open conversation?
Open in our caucus, yes.
Was the Prime Minister asked to leave?
No.
Nobody asked. Nobody said it's time for him to go. Really?
All I'm going to say is he has my full support. I'm not going to talk about what happened in caucus, and that's it.
That's TBD. Do you think is it?
The caucus meeting. We don't talk about caucus meeting.
No, but I'm asking sir.
We know that President Trump is coming in office on the 20th of January. It is incumbent upon us. We owe it to Canadians. We owe it to our families and to our friends and everyone in Canada to be the best prepared to make sure that we have everything lined up to make sure that we can stand up for Canada.
Okay, for more on this, we're joined by CBC's Evan Dyer in Ottawa. Evan, it has been a chaotic day. Walk us through today's developments and where the Liberal Party stands now.
Well, Christine, I guess we should start before today. There have been rumors going around for quite a while that Prime Minister Trudeau was looking to potentially replace Chrystia Freeland, perhaps bring in the former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney, who, of course, it's no secret, was a potential leadership rival to Justin Trudeau, and perhaps hoping that her departure might sort of carry with it, as she leaves, carry with her some of the unpopularity that has stuck to the Liberal government in recent months. And on as recently as Friday, we saw Chrystia Freeland, saying she doesn't listen to Ottawa gossip and sort of dismissing those rumors. But then this morning at 9 a.m., she put out a resignation letter. She put it out on social media, and it didn't just say, I'm resigning. It also criticized the Trudeau government's approach, Prime Minister Trudeau's. Well, it appeared to be referring directly to the GST holiday that began recently, referring to that as a costly political gimmick and suggesting that this was the wrong time to do that, that Canada should instead be keeping itself as fiscally healthy as possible, given the threats that it faces from the incoming Donald Trump administration. Then we saw a period of great confusion throughout the entire day, with various cabinet ministers and MPs being asked their opinions. Some wanted to give them, others didn't. By 4 p.m., we finally found out who the replacement would be as finance minister. It was going to be Dominic LeBlanc, who is already Minister of Public Safety and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, two pretty prominent portfolios, especially the public safety one. He was sworn in. Now, he is an interesting person because, of course, he's not only the sort of Mr. Fix-It of the Trudeau government on many occasions, but also he was present at that dinner at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump and some members of his future cabinet. Chrystia Freeland was not, and that was pretty significant because, of course, it was Chrystia Freeland who really handled the first NAFTA negotiation during President Trump's first term. So her absence there obviously drew a lot of attention. So he'll be taking over. He'll likely surrender public safety. For now, he has all three portfolios, but we don't expect that to continue. He'll be finance minister. It looks likely that he'll also remain Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Let's listen to a little bit of what he had to say today.
And it's an enormous privilege. It's an enormous privilege to serve as the finance minister. And it's something that I will pour my heart and soul into for as long as I have the job. At this particular moment, the challenge that we're facing in terms of the potential threat of tariffs across the line on Canadian exports to the United States is a key economic concern for the government, and I look forward to working with Canada's premiers on this issue.
Evan, that all sounds fine, but can you give us a sense, what's the state of the Liberal Party and support for the Prime Minister at this point?
Well, I think it would be very true to say that today we heard more support from Liberal MPs for Chrystia Freeland than we did for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We heard a lot of people talking about the respect they had for her, the good job that she had done. Some of them talking about the unfair way that she had been treated and saying that they were sorry to see her go. When we did hear support for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, I think it's fair to say it was quite a bit more lukewarm. And, you know, some of the people who we spoke to, including at least one cabinet minister, were quite emotional, actually. And we should perhaps start with that. Let's listen to three of the Liberals who spoke today, starting with Treasury Board President Anita Anand, and also two Ontario Liberal MPs, two Liberal MPs from Ontario, Helena Jaczek and Francis Joy.
Chrystia Freeland is a good friend, someone I work with very, very closely as President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport. This news has hit me really hard, and I'll reserve further comment until I have time to process it.
Let's put it this way. Firing a Minister of Finance who has served you extremely well is not what I would call a trustworthy move.
And that's all.
Should he resign?
Yes.
And I've been a great defender, but I just don't see how we move forward without having a future minister resign. Today was supposed to be a presentation of a plan, and now we're talking about a finance minister who has resigned. I think he needs to go, yeah.
And ask for the dissolution of the Parliament.
Now, of course, it's not new for either Blanchette or Poilievre to say that Prime Minister Trudeau should step down. It is the NDP that holds the balance of power, of course, Christine, and so that's really the party that will decide the PM's future. But we did hear today from Peter Julian of the NDP caucus that the NDP has really lost patience. We sort of heard the NDP hint at that before and then appear to back down, but we heard what perhaps sounded like a more specific threat today from Peter Julian that if Justin Trudeau is still there after the Christmas break, that he may very well face a vote of non-confidence from the one party that's keeping him in power. Let's listen to Peter Julian.
Beginning of March, and Mr. Trudeau has not stepped down, hasn't heeded that call from his own caucus, from his own cabinet, from all the opposition parties, then yes. So of course that would mean if we're coming up to a straight up non-confidence motion the end of February, early March, that's one of the tools that we have. So this idea that the Liberals can play out a drama over the course of the next few months, simply not on. And the NDP, and I think Jagmeet Singh was very clear about that.
So Parliament's last day this year is tomorrow. And after that, of course, everybody goes home for Christmas and New Year's. They come back on January 27th. And not too long after that, we expect to see potential confidence motions coming up in the normal order of parliamentary business. So what it really looks like is that Justin Trudeau has some very hard thinking to do over these holidays and will really have to come to some kind of a decision before Parliament comes back next year.
A stunning day. Appreciate you taking us through it all. Thanks for this, Evan.
Thanks, Christine.
Well, my next guest is echoing the call for the Prime Minister to step down. Celina Cesar-Chavannes was a Liberal MP from 2015 to 2019 before resigning as a member of the Liberal caucus and sitting as an independent. Tonight, she joins us from Whitby, Ontario. Celina, thank you for taking the time on this incredible day in Canadian politics. First off, what's your reaction to Freeland resigning from cabinet?
You know, I think it was the right thing for Minister Freeland to do. She is a general in the Trudeau government. To be asked to step back or to no longer be the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance is, I feel like history is repeating itself over again with what happened in 2019. And I think that this is a little bit more precarious for Canadians writ large because of the fact that we have a new U.S. administration coming in less than a month that is proposing tariffs of 25% that is going to affect the most vulnerable Canadians at this point. And I think that we needed stability. We needed some kind of self-regulation on behalf of the Prime Minister to really think this through before putting Canadians in further jeopardy. This is going to have ripple effects of epic proportions going forward.
It certainly is a tense time. And Freeland claims Trudeau told her on Friday he no longer wanted her to be finance minister. What message do you feel that was sending?
There's a number of messages that we're sending. The first one, I think the most important one for the listeners and for Canadians, is that Chrystia Freeland was not saying to the Prime Minister that she didn't feel like something was okay. She was challenging a fiscal move, an economic move that in the long term did not serve Canadians well with respect to the GST and the cuts that we're seeing happening. Immediate term, maybe it'll help a few, but in the long term, it wasn't. Canadians are struggling right now, struggling with groceries, they're struggling through the holidays, they're struggling with housing, they're struggling with a whole number of things that this particular move was not going to help in the long term. The second message that it sends is that when someone challenges you, and I feel this intimately, when someone challenges you as a leader in the center of our democracy, that it's so easy to just throw that person under the bus. If it is a woman, and I don't want to make this gendered, but you have to recognize, look at the body count of women, Jody, Jane, myself, Leona, Mariam Monsef, Ava Nassef, Chrystia Freeland. The body count is racking up. And I hate to sound emotional on this, but when you are challenging a leader of a G7 country and they respond with just throwing you under the bus, that is not just Chrystia Freeland that's going under the bus. That is a lot of Canadians who are going to be affected by what she was trying to get the Prime Minister to consider.
I can hear the emotion in your voice and that this is striking a very deep chord with you. I also understand that you reached out to Chrystia Freeland today. What did you say to her?
I just wanted her to know that I was proud of her. I was proud of her in the decision, and I wanted her to know that I was there for her. I think that this moment is so it's like deja vu. It's like feeling this moment again. It's feeling that exact same feeling of saying, you know, you're doing something that is wrong. You're doing something that Canadians deserve better. And when we challenge, when you consider yourself a feminist government, when you consider yourself a feminist who believes diversity is our strength, and as soon as you challenge, because you have the intellectual capacity and the fortitude and the courage to challenge someone whose name is Trudeau, and that just gets dismissed, or you get your life sort of turned upside down. I wanted her to know what I wanted to feel in those moments in 2019, and I think Jane and Jody wanted to feel in 2019, that I saw her, that I wasn't going to let her hang. And I did the same thing for Jody in 2019, and I'll absolutely do the same thing for Chrystia Freeland. This is a moment of leadership for Canadians where we need to say enough is enough, of a leader who decides that whenever he is challenged on something that someone else has an authority to speak on, like economics, that he's just going to throw them away, and that is not good enough.
Selena, as you mentioned, you resigned from the Liberal caucus. What do you think now? Does Freeland's resignation signal that other party members are losing the same faith in the Prime Minister's leadership now?
One would hope, but I was paying attention to people coming out of caucus. And see, this is the thing with the bubble that is Ottawa. The bubble that is Ottawa is that people are going to be trying to jockey for that position. It's like high school. You know, I want to enter the cool kids camp, and somebody is no longer a cool kid, so I'm going to try to enter that spot. And I really think that the Liberals need to decide what is in the best interest of Canadians. Again, I'm going to keep putting this conversation back on the Canadians that are most vulnerable as a result of this decision. The Canadians that are having a hard time during the holidays, the ones that are struggling right now, and there's a lot of them that are doing that. We have the privilege to sit on TV and talk about this like if it's a political thing, but it's not. The ripple effects have long-term impact, and I hope that the Liberals who have been elected to serve the people of their constituency decide that they are going to say enough is enough, and go into future caucus meetings or after the holidays, go back and say, this is the time that we need stability with the Trump administration, but we also need to have stability for the future of Canadians who are really looking to a federal government to make sure that things are handled properly when it comes to economics, when it comes to their health care, when it comes to their ability to pay for the things that they need. That is what they're looking for, and the rest of the caucus needs to stand up and say that this is what they're going to do for the constituents that elected them with trust to be there.
Mm-hmm. Selena, in order for those changes to happen, does Trudeau need to step down?
Trudeau needed to step down a very long time ago. Trudeau has been like Teflon for some reason, and I'm not sure why he continues to stick through the SNC, through WE scandal, through electoral reform, you name it. And I said on Twitter earlier today that these gimmicks that Chrystia Freeland referred to have been happening for a long time, and I think he's really gotten to a point where his emotional intelligence when it comes to his self-awareness, his self-regulation around these issues have been completely distorted. So the emperor actually believes that he has clothes on when he has no clothes on. And to the detriment of people who are really looking for a little bit of relief right now. And now we're caught up in this distraction. It's up to Trudeau to just have the self-awareness, the emotional intelligence that is so, you look at the research, it is valued by leadership. It is twice as important as technical or cognitive skill to have that emotional intelligence. He needs to have that emotional intelligence at this critical juncture in the history of Canada, with a Trump administration, with geopolitical issues, with climate change, with all of the things that are happening, for him to be able to step down. And I would hope that over the holidays, Mr. Trudeau
$1.6 billion.
Marina, those are some big numbers. What does this statement tell us about the overall health of the Canadian economy?
Well, Canada is doing better than the rest of G7 nations, including the United States, when it comes to its debt to GDP. So that's basically how much debt the government has versus how big the economy is. So that looks good. Wage growth is also outpacing inflation, another good sign. Now, we did have an expert speak with us who was in the lockup with us here in Ottawa, Sahir Khan. He's with the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy at the University of Ottawa. And he said we really don't need to lose sleep over the financial picture because it's actually pretty good. But he did have this to say.
This is still a big spending government, so Canadians, Parliament, media should hold this government to account on how it spends, that there are result and effective delivery for the taxpayer money that they're spending. And that's still been the Achilles heel of this government, delivering. So I think they'll still be open for criticism and probably have to see whether, some of the risks, the downside risks, including, trade issues with the United States, continue to get more fully baked into these forecasts.
He did say that, this is the first time he's seen this Liberal government, which is known for spending money on a lot of programs, a lot of wealth redistribution, to really put the majority of its new spending on targeting economic growth in this country.
Marina, Chrystia Freeland said in her resignation letter that policy differences had been brewing for a while between her and the Prime Minister. Do you see anything in this update that hints at that?
Well, there's nothing glaring. In her letter, she basically said she wanted to make sure that there was money in the government coffers to deal with whatever threats came from Donald Trump, and not to spend things on costly political gimmicks, were her words in her resignation letter. So we do have the GST holiday. You could probably say that that is one of the things she's referencing. $1.6 billion of tax revenue the government will not be bringing in because of this tax break they're giving. But what's not in here is the $250 checks. You might remember that the federal government said that they wanted to give working Canadians a $250 check next year. They haven't been able to get a political partner here in Ottawa, another opposition party, to support it. And so it was not mentioned in the budget. There's no line item in the budget for those checks. So that's not in there. So why did she leave? I think this has a lot more to do with the fact that she probably would have supported this budget, but not the fact that she would maybe have had to present it and then be losing her job within a matter of days. And to that point, normally in a budget lockup, a fall economic statement update, we get the chance to ask the finance minister questions. We get a chance to look through these documents for several hours and then put questions to her about specifics. And unfortunately, we didn't get to do that today. But we did get to ask a few questions of the very newly minted finance minister. And one of those questions was, what is your priority now as finance minister? And does that include dealing with this $60 billion deficit? Have a listen.
Canadian families and Canadians across the country are feeling the pressure of the cost of living increases. They want the government to remain focused on those issues. That will be a huge focus for me as the Minister of Finance. They also expect the government to manage the public finances and taxpayers' money in an effective way. They want the expenditure of public money to be focused on what achieves results for them. So that's a job that I look forward to doing as Minister of Finance.
Interesting there, he said to manage the public finances and taxpayers' money in an effective way, but that's really all he kind of referenced in terms of spending, government spending, and in response to that question about the deficit. Now, LeBlanc also said that a key economic concern, of course, is the tariff threat from Donald Trump. Donald Trump has said that he will put a 25% tariff on Canadian goods coming into the United States, something that the Prime Minister has said would devastate the Canadian economy. We know that it was Dominic LeBlanc, the new Finance Minister, who was with the Prime Minister, not Freeland, when they met Donald Trump just a few weeks ago. So, this update, I think, is really important to include. Is there was a note of Trump. It basically said, they didn't take into full account while putting out this economic update the impacts that Trump could have on the Canadian economy, including that tariff threat. The Finance Department said the impact on Canada's economy, in its words, remain unclear. So that very much is hanging over this update today.
All right, Marina, thanks so much for this. Marina von Stackelberg in Ottawa. Well, picking up on what Marina said, on top of all the chaos unfolding in Ottawa, Canada's provincial and territorial leaders, they met to discuss responses to the threat of Donald Trump's trade tariffs. But Chrystia Freeland's resignation overshadowed everything. CBC's Olivia Stefanovic has more on that front.
Seizing the moment to send a message to the U.S. and the federal government.
This is a time for the premiers to step up, which we're going to.
Provincial and territorial leaders gathering together for the first time in person amid political turbulence on both sides of the border.
And make no mistake about it, we may have our differences, but we're a united group of premiers.
When there's a threat of tariffs, we can't just sit back and roll over. We have to show that we have strength.
Northern premiers say they're on board to take aggressive countermeasures if the U.S. president-elect moves forward with plans to slap 25% tariffs on Canadian goods.
We need to do things like that to ensure that, we get the respect of Donald Trump. If we just roll over, how's he going to respect us?
The incoming Trump administration is threatening steep tariffs unless Canada stops the flow of illegal migrants and hard drugs like fentanyl across the border.
We need to be making those decisions, those investments, and come together collectively as a country on issues without having somebody do it in another country through a tweet.
The Premier of the Yukon says it shouldn't have taken a social media post by Donald Trump for the federal government to address the fentanyl crisis.
We have to give a little pause in the fact that we really need to commit to this now because it's been affecting so many of us across this country for years.
Our priority must be to settle the problem on the border. We still have some people coming at the airport and then moving illegally to United States.
Addressing those concerns hit a major snag today when Chrystia Freeland suddenly resigned from cabinet, a decision she says she made after the Prime Minister told her she would be moving from finance.
I think she had a difficult choice to make, and she made it.
On a day like today, I would hope that Canadians are reassured by looking at this table and seeing that the premiers are unified.
Premiers say they'll continue building on the work they've started here when they travel to Washington, D.C. to meet with members of the U.S. Congress in the new year. Olivia Stefanovic, CBC News, Mississauga, Ontario.
All right, so what to make of today's developments and what's next for the Liberal Party and Justin Trudeau? Let's discuss this with our political panel tonight. Charles Bird is a Liberal strategist, Kim Wright is an NDP strategist, and Andrew Brander, who is a Conservative strategist. Welcome to all of you. Charles, I want to start with you. What are your thoughts on what unfolded today? And what do you make of the timing of all of this?
Well, I think it was a stunning miscalculation on the part of the Prime Minister's office to think that they could effectively throw Minister Freeland under the bus and the chickens have come home to roost. And the only thing I can think is that they were thinking that maybe what happened with Minister Morneau in 2020 would play itself out again, and clearly that's not the case. So the result is a crisis for the government and for the Prime Minister. It's an open question whether he is able to make it through the next few days or the next week or so. My understanding coming out of caucus is that he's indicated that he wants to take the holidays to reflect. We'll see if he has that much time.
How big do you think the hole is that's been left behind by Freeland?
I would say the damage that's been left is considerable. We'll see what the next few days do in terms of ameliorating some of the damage. There's no doubt that she enjoyed a lot of support among Liberal MPs. And so it'll be fascinating to see what happens next.
Kim, let me get your thoughts on what's unfolded today.
Well, and you go back to Friday, where it was so clear that there was so much tension between Minister Freeland and the world, it felt like. That press conference she gave where she was emotional about what the tension that was playing out between her and the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office. Then you fast forward to today, which should have been a decent enough day on the legislative calendar, a fall economic statement that they just barely got in under the concept of fall before the House broke. And then the bombshells. The hubris, I will say, of the Prime Minister to think he could fire his Minister of Finance, ask for her resignation, and still demand she deliver the presentation on Monday. Oh boy, that is some hubris of the nth degree, and it also is telling about who this Prime Minister is and how he engages with his caucus. This was not a day he expected, clearly by the fact that he was caught off guard by Anita Anand's reaction today, other caucus members' reaction today, the overt asking of his resignation. Not, you would expect it from Pierre Poilievre, but Jagmeet Singh asking for his resignation, Helena Jassic from his own caucus. The question becomes, as the Liberals are gathering for their Laurier Club hobnob affair and their caucus Christmas party, who is going to tell the Prime Minister it's time to take a walk in the snow? But my advice to Liberals and all of Liberal land right now is bring your own flask to these Christmas parties, because the reality is I wouldn't grab one of these drinks.
So that's tonight is the Laurier event. Tomorrow night is a Christmas party. I have to say, when I read Freeland's letter, I was taken aback.
Stunning.
What were some of the key takeaways there for you?
The fact that she just started with the unmitigated gall of the Prime Minister to ask for her resignation and then expect her to stay on. Look, there's a lot of things I can quibble with the fall economic statement. They're spending on wrong things as far as I'm concerned, and not the least of which never living up to our NATO obligations, but also making sure that there needed to be money for pharmacare and other promises. I always say, show me your budget and I'll show you your values. Today we saw the Prime Minister's values. And Chrystia Freeland did not want to sign off on that. She's going to have to tell that tale. But right now, Ottawa is in a state of chaos. The country is in a state of chaos. The Council of the Federation, so all of the premiers met today to deal with what is arguably one of the biggest challenges that Canada has ever faced, which is the potential 25% tariff from the United States. I'm a border kid. I grew up outside of Windsor in manufacturing towns that rely on those kinds of jobs. What does this mean? The fact that the Prime Minister is still playing, elementary school or university level parlor games as a way of exerting his hubris, that's a problem. And that's just contributing to the chaos.
So the looming tariff threats, all this chaos. Andrew, I want to give you a chance first to just reflect on the day. What was your reaction? What went through your mind?
As Kim said, it's chaos, right? The events of today have left the government in, quite frankly, an untenable situation. When you're in government, you, especially when you're in finance, the finance portfolio, you only have about 2 days a year where you feel like you can actually control the narrative. You lay it out, you have a plan, you talk about all the great things that you're doing. Today was one of those days. The Prime Minister now has to go back to his caucus and try to convince an already skeptical caucus that he has the ability to be able to maintain control of the narrative and be able to tell their story during the next election campaign. And to have to do that after a day like today, where none of that message is getting through because you've had these distractions, it leaves them in a very difficult spot where it's going to be really, really hard to navigate away from talking about the departures and the people leaving his side at the most important time, when we should be focused on those things that Kim's talking about, which are huge issues Canadians are concerned about, and they want to hear a plan, and instead all they're hearing about is, the finance minister that doesn't trust the Prime Minister anymore.
I feel like I know your answer to this question, but I will ask anyway. Do you feel that Trudeau can still govern?
I mean, given the way that today played out, I don't see how it's possible he gets much further than January or February, quite frankly. We have two of the opposition parties who have said they will accept nothing less than a federal election. The third, the leader of the NDP, has said he might accept something different as long as it comes with the change of leadership at the top. So to answer your question, can Justin Trudeau stay on as Prime Minister? The only way in which he could do that is for him to call an election himself, if we're to accept the commitments of the 3 other federal party leaders and take them at their word.
Kim, I want you to pick up on this. Jagmeet Singh, for the first time, calling for Trudeau to step down as well. But he hasn't ruled out whether he will support the Liberals in the next confidence vote. What do you make of this?
So what I heard Jagmeet Singh say today is the Prime Minister needs to resign. Full stop. And look, I will never say that it's not New Democrats' jobs to fix a broken Liberal Party. That's not our responsibility. If the Liberals want to actually ouster their leader, they should do that. They should stand up and they should say that. It is not for Jagmeet Singh and the New Democrats to do. It is for Jagmeet Singh and the New Democrats to move the agenda for Canadians, to get dental care, to get pharmacare, to get all the things that matter. Those are the things that are important. And when we start to look at actual non-confidence votes in the new year, because there's none scheduled for this year, then we'll see what that looks like. But fixing the Liberal Party problems is not the responsibility of the leader of the New Democrats. And I'll just say, back to the hubris of the Prime Minister, we saw those stark images of him doing his commentary to his cabinet and caucus today.
Through the window.
Through the windows.
Yeah.
The man was checking his watch. Now, as a political staffer, and there's a number of political staffers watching, if my boss was sitting here doing this as he's delivering what should be a major speech, and also suggesting that Chrystia Freeland experienced this differently, good golly. Like, again, hubris. That is the only word I keep coming back to today, but the checking the watch and you experience this differently. Are we not over this from this Prime Minister at this point?
I hate to tell you this, Kim, but Charles is checking his watch. So, Charles, I'll ask you, is a comeback possible for the Liberal Party?
Well, I mean, it's politics, right? So a comeback is always theoretically possible. Obviously, this is a government that's been in power nearly 10 years. No end of challenges await the Prime Minister should he choose to lead the party into the next election. But I think we need to focus on what's really the elephant in the room, if you will, which is Donald Trump and the potential imposition of tariffs, which is to say that probably the single most important responsibility the federal government has right now is to find a way to convince the incoming U.S. administration that tariffs should not be on the table, that the situation with the border, the Canadian border, is very different from the situation with the U.S.-Mexico border. The other thing I'd say is Jagmeet today, I thought, straddled a very difficult position, which is to say he was quick to say Prime Minister should resign. He was not so quick to say that he's willing to vote against the government. I think he needs to keep his options open. Whether his fellow NDP MPs feel the same way remains to be seen, and I think there may be some stormy seas ahead for Mr. Singh in that regard.
Can you look into your crystal ball for us and give us a sense of what the future of the Liberal Party could look like?
I think there's two, well, I'll give you two scenarios. The first is that the Prime Minister survives the week, that he goes on vacation and he comes back and he says, you know, it's been great, honor of a lifetime, but I've decided to step aside, and then in all likelihood, some form of prorogation to allow the Liberal Party the opportunity to choose his successor. The other option is he continues to keep his options open. I mean, he has continued to insist that he wants to lead the party into the next election. I know he would be delighted to be in the chair for the G7 First Ministers meeting in Kananaskis in June, and it's occurred to some that in early July he would actually surpass Stephen Harper's time in office. So I think these things have probably occurred to him. So I won't be surprised if we find ourselves back here and the Prime Minister is saying, hell no, I won't go.
Well, we'll be back here regardless. I want to thank you all for taking the time. Really appreciate it. Charles Bird is a Liberal strategist, Kim Wright, an NDP strategist, and right next to me here, Andrew Brander, who is a Conservative strategist. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, for those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Christine Birak. This is Canada Tonight. It's been a shell-shocking day on Parliament Hill. Chrystia Freeland was supposed to be making headlines today for her fall economic statement. Instead, She astonished the country by abruptly announcing her resignation. That decision is now casting renewed and further doubt on the future of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who held a caucus meeting that just ended a couple of hours ago.
Prime Minister, are you going to remain in office, sir?
No, what gives you the right to continue? What gives you the right to stay in office? Thank you. You failed Canada. You've ruined our country. You're done. Walk away. You don't have an ounce of your father's integrity.
Trudeau ignored questions about his future following that meeting. In fact, he's made several appearances throughout the day without acknowledging Freeland's departure, both in public and on social media. Well, following that caucus, Minister, MPs were surrounded by reporters who attempted to get insight into what was said. However, they didn't have much more to say than the Prime Minister. Have a listen.
Well,
Does he have the confidence of caucus to stay on?
He has my confidence. He has my full confidence.
What about caucus?
I'm not. We didn't take a poll, but he has my confidence. We're having those discussions. That's it's up to our caucus.
Do you still trust him? Do you still trust him? Do you think he should stay as Prime Minister?
I absolutely trust him.
And what do you think should happen now that you explained? You said there's still discussions happening. Does that mean this is still an open conversation?
Open in our caucus, yes.
Was the Prime Minister asked to leave?
No.
Nobody asked. Nobody said it's time for him to go. Really?
All I'm going to say is he has my full support. I'm not going to talk about what happened in caucus, and that's it.
That's TBD. Do you think is it steady?
The caucus meeting. We don't talk about caucus meeting.
No, but I'm asking, sir.
We know that President Trump is coming in office on the 20th of January. It is incumbent upon us. We owe it to Canadians. We owe it to our families and to our friends and everyone in Canada to be the best prepared to make sure that we have everything lined up to make sure that we can stand up for Canada.
All right, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is speaking at the Laurier Club. Let's listen in live.
These are great things, and I cannot emphasize enough just how damn proud I am of what we have done over the past 9 years, and it's because of you. Because of volunteers, community leaders, and donors. Because of every single person who has stepped up for this cause, for this movement, for this party. But you're also the ones who know the stakes. Vous savez ce qui s'est passé quand les conservateurs formaient le gouvernement. Vous savez ce que Pierre Poilievre ferait s'il était au pouvoir. Derrière leur petit slogan, Pierre Poilievre et les conservateurs cachent une vision des plus radicales. Une vision axée sur des coupes dans l'aide et les services sur lesquels les Canadiens comptent. Pierre Poilievre is uninterested in building more homes, delivering vital supports, creating good jobs, or even, as we saw with his opposition to our GST tax break, he's opposed to even cutting taxes. That's a given with the Conservative Party. But what makes Poilievre different is that he's willing to actively bet against Canadians and Canada. He says Canada is broken while actually trying his damnedest to break it. See, we're not living in simple times. The world is increasingly complex, unstable, and dangerous. And in this new global reality, we must all pull together. J'adore les Canadiens. J'adore le Canada, je l'aime profondément. Les Canadiens ont toute ma confiance. Et je voudrais être nulle part ailleurs, et être Premier ministre, c'est le plus grand des privilèges. Le Canada, c'est le meilleur pays au monde, mais c'est pas parfait. C'est pour ça que, à tous les jours, je me lève en me demandant ce qu'on peut faire pour que ce pays serve mieux ses citoyens. Notre engagement à travailler sans relâche pour être fidèle à nos valeurs, c'est au cœur de ce que c'est d'être libéral. I love this country. I really do. I trust Canadians. There is no place I'd rather be than Canada, and it is the absolute privilege of my life to serve as your Prime Minister. Now, Canada is the best country on earth, but it's not perfect. That's why I wake up every single day thinking about how to make this nation work better for all Canadians. That mission to consistently put in the work so that we're living up to our ideals and values, that's at the core of what makes us Liberals. Why you show up here, even on the toughest days, as a party. You know that the only thing that ultimately matters is fighting like hell every single day to make life better for Canadians, and that's what you do. So please, enjoy your holidays, recharge by spending some much-needed time with your loved ones, and come back ready to show Canadians we have a serious, positive vision for the future of this great country that is worth fighting for. Thank you, my friends. I look forward to spending time with all of you this evening. Merci beaucoup, mes amis. Bonne soirée.
Ça, mes amis, c'est un câlin. C'est un câlin pour mon frère Justin.
All right, you've been listening to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau speaking live at the Laurier Club in Ottawa. We heard him hit some familiar themes there, lashing back at Pierre Poilievre. Of course, we heard no comment of the chaos swirling around Parliament Hill today. We heard the Prime Minister saying it's the absolute privilege of his life to serve as this country's Prime Minister. He said there's more work to be done, and that's why the Liberals show up even on the toughest days. And it has certainly been one of those tough days. Well, at the same time, in the midst of the political crisis, the fall economic statement was still delivered today. The Liberals tabled the update with Karina Gould standing in for Chrystia Freeland, who resigned this morning. The update includes details on a ballooning deficit, more than $60 billion. Marina von Stackelberg takes a closer look at those numbers for us.
We know the deficit for last year was $61.9 billion. Now, that basically blows through the fiscal anchor that Freeland herself set in the spring, which was to be at or below $40 billion. So why? Why did it get so big? Well, the government says it was one-time costs and unexpected expenses, leftover COVID spending, Indigenous lawsuit settlements, and getting less money from income tax. But with all that considered, there is still a lot of new spending here, $24 billion in new spending. The majority of that, though, is for tax incentives for businesses and manufacturers to essentially be able to write off investments like machinery or equipment right away. Essentially, this is to encourage investment here in Canada right now and not have that investment potentially move to the United States. A couple of other big line items in that new spending, $1.3 billion for border security. Of course, this is a direct reaction to Donald Trump and his threat to put tariffs on Canada if Canada did not do more to deal with its border security. So $1.3 billion there. But I'll tell you, it was a line in this massive budget. So there's no real details here about exactly how that money would be spent. And then, of course, $1.6 billion to pay for that GST holiday that started over the weekend. So 2 months where Canadians won't be getting GST on some things like food, beer and wine, kids' toys. So all of that holiday will cost the government $1.6 billion.
Marina, those are some big numbers. What does this statement tell us about the overall health of the Canadian economy?
Well, Canada is doing better than the rest of G7 nations, including the United States. when it comes to its debt to GDP. So that's basically how much debt the government has versus how big the economy is. So that looks good. Wage growth is also outpacing inflation, another good sign. Now, we did have an expert speak with us who was in the lockup with us here in Ottawa, Sahir Khan. He's with the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy at the University of Ottawa. And he said, we really don't need to lose sleep over the financial picture because it's actually pretty good. But he did have this to say.
It's still a big spending government, so Canadians, Parliament, media should hold this government to account on how it spends, that there are results and effective delivery for the taxpayer money that they're spending. And that's still been the Achilles heel of this government, delivering. So I think they'll still be open for criticism and probably have to see whether, some of the risks, the downside risks, including, trade issues with the United States, continue to get more fully baked into these forecasts.
He did say that, this is the first time he's seen this Liberal government, which is known for spending money on a lot of programs, a lot of wealth redistribution, to really put the majority of its new spending on targeting economic growth in this country.
Marina, Chrystia Freeland said in her resignation letter that policy differences had been brewing for a while between her and the Prime Minister. Do you see anything in this update that hints at that?
Well, there's nothing glaring. In her letter, she basically said she wanted to make sure that there was money in the government coffers to deal with whatever threats came from Donald Trump, and not to spend things on costly political gimmicks, were her words in her resignation letter. So we do have the GST holiday. You could probably say that that is one of the things she's referencing. $1.6 billion of tax revenue the government will not be bringing in because of this tax break they're giving. But what's not in here is the $250 checks. You might remember that the federal government said that they wanted to give working Canadians a $250 check next year. They haven't been able to get a political partner here in Ottawa, another opposition party, to support it. And so it was not mentioned in the budget. There's no line item in the budget for those checks. So that's not in there. So why did she leave? I think this has a lot more to do with the fact that she probably would have supported this budget, but not the fact that she would maybe have had to present it and then be losing her job within a matter of days. And to that point, normally in a budget lockup, a fall economic statement update, we get the chance to ask the finance minister questions. We get a chance to look through these documents for several hours and then put questions to her about specifics. And unfortunately, we didn't get to do that today. But we did get to ask a few questions of the very newly minted finance minister. And one of those questions was, what is your priority now as finance minister? And does that include dealing with this $60 billion deficit? Have a listen.
Canadian families and Canadians across the country are feeling the pressure of the cost of living increases. They want the government to remain focused on those issues. That will be a huge focus for me as the Minister of Finance. They also expect the government to manage the public finances and taxpayers' money in an effective way. They want the expenditure of public money to be focused on what achieves results for them. So that's a job that I look forward to doing as Minister of Finance.
Interesting there, he said to manage the public finances and taxpayers' money in an effective way, but that's really all he kind of referenced in terms of spending, government spending, and in response to that question about the deficit. Now, LeBlanc also said that a key economic concern, of course, is the tariff threat from Donald Trump. Donald Trump has said that he will put a 25% tariff on Canadian goods coming into the United States, something that the Prime Minister has said would devastate the Canadian economy. We know that it was Dominic LeBlanc, the new finance minister, who was with the Prime Minister, not Freeland, when they met Donald Trump just a few weeks ago. So, this update, I think, is really important to include. Is there was a note of Trump. It basically said, they didn't take into full account while putting out this economic update the impacts that Trump could have on the Canadian economy, including that tariff threat. The Finance Department said the impact on Canada's economy, in its words, remain unclear. So that very much is hanging over this update today.
Okay, for more on this, we're joined by CBC's Evan Dyer in Ottawa. Evan, it has been a chaotic day. Walk us through today's developments and where the Liberal Party stands now.
Well, Christine, I guess we should start before today. There have been rumors going around for quite a while that Prime Minister Trudeau was looking to potentially replace Chrystia Freeland, perhaps bring in the former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney, who, of course, it's no secret, was a potential leadership rival to Justin Trudeau, and perhaps hoping that her departure might sort of carry with it, as she leaves, carry with her some of the unpopularity that has stuck to the Liberal government in recent months. And on as recently as Friday, we saw Chrystia Freeland, saying she doesn't listen to Ottawa gossip and sort of dismissing those rumors. But then this morning at 9 a.m., she put out a resignation letter. She put it out on social media, and it didn't just say, "I'm resigning." It also criticized the Trudeau government's approach, Prime Minister Trudeau's. Well, it appeared to be referring directly to the GST holiday that began recently, referring to that as a costly political gimmick, and suggesting that this was the wrong time to do that, that Canada should instead be keeping itself as fiscally healthy as possible, given the threats that it faces from the incoming Donald Trump administration. Then we saw a period of great confusion throughout the entire day, with various cabinet ministers and MPs being asked their opinions. Some wanted to give them, others didn't. By 4 p.m., we finally found out who the replacement would be as finance minister. It was going to be Dominic LeBlanc, who is already Minister of Public Safety and Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, two pretty prominent portfolios, especially the public safety one. He was sworn in. Now, he is an interesting person because, of course, he's not only the sort of Mr. Fix-It of the Trudeau government on many occasions, but also he was present at that dinner at Mar-a-Lago with Donald Trump and some members of his future cabinet. Chrystia Freeland was not, and that was pretty significant because, of course, it was Chrystia Freeland who really handled the first NAFTA negotiation during President Trump's first term. So her absence there obviously drew a lot of attention. So he'll be taking over. He'll likely surrender public safety. For now, he has all three portfolios, but we don't expect that to continue. He'll be finance minister. It looks likely that he'll also remain Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. Let's listen to a little bit of what he had to say today.
And it's an enormous privilege. It's an enormous privilege to serve as the finance minister, and it's something that I will pour my heart and soul into for as long as I have the job.
Evan, that all sounds fine, but can you give us a sense, what's the state of the Liberal Party and support for the Prime Minister at this point?
Well, I think it would be very true to say that today we heard more support from Liberal MPs for Chrystia Freeland than we did for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We heard a lot of people talking about the respect they had for her, the good job that she had done. Some of them talking about the unfair way that she had been treated and saying that they were sorry to see her go. When we did hear support for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, I think it's fair to say it was quite a bit more lukewarm. And, you know, some of the people who we spoke to, including at least one cabinet minister, were quite emotional, actually. And we should perhaps start with that. Let's listen to three of the Liberals who spoke today, starting with Treasury Board President Anita Anand, and also two Ontario Liberal MPs, two Liberal MPs from Ontario, Helena Jaczek and Francis Joanne.
Chrystia Freeland is a good friend, someone I work with very, very closely as President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Transport. This news has hit me really hard, and I'll reserve further comment until I have time to process it.
Let's put it this way. Firing a Minister of Finance who has served you extremely well is not what I would call a trustworthy move.
And
that's all.
Should you resign?
Yes.
And I've been a great defender, but I just don't see how we move forward without having a future minister resign. Today was supposed to be a presentation of a plan, and now we're talking about a finance minister who has resigned. I think he needs to go, yeah.
Justin Trudeau.
Yep, yeah. I think today's resignation is a sign of that.
So that last MP we heard there, Francis Drouin, was not, we know, one of the ones who was behind the recent effort to push Justin Trudeau out. In fact, he spoke against that effort. So clearly something has changed since then. And of course, it is this push to drive Chrystia Freeland out, leading to her resignation. You know, one thing that we didn't really hear from anybody today was that they buy into the idea that Chrystia Freeland is in any way responsible for the problems of the Trudeau government, or that removing her from the cabinet would somehow restore its popularity or its standing in the polls. We really didn't hear that idea supported by anyone at all.
And Evan, how are opposition parties reacting to all this?
Well, we now have a situation where the leaders of all the opposition parties are calling for Justin Trudeau to step down. That includes Jagmeet Singh of the NDP, which is, of course, the party that's been keeping the Trudeau government, the minority Trudeau government, in power. You know, some of them also spoke about the circumstances with the Trump administration coming in very soon, threatening 25% tariffs against Canada, and pointing out that this is exactly the wrong time to have a weakened leader. It's the wrong time to have infighting in the Canadian government. And that was a theme that we heard from Pierre Poilievre in particular, the leader of the opposition. But let's listen to also to Yves-François Blanchet of the Bloc. So the Bloc and Pierre Poilievre first.
Justin Trudeau has lost control, and yet he clings to power. We cannot accept this kind of chaos, division, weakness while we're staring down the barrel of a 25% tariff from our biggest trading partner and closest ally, which, by the way, is headed by a newly elected president with a strong and fresh mandate, a man who can spot weakness from a mile away.
Trudeau's government is over. He must acknowledge that at the latest in the beginning of 2025, the Prime Minister should go to the General Governor and ask for the dissolution of the Parliament.
Now, of course, it's not new for either Blanchet or Poilievre to say that Prime Minister Trudeau should step down. It is the NDP that holds the balance of power, of course, Christine, and so that's really the party that will decide the PM's future. But we did hear today from Peter Julian of the NDP caucus that the NDP has really lost patience. We sort of heard the NDP hint at that before and then appear to back down, but we heard what perhaps sounded like a more specific threat today from Peter Julian, that if Justin Trudeau is still there after the Christmas break, that he may very well face a vote of non-confidence from the one party that's keeping him in power. Let's listen to Peter Julian.
Beginning of March, and Mr. Trudeau has not stepped down, hasn't heeded that call from his own caucus, from his own cabinet, from all the opposition parties, then yes. So of course that would mean if we're coming up to a straight up non-confidence motion the end of February, early March, that's one of the tools that we have. So this idea that the Liberals can play out a drama over the course of the next few months, simply not on. And the NDP, and I think Jagmeet Singh was very clear about that.
So Parliament's last day this year is tomorrow. And after that, of course, everybody goes home for Christmas and New Year's. They come back on January 27th. And not too long after that, we expect to see non-confidence, potential confidence motions coming up in the normal order of parliamentary business. So what it really looks like is that Justin Trudeau has some very hard thinking to do over these holidays and will really have to come to some kind of a decision before Parliament comes back next year.
A stunning day. Appreciate you taking us through it all. Thanks for this, Evan.
Thanks, Christine.
So just how unprecedented were the events of today, and what happens now to the Liberal Party? Nelson Wiseman is a professor emeritus of political science at the University of Toronto, and he joins me now live from Toronto. Nelson, thank you for finding time for us today. Before I get your reaction to the news, we just heard from the Prime Minister speaking at an event in Ottawa that was pre-scheduled. We heard him say that being Prime Minister has been the greatest privilege of his life. There's more work to be done, and that's why Liberals show up on the toughest days. Obviously, it was a tough day. He made no mention of what's transpired. What do you make of that?
It's very interesting. These are the first comments that he's made today that the media have had access to. I think he's reflecting. I think it's sinking in that the consensus in his caucus is that he should leave, or there should be some process. Now, if that's going to happen, he has to deal with the Liberal Party, their national executive, because right now the Liberal Party has no fixed mechanism for how to select a new leader. That's up to their national executive. And as a good Liberal, I assume that although Trudeau has a very big ego, a lot of hubris there, thinking, he can punch his way out of this the way he did with Senator Patrick Brazeau. This is much more serious. You mentioned precedents. What this reminds me of, in a way, is what happened around the SNC Lavalin scandal and the dismissal, in effect, of Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott. The difference here is that here there was an open stabbing in the back of Freeland by the Prime Minister's office in the last few weeks, claiming she was a poor communicator. And boy, did she hit him back today, because she didn't resign on Friday. She didn't resign over the weekend. She brought down this bombshell at 9 o'clock this morning. So there's been chaos all day. He's trying to settle it down now.
I think exactly, we've heard that throughout the day, that there have been echoes in Freeland's letter to Jody Wilson-Raybould and Jane Philpott. I want to get your sense, though, as you mentioned, all of this came down today, the day that that statement was supposed to go out. What do you make of the timing?
Well, on Freeland's part, I thought it was brilliant. I mean, it really makes her point. The most interesting thing I find, well, there are a lot of things in that letter. I mean, using the word gimmicks, which I and others have used with these ideas of sending out checks. Why don't you just lower people's income tax, or do it not by mailing out checks, which Canada Post is still not delivering. But most people do their income tax online. You can give them a credit that way. But the big thing that I thought Freeland said is, I'm staying in this race. I'm staying as a Liberal MP. She intends to run again. That tells me she may have ambitions to run for the Liberal leadership. And we know, I heard Evan Dyer, how well she was received in the Liberal caucus. People stood up and applauded her. I didn't hear that about Trudeau. People were curious, of course, what Trudeau was going to say, and he led the meeting. But Freeland is looked upon very, very positively in the caucus. After all, she's been his main general, I won't call her a pawn, who has been more closely identified with Trudeau than Freeland. He made her deputy prime minister, as well as finance minister. And now telling her, well, maybe you could be a minister without portfolio, but you can think about Canadian-American relations. No. That's small stuff.
Given how big those roles that you just mentioned, and being his right hand and coming to her in times of need, how big a loss is Freeland for the government?
Well, it's a huge loss. I mean, Dominic LeBlanc is very trusted by the Prime Minister, probably trusted more than anybody else. And they're very close personal friends. In fact, I think he used to babysit the Prime Minister. But the other thing that gets me about the comments today, and we haven't mentioned them, is the threat of tariffs. And I'm not as pessimistic. I'm more sanguine about what's going on. We've got to understand Donald Trump. He's essentially a performer, an entertainer. He's also a clown. He says all kinds of things, but doesn't act on many of them. Remember, we had tariffs imposed last time, but they were very narrow. They were on steel and aluminum, 10%, and they got waived after about a year. The biggest ally that Canada has in fighting this aren't the premiers, it's not the governors, it's the business community in the United States, which, according to the Wall Street Journal, is now spending millions and millions on lobbyists to try to convince Trump and those in his circle that these tariffs, at whatever level they are, and they're not going to be 25%, would be devastating to the United States. Let me give you an example. To begin with, the deficit with the United States, the trade deficit, is not $100 billion the way Trump says. In fact, the U.S. has a surplus of $26 billion in in services. The deficit is on our trade, on our exports. And what's the largest export? It's oil. And that oil goes to American refineries in the Gulf states, which refine it and then sell a value-added product to Europe and to other countries.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be devastating to that industry.
Yeah. Nelson, I have to leave it there, but really appreciate your insight. And there is actually a lot more at CBC.ca that picks up on the themes that you're talking about the trade deficits as well. But thank you so much for joining us for today. That was Nelson Wiseman, a professor emeritus of political science at the University of Toronto. Thank you. Well, my next guest is echoing some other calls for the Prime Minister to step down as well. Celina Caesar-Chavannes was a Liberal MP from 2015 to 2019 before resigning as a member of Liberal caucus and sitting as an independent. She shared her thoughts with us on the turmoil within the Liberal Party.
He is a general in the Trudeau government. To be asked to step back or to no longer be the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance is, I feel like history is repeating itself over again with what happened in 2019. And I think that this is a little bit more precarious for Canadians writ large because of the fact that we have a new U.S. administration coming in less than a month that is proposing tariffs of 25% that is going to affect the most vulnerable Canadians at this point. And I think that we needed stability. We needed some kind of self-regulation on behalf of the Prime Minister to really think this through before putting Canadians in further jeopardy. This is going to have ripple effects of epic proportions going forward.
It certainly is a tense time. And Freeland claims Trudeau told her on Friday he no longer wanted her to be finance minister. What message do you feel that Cloverdale language?
There's a number of messages that we're sending. The first one, I think the most important one for the listeners and for Canadians, is that Chrystia Freeland was not saying to the Prime Minister that she didn't feel like something was okay. She was challenging a fiscal move, an economic move that in the long term did not serve Canadians well with respect to the GST and the cuts that we're seeing happening. Immediate term, maybe it'll help a few, but in the long term, it wasn't. Canadians are struggling right now, struggling with groceries, they're struggling through the holidays, they're struggling with housing, they're struggling with a whole number of things that this particular move was not going to help in the long term. The second message that it sends is that when someone challenges you, and I feel this intimately, when someone challenges you as a leader in the center of our democracy, that it's so easy to just throw that person under the bus. If it is a woman, and I don't want to make this gendered, but you have to recognize, look at the body count of women, Jody, Jane, myself, Leona, Mariam Monsef, Ava Nassef, Chrystia Freeland. The body count is racking up. And I hate to sound emotional on this, but when you are challenging a leader of a G7 country and they respond with just throwing you under the bus, that is not just Chrystia Freeland that's going under the bus. That is a lot of Canadians who are going to be affected by what she was trying to get the Prime Minister to consider.
I can hear the emotion in your voice and that this is striking a very deep chord with you. I also understand that you reached out to Chrystia Freeland today. What did you say to her?
I just wanted her to know that I was proud of her. I was proud of her in the decision, and I wanted her to know that I was there for her. I think that this moment is it's like deja vu. It's like feeling this moment again. It's feeling that exact same feeling of saying, you're doing something that is wrong. You're doing something that Canadians deserve better. And when we challenge, when you consider yourself a feminist government, when you consider yourself a feminist who believes diversity is our strength. And as soon as you challenge, because you have the intellectual capacity and the fortitude and the courage to challenge someone whose name is Trudeau, and that just gets dismissed, or you get your life sort of turned upside down. I wanted her to know what I wanted to feel in those moments in 2019. And I think Jane and Jody wanted to feel in 2019, that I saw her, that I wasn't going to let her hang. And I did the same thing for Jody in 2019, and I'll absolutely do the same thing for Chrystia Freeland. This is a moment of leadership for Canadians where we need to say enough is enough, of a leader who decides that whenever he is challenged on something that someone else has an authority to speak on, like economics, that he's just going to throw them away, and that is not good enough.
Selena, as you mentioned, you resigned from the Liberal caucus. What do you think now? Does Freeland's resignation signal that other party members are losing the same faith in the Prime Minister's leadership now?
One would hope, but I was paying attention to people coming out of caucus. And see, this is the thing with the bubble that is Ottawa. The bubble that is Ottawa is that people are going to be trying to jockey for that position. It's like high school. You know, I want to enter the cool kids camp, and somebody is no longer a cool kid, so I'm going to try to enter that spot. And I really think that the Liberals need to decide what is in the best interest of Canadians. Again, I'm going to keep putting this conversation back on the Canadians that are most vulnerable as a result of this decision. The Canadians that are having a hard time during the holidays, the ones that are struggling right now, and there's a lot of them that are doing that. We have the privilege to sit on TV and talk about this like if it's a political thing, but it's not. The ripple effects have long-term impact, and I hope that the Liberals who have been elected to serve the people of their constituency decide that they are going to say enough is enough, and go into future caucus meetings or after the holidays, go back and say, this is the time that we need stability with the Trump administration, but we also need to have stability for the future of Canadians who are really looking to a federal government to make sure that things are handled properly when it comes to economics, when it comes to their health care, when it comes to their ability to pay for the things that they need. That is what they're looking for, and the rest of the caucus needs to stand up and say that this is what they're going to do for the constituents that elected them with trust to be there.
Mm-hmm. Selena, in order for those changes to happen, does Trudeau need to step down?
Trudeau needed to step down a very long time ago. Trudeau has been like Teflon for some reason, and I'm not sure why he continues to stick through the SNC, through WE scandal, through electoral reform, you name it. And I said on Twitter earlier today that these gimmicks that Chrystia Freeland referred to have been happening for a long time, and I think he's really gotten to a point where his emotional intelligence when it comes to his self-awareness, his self-regulation around these issues have been completely distorted. So the emperor actually believes that he has clothes on when he has no clothes on. And to the detriment of people who are really looking for a little bit of relief right now. And now we're caught up in this distraction. It's up to Trudeau to just have the self-awareness, the emotional intelligence that is so, look at the research, it is valued by leadership. It is twice as important as technical or cognitive skill to have that emotional intelligence. He needs to have that emotional intelligence at this critical juncture in the history of Canada, with a Trump administration, with geopolitical issues, with climate change, with all of the things that are happening, for him to be able to step down. And I would hope that over the holidays, Mr. Trudeau, if you listened to me before, we had this conversation in August of 2019. Stop being the worst, the better of three evils. Do what you know Canadians need you to do and step down. That is it. And if he doesn't, this is a wake-up call for Canadians to give him the message that he needs at the polls. He needs to go.
Former member of Parliament. All right, we want to take you now to BC, where a federal by-election is currently underway. People in the riding of Cloverdale, Langley City are casting their ballots today. CBC's Yvette Brend is in Surrey tracking this story, and she joins me now. Yvette, given the federal news today, a lot of extra attention on this by-election, take us through who's running and how this riding has voted in the past.
Well, as I stand here at the corner of 57th Avenue, which is sort of in the center of Cloverdale, you've got to remember this little small town riding has swung back and forth between Liberals and Conservatives for the last 3 elections. And today, the Liberal candidate that's running is Madison Fleischer. She's a local businesswoman. The Conservative candidate is Tamara Jansen. She's with the Conservatives. She's a former MP that's already sat in this area, and she runs a local nursery. And the NDP are running Vanessa Sharma, who's a union leader. She says she's a mental health advocate and she's an anti-racism advocate. So diverse candidates. And, you know, we talked to a lot of people to ask them what they're looking for in a federal candidate when they walk in to vote today. And we heard this theme, this cost of living theme over and over again. Like, listen to Tiago Cordero. He had a lot to say. He says he's struggling to buy groceries, and he had this message for politicians.
Please do something about the cost of living. It is almost impossible to live out here. We need to do something about the inflation right now. It's crazy. I can barely pay my rent right now. It's just too high. There needs to be a change, and it needs to happen right now.
We're hearing the pleas. The Liberal Party has suffered 2 by-election blows this year in Ontario and Quebec. How significant is today's vote, do you think?
Well, that's right, and this is being seen as kind of a bellwether for what perhaps Trudeau's Liberals can expect next year in an election year. And it was really telling. I spoke to one young man, this 18-year-old, who can't vote yet, but he says when he can, he has a plan.
To own a house in the future. I think that's the main thing I want to do. And if I'm not going to be able to do that because of all the prices. So I think, yeah, once again, I think that's why I'll vote Conservative.
So if Ethan Morrison is indicative of what voters are thinking about when they walk into those polls today, the Liberal candidate could be in for a rough ride.
All right, Yvette, we appreciate you tracking this for us. That's Yvette Brend in Surrey, BC. All right, let's bring in Laurie Turnbull for more analysis on all of this. She's a professor of political science in the Faculty of Management at Dalhousie University, and she joins us now. Laurie, before we get to the news in Ottawa, let's stick it for a moment in BC. If the Liberals lose that by-election there, what does that signal?
Well, at this point, I think it might be something that goes almost unnoticed, given everything that is happening. It won't go unnoticed for the candidate. It won't go unnoticed for the people in the riding. But at this point, because of the stories of the day, I think that something that we would have been focused on in the by-election is probably not going to get a whole lot of attention. Now, that said, I think that this was a Liberal seat. It will be a loss for them. It's, you know, if the Conservatives win, which is probably the likely outcome, I think for the Liberals it's going to mean, you know, that's one less seat that they have. It's one more bad day. It's one more bad moment where they really could use a win of any kind right now. I think the other thing is for British Columbia, this is a hugely important part of the country upcoming in the next election. Every part of the country is important in the next election, but British Columbia has a lot of seats. All 3 of the national political parties, the Liberals, the NDP, and the Conservatives, all hold like 13, 14 seats each. And so if anybody is to bottom out there, that would be a significant thing for them. That would be a significant number of seats to lose. It looks like, you know, if the provincial election is any indication, the Conservatives stand to do really well overall. The NDP, again, like a significant chunk of their caucus comes from British Columbia. And so if they don't do well tonight, that is an indication, I think, for them that they've got a lot of work to do between now and the next election.
Mm-hmm. I take your point that this may go unnoticed if there's a loss. There have been few wins for the Liberal Party of late. Certainly today was a low point. What do you make of Chrystia Freeland quitting the day she was to present the fall economic statement?
Oh yeah, this is about as bad as it could get, I think. Apart from the whole cabinet up and quitting, this is about as bad as it's going to get. Because she was the finance minister, she was the deputy prime minister, and I think That's worth reflecting on, because every cabinet needs a finance minister, but every prime minister actually doesn't need a deputy prime minister. A lot of them don't have them. He chose to make Minister Freeland, former Minister Freeland, he chose to give her that position because of how close they were, how much he trusted her, and what she brought to the table. And it showed how in sync they were for years, right? And she was one of, I think, she might have been the first star candidate that he recruited as leader of the party, and she came in on a by-election even before 2015. And so, I mean, they had a very special relationship, so much so that her own aspirations for leadership were sometimes called into question because it was, she's too close to Trudeau. It won't be enough of a change away from him if she was to take over, that kind of thing. And so to see this relationship break down in the way that it did, in the timing, I mean, the timing could not have been worse for him. Literally, everybody's waiting for the economic statement. And in the morning of, she says, I'm not doing this anymore. The letter was absolutely devastating to him because she outlines in detail things that many people are thinking already about. Is he taking things seriously? Does he understand these tariffs are going to be absolutely shattering? And her giving voice to these concerns that, again, like many people are thinking. And so I think, honestly, could not have been a worse day for him.
I'm running out of time, but Laurie, I want to ask you, what do you think the legacy is that Freeland leaves behind?
Certainly somebody who came to this position with an incredible background in terms of her own career, and came to this position in a very difficult time. She was a minister during COVID. She, stuck by the prime minister as he was reduced from majority to minority. She's somebody who I think showed how skilled she was in a variety of different portfolios, including global affairs, including intergovernmental relations, and not somebody who came to this as a politician. She never struck me as somebody who, she's not Dominic LeBlanc. She doesn't have that political, like juice coursing through her veins. She doesn't have that. She's somebody different. And I think she brought a kind of integrity because of that. She wasn't always chasing some political win. And as it turns out, it looks like that's one of the things that broke them up.
Yeah, that's what makes this all so chaotic in a way, too. Laurie, thank you so much for this. Really appreciate your time. Laurie Turnbull is a professor of political science in the Faculty of Management at Dalhousie University. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Well, as Laurie mentioned, veteran cabinet member Dominic LeBlanc is now the new finance minister.
Congratulations, Minister.
LeBlanc will temporarily maintain his current duties as Public Safety Minister and Intergovernmental Affairs. He says he continues to support Prime Minister Trudeau. Here's more of what he had to say about his new role.
The Prime Minister, like our entire government, is very focused on the work that Canadians expect us to do. We understand that cost of living for a huge number of Canadians is a very significant issue, and they expect their government to be focused on affordability issues. That was my conversation with the Prime Minister. That'll obviously be a huge focus in my work as the Minister of Finance. We need to also be extremely focused on the challenges that the incoming American administration will pose with respect to the potential imposition of tariffs. I have been doing a lot of work on border security issues over the last number of weeks. I saw two leaders focused on these issues at Mar-a-Lago when we were there 2.5 weeks ago. So I intend to continue to do the work that I have, and I think I have a pretty busy set of issues in front of me, and I'm excited about it.
You're now chair of the U.S.-Canada Committee. You're the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister. You're in charge of the border. You're in charge of all of public safety. You are also in charge now of the entire finance department. How do you propose to give all of these crucial files your full attention at such a critical time for Canada, especially facing these trade threats?
So I guess I'll start early in the morning and work late at night, and probably won't take a lot of weekends off. It's an exciting time to have those responsibilities. I don't diminish for a minute the work that's before our government. The good news is I have colleagues and officials that will support me. I'm confident that Canadians will see a government focused on their priorities. And as I said, it's the cost of living challenges they're facing, and the relationship with the United States is obviously a huge focus.
All right, so he's going to be working 24/7, and we thought we'd get our political panel working again tonight. Let's bring them back in. Charles Bird is a Liberal strategist, Kim Wright is an NDP strategist, and Andrew Brander is a Conservative strategist. Welcome back. I want to start with you, Charles. We heard from the Prime Minister this hour speaking at the Laurier Club. He didn't mention anything about Chrystia Freeland or address his future. But what did you think? What did you make of what we heard from him?
Well, first off, I should apologize for not being there tonight because I was supposed to be there. To be honest, I did hear most of his remarks. I found them a little bit tone deaf, but I just given everything that's going on, I don't know if he had occasion to thank Chrystia Freeland for her service to the government, but it was a decidedly partisan crowd. It was, and I suppose, sticking to a message that would resonate with that crowd is probably the best bet. And I found it interesting that he was allowed to go live from a Liberal fundraiser versus the caucus meeting itself. I guess it speaks to the respective audiences and what's at stake.
But we did hear him say there that being Prime Minister has been the greatest privilege of his life. I thought for a moment maybe he was alluding to something there. Something more.
It's entirely
reflective.
Possible. It's entirely possible, and I'm, to an extent, people who enter public service these days are subject to attacks, often scurrilous. We've heard too many ad hominem attacks. To an extent, I think that's true of the Prime Minister as well. I mean, he has faced a lot of vitriol, as his family has. It's a really, really difficult business to be in. And it has obviously caused a great deal of strain in his personal life. But he, I think it's fair to say he loves the job, and he has been at it for nearly 10 years. It's just a question of how much longer he's able to do it.
Well, we didn't hear him address Chrystia Freeland, but we heard from Chrystia Freeland through her letter. Kim, what did you make of what she had to say today?
Yeah, it was a bit of a, what we call a mic drop moment. This whole thing has been an unforced error and a series of unforced errors by the Prime Minister. Firing his finance minister on Friday and hoping she would still give the presentation on Monday. Him not saying anything throughout the course of the day. Dominic LeBlanc giving a speech that the Prime Minister, frankly, should have made in front of Rideau Hall in terms of trying to set some calm amongst our allies around the world and across the country. The Prime Minister didn't do that. The Prime Minister didn't come out today except for in front of the maximum donors of the Liberal Party. That's what the Laurier Club is. Let's be very clear. This is the elite of the elite. No offense to Charles. But these are the people who shell out the big bucks to go and be in that sacred room, in that smaller room. And that's where the Prime Minister decided to give his first address. This isn't a person who wants to atone. This is a man we're hearing out of the caucus meeting. It was he sees things differently before he started checking his watch twice. Look, the reality is that this is a Prime Minister who will reflect over the coming days and weeks and come back to the very same conclusions that he is the only one who can save Canada from all of these things. Well, the reality is that across this country and in every leadership office in Parliament, they've all said, sir, it's time to resign. His caucus is saying, sir, it's time to resign. I mean, you can't give Dominic LeBlanc any more jobs within the course of the government because what he doesn't have, Anita Anand has. And really the reality is that this Prime Minister needs to check his hubris and understand that, yes, there is some vitriol that gets thrown at everyone in politics, and there shouldn't be, but there is. But some of this, how he decides to show up in front of a crowd full of elites is and not say anything to console his Liberal caucus is just this hubris of this Prime Minister.
Andrew, I'm sure you saw his MPs leaving that meeting.
Yeah.
What did you make of the rush by? There were some people that stopped to talk. What did you make of that moment?
Look, I think the next few weeks are going to be a significant challenge for the Prime Minister. Let's not forget, it was less than 2 months ago that he kind of went through a similar exercise, right? There was some bubbling up, some angst in caucus. He went to them. He listened to them for a short time. He went away, and less than 24 hours, he came back and said, I've really considered that. I think I'm going to stay right here. It's, you know, it's fine. So we'll see if the reaction this time is any different. But there's only so many times you can go through that exercise. There are only so many rabbits you can pull out of a hat. And to Kim's point, if the only people he's willing to address when he's under these criticisms are the elites that are gathered in a supportive fundraising environment who are going to be there to offer you a few claps at the end of the speech, then that's a problem, because those aren't the people he needs to convince. He needs to convince not only the people in the caucus room that he's ready for the next election, he has to convince all the people in the ridings that they don't hold to stand as candidates for this Prime Minister. And it's going to be very, very difficult to raise money, to recruit candidates, to recruit volunteers under the conditions in which he's entering this period, and that becomes really, really grueling, not only on the leadership of the party but on the volunteers as well.
Yeah, an incredible amount of work to come back from this. We also heard from Jagmeet Singh today, saying that Trudeau should step down, but also not really saying that he wouldn't necessarily support him in a confidence vote.
Well, he was very clear that the Prime Minister needs to resign, that he does not support this Prime Minister. What he has also said is that there is not a confidence motion in front of the House, which adjourns tomorrow. So there isn't really opportunities. While the Conservatives will like to say this is all Jagmeet's fault, I will say it is not the responsibility of the leader of the New Democrats to fix the problems of the Liberal Party. That is their responsibility. They got into this mess. They continue to allow this mess to fester. And we saw this during Jody Wilson-Raybould. We saw this so many times that we have played out, the WE scandal, you know, all of the greatest hits of this government. And it comes back to his continuous response of, I'm sorry you feel this way. Like, that's the equivalent of this. He actually says, I saw it differently, with that cadence. And ultimately, Canadians, Andrew Brander is quite right. You know, he is going to have to go talk to a bunch of riding associations. The Liberal organizing machine are going to have to start talking to some riding associations going, please don't take op-eds out. The fact that the Toronto Star editorial board is coming out and saying the Prime Minister must resign. Mm-hmm. The fact that earlier today David Cochrane revised the phrase, you can't polish a turd, in response to the Prime Minister. At some point, the comms people in the PMO have to go, oh boy, this might be a problem.
Yeah. Charles, I want to give you the last word. You only have about 30 seconds left. Is there a possibility for a comeback for the Liberal Party here?
Yeah, it's politics, so there's always some possibility. I think it will hinge largely on the dynamic with the United States and with the incoming Trump administration. I think it's going to prove tricky ground for Pierre Poilievre to make sure that he's sort of striking a balance between wanting to assure Canadian sovereignty, but obviously wanting to get along with his American cousins. I find his rhetoric around strength and, you know, who he, recognizing weakness a mile away, I don't quite get that. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. But I will say for Jagmeet Singh, I mean, he's got his hands full. I mean, he can criticize the government all he wants, but he continues to support the government. And I think at some point that'll get him in some trouble with his caucus.
I hear you, and I got to wrap you there. Charles Bird is a Liberal strategist. Kim Wright is an NDP strategist. Andrew Brander, who is with a Conservative strategist. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.